Yellow.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's fucking raining out here.
You got lag, bro. Clear it out with more words.
Yeah, I'm driving.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
I guess. I'd rather be sleeping, to be honest.
Your sleep's good.
But somebody's got to do it, so here I am.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna snow a lot soon or not at all. Not sure.
Out here in Cali, fucking, it's been snowing pretty bad.
Crazy. Yeah, I keep up with some Cali friends. It's just interesting on the weather. You know, oftentimes it's not connected at all, but recently has been kind of similar.
In what way? What do you mean?
It's like when moisture like starts percolating, when it rains, with temperatures, things of that nature. I guess it depends what 2 points you're talking about, but I guess there's like a whole Gulf Stream that's moving through there. So just in that air corridor, it's sort of like, I guess, has some kind of normalizing effect.
Call it atmospheric river.
Because there's always like these, like, just moisture is like moving from different places, pressure's changing. But yeah, since it's like this, same years, the same time, same day, you know what I mean? It just kind of it all goes together. It makes sense. Oh man. Just I don't know, I've just been deep into some strong coffee and trying to figure out some gearing systems. So, but that's got nothing
Are
to
you
do with
doing some gear reduction ratios?
Well, I'm kind of trying to actually figure that out now because I'm trying to make a custom lens mount that twists, right? So there's a ring that twists, and then that's going to twist like an inner ring, which is going to move like a screw inside of it. But that screw is going to have like a slot in it, so it's guided so that the inner part of the it's like a collet, I guess, is what I'm driving basically with the whole thing. So it doesn't twist, so the lens doesn't rotate.
It just basically goes up and down, but doesn't rotate with the screw head.
You got it. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to do that. And then I can like build a whole bunch of like
What about like a cam? Something that's you know what a cam is, right? It's kind of like a teardrop shape almost. And as you turn it ever so slightly, it adjusts whatever it is you're trying to adjust to a certain degree. So it's only got like a certain threshold of adjustment before it like reclocks itself back into its original position. But
anything that introduces like a sudden motion or any kind of shifting or snaps and stuff like that, I want to avoid. So just trying to basically make a purely helical based system with this, but it's kind of making me think like a planetary gear set would be good because it would minimize the outer ring focus throw. So like you could basically throw the focus with your hand 270 degrees, but the insides are turning at a much faster rate to do the travel.
Gotcha.
So yeah, either that's just all like helical then. So I would just like basically have a tube with a transit cut into it, like a curved line that's going to represent the travel. They have two of these, and then they'd have like guideposts on the outer part of the ring. So when you turn the ring, it's got those guides in it. So the amount of twist is like mediated by how much curve you throw in there. So you can get a pretty good throw on. Maybe that would be just the best way to do it. But I don't know how to keep that. Yeah, go ahead.
I got a call coming in. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that, dude. I had my coworker calling me. Everyone's trying to buy crypto all of a sudden. I've been telling these guys for like over a year buy crypto, and they all just kind of like giggling and laughing behind my back. And now all of a sudden, everybody's asking for advice and shit.
Yeah, the market's surging a bit.
Yeah, the market's definitely surging a bit. there was like a downward spike, and then all of a sudden everything's like popping back up. So I think it's just kind of like piquing everyone's interest. But as far as your tube, I don't know, for whatever reasons, I'm picturing like I don't know how to like explain it, but basically like a slot, almost like a channel that everything's kind of positioned off of, and that's what's going to allow your lenses to come closer together and further apart due to your twisting motion. But you would probably know better than me. It sounds like you know what you're talking about and you got it figured out. So I don't know if I'd be any help.
Like, you know, it's interesting to hear. I'm like, yeah, it's just it's you start like thinking of one rotation, then there's a counter rotation, and there's like other. It just starts to fuck my mind up. Thinking about all that stuff. I'd almost prefer to just go with like a linear rack and pinion method, just for like ultra stupid, you know. Because eventually, the idea is like to be able to computer control this or motor control it eventually, right? So
Yeah,
first
like
step
on a
would be,
servo or something.
yeah. And then the dope thing will be to tie that servo to a little microcontroller, and then that microcontroller talks to a little ultrasonic rangefinder, and then it just keeps it at that distance, right? But then that's only good for one lens. So what I want to try to do is make a little tagging system or something like that, so the lens can have like a little chip on it, so it just registers to the camera. Looks like a build
Oh, so
onto
you're
the
gonna have
camera.
like a carousel with multiple lenses?
You know, that's one way. That'd be like really old timey, like 16mm style. I kind of maybe I'm not against that, but no, just so like I could do a quick change of lenses and
Oh,
not
okay.
have to recalibrate everything. Just have a universal. So I could do a quick, because that's really the I'm able to get like find all these like really cool lenses and like great glass, great image, and you know these kind of qualities and stuff that are nice. But like what sucks is that they're like from 1930, 1950. You know what I mean? They're built all clunky and shit. So just think about redesigning the housings and how to do all that shit. But eventually, what it comes down to is like, why go buy a whole bunch of adapters? Because I could spend like hundreds and hundreds of just adapters. You know, when it's like I could like design and print my own.
Yeah, say 3D printing might be useful in that scenario. But at least you at least have to have a prototype to print from, right? So maybe just kind of hodgepodging together um, what's already pre-established within modern lenses, and just kind of retrofit things together to get what you're looking for, to get your
Yeah,
prototype, and then from there
essentially
3D print
it's
it.
just like like I'm not really reinventing the lens itself. Like I'm not trying to change those distances, so I try not to touch the blocks, you know. But I'm moving basically the flange distance from the sensor, and they basically call this like a bellows focus. So I'm just pulling it away and bringing it towards the camera. Really, it's like that's focus. Um, and it's just easier to do it that way than to have to build all the other shit. So I don't know. I just want something simple that I can eventually throw onto the like a motor that is connected to a distance sensor, and then I just need like a maximum and minimum that the lens can be, and then all that shit should just keep up with it. So this way, I could use like 1,000-year-old glass and be able to, do auto tracking or auto focus would be pretty cool.
I feel like there's already some like digital telescopes that have like a lot of this stuff built into it already existing. I don't know exactly what you're going to do with it, but I was just thinking like maybe taking it a step further and attaching it to some sort of like software system that can track everything in real time without any hiccups. That way, there's like really no need for you to have to get hands-on with anything. It just automatically does what it is you're trying to do.
Yeah. Well, I've got like different systems that do different things on it. I mean, for like, yeah, I could like basically I use a gimbal and camera combination with a phone, and the phone does the subject tracking, and the gimbal responds to it. So that basically does auto tracking, but not focusing. You know what I mean? So
They got some pretty cheap cameras that you can buy for like $20 that does that's got a lot of that shit already built into it. Pan, tilt, track, fucking facial fucking recognition, like all sorts of shit.
yeah, but you know they've got it's all about the sensor that's tied to, and the ability to get the video off there or change lenses. So
For sure.
I don't know. I'm just trying to get to it's like some filmmaker shit. It's if I was just doing YouTube videos, it'd be a different story. Yeah, I think a GoPro is probably fine for all that shit. In fact, I probably need to use a GoPro in tandem with this whole setup just to do gyro sync data, because the camera itself doesn't have in-body gyro axis stabilization. So you get all these artifacts and stuff from whipping the camera around, like. So
Gotcha.
it's like, yeah, it's just like piecemeal trying to build like this camera. So I picked something with like a good sensor and that kind of setup. Sort of on the
You're talking
cheap.
like
It's like old like
a
cheap
digital
pieces,
sensor?
you know. Yeah, it's just like from a Canon camera.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Ken Wheeler is actually really good at this stuff. He's got a lot of insight when it comes to cameras, lenses, sensors, adjustments.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not really my forte, so I don't
Yeah.
really have anything to give you.
Yeah.
I wish I knew more.
Sometimes I do watch Ken stuff because it just comes up looking at lens reviews or camera reviews or different things like that.
Yeah, I think he kind of fell out of the whole camera and lens review thing after something happened with him and Fuji. I think he was asking for like one of their latest medium format cameras to do some like tutorial videos and such on, and the representative that I think he was in contact with essentially like pissed them off somehow and saying
Listen,
like, you know,
Ken doesn't do great reviews about lenses, but Ken gives you Ken's reviews on lenses, and that I can understand. You know what I mean? Like, he's not pulling up photos. He's not trying to show you shit, but he's like, this fucking lens. I mean, this lens. You know, that's enough. That's like a whole paragraph. Like, if you understand Wheeler,
he's like way into medium format, like the shit you use for like digital artwork, like the stuff that gets like award-winning photography. You know what I mean? Like that's the shit he's into, like weird details.
yeah, it's weird. Like medium, I mean, it's like just a bigger lens. You know, because it's like almost like the projection is going directly to a one big like photograph negative. You know, it's so weird, man. Like, yeah, like I have these like it's like 4 inches across, and these old like Bausch and Lomb lenses. They're like maybe projectile. I don't even know. They're just like out of some military stock thing, and they're just. I know that they're Bausch and Lomb factory or whatever, but they're wicked, dude. They're uncoated. Like it makes the camera hit like when there's highlights and stuff like that. It's so fractal and not fractal. It's like spectral, dude. It's almost like if you didn't have retinas or something. Like that's how like light would look to you. Be like, fuck, I need to put some sunglasses on. So, that I had to put like a polarizer in front of it or some neutral density shit. You know what I mean? Like fucking mellow that out because that light is harsh on these lenses because there's no coatings. So I don't know, man. All about these coatings.
They put coatings on optical lenses.
Yeah, if you don't kind of filter that light out somewhat, it's just caustic. It's just like blow through shit, you know.
Huh.
I don't know. So like blue, a lot of like the early coatings are just blue coating. I'm not really sure what it is. It seems like they did blue coating for some of these lenses that are just really, really highly sought after, and then it's like they changed chemists or something, and then the shit was never the same. Or I don't know what. It's like certain. It's like seems like what happened. You know, somebody really was super good at doing these chemical fractions, and
Well, I know.
yeah. Okay.
I know, like kind of like out here where I'm at, optics was a big thing back in the day, to the point where they actually NASA and JPL and a bunch of these space programs were like centered around this area due to the optics alone, and they started using those optics for satellites and different various things. And yeah, I don't know. I talked to a couple guys that worked at some of these places, and some of the shit they told me was kind of interesting. It's not, they're not necessarily using it for like what you would think they'd be using it for. It's not for images, let's put it that way.
Well, you know, to some degree, I feel like almost like the lens itself is a precursor to the information age of computers and being able to shrink information down on microfilm. You know what I mean? You could put a whole book down and something you could take real small with you or whatever. All through optics. It's neat.
Yeah, that stuff's pretty crazy. Like micro etching or whatever.
Yeah, or the ability to like make microchips themselves come from the ability to make like a silk screen or produce a small image that's exact, you know, from like a larger image.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how they store information on like those crystal wafers and shit, and then stack them on top of each other, and like are able to like pull the information and store information off of those things. Like stuff's pretty crazy. I don't understand how it works, but it's pretty wild.
Hmm. Yeah, there's no real like perfect optic, I guess. It really is so like specific to what you're trying to do. So I try to think about things that are helpful for flat Earth photography, but I think you know one of the ones is just the infrared mod. You know, basically cuts out a lot of the blue light cancellation that kind of occurs with the image, and that's kind of interesting.
It's all interesting, dude. It's all like way beyond me.
like there's a way to modify the P900 for extended range, and I looked at this video about 6 months and was totally intimidated by it. So trying to build confidence towards fucking with things of that nature, maybe in the future.
Sounds like you're doing a good job, man. Sounds like you got a fairly good understanding of this stuff. Like, I don't know if you went to school or took a class to kind of understand this a little better, but sounds like you're on the right track.
I mean, you know, a lot of it just comes from, I don't know, probably thousands of hours of YouTube searching and watching and stuff, but just reading and like, but a lot of the info is like from old books that I'm finding on Google. They're helpful.
Yeah, I mean, if you got interest in that sort of thing, I mean, you should really try to persevere and just maybe discover something. I mean, I don't know, that would be awesome. I think there's still
it's
plenty of things
interesting.
to discover.
I mean, if you just like look at like how lenses are
Sorry, go ahead.
designed, it's actually pretty interesting. Like yeah, like how the light actually is going through these different sort of spherical transforms or you know concave or convex transforms in the tube, to bring the image to the sensor, your eye or whatever. That's interesting shit.
Dude.
Come on.
I think the more we unravel about the mysteries of light, I think is going to allow this sort of technology and innovation to like really push forward into new devices and new methods of building. I really think we've been held back.
Anything? Well, I'm wondering like if it's somewhat about like collimating the signal for longer distance, and some of the problem here is just that the Atmos is going to be disorganized, and that's going to cause noise, so you need like really clear conditions. But I was thinking, well, what if you had like another signal that sort of the optic gets to sort of ride into, like if you were transmitting like a microwave, or I don't know, some kind of pulse or something, that could kind of clear the space for the optic to actually look through. So you're just like looking through something. Is that possible? I don't even know. Maybe it's probably not FCC friendly either, but it's something along those lines, for like a really long distance. You kind of want like a waveguide, basically, like something to pre-treat the space before you actually try to look through it, I guess. That sounds crazy, right? I don't know.
No, I get what you're saying. Kind of align things in such a way to minimize the distortion of that medium that it's transferring through.
Right. Like,
yeah,
allegedly, like they have like lasers that they could put on like a jumbo jet, and be able to like, use from long distances. But in order to use this, like it's an adaptive optics, they say, which is like this big squishy, somehow refractive ones. And but in order to actually calculate for it, like sometimes they'll hit like higher humidity. With the laser, they need to like adjust for power, so they just have another beam that I think either helps to measure that or break it up before it hits it. I'm not really sure. So yeah, it's just interesting.
You'd almost need like some way to adjust the gradient within that tube to counteract or the conditions, the current conditions, to try to help focus things. I mean, that's just my retarded fucking assumption, but I don't know. I think SC had something to say. What were you going to say, SC?
I was wondering if Wheeler had done anything on the Hasselblad, since he's an expert on cameras.
That's a really good question. I've nothing that I've come across. But again, like I don't really focus on his camera videos so much, or his lens reviews. He might have, but that might even be something to mention to him that he might even pique interest on doing a video about, because like you said, like he's really into cameras and stuff. You would think that, that would be right up his alley. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny because on a few of these lens reviews, well, I mean, it's like 7 years ago, maybe some of them, but like he's like, oh yeah, you can pick this up for $20, but it's probably going to go up to $50 by the time I get done with this review. I don't know. Is he showboating? But that's what they cost now. So it's like, was he wrong? I'm not really sure. But he's definitely picking out like some of the gems like early on. Like I think
he does showboat a lot. That's one of the things that turns me off about him.
He just has a big collection of lenses, so he knows like what the good shit is.
But interesting though, somebody should mention to him. I don't know, Dicelo, if you have correspondence with him, tell him, have you heard about the Hasselblad? And how do you think it would work in space on the set conditions? Yeah,
I don't mind trying to throw it out there at him, emailing him or something. I don't know how likely I'd get a response though. I feel like the last few emails I've sent out to him, he never really responded to, and I don't know if that's because I'm a flat earther or if he was just overwhelmed with other emails. So I just kind of given up on contacting him, but I feel that's definitely a good question to throw at him.
If somebody like him talks about it with a big audience, people might listen. Whereas somebody like me talks about it, what does he know, right? So to get the word out, it wouldn't hurt.
He's not the type that's gonna like be fanciful about like what could be done. And I mean, he's gonna start to bring in the conditions, and it's gonna be like, no fucking way. That's what he's gonna say.
Exactly. He has to.
I don't even think he would respond with a word at first. I think he would just be like, ah, or something around there. Yeah. Like, I don't think he would like entertain that. It would be possible, but that's just my base. Yeah.
I could see him with a robe in his dark room. Well, this won't work because of that.
Well, he's just doing digital. Honestly, like he probably hasn't messed around with like film for a while, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he does every day, but he does a lot of reviews for like the Nikon digital cameras and that kind of. That's just like that's what he uses mostly.
Yeah, but even today, the hardcore camera guys, right? They all mess with film. Film is making a comeback. Apparently, that's what they say.
Yeah, it's like $1 photograph now.
Yeah, because the way it captures the light and blah blah blah. It's like a nostalgic kind of a thing for the photographers.
Hey, I think he's into more like the newer technology and improvements and stuff like that.
He just like I don't know. That's a lot of times he has like older copies of the lens, and it'll be like, "Oh, they just re-released this. It's $250. You can get this, original one for like $50." I don't know. A lot of his videos seem to be kind of in that vein, like where he's just like,
yeah, he's a cheap son of a bitch, dude. I'll tell you that right now.
yeah, he
I'm not
likes
saying he doesn't have cameras that aren't like $50,000 or something, but
he's not. No, it's not that he's
still
cheap. It's it's just that he also owns the expensive stuff too. It's just or he'll be like, oh, it's cheap. He's like, these lenses are cheap. It's like I own 8 of them, and that's just like he's probably got an extensive lens collection. I would love to take a look at one day.
He sold off a lot of it to buy his land. I do know that. I do know he sold off like 90% of things that weren't fucking literally bolted down to buy that land.
Well, knowing how much he likes his stuff, I'm sure whatever he's got left is fucking super.
That's probably accurate. I got like halfway through his latest video, which was kind of funny. It's like I feel like a lot of times when we're having like long conversations about particular topics, like the next day he'll put a video out that's like right in sync with what we were talking about, which is what he did today. The title of his video, pull it up here, Harmonic of Life, Water, and Sanity. Were we not talking about water and harmonics and stuff like that yesterday for a while?
Yeah, Ken, if you're listening, I want a video about harmonic orders and how things are modulated and demodulated within the ether. Thanks.
He talks he talks about it. Yeah, like he says type in grass radio. He starts analogizing the comparisons between human body and how water is essentially like a basic antenna. I forget the word he used, but it's like an upside down V. And he says like the water is essentially the antenna of the body, and then goes further into detail explaining that. But yeah, he makes this divine connection between water and the consciousness of the human body, and how essentially the water is what's receiving the signal that we're all consciously attuned to. And then he starts getting into antennas and stuff. And he says you could literally take like a long blade of grass and touch it to the broadcasting pole of like an AM station and receive signal through that blade of grass via the cells within that grass, transmitting like an antenna. I don't know, he gets like pretty in depth. I've only watched a portion of the video so far, but it seems interesting and in tune with what we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, maybe that has something to do with the ability to imprint on water. Is its ability to receive it.
Water
Like
has
sonic.
memory. You can store information in water.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if he talks about that so much in this video, but he has on other videos. I'll share my screen because I kind of want to finish watching it. I don't know if any of you guys are interested, but I'm gonna check that out.
He's wrong about the antenna part. Tesla does it with tubes. Just saying. Did it freeze for everybody or just me?
What'd you say, Essie?
It's looping for me. Is it working for you?
It's melted.
Yeah, I'm driving through a weird stretch right now.
Gotcha.
But I heard what you said about Tesla, and he was able to create an antenna with tubes. I don't know if you were still listening to what he said when you could actually cut that antenna in half and still receive about 70% of the signal, but it'll burn itself out. It creates like a load within the antenna.
Yeah. I
Okay.
got that part, but what I want to stress is that Tesla didn't use antennas. He used light bulbs for his transmission and receiving. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, remember, this is a different frequency.
Yeah.
So it's a little different.
Yeah, this is not electromagnetic. So yeah, good point. Yeah, he's using the RF, the
Right.
radiant energy. Correct. Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna see if I can play it, but again, I'm going through a weird stretch right here. So when it starts fucking up, I'll stop it or pause it.
I mean, you're already kind of roboting right now. I don't know.
I'll wait till I get to a better part.
Yeah. Good idea because you're roboting. Yeah. While you do that, I posted a video on this guy Gary Fong. This guy's like a super geek, and he was an official communicator for Hasselblad. This guy knows the camera inside out, backwards and sideways. And according to him, there's no freaking way that camera went to the moon. No way. And he breaks it down pretty good, actually. Anybody interested?
Are you gonna live stream it?
No. Anybody could do it if they want to. I can't right now where I am.
No worries. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, if you get a chance, Dicelo, check this out. I highly recommend it. This guy, I mean, 20 years expert. I mean, I don't think there's anybody that knows more about Hasselblads than this guy. For real. Talks about the shading, the stuff that I way above my head. Like you guys, hearing you talk, you'd understand it more than me. Like if you're into photography, this guy's your man. And I'm surprised that Ken Wheeler being so adamant about how everybody got magnetism wrong, knowing about cameras wouldn't like jump on this. That surprises me. Maybe he doesn't want to get involved with the flat earth shit. And so
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, man. Like, I know he tries to leer away from conspiracy, even though he's like obviously dived headfirst into it. Like, I think he doesn't want to be perceived in such a way. So with that being said, it kind of guides how he is portraying things in such a way. Like, I think there's certain things he's not really willing to put his name on, even though he's still in agreement with it, because I feel like he's he's made some headway on the sidelines, and I feel like he doesn't want to affect that, right? Like he's got some people that are listening to what he has to say, and I think he's just worried about discrediting himself by aligning with certain things that could be perceived as just really flamboyant ideas.
Yeah, and he has a lot of sponsors that give him stuff and support him. So yeah, in a way, I don't blame him, but you know.
And he's financially beholden to his YouTube income, so you got to keep that in mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. See, this is how they control you, man. In a way, right? They know you need to make a living, and they know that certain people just got to play the game to make a living. I'm sure the majority of the scientists feel the exact same way. I'm sure they're dying to say stuff that they found, but they know once they say anything, they'll be labeled conspiracy theorists, and there goes the job.
Right, right. Yeah, he just lost all credibility, you know, from being taken serious by anyone. So I think he's fearful of that in a large way.
Yep.
I think I'm at a better spot now. I don't know if I'm still robotic.
Doesn't sound good.
All right, I'm gonna play this thing.
Do it. Maybe you can play the one I posted after. I can see all the hippies doing that. Hey, man, I got me some grounding slippers. I'm sure Gio is making an application right now as we speak.
I don't mean to cut that short. I just wanted to make a point in what he said about the difference between quantitatively pure water versus quantitatively impure water, and that goes back to the memory storage within the water, how it records the frequency and structures itself based on that, and how all interaction affects that structure of that water. And this is what's meant by like restructuring water back to its original pure state. Anyhow, I just wanted to point that out.
That's quite interesting, though, to think that water, because of the way it's affected when you drink it, can affect you. That's mind-boggling. Like, if you think about it. I don't know if you're playing it dice low, but can't hear anything.
Hello.
Yo.
Yo.
Sorry, dude. I had this crazy customer calling me, dude. I'm on my way to her house, and this lady's a fucking nightmare to deal with, dude. It's raining out here, and she's like demanding that I do the work, and I'm telling her that there's a chance that we might not be able to. She's a fucking nightmare, dude. So I missed everything anyone said.
It's okay. I know people like that. Trust me.
Yeah, she's got a lot of money and a real bad attitude to go with.
I went for an estimate once for a woman like that, and I was saying, "Oh shit, do I have to work with her? But I don't want to lose the contract." And then at the end, it came up that we didn't have a piece of machinery needed to do the job. And instead of being sad, I was like, "Oh yeah, great! Oh, we're gonna lose this one, yeah." Like, I hear you, bro. Trust me, I hear you.
Yeah, and then my office is like promising her that we're able to do it, and so I'm like having a back and forth with my office. I'm like, it's fucking raining. I don't understand why you told her we were able to do it. And they're like, oh, well, just make your decision when you get there. And, it's like, well, yeah, but you're putting me in fucking harm's way because now this lady's under the impression that I'm going to be able to complete the job today. And every time I've come out to this lady's house, dude, like, I've left with her crying. Not because of anything I did, just because of like just small mishaps or whatever, whether it be, production or the office. And just this lady just does not take things well, dude. She wants to dump her life's problems on me.
Screw her. Don't put yourself in danger. Too bad for her.
I know. I'm just preparing myself for her drama because I can already tell you she's gonna start flipping the fuck out, screaming and crying, literally.
Just tell her calmly, I understand your concern, madam, but my health comes first. If it was your son doing this, would you want him to do it? Tell her something like that. People like that need to hear it. Yeah.
Your mic on, Mike. Is
What's that?
Leave your mic on.
Yeah. Forget about Tesla and Wheeler. We want to hear this, man.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. As soon as I got to break the news to her, I'll turn my mic on and you can hear this lady have a fucking meltdown. The last guy I came with, she told him he has to leave and he can never come back here again.
What?
You should have seen my partner's face, dude.
You know, I tell my people, right? And this is always true. I don't know why, man. I don't know. The creator made it that way, I guess. In every group, in every business, there's always one son of a gun, right? That feels somehow, even though he's not the boss, that somehow everything has to go through him somehow, some way, you know? And that's
I
the
got one
lady
of those.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a coworker like that and several customers like that. Yep.
And I even tell people how to deal with these kind of people, right? You always say yes, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. I'll talk to the office. Yes, yes, sir. Yeah, there's no way to deal with them. It's like somebody that knows has to deal with these people because they'll freaking mash your brain like if you don't know, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And she always likes to tell me, I understand, you know, you're not the one at fault here. And then goes on to like just spill everything onto my lap, dude. It's
Yep.
just like, oh god.
You tell her, look, ma'am, even the insurance companies have this thing called an act of God. So this is one of those days, ma'am.
I
God
can't
acted.
stand the people that tell me it's got to be perfect before you leave. And then I've got to go through the whole fucking thing. Like, you know, that's very subjective and nothing's perfect. And yeah, it gets into this whole philosophical debate. And it's just like, oh my God.
No, don't even do that. Yes, it's perfect, ma'am. I just checked it. That's what you
Maybe you
said.
just gotta flirt with her, die slow. You just gotta give her a couple flirts.
Yeah, I
Just
can
change.
tell you right now, her husband tucks tail and hides, dude, 90% of the time. Like, she's got this guy like a scared little chihuahua.
I know the type. These are the kind of people we say like misery likes company. They're always miserable, you know, somehow. Always
Yeah.
find some fault in everything. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. I'm scared to walk up to the door, guys.
You can do it, bro. Remember, polite and to the point. Danger, danger. Would you allow your son, ma'am, to do this?
Yeah, I'm just scared to give her any opening, dude, into giving me her opinion because she's just fucking nuts, dude. I hope the size of what I have is correct, dude. That's all I can say right now. I gotta go verify it right now. Oh, boy. Here we go. All right. I'm gonna leave my mic open.
Here we go.
Call 911, dude, if you hear me not breathing.
I'm saying a prayer.
Riveting live coverage of Dice Low.
I pray you die quick and not slow. Die slow.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, I'm gonna be on the inside and outside. You want me to go around? Yes. Okay. Already starting. Won't even let me through the front door. Okay. I'll just check the sizes here.
Join us on Geos for a weekly roundup of Dice Low.
I can measure from the outside and stuff, and then when I have to come in, I'll just. You have covers? I do have covers, but unfortunately, with the hardwood floors, I'm not allowed to wear them because it's a liability, a slip hazard for me. Yeah, but I'll wipe my. Yeah, I'll wipe my feet off. Okay. All right. Thank you. Oh boy, here we go.
You got the right size at least?
I'm checking. So far, so good. What do I got here? 27 3/4. Let's see what we got here. 22 by 27. Yep, everything's looking good. It's my preview, so I know it's gotta be good. Now, oh boy. Now I gotta bust out the fucking multi-tool here, cut these grids off. Fucking partner's supposed to be here, dude. This guy fucking lagged getting in work this morning. I had to load everything by myself, and now he's not even fucking here on the job, dude. Now I'm working by myself. Oh, here he comes.
See, all you desk jockeys, you'd be nowhere without Dice Low. People like him. You'd have nothing. You'd press buttons and they wouldn't work.
You're the lead today. I got your paperwork in my truck. Yeah, she's already.
Are you fucking out here and about? Or
Yeah.
what is she saying?
She wants foot covers, and I went from this side because she was always having me go to this side. And now she wants me to go to the other side of the house. I'm just like, what the fuck, dude?
You cancel it. You schedule it.
I already told her it's a possibility, and she freaked out.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm just gonna try to knock it out, dude, so I don't have to deal with her shit. I'm gonna try to save the grid so we don't have to recut them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got paint too if we need, so. All right, guys, I might get a little loud here. Let me know if I need to mute myself. I'm gonna turn this tool on.
We mainly care about the woman.
Yeah, oh yeah, you'll hear her, don't worry.
Kosho, close your mic when you're brushing your teeth.
It's a vibrator.
He got some strong toothbrush.
Oh, dude, it's the most extreme vibrator you can buy, dude.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You can cut through metal with this thing just with vibrating, dude. That's how strong it is.
That's amazing.
What's that, bro? I'll jump on the inside if you want to pop those stops off. I'll cut it out. Just this one? It's just this one, dude. Yeah. I'm gonna save those. I'm gonna save the grids though. Huh? I'll scrape them with the multi-tool. I'm just gonna cut this thing. Going in. Already locking the door behind me. Come on, lady. She locked the fucking door so I can't get in. What the fuck? Is she coming? Hey.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are doing.
No worries. No worries. No worries. I know. Oh.
But we got you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
so
you.
You're gonna do it, right? Just
yeah, I'm gonna do my best to just get it done for you.
I mean, seriously, what is all this? I read that they bought Milgard already, and it's a company that's in Pennsylvania.
I don't know.
You don't know anything about
No, I don't have any word on that. I'm like a mushroom. They just keep me in the dark.
Yeah, and I feed you with, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
You live?
Yeah, if you could turn on the light, that would be good for me.
Oh, is that a new perfume? Yeah, it smells good.
Yeah.
Yeah. The puppy's getting big. Wow.
Is it too much, you think?
No. Very cute. Very cute dog.
It's very watchful.
Oh, I bet. Very protective of mama. All right. Alright. One more noise. Got it, Willie? Okay. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna bring everything. I'm just gonna bring them out there. Oh. Okay, all in a day's work.
What were you doing over there, anyways? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, I'm replacing a dual pane glass unit. It failed. All the argon leaked out, and now it's got like condensation between the panes, which starts eating at the UV coating.
Nice.
Yeah. So just putting a new one in, and then she's got
that was a
What's up?
low T, not a low E.
Yeah. Fucking working in the rain. Getting my tools wet. Yay. Where were you working yesterday, Willie?
Up in Pasadena, NOLA area.
Okay.
Arcadia. Out with Grandpa. We ended up
What's that?
fucking had Kim fucking calling me like crazy the whole day. Fucking annoying, dude.
Kimberly?
Yeah, so me and Grandpa went out to a job in the morning. It was our first job. It was a 4-hour job on an apartment complex to replace 2 picture windows of MI. Picture windows are below, full casement on top. We show up, I guess it was Clint's preview that we needed the boom lift to put the bead on the exterior part.
Boom lift?
A boom lift. So we ordered a boom lift. We show up there. The contractor or the project manager at the moment, he's like, "Oh, I didn't know you guys were showing up today. I had no idea you guys were showing up. I have no idea who you guys are. I have nothing with the window company telling me that you guys are showing up. Nothing with the installation company saying that you guys are showing up. I don't know what you guys are doing here." And then Grandpa was the lead, so he's like, "Yeah, we're here for these 2 pieces of glass. Somebody came out here to preview it." And he's all like, "Well, the units are up there, but and the boom lift is right there if you guys want to use it." I was like, "I'm not gonna use it." Grandpa's like, "We don't use those." I was like, "You have somebody certified that has to be able to use that
to operate it for you."
And the guys are like, "Yeah, that's why we can't use it either." That's what the project manager said. And I'm all like, "Well, we can't do it." And he's like, "Well, you guys Grandpa's like, "Well, do you mind if I leave it in the units? You just want to leave it in the units?" And he's all like, "No, because they're doing cleaning. They're doing cleaning in those units any day now, so they can clean them out, and they don't want the ladies breaking the glass by accident." So Grandpa called the guy again, and then the guy answered finally, and then Grandpa said, "They won't let us use the boom. I mean, we're not allowed to use the boom lift, and they don't want to, use the boom lift. They're not certified either." And the guys are like, "Well," he's like, "Can't you just do it like sticking out the window?" And Grandpa's like, "No, we're not gonna reach out. Like the picture was at the bottom. Full casement is up here. We gotta reach over them, outside the 3rd-story building." I was like, "Nah, I know I'm crazy, but I ain't gonna do that."
I'm crazy, but I ain't that crazy.
And they were like,
40-footer?
Yeah, I was like, well, we just have to come back.
Yeah.
And the guy in the phone is like, you know what? Just forget it. Leave it there, and we'll take care of it. Okay. All right. So we talked to the main guy that was there, the project manager. I was like, hey, can we leave it in your office? So, yeah, just leave it in my office. And since they said they'll take care of it, they're gonna come back and take care of it.
There you go.
It took like maybe 30 minutes, like me and Grandpa just kicking it right there.
Nice.
And then afterwards we left. I go to my job, and like two jobs more into my job, I get a call from Kim. Hey, what happened with that job? He's like, why didn't you guys do the glass? Why didn't you install it? And I'm like,
I had to re-explain everything.
yeah, like I'm explaining to her what happened, and then she was like, well, why didn't you do it? Like, we don't have to use we're not certified to use a boom lift. I told her the whole thing. We're not certified. She's all like, yeah, but you don't need a boom lift.
So why don't you get your ass out here and do it then?
Right there, she's telling me that I don't need a boom lift. And then she's like, hold on, I'm going to get Jessica on the line.
Oh my God.
Okay. So then need Jessica on the line for it. And
You know what it is? They got nothing better to do in the office but to play like they're doing something.
Yeah. They just want to fucking nitpick shit.
Yeah.
It doesn't even fucking matter. Like, I don't know what the fuck the point is. We dropped off the glass. The guy said he was going to do it. So I don't know. I don't know if he called back and said that we didn't want to do it or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what happened between the time we left and they called the office and then Kim called me.
There's always telephone stories.
Yeah.
And
So Kim's all like, well, who did you speak to? And I was like, I didn't speak to anybody. I wasn't the one in charge. I wasn't the lead. Ramon, he was the one that texted the guy, talked to him over the phone, talked to the project manager. He's like, well, don't you know? I was like, I wasn't the one on the phone. He's like, yeah, but you should know everything he's saying.
What the fuck, dude?
I was like, nah. When she used a 40-foot ladder, like, I told her maybe we could do it with a 40-foot ladder next time. She's like, if you knew we needed a 40-foot ladder, why didn't you order it last time?
Fucking dumb, dude.
I wasn't fucking there.
What the fuck?
I told her, I was like, what do you mean? I wasn't the last technician here.
Damn, bro.
I was like, Kimberly, this is my first time ever going to that job. And I wasn't even the lead. I wasn't the one speaking, and you're talking to me like this. And she's all like, well, we're just trying to see what happened because we don't understand what's going on.
Stupid, bro.
I was like, you know what? We spoke to the guy. I told you everything. We dropped everything up there. We completed it. He's like, well, we should have brought the glass back. What?
She's looking for shit, bro. She's just looking for shit.
Yeah, so she's like, oh, next time. And it's the supposedly Charcos was there. This is why I told you about that SOF. I don't know why they're making you redo an SOF.
Right.
Because Charcos went out there to preview the same thing that Clint previewed, because Clint preview.
Uh-huh.
And he didn't make an SOF.
He just reused the old one?
He just reused the old one.
You know what it is? It's Charcus was off, Paul was off.
Yeah.
So Navarro was trying to play boss guy. He's just looking for dirt so he could like point fingers, you know what I mean? That's all it was. Yeah, he was just flexing on me, dude. Like, okay, well, can you call Grandpa and find out? I was like, why don't you call him? Did you put him on the line right now? He's like, no, because Jessica's on the line. That was her excuse. I was like, get your ass there. What the fuck? I don't need Jessica here. Call fucking Grandpa. So she's like, oh, well, speak to Grandpa and then see what he says and then give me a call. I was like, no, I'm gonna tell Grandpa to call you back. That's what I said. Yeah. He's like, fuck all this middleman shit. Dude, I don't know what the fucking female piece of shit she's talking about. Her and Jessica. So then Grandpa talks to me this morning, and then he's like, oh, Jessica called me yesterday. Eventually, I picked up, and then they're asking. They basically the same routine that they do with me, they do with Grandpa. And Grandpa's telling them the same thing. And then at the end, Grandpa's like, oh yeah, I have a text message saying for us to leave the glass there. And this is him. And at the bottom, they're like, is it Javier? He's like, I don't know. Let me look at the messages. And he looked at the messages, and it was a Javier. The project manager. Like the main guy that they did that deal with. Right. But he wasn't there.
That Javier wasn't there. It was a different project.
Okay.
Javier was the one that they did the view with in the beginning. So Javier was the main guy in charge, right? So Javier wasn't there, and that's the one Grandpa was talking to over the phone.
Okay.
So when they're all like, Jessica's like, oh, so who did you speak to? And then he Snapchat the picture and he's like, oh, it's Javier. So, oh, okay, thank you.
Stupid.
That's it. That's all they wanted.
It's fucking
That's
ridiculous,
all they wanted,
dude.
a Javier.
All that time
All
wasted.
that fucking time wasted, dude.
I'm gonna go scrape this thing.
Yeah.
If you want to bring, I got caulking. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I'll put some caulking.
I don't know about these grids, bro. Nah, dude, it's wet.
As much as we can.
Yeah. Yeah, but she's gonna bitch. So I'll tell her. Yeah, I'll let her know. Oh, boy. I got a block here. Huh.
I was at a full-panel sliding door job.
Oh, yeah.
I got 200 for myself yesterday.
Nice. Nice.
I just there, so like,
I was at a 4-panel door yesterday too, but everything was legit. So I was like, fuck.
I know. I was like, and it was, yeah, they had put the one had failed. The picture failed on that. And I was about to order it, and I'm like, oh, you have filmed things. You have filmed things.
Uh-oh. 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 That's $500 right there. Yeah.
I don't know. I just call it in a couple days, you know, and pick up the film print when we come back. That way we don't question it at all. Like, oh, okay. And then I was like, let me take the measurements for you. That way when you call it in, it's a lot easier for you. You know, the SO number and everything. And I'm looking at the SO number, and the fixed glass is upside down. The pin is at the bottom. And I was like, ooh, they didn't solve this wrong. And then I'm looking at the blocks. Ooh, they don't have blocks. I was like, you know what? Here's my opportunity right now. So yeah, you need to ease her into it. You know, I was like, I'll make some calls. And then I was like, yeah, you're not covered under the warranty. You're gonna have to get somebody to come in and call it in, and it's gonna cost you like $1,000. I'm
gonna ask her about the grids right now.
Okay.
Fucking locked again. Hey, all right. So with the rain, I don't know if you guys want me to try putting the grids on now. I mean, there's a good chance they're just going to fall off. Trying to get them to adhere in this type of weather is nearly impossible. So what I can do is I can leave them here and then come back and do them another day.
Yeah, you better ask the wife.
You want to? Okay, you want me to ask her?
Yeah. If you ask me and I say the wrong thing, I'm in big trouble.
Well, that's what I was trying to save myself.
Exactly.
All right. So I could put the grids on for you, but there's a chance that they could fall off because of the weather. You know, everything's kind of wet right now. So try to get things to bond, and this weather's crazy. I gotta put the glass in. The glass is fine, but I can put the grids on. I'm just telling you, there's a chance they're gonna fall off. I think we might be better leaving the grids and coming back to do the grids. Okay, then I'll just put them on now, and if it works, it works.
No, but tell me, when are you coming back? I mean, you leave it like that. You know how long I have been waiting for this.
I know.
And I called them precisely because I knew it was going to be raining.
Right.
And then sometimes they close the freeways.
Right.
So I told.
Oh, they're doing emergency evacuations in Santa Barbara, and I'm working past that area, so.
You're not going to go there.
I have to. I have to.
You have to call them because it's crazy.
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to come back.
I know.
Sometimes they cross the freeway from both ends.
I know.
Well,
so,
I'll just tell you.
I know. Well, if they're gonna pay for my hotel and whatever, that's their deal.
Okay. Well, in your way back.
Yeah.
Do the grids.
What's that?
The grids, right?
Grids.
Could you do the grids? Put them now.
Mm-hmm.
Could you cover them with something so that they won't get wet and dry?
I don't have anything to do that with.
I have a tarp. Does that work?
No, because I'm gonna put them on.
But then it's gonna fall off.
I'm just saying there's a good chance they could fall off. I'm gonna try to dry the glass as good as I can. I'm gonna.
What?
Why don't we let them do it some other time? It's not critical for the grid. The main thing is the glass. They can do it at a later date. The grid.
But when are you coming?
I can put a rush. I could try to put a rush
Please.
with the office for me to come back.
Rush,
Yeah,
please.
I can do that.
Could you do that?
Yeah, I'll try to put a rush on it, and that way I come back as soon as possible.
And then you take care because I'm not here. If it's gonna be after me after I take off.
I maybe not.
Did you see what I'm saying?
Well, you know,
you have great ideas, but then when I want to hold him responsible, then he watch his hands. That's great. Okay, if you can put the rush, I would really appreciate it.
I will.
Because I'm not going to be here. Wait, I'm not going to be here. And so I just heard you. Those are the grids or no?
No, he's just putting the stops. That's what holds the glass in place.
And it's going to be okay?
Yeah. Those are fine. Those snap in. That's not held in with.
Could you just put the rush?
Yeah. No problem.
And if you're going to stay in a hotel over there, could you do it on the way back?
Possibly. I don't know that I will. If I stay in the hotel, then yeah, when I come back. Okay?
Pretty. Okay, let me give you something. It's not pretty. Do you like ours?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, here. Oh, thank you so much, Patricia. Nice. Make some good guacamole with that.
Well, let them quiet them already.
Okay.
Yes, please. On the way back or something.
Okay.
If you can, I just wanted to get it all.
I understand. I get it. I totally get it.
The company that bought you is the company based back here, so I don't know who they are. It used to be family owned and just better then.
Right.
Well, good luck to you guys.
Thank you, Patricia.
Pretty. They already evacuated in Santa Barbara. They have orders.
Yeah. Supposedly, that's what I heard. I have to go to Goleta.
Well, sometimes they close the freeway.
I know. That's what I'm worried about.
Anyhow. Well, don't be worried. I mean, if they're going to pay the hotel.
I'm gonna get the grids right now so I can bring them inside. That way they don't get wet. I'm gonna go get them, bring them to you. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna get them right now. So, ¿quieres avocate?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we'll split them.
Oh, nice.
Huh? I'm not gonna do the grids. I'm just gonna, because I don't want them to fall off. I'm gonna bring them to her though. That way we don't fucking lose them. Huh? Oh. Do you know where the other grids went, Willie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the wood ones though.
No, I got the woods.
The ones on the other side. Fuera. Enfrente. Yeah.
Thank you. Where do you want me to put these ones? Should I?
Put it, oh, by
the window?
Yeah. So just let me know.
I'm gonna put a rush for us to come back. No problem. Okay, Miss Patricia.
Okay, take care.
Thank you for the avocados.
Oh, good.
Appreciate that.
If you want to share. All right.
Thank you.
So I'll see you. You call me or the office?
The office will call you to reschedule. But I'm gonna tell them to do it immediately.
Please.
Okay. No
Right.
problem. Okay. Bye-bye.
Damn, Dice Flow, the monster tamer. Well done.
I wasn't sure if anyone was still listening. Oh, I was talking to my buddy. I told him about the job, and they're like, dude, take yourself off mute so we can hear the interaction.
Oh, nice. Well, they're not unlucky. It wasn't that bad today.
Okay.
Yeah, they wanted to hear the drama.
I know, that's what I was saying. I was like, they didn't catch it.
They didn't catch the drama.
Yeah, until I actually checked the application, I thought you were talking with someone in the chat.
No, this is a customer I'm dealing with. Crazy lady. You want to call the next one? I got your paperwork. Let me give you that. Okay. Sorry, guys. Thanks for putting up with that shit.
I deal with people like that all the time, bro.
So why is she crazy? What was happening earlier? I missed the big stuff.
So I've been out to this house multiple times, and it's just either the glass size has been wrong or just like multiple issues, and every time there's a problem, she flips the fuck out. Like, she's got this huge avocado ranch that she lives on, so you could tell she's got money, right? And she's just very pushy and demanding, and she wants things when she wants it, and if there's any problems in between that, she flips the fuck out. So the last 2 times I've come, she's like, I've left with her screaming and crying, not necessarily about me or anything that I've done, but just in general. So she's already kicked one of my partners off her property, like just all sorts of weird shit. This lady's crazy.
She seems to like you.
She does. Yeah, she does. Because I'm like I try to be as respectful and courteous as possible. So she's like come to like me because she thinks that like I'm understanding of her situation and going above and beyond, and I don't fucking know. I try to appease her the best I can, dude, but like SE, there's just certain people that no matter what you do, they'll never be happy, you know? So
yeah, that's a fact. Yeah. The only thing I find that you can do with these people is you gotta stoke their ego, right? Somehow make them feel. Yeah, that's the only thing you can do with these guys. It involves a little bit of ass kissing, but I mean, it's either that or tell them to fuck off. Yeah.
exactly, dude. And yeah, so I'm just doing like you said, dude, just kind of like kissing a little ass and trying to make them happy, make them feel like she wants to feel powerful, and that's why she kicked my
That's
other
it.
partner out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have to make her feel like she's your boss. That's what they need. Yeah, it's amazing.
And that's what my partner did. My partner walked past her like without saying anything, and that's all it took for her to not like this guy. So I swear to God, that was it. It was the lack of interaction, not quite the interaction, and that was enough for her to have her ego. I don't know what the word is, but you know what I'm saying. So
yeah, dude, Dicelo, if you love the shit show, bro, watch the last fight to Flat Earth. You're gonna love it.
I watched or actually I was on last night. I heard Craig flip the fuck out from Napalm asking him to define time and space, and is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, but did you watch the beginning of it though?
No, I didn't watch the beginning. I think I came in
You're gonna
towards
watch
like
the
the tail
beginning.
end.
Huge shit show, bro. That's how we grow right there. That's how we're gonna grow this thing.
Nice. Well, fill me in. What happened?
It was just a shit show. Just me.
Yeah, I just heard Craig flipping the fuck out, and then he's like, "All right, I got to get the fuck out of here." As soon as like he started getting like really challenged and didn't really have very good answers, like he just fucking hightailed.
Why would you want to talk to this guy? Like, why? No reason. He's as dumb as fuck. He doesn't know nothing. You might as well talk to Wiki. Wiki with insults. That's it. That's what he is. At least Kosho comes up with his own original nonsense, you know? but this guy is like Wiki. That's it. And the killer is the people that talk to him make him money. This guy talks to flat earthers, ridicules them, and makes hundreds of dollars. Like, you got to be a real fucking moron to do that, bro. I'm
he's
sorry.
making racks, bro. He makes racks.
Man. Yeah. He made $2,500, he said, when Witsit was talking with him. Right? $2,500 Witsit gave him present. I mean, come on, man. Come on, guys. Seriously. You're keeping him there. You literally are keeping him there by making him money.
We had a whole room full of... Anyways, I don't want to get started.
Why is this latest live stream not up?
Dude, you were half the reason it was a fucking shit show.
What?
Wait, who said that?
Why is this latest live stream not up?
No, yeah, it was you. You were half the reason it was a shit show.
It's always a shit show, man. When was it ever
constructive? It was, yeah.
When is he ever allowed someone to have a constructive conversation, man? Everything that he does
just
is
keep
a shit
going
show.
there. Just keep going there, yeah. This is how we grow this thing, according to some people.
What?
I said, just keep going there. That's how we're gonna grow. That's how we grow
Did
this whole thing.
did I invite him? I tried to expose him, but I was constantly muted by my own people. They didn't mute Fight the Flat Earth, but they muted me all the time. So
Dude, he's running the show when he's there. He's running the show when he's there. He is controlling the whole room. I don't know if you don't know that or not. He controls the room when he's there.
Yeah, but he can't. He doesn't mute the people. You know that, right?
Dude, he is calling the shots when he's there.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Yeah, but if I'm constantly being muted by my own people, how can I actually expose this guy? Because he didn't want me to get he didn't want me to get to the point where I actually expose him for his incapability of being actually honest.
He's not there he's not there so you can expose him. He's there to ridicule you, to make us look stupid. Keep going there though. This is how we grow this thing, according to some people.
Dude, he literally there was a guy yesterday on the server with a flat earth tech saying you can only see with your left eye and the right eye doesn't make you able to see. And then he suddenly starts talking about how he didn't take his how he should take his medication.
It's probably like a plant. Fight the Flat Earth probably found him off Twitter and gave him $20 to come say some goofy shit to make you guys look stupid. Who knows? I don't know. I wouldn't fuck with Fight the Flat Earth, I'll tell you that. He's not there so you can expose him. He's there so he can ridicule you, make it look like a shit show, and embarrass you.
Yeah, so let's not. Why is there still people or servers who still invite him? Why not just not make the show able?
Why do people go there? Yeah, that's a good call.
No, not go there. Why even make him able to have these shows on these servers in the first place?
He only has the shows there because people go there. If no one went there, there would be nothing to do. But
I'll tell him why. Because the owner of the server wants the shit show, gave him mod, and suckers like you, go over there and make the money. That's it, man. In a nutshell.
I really don't care if he gets money. You know, he will reap what he sows. So I really don't mind that, man. I mean, he can have all the money as he wants, man. Won't make him happy.
Look, it's like this. It's like you're at war. The States is at war with Russia, right? But people in the States are buying Russian oil and keeping the Russian machine going. This is what's happening. You guys don't realize that, man. You're financing your enemy. For fuck's sake, man.
The people, his literally moderators that he has, I have the feeling that most of the views that he has are actually bought, first of all. And second of all, the very people who are moderators in his chat are literally the same NPCs that we have in the chats here on these Discords. The same names.
Yes, but
it's not like a big. There's no.
Hold on, bro. Geo doesn't give this clown a right to come here and be a mod and run a shit show. Geo is smarter than that. They won't allow that here.
I'm also not a mod on the other server.
He gives Fight the Tight Shirt mod powers. Don't you get it?
Yeah.
They're in on it together, bro. They're in on it together.
Is it my server? No.
We're not saying it's your server. We're saying the people that support this, man. Don't take it personal.
Yeah, and this was my last. I haven't actually got the last tour that he did. I just went to sleep because I was, didn't care about his show. So now I actually yesterday I engaged again, just to actually 100% realize that this guy is there's no way you can actually have a conversation with this guy. He's a complete fool.
That's what we're trying to tell you.
I already know, man. But it would have been easier for me yesterday to expose him even furthermore if I wouldn't have been muted by my own people. But instead of muting him, who was constantly interrupting me and not able to make me to finish, they muted me because I needed to get my point out, but I was constantly interrupted, which is kind of ironic. Anyways.
The point I'm trying to make is, everyone's free to do what they want, right? But just realize when you go over there and you talk with this guy, you're making him money, and you're keeping his nonsense alive. Now, it's up to you what you want to do, but, realize what it is that you're doing. I'm not talking about you, Clay. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. In general. I'm guilty too. I done it too. I was on when he did his 50th subscriber, 50,000, some shit like that. I was on there, and then halfway through, I found out that he was live broadcasting, and he made a killing that day. He made a killing, and I was part of it. So I'm guilty as well.
I didn't even catch the live stream. I just went to bed after 45 minutes because it was just so stupid to listen to.
So imagine having a server and you make Fight the Flat Earth and McToon mods on your server. Seriously?
Yeah,
Come on.
it's just because the person who runs the server wants to have as many people on there as possible, because somehow that's the purpose.
Shit's a bad fucking luck, dude.
Very bad look.
Yeah, dude, no one yesterday. Like, I was the only person to call it out. This guy talking about how you can only see with one of your left eyes and how he didn't take his meds. No other flat earther in there said anything. Like, I mean, if we are being ridiculed openly and making look like stupid idiots, might as well just some people use their voice, But no one said anything until I stopped it, actually, I bet he would have been going on more about the stupid topic because it was just, planned. A planned thing. You cannot tell me that. I never ever hear this kind of stuff that someone talks about. Oh, yeah, I can only see with
That's
the left.
because we're real. You don't see that. You don't hear that goofy shit here because we're fucking real. Keep going to fucking goofball, goonball shit, though.
Yeah, but why is it that there's real people in that live stream not raising their voice, seeing that flat earthers are obviously mocked?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Fucking stupid, bro. Napalm did good. Everyone else, I don't know.
I also did good. I exposed him.
Yeah, you made it the shit show. You're the one that turned it into a shit show.
No,
talking about the goonball last night. I missed it.
He turned it into a shit show, man.
Yeah, I had to step out for that one. It was a shit show, huh?
Yeah, and now people trying to put the blame on me, man.
No, the goonball turned into a shit show, and then somebody's pointing the finger.
Hilarious.
Right?
Look, I understand the need for flat earthers to want to combat these guys, right? You want to make a name of yourself, whatever. But you got to keep in mind that by doing that, you're keeping this guy alive, right? If no one talks to these guys, they're going to have nothing. He's going to have to scour YouTube and find the stupid flat earthers like he used to. But now he doesn't have to because he partnered up with these guys, and you guys are they're doing it for him. I mean, come on. Seriously.
Well, think about it this way. I mean, there's an opening for people who think, they've got the better arguments. You want him to go talk to, random idiots off of Facebook that don't know what they're talking about and make flat earth, sound, even more ridiculous than on its face.
No, what I'm saying is when these random people go, he won't make that much money. But when we have high visibility guys on the flat earth that go there, that's when he makes the money. This is what I'm saying.
Right, but I'm saying like when he does his own streams, right? Like he's gonna pull people from wherever, and the dumber they look, right? The better his stream goes. So it's actually in your best interest to make him triggered and make him whine like when he's like acting like a little girl. That's none of his viewers want to watch that. So you need to find more that can turn the table. Don't just admit defeat, because you'll find somebody that's going to make you look fucking stupid.
Yeah, I get your point, bro. Yeah.
Anyway,
I
he's
don't know. To
funny
me,
because his whole existence is fighting something that exists. So in his
What
own
were you guys
name,
talking about before I came in? What were you guys talking about before I came in and ruined the whole thing?
we weren't talking about
Elijah,
much.
you got an echo, bro. You got to fix the echo, please.
Well, if you don't talk when I'm talking, then it's all right.
It's going to happen regardless. Just fix the echo.
Hey, we were talking about FTFE Goomball and McToon Goomballs, and people unhappy with supporting them. And my argument being, you should put your best foot forward so that you keep the ball in the same kind of court. Otherwise, they get to take the ball wherever they want and make the game look, like however they want it to look like.
No, we should just play with him. He's a flat Earth show. That's what he is. Keep calling him that. Just lose his head.
I say he doesn't deserve the attention he gets. That's what I say.
Who cares about what people deserve? That's between the creator and them. His whole name is hilarious. Fighting the flat Earth. So what? The flat Earth that you say doesn't exist, you're gonna fight it? Okay. Keep doing that, my son. See how it goes.
Maybe we should team up with them. Imagine if somebody teamed up with a guy called Fight. Imagine if a flat earther teams up with a guy called Fight the Flat Earth.
What do you mean imagine? It already has been done. Look at that other server. We don't have to imagine. I just told you. They're partners, bro. The flat earthers
Jeremy, your
and the
sarcasm
ballers are
doesn't work
partners.
very well on some people.
Why didn't you let my little fantasy play out, SE? Come on.
You seen it here, you heard it here. The ballers and the flat earthers have partnered up. And it's called 24/7 Tartaria Cosmology. You want to hear ballers and flat earthers being in a partnership? That's where you go.
I think it's Cosmology Tartaria 24 Radio.
Yeah. Yeah.
Radio Fresh FM.
Imagine they partner up with ballers, but I go on there and trying to protect children, talk about protecting children, and my thing gets shut down. So take it from there, guys. You want to give these guys money? Go for it.
You first, SE. You give him $1 million. I'll give him 1.
Sorry, my spiel is over. I'm done.
Oh, Elijah, you're real quiet. I'm going to try and turn you up on my end.
No, you could just leave. That'll be fine.
I mean, you could. You don't gotta.
No, you can.
Oh, I can just leave?
Yeah.
Nobody's leaving. Why? Why are we leaving?
I'll hold the door open for you. Don't worry.
No, that's
leaving?
fine.
Why
Is
are we
what, you
leaving?
don't like me or something? I mean, that's cool if you don't, but what I do to you?
I'm just playing, man. Take it easy.
I'm not about her. Don't worry about it. I'm smiling. I just wanted to hear what you had to say. It turned you up. I can hear you a little better now.
What was I talking about? Anybody know?
You're telling me the last 4 digits of your social security.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So, anyways, what's up, guys? How we doing? What were you guys talking about before all this whole thing started?
Just drama with problematic individuals. It's the same thing.
No, seriously, Die Slow and SE had something going on, and I fucking burst in it. What are you guys talking about?
They were talking about a customer that Dysler had to deal with who's a diva.
Nothing really important.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
I found this heavy duty material, and
Hello?
I saved it somewhere, and I can't freaking find it now. You guys are
We
gonna freak
hear
out.
it.
We can hear you.
We hear the new guy. Yeah.
Thank God.
Who's the new?
What's your name?
It's me, bro. Do I sound? I'm using my PlayStation.
Well, first of all, flat Earth. Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
Do you know how to pronounce ours?
Shut the fuck up, Trey. but I mean, do I sound? Trying out something new. I'm trying to connect to Discord through my PlayStation. Is it working?
Yeah,
Like,
it
how's the
works.
quality?
Where you been now? Like, what, you've been gone for weeks, and now we're what, supposed to just start hugging and kissing?
Yeah, my bad, bro. I was like gone for work and then I got sick. But I'm back, man. Don't worry. Did you miss me?
I mean, I just realized you were gone when I heard your voice now. I was like, oh, shit.
Don't worry. What's been like? What happened with SC though? Like, I just caught the tail end of it. Something about people teaming up with Globus.
He's talking about the Goomball and the Tartaria radio server.
Oh, Shane server, the one Jeremy hates.
I mean,
Jovic, Shane, bunch of people, bunch of cool cats.
I don't know if I hate. I don't hate anything. First of all, I would say that hate is a very strong word.
All right, you frown upon them and how they run their server, right? Some you just don't get along with them, right?
I frown upon it. That was me frowning.
Do you frown with one eyebrow or both?
Both. Even my nose hairs were bent.
Jeez. What did he do,
Well,
bro?
here's a community poll. What could change that server to make it better for you?
Well, he can allow me to post protection of children from drag queens, for one.
I think you can talk about it, but we don't really allow that. You know, a lot of posting of links and stuff that people could like screenshot and then get the server taken down. A lot of it happens in VC.
No, there's no taking down. I didn't post anything that wasn't posted on the newsreel. It wasn't anything like crazy. It was just a demonstration of an anti-drag queen protest in Canada.
Well, I know that we do have bots that automatically take links down too. So I just, I think it'd be worth it to do it in VC if you're, you know.
Well, I mean, if you consider that the guy that owns that server is a trans, I mean, I'm not saying anything derogatory, but isn't the person that owns the server, aren't they trans?
Definitely.
I hear so, yes, apparently, yeah. So he should be the first one to say, yes, I'm against this. But of course,
Heads ran Patricia Steers out because they thought she was a tranny.
Oh,
that thing is. Sorry about that. It just is. That's not a woman.
Yeah, it's not a question if you're a tranny or not. That's your business what you do, man. I don't care if you're a tranny. The point is, they want to go dressed as women, scantily clad with their junk hanging, and do strip shows in front of children. This is what I'm against. Children.
What's wrong with that, dude?
Wait, isn't the owner of that server Shane? Are you guys saying he's a transsexual?
I don't think it's Shane. I'm unclear about it, but that's what I understood about why they took SE's because I asked about it, why they took SE's post down, and they said that the guy that owns the server is a transvestite.
And he's a flat earther, right?
Or transsexual or whatever. Yes, I think.
Well, the point is, this conversation has nothing to do with trans anything. It shouldn't.
Oh, I heard.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Brenda and the tranny are gonna have a sword fight, And saying.
I think in general, though, most of those posts are going to be pulled down. The ones that are like inflammatory like that. I'd say just take it to VC if you really want to voice your opinion or something like that.
Yeah, because the bot's going to pick up on stuff in the text that anyway, we can talk about stuff we can't text about. I guess that's what it is.
Yeah, it's pretty open there. But like, is there anything else you would like change? Like, because I've heard that a lot.
We're not taking a poll.
Don't...
We're not we're not taking a poll on what's going to make the bullshit shit show Goonball server better. Relax, do that shit in DMs or something.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
I'm just hearing
Barking
people
orders
voice
at me.
out, like,
I said we ain't taking a poll to see what's gonna make people happier in the goofball servers.
I don't know what you're talking
So
about.
we are taking a poll.
No, we're not taking a poll.
Don't say ain't then.
Brenda's giving out autographs and there's no pen involved. Come get your shroom sticker.
Jeremy, what do you think would make it better though over there, Jeremy?
I reckon if they make Jeremy king of the castle.
I know, God. You're good. You're good, God. I like it.
Like if we made you if they made you a mod over there, could it be better?
No, not just a mod, super special mod.
Admin.
With extended lag privileges.
Bro, being a mod, trying to mod you people, you think anybody that wants to be a mod, I would be very wary of because this shit is a hassle.
The problem is you need to mod yourself first to be able to mod other people. And you're always bloody lagging. So you got everything against you, Jeremy.
Sure, I need to be
you're
modded.
so tense all the time, Jeremy.
And you don't always say what you mean or mean what you say. So it's like, do you want us to shut up or you don't want us to shut up? It's like, it depends on the time of day.
Then, boys.
Say again?
Gotta let them hang every now and then.
And Jeremy, you gotta learn how surveyors use their shit before you can do a really good job of modding.
I know.
You can let them hang.
Well, me and Rocky ironed that out that night.
Oh, did you? I had to go abruptly. So.
What happened with you and Rocky?
What did you figure, Jeremy? Did you got it figured out now? Do you understand or what?
Well, I was only arguing for how definitive that whole process was, and Rocky at the end wasn't really sure how definitive it was.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, I'll friggin' hammer it out with you then, because I'm pretty sure it's definitive, man. 100% definitive.
No.
That equipment does not care. You could be on a fucking back of a unicorn and it doesn't care. You can still make a straight line. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's a ball, if it's flat, if it's fucking zigzaggy. It doesn't matter. Doesn't care.
Wait,
if you do it right.
Don't awaken the zigzag cult. No.
Doesn't matter if it's concave, convex, flat.
He's awakening all the weirdos. They can hear these. They're like bat signals.
Shape,
they'll be
muffin,
here.
Donut shape. It doesn't matter. That equipment can still make straight lines on that shit.
Oh dear.
As long as the cat doesn't push all the equipment over the edge.
Jeremy, are you the cat?
He's given up already. He doesn't want to start with me today.
Hold on, I'm scooping coffee grinds. God scalpel's a nightmare.
I'm your nightmare.
So what's been happening, man? Like, are there any new arguments? Or is the Earth still flat?
I don't know. Did you come up with a new glow argument in the past 5 years? No, Nate, you haven't.
I have. I actually have. I brought brand new arguments to you guys.
Okay,
like what?
Give us one.
I have one for you. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good to have you back. Have you heard of the baby galaxy paradox?
What's that?
Is this more fictional law?
Baby galaxy, doot 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 doot.
Surely you must have heard about the James Webb Telescope.
Not really.
Yeah, I've heard about the James Webb.
Sounds like a bad Disney
discovery.
show.
Yeah, isn't it that whole thing of we've seen galaxies during a time period in the universe when we thought they shouldn't have been galaxies that
That's
far
right.
back?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because fucking telescopes go back in time.
something like
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's another
they're
time to see.
The time traveling
Oh, crack.
telescope says we see galaxies back when we
Yeah.
shouldn't have seen them. Right.
Well, they're not actually sure that they're actually galaxies. Yeah, it's
They're not
still.
actually sure they're traveling in time either, probably either.
Wait,
Eh?
are they
Is that
ever sure
playing?
about
Oh, they're
anything?
sure about that. They're sure about that in their brains.
Mm-hmm. Fucking ridiculous.
You know, when you use your eyes to look at things, your eyes aren't going anywhere, right? It's the light that goes to your eyes. Just saying.
You sure?
Is there a point to be made there?
Well, the fun, like laughing and saying like telescopes don't go anywhere, or like how does it go back in time? It's just obvious that there's a misunderstanding of how light works.
When the light hits
Oh, wait,
your
you know
eye
how
like
light
a
works?
giant pizza pie, that's some bullshit.
It's amore.
That's the time travel.
I want to go on Fight the Flat Earth. How do I get on that show? I want to go make them some money.
Next Monday, turn up, chat shit.
Yeah.
I think that's
Send them an email.
What? Oh, it's not just like you show up there and you can fucking blast them.
Yeah, I mean, if you show up to the Goomball, you can step in line. Absolutely.
why not just go to their Discord and like ask him? You know, tell him you want to talk to him.
I just want to
What if
see
it's-
if he has the capability of having a normal conversation with a normal individual. I've watched a lot of his not a lot, I shouldn't say a lot, but both him and McToon seem to find these in quotation marks flat earthers that they're just like I don't even know what are they even real people? I don't even know. Like the shit they say is incredible.
So I'm saying, if you don't put your best foot forward, they're just going to find these people on Facebook and anybody that hasn't really been in it or understands the arguments. Got to get out ahead of it.
Like, that's what it seems like.
Seems like he's just getting like random people off Facebook and Twitter and shit that don't even really know anything. Yeah.
Yeah, or Flat Earth Society people or some shit. I don't know. But the problem is, I think if you get someone reasonable on there, they get triggered and they get muted and it doesn't go much better. That's the problem.
Hasn't he like debated Whitsit and them? I don't know if he's just debating random flat earth.
He doesn't talk to Whitsit anymore. Specifically, if Whitsit's in there, he's not allowed to talk to me.
See, that's what I'm
Apparently,
saying.
the money he made from Whitsit isn't worth the suffering he has to go through.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Made him have a heart attack last time.
He can't handle the heat.
That was my point. You get someone reasonable on there, and then they just get muted and all that shit. And then these other ones, he gives them enough fucking rope to hang themselves, and they don't know their fucking ass from a hole in the ground.
You're better off if you did want to really talk to one of them guys for some weird reason. You're better off hitting them up one-on-one because you can't do it in places where there's like no moderate. Like Napalm's reasonable, and he was trying to go at him last night, and it was just even when Napalm was doing it, it was just a mess.
Right, it's like high school. It's like
but was Napalm really being reasonable, bro? Like Napalm's definitely a reasonable guy, but when you piss him off and you start over talking him, he's gonna give it back to you, dude. And that's literally what happened, bro. It was a fucking shit show.
Hey, how about the people who are always crying about things being a shit show? Just start trying to have a combo with Fight the Flat Earth themselves, and then we see how you guys doing.
Is there someone talking right now? I just heard some shit go through my ear. I don't know what it is. I gotta get a Q-tip.
It's called the truth.
The truth. It's called the truth. You wouldn't know the fucking truth if I got up and slapped you in the face.
Hey, God Scalpel, were you just addressing Clay Underseal?
I don't know what his name is.
Pretty rude.
Yeah, you're gonna go ahead and go fuck yourself today. How's that sound? You're gonna just have a bad day.
Hey, if I could go fuck myself, I wouldn't have to go out on a Saturday night, dude. Clearly, I can't do that, so relax.
Brother, don't lie to us. You've never been laid.
Is this the degenerate hour?
Never.
No, it's Canadian. He doesn't do that.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm just saying.
He takes it. He doesn't give it.
I'm just saying the guys who are so upset about everything turning into a shit show regarding Flat Earth, maybe they can try having a conversation with him next time and see how well they're doing.
No, listen, Fight the Flat Earth exists to muddy the waters in his family, in this community, everywhere. No one likes him. Okay.
To have a shit show. That's what he is the shit show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't even attend the like 2 shows that he had, and also went to sleep early yesterday because it was just a shit show. And this was the last show that I will attend. I literally don't care anymore about this guy.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that.
Talking about him, who cares, man?
Well, that's the thing. It's like there's the one thing in that way that I like this server over the other one is because they don't allow bullshit like one Glober coming in and not he's only destroying because he's getting everybody's goat, myself included. It makes everybody look like a bunch of monkeys trying to throw shit at something instead of someone trying to have a decent conversation. He riles us up, and that's all he's there to do.
That's what Jeremy does here.
You know what? On top of it all,
tries.
On top of it all, we've all talked about him for the
Jeremy
last
tries,
hour.
but then he ends up triggering himself.
And on top of his shit show, we've now talked about him for the last hour here. So he's still winning.
That's Jeremy's fault. That's what we're talking about. Jeremy is the real criminal here.
This is my fault. Let's move on to something more productive.
Oh, wait a minute. Now that Rakia's here, I got a question for Rakia. Because Jeremy, you just told me that basically you straightened Rakia out that he's not sure about whether this stuff is definitive or not. And I got to ask Rakia if that's true.
Nah, Gio came in calmly after and did it, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, now the three of us are here. I can ask. So, like, that's what you said. I'm not misrepresenting you then to start with, right?
I'll answer that.
Sure.
It's definitive for me to establish a horizontal plane and then extend that straight line segment in any direction for as far as you want by using planar surveying methods to extend that horizontal plane. That has nothing to do, I repeat, nothing to do with a curved line, a curved plane, anything. So
Fair
I'm
enough.
very
Yeah, okay. No, that's good because I figured that was your stance. And Jeremy told me today that after I left, you guys had kind of straightened it out and you had basically said it's not definitive. And I'm like, oh, really? Because I'm saying it doesn't matter if you're on a fucking donut or a unicorn or a concave, convex, whatever. It's still
No,
gonna
I
create a
agree with
straight line.
them. It might not be definitive for them.
Yeah.
But if you're going to use planar methods to extend a straight line segment, that's as definitive as it gets.
Okay,
So,
I can agree with that comment.
Yeah. I do get what they're saying by moving the equipment. They're saying if you're on a sphere and you move the equipment, that's creating a horizontal line from that plumb, then you're going to create a disco ball. But that's not what we're doing. We're establishing one leg of the disco ball, moving the equipment, and then reestablishing that measurement of that first planar line, horizontal plane, and then extending it. That has nothing to do with a disco ball. Not one thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I was just making sure you were like you didn't.
Oh, hold on, God, hold on. But then we were talking about bringing it to the rest of the world, and as far as the rest of the world goes, it's not very definitive, right? Remember, Gio said you had unlimited money, and you bring it to all the world leaders and everyone and get to present it. Remember that?
Yeah.
Only if they don't.
I don't think the rest of the world would agree with that because they don't know shit. But if they study planar surveying, or if you go to planar surveyors on the street and ask them if they can make a horizontal plane a mile long, they're all going to say yes. And if you ask them the measurements that they're going to use, they're going to say they're going to extend a straight line segment about 200 feet long each time, and that's going to create a horizontal plane, not a curve.
Yeah. That's what I keep telling everybody.
Clear.
Talk to a fucking surveyor about this shit. They'll straighten you out.
Don't ask me.
I've been saying for like 3 fucking years. Call your local surveyor and ask them some simple questions.
I can't convince the world that I'm good looking, much less that a straight line doesn't curve. I mean, it seems to be that the education system, the books, the discords, even your local flat earther will say if you move the equipment, and then you're on a sphere that you're curving a line or making a disco ball. Even if you're measuring the first horizontal plane that you established and just extending it out.
What's with the disco ball reference?
Well, it's just the globe Earth. They're trying to say that surveying doesn't work the way it works.
So how many surveyors that you work with are also flat earthers? I guess I'm curious on that. Rakia, you're a surveyor, right?
It depends on what you're talking about. Like if all the surveyors I've talked to and asked, now, you know, I have to be honest, a lot of them are biased because I pay them, right, weekly. But the surveyors that I've asked that are just random on the street, none of them I've asked if they're flat earth or globe earth. I really don't care about that. But I've asked a lot of them if they've measured curved water. None of them have. And I ask them how you establish a horizontal plane over distance. They all say that they use straight line segments and extend it. So I don't know how else to say it. I mean, I don't think a lot of people, just like I was for 40 years, that were globers are going to come out, you know, especially when another man's approaching them on the street and say, you know, what about flat earth? You know, it took me 2 years, even with the tools in my possession.
Not only that. Go ahead. I thought you were.
Well, I went out and measured. I fooled you. I went out and tried to measure curved water with the tools that I know established horizontal planes, and couldn't do it with 4 or 5 other people that I trust that also know how to use the equipment. And only 2 of them are flat earthers now. I would say 2. Yeah, I would say only 2 of them are flat earthers. Well, including me, 3. But you understand what I'm saying? The other 3 that know how to use the equipment and establish this plane with us and notice that the water doesn't curve, you know, just they don't admit that they, you know, what they measured proves flat earth, which it might not to them.
How do they notice the water not curving though? Because you're never gonna like be close to the water and you're gonna see it curving, right? It's always gonna appear flat as you move along its surface.
No, I don't see anything. We measure. So we establish a benchmark 1.5 feet above the water, drove a stake and measured it down to the water, and it was 1.5 feet above the water at that position. And then created a horizontal plane 2.7 miles away from that. Well, the first mile was less than a 1/4 inch up, you know, off that benchmark. And throughout that mile, we had some measurements that were above and some were below. We ended up being, you know, it's a plus or minus measurement basically when you're measuring that many times. And we were about a 1/4 inch low of that original benchmark.
That's pretty much bang on, man. Really. I mean,
you can't.
You don't get much better than that.
You don't get much better than that. I've had hotels that were more than that off, and you know, 600 or 700 feet, and they fell within the parameters of the engineer, right?
How dare
like
you.
If the slab is within a 1/2 inch or whatever, it's good to go, you know.
That's outrageous.
That's fucking that's pretty crazy.
But it was. I'm gonna be honest with you. It was a bitch. Like I wouldn't want to go out and do it again and spend my weekend doing that again. It was way harder than I ever imagined. Took a lot more time and just wasn't as fun as I thought it was going to be, and everybody else. But the second mile and you know the second 1.7 miles, we fudged more than we did on the first mile, because when we went back and tried to measure the curvature, we were like, we ain't getting none. So why are we wasting our time here?
Yeah, and if you're only a 1/4 inch out over a mile anyhow, you should have
Wait. So you didn't measure it? You didn't go out to where you shot it to and measured back the second part? Don't you have to measure in both directions?
No, you're driving benchmarks in as you go.
I thought that what you did though is you'd establish the plane, set it out there, and then you drive out there and you measure back in reverse of what you just did. That's the way that was being done.
That's closing the loop. I'm just talking about it. I'm just talking.
Close the loop.
But we did on the first mile. We closed the loop in several different sections, and the original horizontal plane was dead on. And then, you know, like when we sent people back to measure and make sure we did it right, they were coming back and saying, "Yeah, it's perfect." What do you? I'm not getting anything. You know, we were expecting 8 inches. You got to imagine now, we were all Globers at this time. Every single one of us were Globers. We thought flat Earth was stupid.
And
Now
it's
let me
not
ask this
it's
question:
not necessary
you
to
didn't
close the
measure it
loop.
yourself? When you
Yes,
asked them to measure it for you, you took their word for it, did you?
dude,
Oh
I'm
my
there
days,
measuring.
this
Who
guy
are you?
taking.
What is your
He's
problem?
just bored.
Are you
Ignore him.
antagonizing? I was the one there. I mean, there were 3 or 4 different people, including my brother, who is not a flat earther. Per se, I don't know what he would say. He would damn sure tell you he created a horizontal plane over that static water and it wasn't curving. He'll tell you that. He's not going to lie. He'll tell you when we fly that it doesn't make sense. What they say about his airplane.
Why do you call it static water? Is there a
Because
reason why we call it?
Yeah,
Oh, I
static,
call it
not
Because it's
moving.
not moving, bro.
I
Yeah.
call it static because it's not flowing. The wind wasn't blowing. There's not a river or something that rose. It doesn't have tides. We did it on the
Listen,
bank where the wind was coming from, so there was no wind.
but listen, all I was jumping on, because I just joined the call, is this is a terminology that we use a lot. Why do we say the water is static? Because the water is static in one form.
Well, it's just a reference to not moving, like not going up and down in drastic amounts, which would throw your measurements off from the benchmark down to the water.
No,
Wait a minute. Does this guy think water can't be static? Is that your point? Like, what's your point?
Well,
listen.
I kind of
What
agree.
what I'm trying to say is that we all would use that word without even thinking about it. So, giving us that word that they've been using for the last 100, 200, or 300 years, possibly, why would they say that the water was static and not just a mistake, a purposeful meaning?
I just think it's almost reached this equilibrium, which means it's horizontal. Like water that's not static, is constantly moving, is not going to be as good as water that's not moving and creating a horizontal, reaching its equilibrium. Like static pressure or
hydrostatic pressure.
Hydrostatic pressure is
It has to be a
basically static
column of
water.
water at rest. Yeah, hydrostatic pressure of water, like for instance, or any fluid, would be a column of fluid at rest creates a hydrostatic pressure, right? It's the height of the column. It's not the width of the volume. It's the height. That's the only thing. A height and the density of the fluid. That's the only 2 things that affect hydrostatic pressure.
Well, there's pressures pushing up and down, which equalizes it and makes it a horizontal.
But like, when you rub your feet on the carpet and then you create a charge and a static, it's 2 different things, but yet is it not the same? But we just don't know it.
It could have something to do with electrical charge. I mean, static charge, because we know that's in the atmosphere, but it's basically pressure. Even static electricity is creating a pressure.
Yes, if the water was really hot compared to being really cold or something like that, is there a distance in potential? And I would say there would be, because one would be under high pressure and one would be under lower pressure. So
I agree. But I mean, we're dealing with a lake body over 2.7 miles. We're not dealing with, 100-degree difference in water temperature that would cause it to rise or lower or move. Temperature change would cause water to move. I don't think we're dealing with that enough to cause 1 mile not to show 8 inches drop from a horizontal plane.
What? Just a second. This guy that's asking about static, would you just rather Rakia say water at rest? Like, would that make you feel better? Or I don't understand the problem here.
I was just merely sort of like grabbing onto the fact that we use that reference and that word a lot, but then when you actually think about it, I wonder why. But no, I'm not arguing it. I'm part of the process, so I'm not arguing it at all.
No, it's cool. I was
We
just
use
kind
it
of
because of the
curious what
English
your
language.
point was. That's all. Yeah,
They're
well,
basically the same. Water at rest and static, water is basically in the industry. It's basically the same. Like when I tell somebody that I know, we're dealing with static water here, they know what I'm talking about. That,
Just this.
Because I just would have said maybe the best time to do any experiments is between tides, between high tide and low tide, anywhere in the world, and therefore you would get your static water.
Well, I would say it's where you on a place that you don't have tides, so you don't.
Yeah,
There's
that's why
no
you choose
guesswork.
lakes.
Yeah, lakes with no running water through them. Like this is a reservoir,
Artificial lakes are
basically.
even better.
Yeah, dugout. This is a one cut out by the Mississippi River, and then it was left there, but it's dammed up. Like it's there's no water flow through it anymore, except for when it rains, water flows in it. But it doesn't adjust the levels over the course of a day, where you're gonna have to deal with that and calculate and all that. You're taking a true measurement, driving in a stake above the water 1.5 feet. You go in any direction and take your tool and create that horizontal plane and then measure down to the water there, it's still 1.5 feet. I mean, we didn't use the water to set our benchmark. We used the horizontal tools that are engineered to create a horizontal plane, and then extended that plane over distance and then measured down from each stake that we drove with those tools as reference down to the water. And I mean, 8 inches is a lot. I don't know if just ask your woman.
I don't know how your brother couldn't just outright say, yeah, it's got to be flat at that point. Like, or anybody that was there for that matter. Like, I'm not just picking on him, but like, how could you not at that point, if you understand, like, if you're part of the process and understand how the equipment works and
cognitive dissonance.
It took me a while, even after that test. I was at that time just now getting into Discord and not really Discord, but YouTube, and listening to people and different arguments, but I wasn't speaking. I was just listening to both sides with the knowledge that I have of the test that I'd done. Now, that's not the only test that I did. That's the test that I measured if water was curving with the using that method, and it didn't. But all the other observations that I started doing at the time, I did the observations before I did this test. And keep in mind, we all sat around, it was a family camp that we were at, and, talked about, we were like, we really expected, although it was hard for us to imagine water curving like that, we had seen the effects, right? So we expected to measure curved water, and we're trying to figure out why we didn't. Now, some people like me went on to investigate and listen to y'all and different groups, and come to find out that flat earth is actually, a possibility. And then it became my truth. Others in the group, like my brother, although we can talk about it on a daily basis, and we've talked about it while we're flying and stuff, he just doesn't, that part of his life doesn't change at all. The only thing that we've really had any type of discrepancy over is like scriptures, because he taught Bible school, and he knows the Bible scriptures really good. So when we talk about the firmament and things like that, he questions, and you can tell, right? He doesn't want to talk about it because it puts some,
Don't question the dogma now. You're gonna hurt people's feelings.
Yeah, so we just move on. Yeah.
So, like, does he just basically kind of act as if that day never happened or that weekend never happened, type thing?
No, he just sees it as a day that we spent together as friends and family, and had a great time, and cooked, and did an interesting measurement, and blah blah blah. And he knows I'm a flat earther, and he knows that is basically, if we established a horizontal plane above water, and that water is supposed to curve, then that proved that it didn't curve, right? That doesn't mean that it's flat earth. It just means on that lake and that section of the earth, it doesn't curve. But you got to imagine these people, even my brother, he's smart, right? He's a college graduate. He owns his own business. He's successful. He can figure things out. Doesn't spend any time trying to look at the curvature formula and blah, blah, blah. Could care less, like about stuff like that. Like a lot of people are like him. A lot of people.
So is it an idea where, like, yeah, like you said, like, well, water doesn't really start to curve until after 5 or 10 miles or whatever?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
I've had people argue with me in front of 10 and 20 people at where we cook. Like I have a place that I lease out, and we cook food every day, and we play cards and watch TV and all that. Well, this guy was there arguing. Everybody there knows the deal. and he was there arguing against me, but then said that water doesn't curve. So he thinks he lives on a sphere, but water
with flat
doesn't
water.
curve. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. I mean, 100%. Everybody heard him, and there was a teacher there, an older gentleman that was retired from teaching, that was kind of going, man, what are you saying? You can't, and he ended up admitting that he doesn't believe in gravity, like as taught, and he was a teacher. So it was crazy. A lot of those are flat earthers before me. Like a lot of people in that room are flat earthers before I was.
Well,
curious
honestly,
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say right quick. Honestly, I'd have a lot more respect for, like, especially the ball earthers around here and stuff if they said, although I would highly disagree, but at least it could make more plausible sense. I think logically is if you said a body of water that was X size would actually measure flat, but when you get out into the ocean, that's when you start to be able to see curve. Like, even though I disagree with that idea, I feel like it would logically make more sense than this argument that somehow or another surveying tools don't work the way they're supposed to. Like, that's just a really dumb argument in my opinion.
Well, everybody there knew that we were trying to measure 8 inches over the first mile. Like everybody, we were all Globers. We computed that, and we're looking for that, right? And when we didn't,
what did you say you got over 2 miles though?
2.7
2 miles, right?
2.7 miles, and got 3/4 of an inch in error. We call it error when we're surveying like that. It's plus or minus. It's most of the time human error.
So who was that just asked? I know that voice.
That's Demon Stride.
Yeah, Demon Stride. So, like, I know you weren't there, but assuming that the story is 100% the way Rakia describes it, like, how do you, in your mind, how do you think about that situation? Like, once again, you could say he did it wrong or whatever, but just let's pretend he did everything proper, right? Like, how would you?
Right.
Like,
so let's say he did it. We'll just keep it to the. We'll just stay with the 1 mile. You're expecting to see 8 inches. You're right over that 1 mile. I guess I would wonder about the body of water I'm using. And then also I would most likely expect there to be less drop over 1 mile. I want it to be a longer distance to see more drop. That might be exactly it. Maybe it's the body of water that's allowing it to bend up along the shoreline.
Yeah, maybe it's warping itself flat while you measure it.
No, I'm just like, and I'm not trying to be a smart ass. I'm just curious because I know that your mind has to dismiss it in order to maintain consistency with your understanding of where you live, right? So I'm just curious how that works. And you're usually pretty reasonable, I find. So that's why I asked.
Yeah, no, I don't think I don't think I know what I would expect because I haven't, done the experiment myself. I would try it over, multiple miles. I'd try, I don't know what's the longest you could go, like 4 miles, but I have to find a 4 mile long body of water to try it on. And
so
I would
2
miles
wouldn't be enough to you though? Like, what is that? 2? That's
it might
32 inches.
Yeah, 32 inches. That's not enough. Like, if you're only 3/4 of an inch out from your benchmark after 2 miles, like, there's no way that, like, 32 inches. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I might question myself if I'm, supposed to be at 32 and I'm only, 3/4 of an inch out. But at that point, I don't. Yeah, right. So
we
I would
were sending people back. Yeah, we were go back and something's not right. We're missing
the
something.
problem is this is like a ghost story to me, right? Like there's no like pictures or videos. This is just your accounting of the story. So I at face value, I would question myself. I would question the thing, but I don't know that it was actually done exactly.
Go and do it.
Yeah, I'm not speaking Greek here. You can go out and get these tools yourself. They're like $50 to rent, and you can go out and put
my buddy's got one. I wanted to do one last summer, but it got a little hectic. I planned
it in the winter.
Yeah.
Wait,
well,
in
the winter. 1 degree here. It's 1 degree here. I don't even fucking work on my car in this weather.
Aren't you in Ontario?
Yeah, but doing the winter on a frozen lake, it'd be so much better.
Ontario for some reason.
Yeah, I don't want to go outside in the wintertime. Thank you. I'll do it in summer.
Yeah, I hear that.
Aww.
Hey, just a quick one, guys. The
you were made of stone of stuff.
theodolite error between left and right is different to its error from up and down. Apparently, it's got like a percentage or a 2 mil difference of error up and down. It's not perfect. If we're using theodolites that have tolerances or variances, it's kind of making the whole thing difficult for all of us, no?
It depends on which one you're using. They're both like depending on which one we have. We had 3 different tools we used. We had an auto level. I'm sorry, 2 auto levels, which were different models, and a theodolite.
Well, that would probably explain the error you got then.
Well,
to a degree.
To a degree, yeah. I mean, you're gonna have tool and human error no matter what you're doing because you got to imagine what's
that
going
they're
on.
different. The calibration.
A mile is a long way. Like
no, you're like you guys got to understand. You're gonna get some error because you have to go plus or minus your measurement every time.
Exactly.
Like if you do it right, you go minus one time plus the next, and it equals out to the end. But like, yeah, a quarter inch is fucking deadly over a mile.
I want to get back to something. If we've exhausted this line, I'm curious, Rakia. Before you got to where you did that that whole exercise with your friends and family, where was the beginning of the curiosity and the? And
no, I can tell you exactly where my son came to me with with flat Earth on the internet, and I was like, oh man, that's stupid. I'm actually fixing to eat lunch with him right now. So it was Lake Pontchartrain power lines, and we grew up there. He knew where it was. We had fished under those power lines, blah blah blah, years ago. We were like, man, there's no way that water curves like that. So me and him went and bought a camera, which I still own today, and went out to the very spot and saw exactly what the picture was on the internet. And we're like, well, holy crap. You know, I knew it was a globe, but I didn't know it looked like this, right? And then when I came back and started hearing about flat Earth more and researched more about how things appear one way but might be different, me and him went back, and I think it was like 6 or 7 weeks later, and we went back to the same spot with the same camera set up and could see way further. It wasn't curved, it wasn't a bulge of water in our way, and all of that. And then my research, you know, I basically told him it was just because of the conditions. Like that one day the conditions were this, causing those effects. This day the conditions were this, causing these effects. Now you got to keep in mind we were both still globers, right? Like we weren't saying it's flat because of the effects we're seeing. We were saying we see these effects because of the conditions have changed on a globe. And then it just went from there.
And this equipment that you use, is this because of your profession?
Yeah, I have a theodolite right here.
So
and
I'm curious.
2 crews. Like I just left a job site that's using an auto level. I'm getting my theodolite out.
I'm curious, given your profession, was there any point in your ponderings that you were considering what you actually did and what your guys did and laying down the foundations? And like you said, you've done hotels that would have that kind of error and that kind of thing in less distance. Did you ever just picture in your mind, hold on, so we're leveling this all out for this building and then for every other building, and then I'm conceiving that the world is this big ball and just trying to match the two in your head? Did you ever have that back and forth?
No, not before I started looking into it. Like it never ever crossed my mind that I could be on a flat Earth. Never.
Because that was the bit that troubled me prior to doing any research myself. Was so I guess there was like the little voice in the background going oi oi oi, because I was considering looking at how engineers do their things, and you know just it's interesting. This topic is interesting, and then I could never quite marry it in my mind that all these guys are building these buildings and laying down these foundations. You see them like when you're in London, you see this a lot with certain like works and stuff. They've all got their little lasers or whatever it is, those tools that you play with. And you're going, this is the effort that they go to with everything, city planning, blah blah blah. But then they're also telling me that this whole place is circular. And that one just never stuck in my head. It never made any sense that the two ideas were
it does now. I can
congruent.
see how it's done now, right? Because when I go out, like Lake Pontchartrain, I went there Friday and Sunday, drove across it and then drove back across it. And I can stop. You can see it from a moving car that the power line on some days appear more curved than the other. But as a whole, like 9 times out of 10, you go out there, they're going to appear curved, right? It's going to appear to go up and then curve down. Well, that's not a sphere, right? It would never go up. You're always basically on top, is what you're saying.
Undulation.
It would always go down away from you, and that's not what we see. Even they're actually showing you a non-sphere every time they show you a picture that has part of the bridge or the water appearing to rise towards eye level. They're just showing you an optical illusion, a mirage, perspective, whatever you want to call it. That's not actually, right? That's not reality.
Right.
It's just how we see over distance. I get that now, right? It's easy, right? It happens all the time, especially over water.
You've used your theodolite to see that the horizon is rising to eye level, or it appears that way in the pictures you've seen?
You know, anytime you look, I'm talking about how we see over distance. You can't
I'm just
measure
saying,
the
like,
horizon
when
with
you-
a theodolite.
Well, you can't measure it, but you can tell where eye level is, and then you can raise an elevation and see if that theodolite drops it or if it raises. That's the eye level.
It's going to be different every time you do it. Your crosshair is inches away from your eyes, and the horizon is miles. So, depending on the conditions, the horizon is going to change, not the crosshair.
Yeah, every time someone asks a question or makes a comment like that, like you got to remember when people use this stuff professionally, they usually use it within 50 meters or 200 feet, not miles.
I don't personally go over 300 feet, 400 feet, 200 feet if I can. It just depends on what I'm doing. If I got a 400-foot wide building that's 600 foot long, I'm going to set up.
And he's out.
Right, I'm not talking about measuring anything with the theodolite. I'm just establishing a horizontal. And if you raise that in elevation, you'll see that the horizontal established on the horizon will start to drop.
That's not.
Doesn't always,
No way, bro.
But that's not the proper way.
Nope, yeah, but you know, I got you. Hand wave it away, got it.
It's not the proper way to use the tools, though. If you talk to, like, that's why I keep telling everybody, just talk to some surveyors, ask them how they use their tools, blah, blah, blah.
Actually, that's a good idea. I'm going to go ask a bunch of surveyors, you know, if they are flat earthers. We'll get them,
we'll
get them on camera to answer it.
That's mature, because that's exactly what I'm asking you to do. Come on, man.
Why not?
Because what do you think they're going to say?
Why wouldn't they?
We're discussing about right now how they use their tools in an appropriate way to use them and understanding how they work. And you just want to go and say, well, never mind about the tools and how they work and how you use them in your industry. By the way, never mind all those questions. Are you a flat earther? Let's start there. It's like you don't really want to know what they have to say at that point, in my opinion.
By me asking them directly, you're then saying I don't want to know what they actually think. Like that's asinine, man.
Yeah, let's start off with that foot and see how they're going to treat you if there is a rest of the conversation about how the equipment works.
Well, I'm pretty sure I can figure out how to talk to flat earthers. I do it all fucking day long.
How about asking a dude that works the lock system in a water way? How about asking a dude that works the lock system in a waterway? What do you think he would say? Do you ever consider that? How water works in a lock system?
How does that? Why does it sync those together for me?
Well, sure. How do you think a boat gets raised from one lock, one elevation to another? How do you think that works?
Oh, yeah. They pump water in, then they open the channel and you move forward, and then they pump more water. What's the point, though?
The point is, do you think the water is level or curved along?
Well, it absolutely cannot be curved. How could water be at one elevation on one side of it and a different elevation on the other side if water is level everywhere?
Exactly. That's exactly
Yeah,
the
it's
point.
exactly my point. Yes, the water, like the Earth is curved. Like, how could you have flat water with two different elevations?
What?
It would look like
That's
a
the
stairs.
complete
What are you
opposite of
talking
what
about?
I'm saying. How could you
This
not
is
have that?
this is
How can you have
miscommunication on
curved
the highest
water
level.
and the boat moving forward? How can you have
Yeah,
that?
yeah. I don't understand how on a flat dish of water, right? If we just took a plate, filled it up with water, right, and water's flat everywhere, how are you having two different elevations of water on this
Because you
flat
can
plate?
go,
Exactly.
because you can go
It's not
higher.
flat anymore, SC, if the elevations are different.
Because you can go higher than
all
one
horizontals are the
elevation.
same. Level is level. There's no curving here. In
He's
order for
playing
the lock
games with
system
the
to work,
description. He's taking the mic, man. This is nonsense.
There's no mix taken here. What I'm saying is if it's
It's a
flat
serious
and level
question.
everywhere, there
SC should
cannot
answer.
be two different elevations.
Cannot be a stairway either. You do not live
That's
on the
not what
set of
he's talking
stairs,
about.
water.
He painted
Listen,
a very
hold on.
clear picture about what he's talking
Right,
about.
a lock. It's like
About
a
a lock
stair
system.
step. Right.
It's rise over run. That's the quickest way to
Right,
say
from one
it.
elevation to another.
and it
One
has to be
level water body to another
Bro,
level water body.
flat bodies, like a stairway, not curved,
How are there
not
two different,
globed, like a stairway, like a
like,
stairway, like a stairway. Do you understand that?
yeah, okay, Dama, okay. Are the oceans connected? That
They're
these two
not a
stairs make?
stairway.
Oh my
We do
God!
not live on the
No, I'm
set of
actually not
stairs, Demon
gonna
Stride.
talk to
We do
Dama.
not have stair. Demon, stop
I'm not
talking if you
talking
want
now.
to
But yeah,
answer.
I don't want your answer. Actually, I wasn't
Well, we
talking
don't
to
live on
you.
the set of stairs, so stop
I'm
acting
turning
like
you
we
down
do.
so I don't have to
We
hear
live
you.
on stair water, so we can walk down the
I
top
just try
stair of
not
our
to talk when
water.
you're talking.
Yeah, a globe looks like a set of stairs, you guys. Demon's Tribe said it first.
Anyway.
water is level. Doesn't curve, it doesn't hump, it doesn't drop, doesn't do these mysterious things that you think it does.
So how do you have a lock system where there are two different levels of bodies of water that are connected?
Flat
They're
water,
connected on the
baby, no
opposite end
curve.
somewhere, but somehow they're a different
Because it's
level
flat.
Listen,
in
hold on. Let
between the
me
locks.
explain it to him. Let me explain it to him. What they do is they go from one level surface to the next level surface. They drain the one before and fill up the one that the boat's going to, but it's never
No, I
not
know how that
level.
works.
It's
Yeah,
never not level.
Oh my God, I understand that. But think about it. You're going from one body of water into the stair system, right? At the other end of the stair system, there's another large body of water. Why are those two large bodies of water at different elevations?
Because
That's
man has manipulated the situation to make it that way.
Yeah,
What kind of a nonsense
humans made it that way.
the point is that?
Oh my God, you're fucking hilarious.
Hold on, guys.
The oceans
Hold
are
on,
connected on the ass ends, buddy.
I
We're
live
not
near the
talking
Erie
about
Canal.
oceans,
Listen,
though, are we?
hold on, Elijah. Hold on. No, we're not talking about oceans. We're talking about locks. It's in a river, right? Or a canal or something. So
No, I'm
it's
talking about
flowing.
like where you connect the Suez Canal connects one end of the ocean or of the sea to another, right? So and they are different elevations on either side.
No,
The
we're not. We didn't
floor
say a
of each
canal.
look, listen. The floor of each portion of the lock is higher or lower. That's why the
A lock, not a
elevation is
canal.
higher or lower.
Yeah, I get it.
Jesus
I
Christ.
get it.
A lock is
No,
not a
I
canal,
understand
Demon's
how the
Tribe.
fucking lock system works. We don't have to go over that. What I'm talking about is the body of water that you're
Apparently we
going
do.
like through the channel system is connected. You could go
Draw
the
the
long
lock
way
system on
around,
a globe.
right?
Draw
And you
the
would be
lock
changing
system for us.
slowly in elevation over time. Why is there a
Show us
elevation
what a lock
change if
system
it's
globe looks
completely
like. Draw
level?
that out.
How do you not get the
Draw
question?
out. Stop talking over
Remember
yourself.
we talked about this last night.
Well, yeah,
Why is the mock still allowed here, man?
because he needs to. Why are you still allowed here? Why are you alive?
The tightest shit
That wasn't
shows
necessary.
Why are you still alive? Anyway,
I'm not
stairway
listening. I
globe.
haven't muted, so sorry. I didn't know he was talking.
D-Mock, have you ever debated Craig from Fight the Flat Earth? I think you guys would be
Oh,
a
yes.
fucking...
Next Monday.
I think you guys
Bring
would be a
him in.
match.
Okay, anyway.
You should, D-Mock. You guys would be a match, dude.
Only if nobody muted any of them. That would be hilarious.
I know who would win in a fight between him and Fight the Flat Earth, that's for sure.
Okay, so what's up with the Suez Canal? It's got locks. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I mean
Maybe it's the Panama Canal I'm thinking of.
Yeah, but basically the point Demon Stride is making is that, you know, before you enter the canal and at the other end of it, it's different elevations. So how is that possible if it's flat?
Exactly. And if it's all flat, it should be at the same level.
That's just a misunderstanding of what's going on. That's all.
No, it's not. It's exactly reality of what's happening, and
that's assuming
you're
it's
avoiding the reality of what's happening.
They're not two different levels. The reason they use the lock is so that they can get the boat back to sea level wherever it was before it entered the lock. So those are both, the entrance and the exit are the same elevation.
Really, that's a funny thing. Why would they have to use a lock system if they're not changing an elevation? Why wouldn't it just be a flat canal that they
They have to go over topography, dude. Topography.
That's what I said. It's a misunderstanding of the situation.
I know, he's ridiculous right now.
So they're going over topography, which
you know, depending
it's not
on
all flat land out there.
Yeah, depending on what particular system we're talking about, it's a lot easier to
Talking
do
about the Suez Canal.
Yeah, but it's a lot easier to do a lock system, and from an engineering perspective, than it is to completely reshape the whole topography of a location.
So what we need to believe on the globe is that actually rivers somehow fly upwards or downwards simultaneously. And if that's the case, why do we even create these flooding gates, you know, to go to higher elevations if we just can, you know, make water curve down rivers, for example, and just, you know, get a rope and you know, get it. It's like it makes no sense, man. The globe is
here,
so
I got
dumb.
I got the data for you right here. The difference on the sea level on either side of the Suez Canal is up to 26 meters.
Demon Stride. Just
what does the Suez
bro.
Canal lead into?
Okay, and does that take topography away, or
stop with all the rhetoric?
It's on the water side, yeah.
What are the two bodies of water that they connect to?
The Mediterranean Sea and
Pacific
the
and
other one.
Atlantic, isn't it?
What? No,
Okay.
the Suez Canal. What are you talking
Wait,
about?
oh no, that's Panama. Don't
Nate, what's it
Yeah, the
connect,
Suez
Nate?
Canal is in like the Middle East, bro. It's
Okay,
connecting the
what two bodies of
Mediterranean
water?
Sea and another sea. I just forgot.
Okay, so the Mediterranean, yeah, and it goes out to the ocean probably, right? It must, because it comes. Those ships end up coming to America and shit. So the Mediterranean and the oceans. Okay, so you have like the Mediterranean is basically like a lake. So yeah, it's at a different elevation. Lakes. I didn't know if you guys knew this. I don't know who didn't know this, but we have puddles, lakes, pools, all kinds of different bodies of water at all different kinds of elevations, guys. It's crazy.
Yeah, you can't say that it's earth curvature because of canals.
The two ends of the Suez Canal are between 10 and 5 centimeters in difference. The Panama is 26 meters.
So you got.
Do you understand? Do you
We're talking
understand that
about,
the
we're talking
Mediterranean?
about sea level, not Panama fucking topography level.
Do you understand? Do you understand about the Suez Canal now, Demon Stride? About how it goes from the Mediterranean to the ocean, and they're two different bodies of water, and they're not the same elevation.
It goes to another sea, Jeremy. It doesn't go into the ocean.
Okay, what two bodies of water does the Suez Canal connect?
It's the Mediterranean Sea and I think the Red Sea. I'm not sure what the other seas, but it should be the
Mediterranean Sea is basically like a giant fucking lake, right? That's a landlocked body of water, right?
Almost.
Now the Mediterranean is attached to the Atlantic Ocean, I think.
All right, let's get a fucking map up. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean it's got land around it, but there is an exit into the Atlantic Ocean, but it doesn't have a lot of land around.
To a larger body of water, yet there's somehow a different sea levels, even though, you know.
It's at Gibraltar is the opening to.
Yeah, like right under Spain or something.
Yep.
But all I'm saying is if it's all flat and there's no curvature, then, I mean, they should all be at the same level. Like, I can demonstrate that if I take, like, a plate and put a bunch of different topography in it and you know, have parts where there's seas that are connected to the larger parts of the water. They're all going to be at the exact same
level. What about the tides? What about all the other things?
Yeah, tides, swells, and waves.
Just try and simplify the world like that.
How do tides work on the flat Earth? Can you explain that?
I have quick, please. So, tide, swells, and waves are a thing, so it's not Earth curvature. And another thing, I posted in Livestream voice text the Panama Canal numbers and figures, so y'all can take a look at splitting the Atlantic between the Pacific. so that they can use boats. Go ahead.
Yeah, so how do tides work on a flat Earth? To explain that away.
They work. I don't know what you need.
Well, they just work. It's just a mechanism that just is.
No, here's
We
what it
don't have
is.
to look into
Here's
it
what it is.
further.
The Earth.
that-
Listen,
does
listen. The
that
Earth
question
measures
beg-
flat. Hold on. The Earth measures flat against the globe math. Therefore, tides have an explanation as well. Did you want to try to figure that one out?
Yeah.
Got non-answer.
Does that
He-
question not
Demon
beg
Strike, why are
that
you
for
laughing,
some
man?
reason you're proposing that it wouldn't
So
work
the
on a
ocean
flat
doesn't
Earth?
move at all? Does the ocean move or stay still?
The ocean moves, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I would imagine the tides would look very different though if the Earth were flat.
You don't know that.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Listen, you don't know any of that.
That's a
because
dogmatic
you're saying
position.
if the Earth
Hey, in the
silly.
same
you're
in the
saying
same
if
way
the
y'all
Earth-
can
Yo,
say
why not let him answer? Like
Please.
5 of you asking the same question. Let him
if
answer.
you're saying my God, I can't even fucking answer now. You guys are just all over him. It's me versus him. If not, you know what? Bye.
But you asked him a question.
bye.
Why don't you let him answer it?
Yeah, nah, hold on. He's right. Oh, would he leave?
But he asked
Yeah,
Demon
that
Strike
was
a
a
question, Jeremy. Didn't
I
he?
know,
He asked
I know,
Tides
Nate.
question.
You're not hosting or modding this shit, though. That's the issue. Why don't you just let him go at it?
He wouldn't know.
He left
the
because of you.
difference.
He left
says
because
Because
of
it
you.
wasn't one-on-one. There were like 5 guys asking the same question.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
that's another thing we should try to do is not dogpile the dudes that come in here like Lobers and shit. Like, that's not a good look. Just
He's
let
saying
our
you-
people go one-on-one with them. We know what we're doing here. This
Yes.
isn't some
He's
goofball
saying
shit where
you
we don't
wouldn't
know.
know-
This
you
isn't
wouldn't
some
work on a flat
goofball
Earth.
shit. Hello.
Jesus Christ, dude!
This
You
isn't some
pause.
goofball shit. Okay, this isn't some goofball shit where we don't know what we're doing. We actually do know what we're doing here.
Great. Okay, so the point is, he said, how would it work on a flat Earth? He's assuming it would have to be different to work on a flat Earth. Nope, it works fine on this flat Earth.
I can tell you what I would expect it to do because here's the thing.
And then he just goes on as if he had a point.
Nope, here we go.
Okay,
Yep.
never mind. Go ahead.
Right. So the
Dude,
point
why'd you-
I'm trying to make. What I'm
Go
trying to
ahead.
make here is a lot of the disagreement. The players will say, "Well, that can't work because of this way," and you're imagining it can't work because of something in your head. Well, I imagine, right, that tides would look like you take a straw and you're blowing it down into the water as you move it across the surface. Tides will look extremely different on the flat Earth. Otherwise, I don't quite understand if gravity isn't a thing. How is it causing these tides? Because it would have to be some sort of repelling force versus some gravitational force.
Yeah, Clay posted in the live
You
stream
expect
text.
us to,
movement,
to
listen,
justify and
movement-
explain
Hold on,
all
Elijah.
the notions?
Elijah, hold on a second, man.
This is my last response because I can't take this. Tides. So
I
Clay
know.
posted in the live stream text. Tides work by movement of electromagnetic superconductors that are sun and moon. That is correct. So what it happens is it kind of breathes, right? Positive and negative push positive and negative around, and that's how the tides work.
Yeah, that's the claim, but that's not the
I'm not
mechanism
asking.
that we're witnessing.
It wasn't a claim, bro. I wasn't asking. I'm letting you know about reality. You can take it or leave it.
No, that's a claim. You're making a claim about reality. I get that. You're saying a thing. That's a claim. But there's nothing to actually back up what you're saying, other than this is what I suppose is happening.
It's not
show
a
me
supposition.
any experiment that proves that. Show me anything
Yeah, like
that actually.
how
It's
do
the
you
same
even
thing you
know
did with your
all the way
question,
from
though.
here that
Holy
the
fuck.
sun has a positive charge and the moon has a negative charge?
Same
You
question.
guys haven't
Same
been
question.
to the
How do you
sun.
know that the tides are
or
caused
to-
by the moon?
Yeah,
Same
but you
question.
made the claim. You made the claim. You and
So are
Dr.
you.
Clay,
You're making the
whoever
exact same
posted this.
claim.
Yeah, but please answer my question though. How do you know that?
How about this? I don't know one way or another if it's the moon or it's electromagnetism. How's that for honest? Can you do the same?
Okay, that's honesty, but that's not what you said earlier. Earlier, you
Fine,
went
let's go
along
with it then.
with
Can I
what?
go with that, please? Can I
Hang
go?
on, calm down. Earlier, you went along
Who
with
cares what I
Dr.
said
Clay.
earlier? Just go with what now is happening. Come on, let's have a conversation. Not, oh, well, you said this before.
Yeah, but you said it with confidence, so you must feel that there is
This
some
is
sort
a
of truth.
conversation.
Yeah, everyone relax. Let's all
Dude, I
relax.
can have a conversation and you can change
Never
your mind.
mind.
and so
I mean,
can
if you're gonna shout at me like I'm your kid or something, never mind, bro. Cool.
Don't act like my fucking
Let's
kid.
all
then.
let's all
Yeah, calm
relax.
down, man.
Let him just go one-on-one with whoever was going.
Yeah, I'm just
Everyone
trying to
give him
ask a
5
question.
minutes.
Okay.
Well, let's give these guys 5 minutes. Who was it? Demon Stride and Sensei Glut?
Yeah.
I'm getting worked up, man. It's not fair for the conversation.
It's very hostile, I know.
Sorry, I'll go away for a while.
Yeah, but I mean, it's hostile from like one side. I don't know. Is Dr. Clay here? Can he talk?
I'm here, yes.
Yeah, Dr. Clay, I just have a question, man. That first image you posted, where it
Yes.
says tides work by movement of electromagnetic superconductors that are
Yes.
sun with a positive symbol and the moon with a negative. Am I right in assuming that that means the sun has some sort of positive charge and the moon has a negative charge?
Yeah, kinda.
How do you know that? Like how, or do you have some sort of experiment, or what was done to verify this?
Well, hold on a second. Aren't the charges coming off the sun positive in nature? So shouldn't you be able to test the charges coming off of the moon as negative? 'Cause, I mean, you can test the positive charge from the sun, but is there a way to test the negative charge from the moon?
I'd like to see the
What?
positive charge of the sun being measured.
Yeah,
how
it's
does the
called
sun? Who
the
measured the
Northern
sun to have a
Lights. Yeah,
positive charge?
that shit hitting our electromagnetosphere is positively charged. You see it happening all in the atmosphere, the
That's not
ionosphere.
true. It's negatively charged. It's ionized. It's had
No, they're
Oh no,
firing off
wait.
some
Yeah,
Okay, well,
it's
if
had
that's
the
the case,
ion
no,
stripped
hey,
from it, so it does have a
if
positive
that's the
charge. You
case,
are
then there
right.
should be a positive charge from the moon. What I'm saying is
Yeah,
there are ways to test these things. So let's test the charge coming from the moon. And how would you do it to verify it is what you're claiming?
So the thing is, can I quickly say something? The thing is, we have one story, which is that the tides are created by the moon making like bulges on your sphere, right? And pulling and then letting go again, which is kind of like I think that's just very ridiculous. And the other claim
It
is
doesn't let
just
go. There's no let go of it.
yeah, and the other
Napalm.
claim is that the Earth, and that's something we always see, right? There's a lot of electromagnetic phenomena we can experience in nature. Let alone when we have when you have thunder going on, right? A lot of discharge into the ground and so forth. Like this place we live upon is very mysterious, right? So I've posted a picture, for example, where you can see a plasma discharge that has been made in a laboratory that creates these craters that are very very similar to the craters that you see on the moon, right? But the thing is, I'm just talking out of speculation, okay?
Right.
I don't really like these topics because again I can't touch the moon, I can touch the sun.
Well, you
I'm
can
not
touch the charges coming off the sun. Can we test the charges coming off the moon?
I'm not I'm not all knowing, but I can definitely put two things by side. Like for me, there's a lot of inconsistencies within the story of how tides should work with the moon. Like, for example, how is it that the moon is only pulling certain types of waters, and then when it comes to like big lakes or whatnot, they say, "Oh yeah, there is also a tide, but it's so small, it's almost undetectable." And like these kind of
You're talking about
arguments,
like the Great Lakes, like the measurable tides we have at the Great Lakes.
To hand wave such things, it's just ridiculous.
Well, we have measurable tides. You can actually see them happening at the Great Lake. I live next to one.
You have literally tides every day. Like when you're at the ocean, for example, you can see how the wave is pulling the water away, and then when the wave hits again, you have more water on the shore. Sometimes when there's a ship cruising in the distance, more water is being pulled away, and then you have bigger waves hitting the shore again. Like you have like movement of water is a normal occurrence. It doesn't need the moon to do that, right? If you have going to have a tsunami, for example, all the water is going to be drawn away, right?
Yeah, for a minute or two.
No, not for a minute or two.
Yeah, for a minute or two, and then it's going to come crashing back against the land.
Not
and over
for a minute or
time,
two.
You know what? I don't. Jesus Christ! Yeah, like however fucking
No,
long it
not
takes for the
Jesus.
tide to go out and come back in. Like, what? Do you want me to recite the exact amount of time it takes for a fucking tsunami to hit? It actually depends on the size of the earthquake.
Again,
but yes, the water goes out towards the ocean and then it comes back in. Input time length
Can
here.
we go a gear down, Demon Strike? Like chill a bit, like like this. being way too engaged emotionally in all of this is just.
I'm getting so triggered, Clay. You
mocking
you trigger me.
relentlessly.
Nine.
I also get emotionally engaged. I wasted my energy yesterday, unfortunately, on someone that I shouldn't have wasted my energy at. But I demonstrate I like you, man. I really don't want to have like any fight about this or
Hey,
anything
no,
like
I
that.
don't think we're fighting that. I'm sorry. I am at work. I have to talk a little louder, to hear what I'm saying over these machines and shit. So I'm not, getting angry with you, Clay. We're buddies.
Hey,
Yeah, man.
are your machines globe earthers as well?
All right, what?
Never mind.
Are other machinists here globe earthers? Not all of them, actually. There's a couple
No.
flat earthers here.
No, the machines themselves.
Oh, really?
Oh.
You have colleagues that are flat earthers?
Yeah, bring them
Well,
on.
I was actually thinking about doing that, but I don't think he uses Discord. I'll try and get him to come on and follow you guys because he's got questions, Like we have talks every once in a while. I talked about when Artemis was happening. I was like, oh, you hear about Artemis? He's like, oh, you mean the rocket that gets near space but never goes there? It's like, oh shit, flat earther, huh?
Yeah, we have a lot of people that are flat earthers. I literally I think when was few months ago when I was a demonstration, there was a guy who just came into the whole flat earth thing. He was like, "There's so many things I never noticed," you know.
It's funny, if no one ever told anyone that it was a globe, nobody would ever even think about it.
And that's true, yes. No one would think that he's speeding through the universe.
Sure, somebody would have thought it up. You're pretty imaginative.
Now, remove all the references in culture and education, and then people wouldn't have the need to try and explain away what's just there and obvious.
I have a nice meme that I like, a comic, which every glober might also understand. It's this: the moon strong enough to overcome the Earth and Sun's gravitational pull and move mass amounts of ocean water, and yet too weak to pull a small amount of water in a glass. Nice.
Yeah, games like that help me understand exactly why flat earthers can't understand, the things we're talking about.
Yeah, it's
What
because it always has to do with size, and it always has to do with we can only start proving something to you when it has the size of things that you actually can't measure or observe in your reality because it's just too big. So actually, the moon is always pulling waters, no matter how big. But because in a glass the water is such a small size, you will not notice the moon pulling it. So only if the oceans are multi-tons of water, you will notice
You
it
got it.
pulling.
But it's like
I thought you didn't understand it the way
stupid.
you said it. Yeah.
It's so
No,
stupid.
that's the reason. Yeah, but it sounds like you think it's ridiculous. So.
Yeah, it is. It's just completely stupid.
No,
man.
it's not. It's not stupid. It is
It
not,
is a
man.
contradiction in itself.
The
man.
gravitational attraction is proportional to the mass. The oceans are massively big, and a glass of water is way smaller.
You guys do
It's
love
gotta be
masses,
really
right?
big to receive the gravity.
Yeah.
Not all
Think about it
water
this way.
is gravitationally proportional.
All
That makes
gotta
sense.
be big numbers.
Is a magnet going to be more attracted
Guys,
to a
we gotta
handful
go
of
one at a
needles
time,
or
guys.
a chunk of
My
iron?
man.
I just figured since
You need to
Left Lane's a mod,
relax,
he
first of
could
all.
actually-
Whoever that was, hold on, guys. Whoever that was, it's like you're yelling at us. I don't know. It's just everyone relax and let's all try to go one at a time. All right. If you need me to make a list, I could do that maybe. So let me know.
Yeah, it's Jeremy, then the other guy, then Jeremy, then the other guy.
I don't have anything to say. I'm just modding this shit. I wasn't even in it.
I was just going to equate the small cup of water to the moon's pull to a magnet. Now, do you think that like a handful of needles is going to be pulled by a magnet overhead as strongly as a solid chunk of iron would? from the same distance and everything? Which one do you
Now I
think's
do
going to
have
be more attracted to the magnet?
Now I do have something to say. If I have a whole ocean full of needles, right, and I have a magnet, if I can get the whole ocean of magnets to move, I'm definitely gonna be able to get the little cup full of magnets to move.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little
Your
bit.
analogy's not really that
No,
great. But the cup of
so,
water, we don't get tides in cups of water or bathtubs, though.
I'm just saying though that the attraction is going to be stronger on the more solid mass, body mass, than it is to the smaller body mass. That's the equation. That's the analogy, and it does work.
I don't know. I don't know about that because if I have a giant
works.
mass of metal, I know, but if I have a giant mass of metal with a magnet, and I can move the giant mass of metal a little bit with a magnet, I'm going to be able to get the whole fucking cup of needles to fly right at me.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying which one is going to be a stronger attraction, not whether or not you could do the thing. Okay, which one will have, like, if you were to put a Newton force meter on it, which one's going to pull more strongly towards the magnet, the solid chunk of iron or the cup of needles?
I don't know. I would definitely notice the cup of needles moving more than the chunk of iron.
Yes. Jesus Christ. We don't have to look at their eyes though. We can attach a gauge to this to see how much the pulling is being done. Like, this is not impossible to even like do in your garage.
Well, I mean, it's just like using a large steel ball and a small steel ball. The large steel ball weighs more than the small steel ball because there's greater attraction there.
Wow. That's amazing.
Well, I mean, it's a very simple, logical statement. Yeah, it's a very logical, simple statement.
Yeah, well, whatever that analogy was, it didn't really work for this because
it was the reverse of the magnet for gravity. Yeah.
We would see the small ball flying right at, probably be stuck to the magnet afterwards, whereas the large giant ball might not, might budge a little bit, maybe not, who knows. But if you're going to be able to move the giant ball, you're definitely going to be able to move the small ball.
Okay, all right, we'll do that then. Both of them are attached to the magnet. Which one do you think is easier to pull off, the tiny small ball or the large mass?
What's bigger, the oceans or the moon?
Yeah, exactly. The ocean's bigger; it's attracted to the moon more. Just like the larger metal ball is more attracted to the magnet. You're gonna have a much easier time pulling off that tiny little BB than you are steel bearings.
Why doesn't the moon have tides?
Why doesn't it what?
Why isn't it the other way around? Why isn't it that the moon is being pushed and pulled by the ocean?
I don't know the question, but it seems like there was almost an understanding of that analogy perfectly. Which one is going to be easier to pull off of the magnet? The tiny little ball bearing or the large ball bearing?
Depends.
Either way, what is the correlation?
Oh, okay, run from it. That's fine. I'm gonna go on mute.
Shouldn't it be easier to move the larger bearing?
I think it'd be easier
since there's
just
less magnetic.
I can show you right now. I have a 150 pound needle an on-off magnet here. I can show you which one's easier. And I move metal around with magnets all day long. The smaller
it's just weaker,
is so much easier.
The surface area proportion to weight. It should have a weaker connection, no?
It's easier just to not talk about the globe as if it's real. And then
I get you guys want the echo chamber. I'll back out for a while. Questions are too logical. All right, peace out.
No, we're good. Just it's like you're screaming at us, bro. Relax a little bit.
He's like spiraling.
Wow, you guys chase him away. This is fucked up.
What's up, Nate?
Well, he's just kind of like spiraling for no reason.
Napalm, you did good, despite all the Elijah, relax. Despite all the, and you got an echo going. Despite all the
No, that's not me.
Yeah, whoever it was, somebody's got an echo. Despite all the shit show, clown show, goofball shit going on last night, you did pretty good, Napalm, but that's tough.
Oh, me? Yeah, I didn't even realize. I was in this server for like 45 minutes with no words being spoken, and I was just doing work. And I was like, oh, there's a bunch of people over there. I clicked on it, and it happened to be the topic of tides or whatever, and Fight the Flat Earth was in there. And I was like, this dude's saying shit like he knows for 100% that this is like some sort of, silver bullet, that the moon is pulling on the tides the way that, the average person thinks it is, and the way that Google tells you it is. It's like, no, homie, go look at
even
tides.
the NOAA says it's not. They have something very suspicious to say about it, Noah.
Yeah. I mean, the more you look into tides and its relationship to like the moon and the sun, the more confused you get about the correlation between the two. Because there's no definitive proof as to a direct correlation between the position of the moon and the sun and the tide that's taking place. Like, if anything, like I can agree with Fight the Flat Earth to some extent that there is some sort of relationship between the tides and those two specific celestial objects, but it seems to be more related to the phase of the moon that is taking place than the actual position of them in relation to when the high and low tides are taking place.
Oh yeah, and don't forget about time, man. That was fun.
Oh fuck, dude! He wouldn't even let me talk. He just kept like talking.
Bro, that was fuck. Yeah, you did good. Good thing you were there. So yeah.
It got so bad that he ended up getting modded at one point because he was just talking over you. Somebody was muting him at the end.
Somebody was muting him. I thought he was running the show over there. All right.
No, because he was just being so silly. And he got triggered when you said nope. What was his statement about time? I mean,
he definitely
amongst all the rest of it.
He definitely wouldn't let you finish. There was definitely more coming after that nope, and we all heard it, and he wouldn't let you get it out.
Oh yeah.
Well, he had to go to the bathroom, and he was like, "What is it with that about like British people? They're like, oh, I have to go to the toilet and do a number one, specifically that. And it will take me exactly this long. I will wash my hands twice. I will come back. Like, why tell me that?"
Yeah, no, I think he was. I don't know. I think he has like people feed him information while he's doing that, because he, while he's talking and conversating with other people at one specific time, comes back and is like, "Oh yeah, I've got the information regarding Miami and the moons," and it's like, bro, like,
he went and called his Glover daddy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. But anyways, then he came back like in the chat and he's like, "Yeah, I looked into it, and during the high tide and the low tide, the moon was not in those positions that you said." And I was like, "Provide evidence," and he just didn't. He just said, "You're wrong." Nuh-uh. And that was basically his response back. So,
nuh-uh. I thought it ended like he had to look into it because he said it was a spring tide, and he's like, "Well, I got to look into this." I thought that's how we left it.
Yeah, no, he just came back in chat and he's like, "No, you're completely wrong." I was like, "What? What do you mean?"
Where did you get your positions
like in the
from?
text chat. Yeah.
Who gave you your positions of where they were?
He said he checked with, you have to look at the 3D model. I looked with solar, whatever.
Who gave you your positions?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I just looked at, very simple. I looked at the tide chart for Miami Beach, and when it had high and low tides, and then I looked at sun and moon, or time and date, I'm sorry, for the moon positions, and where the moon was at its apex, meaning its highest point in the sky for the day, which for some reason Craig couldn't figure out that is going to be the moon's closest position to you on your geographical position on the Earth, is when it's at its highest point in the sky.
That was odd. That was really odd.
Yeah, like he wasn't agreeing.
That was weird. I know he didn't. He needed you to draw it. He said, "Draw it for me." Somebody said, "Yeah, get the crayons out."
Yeah, that was me. I was like, "What color crayon do you want me to use for the Earth?" But no, I was like, he's like, "You need to look at it in 3D model." I'm like, I don't need a fucking 3D model to tell me that.
You can't visualize that in your head. Yeah, that was weird. I mean, anyone. I'm pretty sure you could put that to like a 10-year-old and they'd be like, "Oh, okay, I understand."
Yeah, and he still came back with like, "No, you're wrong. It was at its apex at like 6 o'clock in the morning." I was like, or 6 a.m. it was just on the horizon or something like that. It's just like, no, where I said it was at its apex, which was like 6 o'clock in the morning, is when the low tide was taking place. So yeah. And that's the thing. Most people just like, and I get it. Like I was there. I just assumed that the tides were caused by the moon's position. And once you start to actually like look into it and plot it out, look at your local charts, look at the positions of the celestial objects, you start to realize like the biggest influence that the sun and the moon have on the tides is that it gives you a higher high tide and a lower low tide based on phase more than anything, not its position in the sky. Like that seems to be the only, like the biggest or the only influence that you might be able to like draw direct correlation to those objects. Is it's typically around the new moon phase that you have the highest high tide and the lowest low tide within your tide cycles.
I mean, also I've been making this argument for years. If the moon is actually pulling on the water, pulling it towards it, you would expect to see the moon goes between the tropics for the most part, give or take. So if it's pulling it towards that region, like you would expect to see like a higher tide, like bigger variations of tides in that area, right? Like a place like Hawaii or something. You'd expect to see like a drastic tide there because it'd be pulling it all in one instance, and then the other instance when it's on the antipodal, it'd be pulling it all in the opposite direction.
Yeah, you would think that you would see some sort of correlation between like everywhere in between the tropics experiencing high tide, where you have everything closer to the poles experiencing low tide, if that was the case, but that's just not what takes place at all.
Can't you set your clocks pretty well to the way the tides operate throughout the year anyway?
Yeah. They're consistent. I mean, that's why we have,
and that's a problem because the moon isn't in relation to the progression of a year.
Right. Well, I mean, we have tidal charts that you can look up for the whole entire year. Like they're consistent.
And that's
like
what I think is another point, because they're like clockwork, but the moon will be, well, I might appear in the daytime, might appear in the nighttime. I might not finish the year this way, that way. And when you study over the course of years, it's like 10 days late and all these type of things. So the notion that it's in line is going to be a problem.
Right. Then that cat got all slick. He was like, "There's a slight delay." He's like, "There's a slight delay."
Like, got lost in the mail.
Yeah, and then somebody chimed in, 45 minutes. It's a 45-minute delay between when it's at its apex and when the tide hits you. It's like, what? Where are you getting this?
Gravity's a bit slow. Who knew?
But yeah, the tides are like, there is some sort of correlation of the celestial objects, and that makes sense, at least to me, right? They call it gravity. I call it something to do with more like electrostatics. You have these two celestial objects to me that seem be almost like an anode and a cathode within the system, and then you have salt water, which is more affected by this stuff than like fresh water would be. So to me, it kind of makes sense that these objects are having some sort of influence on the water and the tide, but their explanation is not. I mean, it's hilarious. The moon pulls the water towards it
because time can be manipulated. Remember.
And then the reason you have another high tide on the other side of the Earth at the same time is that it's also pulling the Earth towards
what did he say? It
moon.
Stretches it out? What was the phrase he used? That was so silly.
It's like it pulls the water towards it, right? So imagine a ball with water on it, and the moon is pulling the water towards it on that one side, but then it's also moving the Earth towards it. So then the other side is experiencing water that's further away from the surface. So it's like, what the fuck? Like, how do people even buy that explanation? Like, it makes no sense.
Well, I mean, it's the same way in it's the same methodology of thinking that buys that you can manipulate time by running around with clocks.
Right. You know, you have this moon that influences the Earth enough to pull it towards it twice a day, or I'm sorry, once a day at least, towards the moon, but we still stay within our perfect orbit around the sun. Like there's no, like, how is this movement that they claim takes place to cause the tides between the moon and the Earth, right? This tugging as they're pulling closer to one another, but never actually like pulling together.
Someone mentioned tsunamis earlier. Shouldn't that have like reset the tide system like every time that's happened in history?
Right. It's kind of like when you're trying to do your like in-body problems or whatever you want to call it, where you've got multiple masses with gravity that are allegedly orbiting around one another. Like just try to get something to influence where it tugs it a little bit constantly. That you're going to be constantly shifting things out of their orbit. They're going to be hitting each other. They're going to, I mean, it's going to go all out of whack. But whatever. It's like if you look at all of their claims just on the specific isolated claim itself, everybody thinks that it works out perfect. But then when you try to get them all together, it's like, wait.
And then you get them back to their foundational position. It's because, you know, fairy dust and fairy tales, and we can manipulate things without touching them, and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
It's like, is it the fourth dimension, or is it an independent thing? Is it a thing, or is it a dimension? It's like, how?
Space is three dimensions. Space is all three of the three dimensions, and then time is the fourth dimension.
But it's also a thing.
Yes, it is a thing that is not a thing that's physical, that's non-physical. It's like, dude,
the warping of these two things creates gravitational force, but also gravitational force affects the thing itself.
Right, exactly.
Trust me, it makes sense. Just keep smoking the special stuff.
Yep.
That's what I think the best approach is, just the mockery of it. Getting them to drill down to the foundation of their position and then mock it relentlessly. Do you see how obstinate he got when I asked him for just one citation of an experiment to prove the involvement of the moon in any way? Man, that was a weird reaction. He started trying to reverse the burden.
It ended up to where you needed to have a citation for him for something.
Yeah, he tried to reverse the burden on me.
That was real weird. Yeah.
It was hilarious, but I was glad for it.
Yeah, but the whole thing with that is, if you search it, you get thousands of hits on it that could be considered evidence. But what I was saying in that is, you ought to provide us something that says that the sun has an electrical influence over it, and you won't find that.
Yeah, but nobody was making that claim. Again, this is obfuscation and obstinance to the point. But I was glad for it in the end, because it allowed Napalm to go down the route he did, which was just funny. It's just like, no, time isn't what you say it is, my guy.
Right. Time.
That was I think he was trying to do that triggering thing. He did. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, time for them is something that's physical, that's being measured. But then there is no physicality. Like, he got really upset or started really over talking me when I was like, well, if time is something that's physical, what is it physically comprised of? What is its material makeup? And that's when he really started getting like super triggered and like really over talking me.
I wanted to post that song if I could put time in the bottle. Because this is the world they live in.
It's funny, you know Larry, Hank
Yeah,
Hill?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
One of his things is like, he says, if there's one thing I've learned over the past few years of this argument, is that he's like, I do not want to argue about time. What time is, or what time is it? He's like, I do not want to have that conversation.
No, I don't blame him, because even amongst us, it just gets all sorts of ups and downs.
Right, because it's like, if you try to claim it's anything other than just a measurement, you're kind of effed, because you have no...
What's a millimeter?
Right. What's an inch?
Oh wait, didn't he say some weird stuff? Yeah, he was saying that you can manipulate it by speed over distance or something like that. And I was
But
laughing.
how do you measure speed over distance? Oh shit, it's time.
I was like, no way did he say that. He's a bachelor degree saying stuff like that.
He was saying because of time dilation that you can manipulate time with speed. That you could slow time down by going faster. Is what he was saying.
Yeah, because people have been convinced that you can manipulate time and that it dilates. Then you can convince people that you can have time dilation.
It's bizarre to me, Left Lane, that this stuff that we're mocking sounds so reasonable to you.
Yeah, it is. It's got evidence to go with it because they've done it. They've proven it. It's like
the problem.
It doesn't affect my life.
Is this evidence in as much as any collection of random things can be arbitrarily denoted as evidence?
Well, to me, it's like this is something that happened. They actually did this thing with these cesium clocks. They actually did it, documented it, recorded the results, and said, "Here's what this is."
Yeah,
and y'all are just saying, "No, it ain't." That's what y'all are just saying. No, it ain't.
No,
they put the clock in the plane in two separate planes and flew in different directions, and then they got the clocks got out of sync.
So, so you're telling me they did something by running around with clocks, and somehow that changes anything?
I see you're just going to make fun of it, and it's not fun. It was a serious
because it's
fucking
mock worthy, and you're saying that by doing that, by running around with clocks, somehow I'm manipulating the very fabric of the universe. What are you talking about?
Well, you can make it sound as ridiculous as you want to, but it's still what
not me. It's the logical implication. It's the logical.
Just let him repeat it. They did what with clocks again? Put them on what? An airplane, right? Went in what directions? Opposite?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly, Rocky. I'm just saying that the experiment happened. It's documented, recorded, and I don't have a problem with it. I don't understand why y'all have such a problem with it.
They put clocks on a plane and measured their deviation.
It's Snakes on a Plane. It's the sequel to Snakes on a Plane.
I'm just letting you listen to what you just said.
Yeah,
why do you think we're laughing so much?
I probably actually butchered what they did because I'm not exactly sure what they did, their procedure step by step. But that experiment does exist. The results are recorded. And it is a thing, and y'all act like it's ridiculous.
Just calm down. Yeah, putting clocks on a plane, a moving object, vibrating, moving, pressure changes, and measuring deviations of that clock and saying it proves something, yeah, that part is ridiculous. I don't doubt they put clocks on a plane or it deviated.
Yeah,
I do doubt what you claim the cause of proves, right?
Was it repeated though?
Well, you don't have to. You don't have to believe it.
I know damn well I don't have to believe it. I'm just letting you.
You can't falsify it, Rakia.
Why would I want to falsify putting a clock on a moving object and saying that is deviating and keeping time?
Well, hold on.
Do you know what the Hey
wait,
guys,
was
do you know what the deviation was? Do you guys know what the amount of the deviation was?
It was like so extreme you can't measure it.
Okay, but was it repeated?
It was about 10 intellects worth of Glober brains.
Yeah, it's like less than 1/1,000,000th of a second.
Yeah, but was it repeated though?
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Wait, Rakia, why did that?
They can't even get the clocks synchronized. It takes forever to try to even get the clocks remotely synchronized beforehand. They're never really synchronized. So then they say, oh, well, they're off by this amount. So then when we start to use them and they come back together, we'll subtract the amount that they were off by and then see what the new amount that they're off by is. And then we'll claim that that's time dilating.
Exactly. Check this out, Rakia and Napalm. Hold on, Rakia and Napalm. I don't understand in this worldview why Thanos spent all the time getting all those stones when he could have just got a few clocks in a plane and just spun around crazy. The whole universe would have gone. That's absurd, man. These people live in a weird world.
Time dilation.
But the clocks were synchronized, and they have repeated this experiment many times before.
And then the clocks deviated.
Yeah, well, it doesn't achieve anything, though. This is the point.
I thought that was the whole thing with like experiments. You repeat it, so you know you're not like.
Yeah, it
just,
has
like,
been repeated. It's been repeated so many times.
No, well, yeah, I know. I'm just saying that to the flat earthers, though. I don't get why. Like,
Yeah. Well, okay. So what is the hypothesis for this experiment?
That time dilates, which is hilarious.
What is
Time dilation is just what we call the effect scene. The basic hypothesis would be that if you took two clocks and moved them
That's not a
at different
hypothesis, though.
velocities and elevations relative to an observer at rest, when brought back to that observer at rest, there would be a difference in time on the.
So what's your
That's
observed?
just an observation.
Right.
Go ahead.
Well, it's if we're going to have a hypothesis, we need to start with an observation. So what was our observed phenomenon that we're trying to prove the cause of the effect?
Before this experiment happened?
Yeah.
I don't know. You could
I
have
would
gone
say
all the way back to
it-
1919 when they had that
Yeah,
eclipse.
predictions in relativity.
Yeah.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
there've been so many observations before this. This was actually one of the later and last experiments to test relativity.
So
There
you're
was so many
trying to
observations before this.
you're trying to ad hoc prove the Lorentz contraction equations? Is that kind of what it is?
Wait, the
No,
observed
it's
phenomenon was the
the
prediction of relativity.
it's the
Yeah.
That's hilarious. So
Bro,
you're trying to prove your own thought processes
never mind.
by running around with clocks.
We can have that as our observed phenomenon when we consider time a physical thing. So it's okay. It all works out.
Yeah, I want
Hey,
to
go
know.
ahead.
Cool, Napo.
I just want
Well,
to.
we asked for the observed phenomenon, and he said the prediction of relativity. That's what Left Lane said. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So the observed phenomenon
predictions in relativity.
is a mental construct.
I have a
What?
question. When you said that when they go to different velocities and come back to the stationary observer, it changes. Does it always consistently change the exact predicted amount?
I'll answer that.
Depends on the velocity. Yeah.
Wait, no. Napalm answered this one earlier really well. Nope.
Time out. I just said the predicted amount. That means it depends on the velocity. If you're using the velocity predicted, that's unspoken in my question. So based on the velocity, does it always change the consistent predicted amount?
I don't understand the question, Whitson. What
Just say no.
Okay, we
That's
have
fair
a
enough.
theory of
That's
time
understood.
dilation. Based on this velocity, the time dilates this much. When we go at these different velocities, is the time that dilates consistently observed based on the prediction?
Yeah, definitely. But the velocity isn't the only factor. You know, velocity, elevation, mass of the object. But yes, if these factors are controlled for, then the result does match what is predicted.
See,
And when
that's
the results are different, you say that you didn't factor in everything because the results don't match prediction every time. You have to say no to that.
I agree with you, Rakia. We can't control for everything, but for the things
That's
we can
why your
control
predictions are off, right? So
no,
you don't know if
our
it's actually time dilation caused by all these factors. You just
Predictions are not off.
our predictions are pretty
you
accurate.
already said you didn't know what
If I could respond to you, Rakia, our predictions are pretty accurate. They're not absolute because, as you correctly pointed out, we haven't controlled for everything. So because we haven't controlled for all factors, we can't say that the result we get is absolute, undeniable proof, 100% correct. It's
All
correct
right,
to a
let me just go
high
ahead.
degree.
Let me go ahead and just completely blow this whole thing up. Okay, so if you have a theory and you're claiming that it predicts the phenomena of time dilation, then you're claiming to know the exact variables that contribute to what you're referring to as the phenomena of time dilation. You're claiming it's elevation, velocity, and mass, which means that according to your theory, these are the only things taken into account to accurately predict the time dilation phenomenon. So if we accurately account for those three phenomena, then our predictions should be consistent and accurate, but they're not. In addition, any slight variation is major in this situation because the amount of change observed is infinitesimally small. Thanks for playing.
Yeah. So number one, you will get variations depending on the instrumentation used. So when they did this experiment the first time in the 70s, and if they redid this experiment in the 90s, they would get different results. The result in the 90s would be a more accurate result. It would vary from the result in the 70s because more sensitive and precise instrumentation is being used, number one. Number two, as I said, we cannot get an exact 100% bona fide result because we're not controlling for all
then
known
why do you
factors.
cite it then?
We're only controlling for the things we have the ability to control. How fast the planes are moving, what directions they're moving, and where they are moving to in
How
relation
much
to
is it
the
off?
observer at rest.
How
That's
much
all
is
we
it
can
off?
You're
control
breezing.
for. We can't
Wait, you're
control
just
for the
breezing
weather.
past my.
We can't control for how a sun flare might affect the planes. You know, we can't control for everything.
Just keep
Okay,
monologuing,
so
man.
you're just breezing past my point, right? So relativity doesn't claim that all these other variables causes time to dilate. It specifically claims just a few things do, which is the velocity and the mass. Okay? That's what relativity claims. So if you're now admitting that the phenomena you're calling time dilation is affected by a whole variance of other things, then you've just conceded relativity's prediction is incorrect.
I didn't say that. I didn't say it's affected by other things. I said we don't know if it is. All we know is, as you said, velocity
That's
and
even
mass
worse.
are the things that affect it. I'm just going back to the point Rakia made that I haven't, controlled all possible variables, and I agree. But we don't know if those variables, number one, have an effect. We haven't
Yeah,
seen them
that's
have an
worse.
effect, and we just can't control them. But the variables we can control for, that we are sure about, we see the effect they have on these clocks in relation to the observer at rest. So we can make a statement about the velocity and the mass and how that affects our predicted outcome. But that is not an absolute statement.
You're not supposed to have a predicted outcome. You're supposed to have either a proof of the hypothesis or a null proof. So either time is the either this is the cause or it's not the cause. But the other thing is it doesn't even it doesn't. Sorry to interrupt.
Hypothesis is a prediction which you test.
But yeah, sorry to interrupt for whoever I spoke over, but it doesn't even come under the classification of an experiment. The best you can call it is a glorified stress test of that particular clock. It's a waste of time.
All right, so you should just go watch my most recent stream because I just covered the cult of scientism. This is exactly what you and Left Lane are doing. It's just a safe position to just baselessly claim the predictions always work. I've actually
Not
researched
baseless.
this. Yeah, do you want to bet money on it? Because now I just have to ask you guys to bet because then it just removes all the BS because you guys never take the bet. I've actually researched it. I know for a fact that it isn't consistent. For a 100% fact that the results are not consistent. So when you guys come in Discord and say it does always match the prediction, you can just say it because you think that the consensus agrees this proves time dilation, and that's the safe space. It's your little safe space. It doesn't predict it consistently, objectively.
That's why I asked how much they're off. By whatever factors you're claiming that it may or may not cause these atomic clocks to be off, by how much?
What these unknown
1/1000th of a
factors,
second before they made an incorrect statement, 1/100000th. The fantasy claim is 1/10000000th of a second difference.
Yeah, I want them to say it there.
Yeah, but admittedly, environmental factors will change the clock's reading by significantly more than that.
You know how they control the experiment? Two guys grabbed the atomic clocks, grabbed either side of the rail of the stairs of the plane, brought them up, and put them just on a table. That's it.
I'm
I have
telling you,
pictures
these
of
guys running around with clocks trying to think that they're proving something. Why does anybody take this seriously?
That isn't a control in the test.
Putting something so precise on a moving object and then saying you precisely measured something is a fallacy in itself. Like, it's not happening, guys. And when you can't tell me how much it's off on, because of one factor or another, man, how do you really say that with a straight face?
You know what, Rakia?
Can you prove it's not working?
Yeah, can I prove you wrong? Can I prove your bullshit wrong that you already declared you didn't really know about? No, I cannot.
Can you falsify it? Can you falsify it? You can't falsify it.
that
Okay.
already, Left Lane. You don't even know what I was.
Let's just pass the burden onto the
Yeah,
rest of the
exactly.
world,
You don't falsify something that hasn't been established yet. I don't know why you guys do that, but there probably is a relationship between the Cesium atoms oscillation rate and elevation because you're going higher within the magnetic field. So you're
Correct.
actually at a different elevation inside of a magnetic field. It would be incredibly ignorant and scientifically illiterate to think that it wouldn't affect the oscillation
Right.
rate.
And this is why I said what I said. It's a glorified stress test of the equipment at hand. That's it. Nothing else.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, it makes more sense what you're talking about, when you talk about the variance in easterly or westerly direction as it pertains to the oscillation rate of the cesium atom as well. Because in their model, what is the difference between the easterly and westerly direction when it's referring to the bending and warping of space-time? What's
Well,
the
good
real
question.
explanation for that there's an easterly and westerly difference?
It's relative.
Because I can understand the elevation, right? You're moving away from the mass, so that makes sense with their hypothesis around gravity, right? Distance from the mass. So this is also, the same as like with electrostatics. So that makes sense. But then when we're talking about an easterly or westerly flow, either with or against the sidereal rotation, what is space-time doing here?
Yeah, that should only make sense if it's something else, right? Because like you're moving with the Earth and the atmosphere moves with the Earth. This is what's so funny. Like if say you want to scientifically verify some of these variables, you can take an oscillation rate, you can introduce a variance in a magnetic field, it'll change the oscillation rate. This is objective. Okay, so we can change oscillation rate with a variance in magnetic field. Okay, check mark. So therefore, we know that happens. If we actually introduce motion to an object, we can change its decay rate and its oscillation rate based on motion. Okay, so this has nothing to do with time dilation. We can show decay rate changes.
Did
We
he
can
cut
show
out?
oscillation. What is oscillate? Am I not coming through?
You cut out, Choppy.
But you back, no worry.
So the oscillation is displacement. So of course motion affects that, and we know that magnetic fields affect oscillation. So why is it that this is not even accounted for in your little demonstration here?
Dude, I think it's
I think
hilarious.
they've done experiments in the 90s where they accounted for the magnetic field. I know they put the clocks in some sort of containers which shielded them from the Earth's magnetic field, so the magnetic field had no effect on the clocks.
Okay,
No effect.
That's what I'm saying. It's insane that you guys say stuff like this. There's not a thing on the Earth that exists that can completely eliminate the magnetic field's effect, period. And even in like a Faraday cage inside a vacuum chamber, you have a dielectric and magnetic constant and a free space impedance. Impedance affects oscillation, believe it or not. So no matter what you put it on, which they don't even normally put it in a Faraday cage or anything like that. You want to cite the specific ones you're talking about, I'd be happy to look at it. But the point is that if you're talking about a billionth of a second difference, dude, what do you like? Are you kidding me? It just takes the slightest a bit of like magnetism or electromagnetism to affect it, and that's way stronger than gravity claims to be. So this is just like the Cavendish, dude. It's just a joke.
I'm starting to think that this is some kind of satire, and they're actually playing jokes on themselves, like whoever came up with this.
Nah, they're fooling the people they need to fool, bro.
Yeah,
they're doing what they're doing, and it's working.
But I wonder if
Until we come along,
it's an intentional joke.
And this is what
It
makes sense.
It may not be intentional because they're probably trying to find explanations that fit within their paradigm. So they're just making them up and trying to put correlations in places with explanations that seem at least plausible enough. So they roll with it. But yeah,
either that or go ahead.
It makes sense that it's not consistent if it's the magnetic field because there's a variance within the magnetic field. It would also change based on location, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a way that you could prove this is literally just to take these planes and fly them in different locations on the Earth, because we have something, for example, called the South Atlantic anomaly, where the Earth's magnetic field gets up to 35% weaker than in the North, which also debunks the globe because the magnetic field should be symmetrical. So you could actually take in different locations and show it. And the fact that if you go to a consistent elevation with a consistent mass and a consistent velocity and the results are not the same, which, by the way, objectively they're not, I've already researched this, that makes sense if it's a magnetic phenomenon because the magnetic field constantly suffers from variance.
Witsit, how long do they say these flights last?
They
Oh, I don't
vary.
know.
I
'Cause
know
I wonder if...
when they did it, I think each flight was like 15 hours, and they
Well,
did
see,
5 different
I
runs.
wonder if this is just an excuse to have a luxury flight, and they're just enjoying themselves, watching movies, drinking.
No, they weren't even
champagne.
on the flights when they did it. The clocks were being taken care of by the by the plane staff. You know, the hostesses and the stewards and whatnot. The
My actual point
Wait,
Keating
here is
and
mine is
so they went
Halfwhale,
through
they weren't
all
even
that
on the
just to
flight.
let a clock have a fun ride?
Yeah, the clock
Hey.
had its own seat.
Did they buckle
Maybe
it?
they did.
There's no way this isn't a joke.
I swear to God, bro.
It would be
Even
cool if
you're
you could just
laughing.
respond to my point. Maybe that would be really cool.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I said I will try and get the source for.
No. My point is that the variance makes sense if it's a magnetic field. It doesn't make sense if it's space time.
What is that based on? Like, why does it make sense for one and not the other?
Because we have a provable variance in the Earth's magnetic field. It's measurable in real life, and space time is going to stay consistent based on mass alone.
You know, that's a good point. And I find it funny that many times when they try to articulate the ideas of gravity, they bring up examples of magnetism. That exact thing happened right before you got in the room, by the way.
Name one thing over a 15-hour flight that doesn't dilate.
I think this is actually just misogyny. It's attack on women. You guys just wanted to take contractions and dilations for yourself.
Depending on the turbulence, your butthole can dilate every now and then.
And magnetism is just one of the factors which they didn't account for. There's a lot of other factors that could have affected the time. Like, for example,
they should have done the same, but instead of just
bro,
one
I'm
clock.
in mid-sentence, bro.
I know, but you're French Canadian, man. Interrupt him as you will.
Yeah, so I'll continue. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, continue.
They should have just done more than one clock in each plane. Is my point.
Put
That would
one
have
in
been.
coach and one in first class and see
Yeah.
what freaking happens.
Yeah. Go ahead, Essie.
Put him in business class, with champagne. No, besides the jokes, that's one of the variables, right? Magnetism that could affect. You have pressure, you have heat, you have a whole bunch of other variables. I don't know if a lot of you guys are aware, but the atomic clock uses a crystal, right? That's what actually vibrates. Everybody thinks it's the cesium that does the vibrating. Anyways, there's a crystal, so there's this thing called the piezoelectric effect. In other words, you strike the crystal, and like your lighter, right? It makes like a flame, like a spark, right? So the slightest vibration, right? You have to think would affect that, and the plane is vibrating like crazy. So that's just another thing that could affect this, amongst many other variables, by the way.
But
How much do one of these clocks cost? Does anyone know?
Essie, what kind of crystal was it? Like what element? If it wasn't cesium.
If you're
It's a
gonna look
crystal.
into
It
these
uses
clocks,
the cesium clock uses a crystal. I forget what type the exact crystal
Isn't it a
was.
quartz crystal?
you can't.
Yes,
you can't
I think
buy,
it's quartz. Yes.
You could
That's
buy
a
one of
quartz
these
clock.
clocks.
It's not a cesium clock.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
two different things, Essie. The cesium clock and
You could buy one of these
an
clocks.
atomic clock that uses a quartz crystal is two very different things.
No,
Well,
sorry.
you can buy one of these clocks. However,
Wow.
they're
The
you can buy one
cesium
of these
clock in question.
Jeremy, you can't help yourself, can you?
You're hot,
Jeremy is
Mike,
always
Jeremy.
Jeremy's
Jesus.
always like 1 second delayed, so you got to like be patient and considerate.
They don't care. They have no social awareness. You could buy one of these clocks. Now you could buy a fake one on Amazon or something like that. It'll be displayed as an atomic clock, but they just get an update from somewhere, and it's not an actual cesium thing with the crystal oscillate, whatever the fuck's going on. An actual atomic clock is like, I think we priced one out before. It was like over 10 grand or something.
You can buy one online, but the problem is,
like that?
oh man, this guy's on cue, bro. On cue.
Well, it was my question to him about the price of the clock.
Yeah, but other people are talking, and you got to let them speak, man.
Yeah, relax.
SE.
I'll try again. I was going to respond to Jeremy and say you can buy these things online. Forget how much it was, but the problem, if I remember correctly, was the tube that has the cesium in it is exhausted. It's no more. So you're going to have to spend a fortune to get the cesium.
So aside from this non-experiment, what's the application for these clocks?
They just keep accurate time. That's all they do.
Yeah,
For 10 grand?
measuring time. Yeah.
Man,
Well,
you
they do
can-
very intricately measure time because like the oscillation rates are very precise. They're very precise measurements, but like that's what's the funniest part, man, is I just refuted the entire premise. Okay? It is, I'm sorry. Magnetism is the only thing you even have to bring up.
Yeah, it's actually dope what you said about the magnetism thing. I like that.
Yeah, just
What
over,
did he
dude.
say?
Are you serious?
What happened?
No, I mean, I just want to know which specific part Jeremy found dope.
Where he said it would vary, you'd get a variance in it with altitude because of the magnetic field.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And just even if you kept the same elevation in the magnetic field, so the magnetic field varies with altitude. But say you're at a certain altitude and you maintain that altitude, there's a variance there as well, which explains why the actual observations are not consistent. Even if you maintain elevation, speed, or velocity and mass, it still varies. This is well known. Well, that makes sense because magnetic field always has a slight variance, even when you maintain elevation.
I mean, you could do one in a
varies,
Faraday
bro.
cage.
Temperature, pressure, everything, radiation levels, everything.
What you would want to do is you'd want to put one in a, I don't know how long it would take in a skyscraper in a basement in the top floor, but you put one in a Faraday cage, one not in a Faraday cage, and both on both the top and the bottom. Like there's some shit you could do with this. It would take time. I don't know how long that would take to run that out, but
Yeah,
it's
that's right.
something
You
better
could
than
do.
what they did.
We would have to get a grant to do this. That's one thing I want to do,
Yeah.
kind of under the NASA audits thing, is have people undercover make very intricate proposals for grants and get the stuff to make the replicate these tests because they don't want to do anything other than verify their assumption. It's the cult of scientism, just like I was talking about last night on my stream. They're only looking for their preferred outcome. It's just a joke. It's like kind of laughable. Of course, when it comes to pressure, pressure is intrinsically magnetic. In fact, the pressure we have on the Earth is because of magnetism. Pressure mediation is everything, and that's all intrinsically electromagnetic. So, like, to really cut this off at the head, you just bring up electromagnetism because that all the other variables fall underneath that, including temperature, heat, you name it.
Well, because that's the baseline structure for how these things operate anyway, with the harmonics and stuff. But I've got a question. Not that it's relevant at this point, but what's the consistency of the decay for the cesium?
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. The bottom line on this is this: no matter what happens in this so-called experiment, you're not measuring time. This is the takeaway here. What you're measuring is the number of times something vibrates. So at the end of the day, all you have is 1 billion ticks or 999.99 million ticks. That's all you're doing here. There's no such thing as time. Yeah.
I agree, but we call whatever that these ticks are measuring time. It's just a name we gave to it. Someone from another planet or in another universe or in another dimension might call it something else. It's just a name we gave it, Essie.
Agreed.
So that we all agree what it is we are measuring, right?
No. Now you're off the reservation. We agreed what we call it, but that doesn't make it time. It's still just a number of vibrations. Let's make that clear.
Yeah,
Nate,
we just agreed to call it time, even though it's not time. Fine.
Right. Do you think that time is the thing, Nate?
A thing how? A thing like my hand is a thing?
Like physical. Do you agree with Fight the Flat
Tangible
Earth?
is a better word, but yeah.
That time is a physical, tangible thing?
I don't know. I cannot directly
Smart man.
have some sort of tangible experience with time. But just because I
Okay.
can't directly interact with it on a physical level doesn't mean it's not real. I don't know.
Well, hold on, Nate.
So
These guys think tangible and physical is two different. Like tangible and physical is not
Yo, your mic,
physical.
bro.
It's
What
not the
happened?
same thing for these guys. You can't hear me?
No, like you just sped up real fast.
Yeah, you sound like 10 people for a second.
Yeah, bro. That
Okay,
was
so
demonic.
I'll repeat it. So tangible and physical means two different things to these guys. So you guys were only talking about physical last night. Like I didn't hear no tangible. You didn't say nothing about tangibility.
Well,
Either
tangible
way,
and physical are different things technically because something can be physical without being material, right? So, like, if you define physical as having a physical interaction, an interaction within the physical world, then energetic interaction is physical, but it's not necessarily tangible.
The reason I use tangible is because they're claiming they can manipulate it.
It's neither tangible or physical. Come on, guys.
Yeah,
Well,
we
you
know.
can
But
manipulate energy as well. I'm just saying.
Time is a
Yeah,
Yeah, I
man-made
mean, you
construct.
can
That's it.
manipulate time. I don't know if it's something you can do directly, the way I can pick up a cup or, manipulate Play-Doh in my hand, but I think indirectly we can see what the effects are on this thing called time through some
no,
sort of
no.
indirect
So,
manipulation.
so
If I
this is
change
where
my
we
mass, or if I change my velocity, there seems to be some sort of indirect effect on this thing we call time.
but the
no,
predictions don't
incorrect.
work, man. Why do
So
I have to keep saying that?
yeah, like we have to keep going back over this, right? Because it's like you guys want to claim that because the device that we use that allegedly measure what we call time is being affected, then you say that time itself is being affected. But
There you go.
how can time be something that is manipulatable in the way of like if I have something in 3 dimensions and I want to measure it, I can use different standard metrics to be able to do that. Let's say we use inches and feet. Just because I can say that something is 6 inches long and I can cut it in half doesn't mean that I manipulated the inches or the inch lengths or the foot lengths or that foot lengths have dilated. That's
Well, that's where the
completely
I
line of contract
100%
is.
agree with you,
And
Nemo. I agree with you 100%.
wait,
Because inches and seconds and meters are just arbitrary units we use to measure these things we call time and space.
No, but what you're calling time is an
Oh.
oscillation. It's electromagnetic phenomena of a device. How many times do we have to say this? You guys notice that a prerequisite for
the oscillation is the measure is the measurement, right? How many
Nate, no, that's
oscillations
what,
did it have?
man, can I
That's what we
finish what I was
use to
saying,
measure
please?
time. That
Can I
isn't
finish what I
time
was saying?
itself.
Hey, man, can I finish what I was saying?
I'm
So,
sorry.
a prerequisite for the cult of scientism is to conflate the validity of direct and indirect observation. So, for example, right here, this would be considered indirect, which indirect always requires a presupposition. So it's like we see the effect of the device and its oscillation rate, and then with your presupposition that time is an actual physical entity that has physical properties, therefore you're measuring that indirectly. They do the same thing with dark matter. Can you define it? No. Can you detect it? No. But we know it exists. How? Wouldn't you have to define it? No. Well, okay, then how did you detect it? We can't detect it. But indirectly, we know it has to be there if we presuppose gravity to be what we think. So it's all built upon indirect presuppositions. It's just a joke, bro. That's nothing in the
presumptive
realm of science.
inferences.
It's a joke.
I don't
Wow.
agree with that.
Nothing
you
to do with knowledge, just presumptive notions in the
I
brain.
don't agree.
Yeah, let's see if any of the ballers can answer.
Your
Which one's
disagreement
more
doesn't help
valid?
your argument, though, does it?
Which one's more valid, direct or indirect observation?
Direct, obviously. We would all rather have a direct observation or direct.
Okay, so do you have said direct observation for space-time warping?
For space-time warping, yes, we have direct observations.
Oh, you do?
No,
We
you
have
don't.
things
Oh,
like.
let me get my popcorn. I'm
Okay, no,
looking forward to
actually, no.
this.
We don't have direct observations. I'm
That was a
sorry.
quick
Thank you.
backtrack.
Yeah.
No, that's
We,
fine.
we,
That's fine. Thank you.
but we've seen how things moving through warp space time act differently. So it
By
would be
assuming it,
indirect.
do you understand that indirect requires presupposition?
I don't think so.
Well, it just does. It just
I don't
objectively
think
does.
it
Wait,
does.
ask him
No.
what presupposition means.
Do you know what presupposition
Presuppose
is?
something. Yeah, to presuppose
Oh
something.
my god, that was profound, dude. This
Yeah.
this is the thing, okay, man. If
Yeah.
it's considered indirect observation, then you have to assume that what
No,
you're
I don't.
indirect. You do, dude.
I
The only
don't.
way. Oh my god.
Yeah, just because Witsit says it doesn't make it true.
No, it just logic says it, dude. Like they.
Logic doesn't say that. Just
Oh,
because
okay. How
Witsit
do
says
you
logic
verify?
says that
It's just
How
doesn't
do you
mean that's
objective.
what
verify?
logic
It's
says.
just
Watch this. Watch.
objective.
It's so easy to just destroy you guys. It's almost
Go
becoming
for it.
boring and monotonous. This.
Right.
Okay, so dark matter hasn't been directly observed. It's
No.
just an indirect observation based
Mhm.
on the gravitational effects we see in the sky. Based on your gravity assumption, there has to be something else that is acting as material, i.e., mass, to be causing the gravity. Okay, so you have to presuppose that gravity is what you say, and that there must be something else material there to make the quote unquote indirect observation of dark matter. Correct?
We have to presuppose that there's something there with mass to know. I really don't understand what you just said, Witsit.
Oh my god! So
Are you
like
saying
you guys,
that much is
when we saw
evident.
dark
Come on.
matter, we presuppose there was gravity or something?
no, okay. So, dude, you have to presuppose that dark matter exists to then claim that you have evidence via indirect observation of dark matter. Okay,
We don't
it's
know it
very
exists.
simple.
We don't know dark matter
Well,
exists.
well, everyone else says that we know it exists because it has
No,
to exist.
dark
Because
matter
we
is
see
just
the
it's
effects
just a
of it.
name we have for something we don't know much about. We know that there's something there affecting, the edge of galaxies, but we don't know what it is. We just named it dark matter. We
No,
really
you
don't know
don't
much about it.
know. You don't know anything. You don't know that there's something there other than if your theory of gravity is correct, something else has to be there.
Just
That's
like
it.
gravity. To have gravity, we know something has to cause it. We don't know what that is. We have ideas, but that's the same kind of thing.
So it requires presupposition,
No, it
indirect
doesn't.
observation.
Nothing
No,
is
that's not
being
how
Oh
theories
my!
work.
presupposed. Nothing
That's
is
not
being
how theories
presupposed.
work.
That's what I'm saying. These people are useless, dude. If you think that you make indirect observations of dark matter, you have to presuppose that your theory of gravity is correct, thus requiring something else be there. So when you see the effects of what you call gravity, you then assume dark matter is there via indirect observation.
No.
Yes.
Oh
We
my
haven't
god.
presupposed anything. We've just observed dark matter to be consistent with gravity. We just can't directly,
She doesn't
detect
understand.
it.
I thought
But
we
we
asked
see that the
you
gravitational
what
effects,
presupposition
whatever
is.
is there, has on the things around it, is the same as the gravitational effect the sun, for example, has on the planets orbiting it.
All right, let's see if you can answer this. Is it possible that dark matter doesn't exist and your theory of gravity is just wrong?
Yes, that is possible. That's definitely
Okay,
possible.
so then it is an assumption.
It's not an assumption.
I'm just blown away at this point. This is insane.
That you got it wrong. You're blown away that you got it
Just
wrong.
because we might be wrong doesn't mean what we have is an
You're
assumption.
wrong. You're wrong. Like the cult of scientism is so aggravating because it's just it's a methodology of frankly incompetence where you can pretend to have intellectual high ground when in reality you are the exact opposite. Okay?
There's no methodology.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
you're
fine.
projecting. You can't even define dark matter, Left Lane. Define it.
Something causing a gravitational effect on galaxies that we can't see.
Oh, is it possible that dark matter doesn't exist and the theory of gravity is just wrong?
Yeah, anything's possible.
No, it's not anything's possible. It's greatly possible because it's never been detected, verified, or defined.
I don't know. I feel like you've got a sledgehammer trying to drive us into a peg hole that we don't fit in. It's weird.
No, you just can't. You're just incapable of thinking outside
those
of
inside the state of cognitive dissonance. I'm not aware of their dissonance.
Yeah, I mean,
This is
dark
like
matter
really
isn't even that much of a settled science with it. You know, there are theories out there, such as modified Newtonian theory, which explain these velocities of the outer spirals of galaxies without dark matter. You know, it's
and there are
not
there
a
are a lot
settled
of
thing.
theories outside of that.
Yeah, it's definitely not a settled thing, but it's the best idea we have right now.
Says who?
Consistent.
Who's the arbitrary determination?
Let me
Who's
finish saying what I'm saying. It's the best
okay.
model. It's the best idea we have now, consistent with the best model we have of the known universe, being the Einstein lambda model.
Says who?
Says experimental results.
Name them.
And upon what is it
Name
founded?
what?
Name one.
Experimental results that tell us that the Einstein CDM model is the best model of the known universe. There's so many.
Yeah. When you see, science doesn't use words like the best we have. Science doesn't use phrases like that. Okay?
It does,
That's
all the time.
They always start out with that.
Religious zealots.
To the best
say
of our
stuff
knowledge.
Like
No,
that.
religious zealots say, religious zealots say this is the truth beyond a reasonable doubt, and this will be the truth forever. It'll never change. We have
Left Lane, why are
the
you
truth
saying our?
and all of the truth.
Why are you saying our, Left Lane? Why are you using the inclusive
Because I said
pronoun
that's
our?
what they always start with, is to the best of our knowledge. They always say that.
But now you're saying they. Why were you saying our? See, I covered
That's
all
what
this.
I was quoting. I was quoting what the scientists talk about when they're especially discussing the universe. To the best of our knowledge, this is what we think.
See, this is
That's
the
what
point,
they
right?
always say.
I made this point in my stream last night. You guys actually need to watch it and go through therapy, okay? Because what you do is you use inclusive pronouns. You say we, our, us. This is our model.
I just qualified that.
You don't
Did
have
you
a
not hear
model.
me qualify that?
Yeah. You made my point. You conflated what other people do that you don't fully understand as being your own, because you've actually handed your thinking over to an unidentified idea of science. You just don't think for yourself. You handed it over to another group, but then you use the pronouns we and our. It's a cult. It's like, I don't know. Go ask the cult leader. But I know the
I'm
cult
not
leader
an
says
astrophysicist.
okay, so the point is that indirect observations require presupposition, and this is a basic logical axiom. Anyone that can even use their brain for more than 2 consecutive seconds understands that if you're claiming something's an indirect observation, then you would just be observing an effect of something you have to assume is there.
No.
You just say nuh-uh every time. Nuh-uh isn't sufficient in debates.
I was saying no, I don't agree with you, Whitson.
Specify
is irrelevant.
Intelligible response. How about that?
All right, because there were no presuppositions done with dark matter, because we don't have a valid theory or scientific law around it. All we have is this observation that we don't fully understand, so we've put dark matter there as a placeholder. We're still trying to detect dark matter to solidify the idea, so that we can then develop a theory around it.
There in the
but
first
we
place.
don't have it there. We're not assuming it's there. We don't know it's there. We've just seen that there's something there causing this to happen.
It's assumptive.
There's something
presumptive.
there.
Why don't
there's
you
something
understand
there.
what we're saying?
Yeah, but
this is weird.
Something...
No, because if your gravity's wrong, then there isn't something there, and you just admitted that it may not exist, and maybe our gravity's wrong. But then you go back to saying we know something's there.
Yeah, if the Einstein CDM model is wrong, then there's nothing there. I agree with you.
So but then you go right back to saying we know something's there. See, this is my point.
There and
as I said, we know something's there in relation to the best model we have of the known universe.
No, it's the best model you think you have based on other people.
And upon what is that model founded? An assumption. So why don't you acknowledge that it's an assumptive-based system?
How is this
the
not a
model
cult?
isn't founded on an assumption. It's founded
Yes,
on tons of
what's the direct observation
then?
What's the direct observation for the
CDM
system?
model? There's more than one observation for the
What's
whole
the
CDM
foundational
model.
direct observation for the model?
The CDM model does not have one foundational direct observation. It's built off of a lot of observations and experiments, all put together to create this model.
Name some. We're
Name
just going
some.
full circle. Why are you paying
The
attention?
observation that the universe is expanding. You know,
Is
the
that a
indirect
direct
observation.
observation,
The
or is that
indirect
a?
observation. Hang on.
Okay, so again,
Let me
built on
answer.
an
Oh my
assumption.
God, bro.
Elijah, dude, you need
Oh
to
my
let it
God.
speak, man.
Yeah, like I don't know if you're doing it on purpose. So for example, you know, the observation that galaxies closer to our event horizon are moving further away from us, the
Okay.
further
Can I
at a faster rate. That is
clarify
a
my
direct
question?
observation.
Can I clarify my question?
Yes.
Direct observations.
I just gave you one.
That's not a direct
Directly
observation.
seeing that galaxies further away from us, closer to our event horizon, are
No,
moving
that's
away from
that's
us
not a
at
direct.
a
That's
faster rate.
indirect because you're
That's
assuming
direct.
you're
They
assuming the
looked at it and
galaxies
saw
and
it
the.
happen.
You're assuming the model already.
Wait,
No,
I
this
gotta
was
point this
before
out.
the
Fucking
model.
hell.
Remember
This is
now.
No, you're assuming.
Hang on. When
This is so foolish.
Holy shit,
when
this is
Hubble
so hard
did,
to listen to.
yo, can I answer? When Hubble performed this observation, we didn't even have a model of the whole entire universe. We you know, even the idea that there were galaxies outside of our galaxies was an idea not everyone jived with at the time. So there
Can I
was no model.
interject?
This is just one observation.
Can I interject?
Go ahead.
Even the idea that galaxies are as you described them is an assumption.
No, it's the way you see them.
Yeah, it's an observation.
Wait,
You
I
see
gotta
it.
point this out. This is what I'm saying. This is what they get away with this so much, right? Where they say stuff and it's not true, and everyone just lets it go and then argues with it as if it's true. Okay, when
What
you
did I
said that
say?
yeah, you said that all the stuff moves relative to our event horizon to show us that no, we have anomalous observations where that doesn't happen. You intentionally leave them
Like
out,
what?
or so if I go cite the paper, then you'll never say it again, right?
Did you show me the paper? I've never seen it
Yeah, as
before.
soon as I go inside. That's what I'm saying. Because you guys don't research things.
I've done plenty of research. I've just never seen this. Could you cite it, please?
Yeah,
I
sure.
mean,
When I go
are you
inside,
going to
I'll
sit here and
cite it. You
say
guys will just ignore it.
you've read every single paper on this subject, Whitson? I could pull out a paper you've never seen. Trust me.
My point is that I go look for discrepancies because I don't have a.
So do
bias.
I, Whitson. I look for discrepancies as well, and I haven't found them. So could
You've
you show me
never
what you
found
found?
anomalous discrepancies
You haven't
with
been
the
looking hard enough,
you've never found anomalous discrepancies with the expansion of the universe, but you've been looking for them.
I've been looking for them. I haven't found them. Could you show me
Wow,
what you
that's
found, Whitson?
crazy. That's crazy.
It's crazy,
Yeah.
I know. Could you show me what you found?
Yeah, absolutely. Just a second when I go inside. It's just like
All right, cool.
there are many redshift anomalies too, right?
I've heard, I've seen the papers on them, but nothing conclusive. You know, I've heard all of the story of it being tired light and this, that, and the third, but there's nothing conclusive on it. It's just claims made by people based off of one little experiment they performed. But there's no body of work around it. There's not enough references made to it. It's
All right, this
nothing
is just
to
so
take
wrong.
seriously.
So I was talking to
dismissing the
PhD
notion of anomalies now.
I was talking to the PhD astronomer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Professor Parks, PhD in astronomy, runs an observatory. And I'm like, well, what about the redshift anomalies? And he's like, what are you talking about? There are no redshift anomalies. I'm like, yes, there are. I start to name them. And then he's like, oh, I've heard of the first one. Well, just a second ago, there were none. But now you've heard of that one. I'm like, well, actually, there are more than that. There are like 5 or 6 I can name off the top of my head. And then he's like, oh, I've never heard of those. I'll have to look into them. This is a PhD astronomer. And I sent him the papers, and then he never said anything. Okay? So this is my point, is where you guys run around with the rhetoric of how everything, we know all these things and everything
So get
works.
the
But
papers.
in reality, you just pull back the bell, and the truth is, it doesn't work. You can make these conclusive statements where it's like, we see that all the stuff in the sky shows us that the universe is expanding. But actually, we see all kinds of stuff that doesn't work within that assumption, and you guys leave that part out, and it's the safe space to just say things over and over as if it's true. It's super lame.
All right.
All
Are
right,
you in sight yet?
No, I'm having to grab my drinks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't work for you. I'm not sure if you're
No,
aware of that.
I'm just very excited to see these papers. Stuff
No,
like
you're
this
not.
excites me, Whitson. If someone has information I've never seen before, and
Oh,
they
maybe you're not
could
excited,
show
man.
I'm talking. They could show my worldview to be wrong. That excites me, Whitson.
Well, you're never going to think your worldview's wrong, right? You're just going to say, oh, it's just an anomaly,
I'm
and we have to.
open to it.
You're like, we're just going to have to figure something out. It's just, oh, that's how
Yeah, but I'm
science works.
literally telling you that I'm open to my worldview being wrong.
Hey,
You can't
cool.
then tell me I'm not open to it.
Cool. I'll send the papers in a second.
Thank you.
Give me like 3 minutes.
Take your time, Whitson. Take your time.
So while he's doing that, if they confirm those baby galaxies, that are not babies. What are you gonna say?
I don't understand. What are you talking about, SC?
I'm talking about the James Webb telescope supposedly find of galaxies that were supposed to be young but are very old and massive.
Yo, Dicelo, come on, man. SC, if you could just repeat that.
Dicelo, you're cutting out. That's the problem.
I don't think you can
Wait,
hear us.
Elijah, he didn't answer your question for the direct observation.
I know.
I did. I told him when they saw the galaxies speeding away from us,
That's not
they
a direct
directly saw that.
observation.
That's a
It's an
direct observation.
indirect
How is it not
observation
direct?
because you're assuming everything you say about galaxies. It's
Like
it's
what?
baked in. It's assumptive.
All right, even
and
if it's
baked
not
in.
galaxies, I'm seeing this thing
You're
emitting
seeing
light
lights in the
moving
sky,
away
my
from
guy.
me. Yeah, all right, cool. Let's just call it lights in the sky. I'm seeing lights in the sky move away from me at an increasingly accelerated rate the further away they are from us. That's a direct observation.
No, that's
of
another
lights in the sky.
assumption. That's another assumption.
How am I
of where-
assuming? Okay,
You're already
what's the
assuming
assumption?
their distances. Don't you realize how many
But I can
assumptions
tell
are in
there's
your whole
distance
model?
between me and them.
Say
How am
again?
I? If you have a glass of water on a table in front of you and it moves away from you, are you assuming that the distance between you and the glass of water is increasing? Really?
But this is the point. You have no direct observation of them moving away from you. You have
But I'm
you have
seeing it
an
move
you
away
have an
from me.
indirect inference, right?
Oh
based
my
on what you're observing, based
cool,
upon the assumption,
I'm
which is the
gonna
whole
let
point
this
Wixer was
go.
making.
Way
Yeah, I'm gonna let
out,
this go
man.
because this is just silly.
Stretching way out.
Yeah.
We're not
Yeah,
the ones who are
like you-
we're not the ones who are stretching the universe here.
Like
That's
like
you
you
lot.
telling me if I see something move away, I'm indirectly seeing this. Like
How
come
do you
on.
know it's moving away from you?
Because I can see it move away, bro. How do you know things are moving away
how
from
do you
you?
see it move away
Don't
from
you
you?
see them move away from you?
How do you
You're
see
just
it move
seeing
away
the
from you?
light being angled away from you. That's all you're seeing. Your interpretation is what you're doing.
Yeah, the light is
This
moving
is
away
all,
from
this is
you.
all
Whether
visible.
it's a star,
This is all
whatever it
visible as a
is.
ferrocell or supercell, dude. So every time you see the north-south facing side of a magnetic ferrule,
Your mic, man.
You're clipping out.
that is.
You're
Dicelo.
You're
clipping
Mr.
out.
Roboto, my
Mic.
friend.
Dicelo.
Dicelo.
I'm sorry, man. Is he back?
No.
Okay. Yeah, but whether they are stars or lights in the sky or, it's fairy dust, whatever it is, we are seeing it move away from us. Regardless of what we think or assume it is, it's moving away from us. That you can see directly.
Can you hear me any better?
Yeah, but that doesn't help your model, does it?
Still
If you want to make
clipping.
that argument, it doesn't add anything to the. Well, it doesn't contradict anything we've said that your system is built upon assumptions. Many assumptions.
I was just trying to answer your question as to, could I name a direct observation? That's all.
Yeah, but you still haven't.
I did. I just told you. Stars moving away
This
from
question was a follow-up from the rest of it, right?
No,
Because
you
you're
asked
saying
the
that
question,
the overall.
I was answering it, and then you wanted to qualify your question, and I answered the qualified question as well.
Right, because you were missing the point. But the whole reason we're here is because you're talking about your whole CM Einstein whatever thing that you cited, and we're pointing out that this is full of assumptions.
Okay.
And that this is the problem. Because
Could
when
you
it
name
comes
one
down
assumption?
to the direct observations of something that is specific to your model, right? That cannot that disagrees with what we actually observe or what we are talking about in the counter argument. You don't actually have anything.
Yeah. Could you
So
name
you
one?
said it's full of assumptions.
Yeah.
It
Could you name
is.
one assumption?
It's definitionally full of assumptions.
Okay, could you name one?
You
Name one.
assume, even in your observation that you're still trying to stick to, you assume the galaxy model. You assume that the lights you're seeing in the sky are galaxies. You assume elements of the model that you build upon the other models and the older models. It's all assumptive. Why is it so hard to acknowledge that? And just to be honest about it.
I hold a pencil up in front of you and you see it's a pencil, are you assuming it's a pencil, or do you think it's a pencil?
Is that analogous to what I'm talking about?
It's directly analogous.
No, it's not.
Okay.
I can physically go and take the pencil off you if you were to allow me, and I could investigate and confirm my observation. You can't do that with what you're claiming about what you call a galaxy, etc., etc., etc.
What do you
See
call
the
it? What do you
difference?
think they're looking at? What do
See
you
the
think they're
difference?
seeing? What do you
Do you
think
see
they're
the
seeing?
difference?
No. What do you think they're seeing?
No, well, you said it's analogous, but do you see the difference now?
It is. I show you a pencil. You see it's a pencil. You're looking at a pencil. We see
It's
the
not
galaxies.
analogous.
We're looking at the galaxies. What do you call them?
It doesn't matter what you call them. You're claiming things about them, and you're imposing that
It's just
upon
silly,
your
man.
and you're imposing that upon your observations and inferring other things. And this is why we were mentioning what we were mentioning about the dark matter, about the time dilation, about all this stuff. It's assumptive. You're presuming ahead of time, and you set everything up to agree with what you already assume instead of just seeking knowledge and seeking truth and not having the hubris to go, well, we already know what this is about. We're just going to go and find out more about what we already know about.
Yeah, they look at these things that they call galaxies. They see they're moving away. Direct observation. And I don't even understand how you would argue against that.
That's as direct as it gets, you know. I don't know, man.
It's not direct. What is a galaxy?
A cluster group of stars.
Go on.
That's just what a galaxy is. What do you call it? How do you define it?
And how does this line up with your model when you're observing a singular light? Yes or no?
Question.
No.
When you're talking
We're
about
seeing a galaxy cluster, not one single light. It's a
Right,
whole
so
galaxy cluster.
when you're talking about these galaxy clusters moving away from you, is that based on what is the observation? What do you mean it's moving away? Is it becoming smaller as it goes away? Is this due to redshift or blue shift?
Yeah, the light from it is being redshifted.
So there we go. There's the assumption, right? That the
How is that
light
an assumption?
redshifting is the motion is based on the motion of the galaxy, correct?
So now
But we know. I mean, yeah, but Doppler shift happens on Earth, Napalm. That's how those speed guns work. Like this is not something we're assuming. No, you sound better now, Dice.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, when you look at a magnetic ferrocell, you can see the phase disparity between the north and the south facing poles, and they're blue and red shifted. So this right here is literally the same exact phenomena that you guys are calling objects moving away from us versus objects moving towards us. Has nothing to do with the movement of the actual matter, material, or medium, rather than that of the direction of the light. Blue shift
went away.
You're cutting out, Dicelo, but hey, good point, Dicelo. And this observation is done on Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right here.
Which observation now?
Yeah, you can do this. You can see a YouTube video on it. You can do this yourself, and you can see.
Yeah, you're definitely cutting out, Dicelo.
All it is a phase shift.
Yeah, exactly. Nate, what he's saying is there's a phase shift, so a disparity between the phase of the North Pole and the South Pole of a magnet as it's related to light that it's interacting with under a ferrocell, and you see a red shift and a blue shift, meaning the light is red shifted on one side and blue shifted on the other side. So it's a phase disparity. So this is observed here on Earth, right? So the light within that ferrocell, ferrocell is not moving away from you or closer to you to get that phase disparity. It's actually sitting still in front of you.
Where's that? I'd like to see that. The ferrocell it's got blue and red shift on it. I'd like to see that. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
It's blue shifted at the north field and red shifted at the south field. You can see this right before your own very eyes. You can do it yourself. You can watch a video on it. Yeah.
Red shift and blue shift is not something you see with your eyes.
How do you see?
It is. It's something
so
visible.
it's not a direct observation? Interesting.
No, it's measured, right? Isn't it measured, Nate?
Yeah, blue shift and red shift is something we measure, and we just give it those names based on where on the how can I say, the frequency of the light spectrum. Yeah, based on where the light spectrum, this measured frequency falls. Then we just give it that name, but it's not to say we're actually seeing the color blue or the color red. It's not something you see with your eyes. So what you guys are talking about with the ferrocells, that's not blue or red shifting, but I would still would like to see it. It sounds pretty cool.
Red and blue shift is just
It's
it's
directly
color.
related.
Yeah.
So you're just seeing lights in different spectrums or different positions within the spectrum. How does this help your claim of space-time warping?
And how does that indicate it moving away?
Yeah, it's strange.
Okay.
Hey yo, I'd like to see the video of
I
the
wasn't making a time
polarity.
about space time.
That hey yo, Dicelo, if you got a link to any of that polarity shift, like the red shift, that
Yeah,
sounds interesting.
yeah. Just type in Theoria apophysis redshift, and
Okay, cool.
there should be several videos on it.
Silence is wonderful.
No.
You guys should push him to do a thing on a Hasselblad camera.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
No, man. There's
I
too many
want them
people
to
that
put time in a bloody bottle and send it my way.
too many people that claim to know a lot about cameras that, when pushed, know actually very little about them. Trying to claim.
That's been my experience, bro, for sure. And I'm hardly an expert, yeah. And I've talked to so-called experts. And one guy is on Blue's channel. He's the resident camera expert, and most of the time they have no clue, bro. Zero.
What's the specific point you want them to get to with the Hasselblad camera? I'm not familiar with it.
The effects of pressure and the film. That kills the fantasy. That's the Achilles heel of the moon landing. Well, one of them. The spacesuit being another one, but yeah.
Okay, I'm getting you now.
Outgassing of the film.
That makes sense. I just don't know enough about the law to care, because since when are they landing on a piece of cheese in the sky?
I mean, my thing about the photography on the moon is, how did they know prior to getting up there what aperture and shutter speed settings to set the camera at to be able to get these beautiful photographs?
And
not only that, without a viewer, they have them perfectly cropped, like it's like as if they were in a studio by a professional photographer.
Well, it's not like you want the mic boom. It's not like you want the mic boom arm to be in the camera shot now. Come on.
I mean, it's
good engineering.
It's not
Or the
as
overhead
simple
lights.
as nowadays with like digital cameras, where you can really bring back exposure issues and stuff like that. Like nowadays, you have a lot better computer programs to be able to recover some sort of quality when you overexpose or underexpose your photographs. But when you're talking about actual negatives, when your negatives are overexposed, like trying to get that shit back is
that's when people used to cry, because oh crap, my whole day is wasted.
Well, it's such a pain in the ass, because you really have to work with the way that you're printing these photographs. I mean, when something's extremely overexposed, you're talking about your timing settings just to be able to get a print is fucking ridiculous. Go ahead.
Ken talks about this a lot with people not knowing how to set up their cameras a proper way, and most of the time they'll overcompensate with
sorry, Dicelo, your connection is really bad. Try and maybe type it out or something. Maybe one of us can read it out.
Roboting like crazy.
We're not able to get everything you're saying. Half the time it's going in and out.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we forget about is that these moon landing photographs were taken in the time of film, right? And we're looking back into this after we've had many years of digital photography, editing, the ability to take a picture with your phone that's a better quality than probably any camera that was produced in the 60s and 70s as far as image quality is concerned. Even with the small lenses that we have on our phone cameras, it's ridiculous the amount of quality that you have. And our ability to manipulate these photographs very easily within the computer programs that we have. Back in the day, it was not that way. It was not that easy. You didn't have the automatic settings that you do on digital cameras where the camera just kind of adjusts everything so that it's perfect for you. There was somebody in here, I forget what his name was, who was claiming to be a professional photographer for a military newspaper or some shit like that. And I guarantee you the guy just probably had his digital camera on the green A, which is auto settings, and the camera does all the adjustment for you based on its light metering and all that kind of stuff that it's doing internally. You couldn't do that with 35 millimeter cameras back in the day.
Yeah,
Everything was manual.
It's an art form. It's a craft.
Yeah. I mean, not only trying to get your lighting correctly, but your framing, all that kind of shit. It was much more difficult back in the day.
And then they want to say that they did this in a completely foreign environment and then also live streamed it. Okay.
I'm just saying, guys. The best thing about the moon landing, I think, is literally when Nixon calls the moon. Like, that's just so nice, I love
Beam
that,
me up, Scotty.
While I am sometimes here in Germany driving around, like literally, I'm looking at my phone, I just get like one little what is it called in English, like stripe of signal, or sometimes even no signal, right? Isn't that amazing? In 2023 you can still find spots where you literally are completely lost if you try to call someone.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that? We can't even have a synced conversation with Jeremy and Dicelo sometimes because of connection. But they had a synced conversation with the moon.
Exactly. I'm just saying, man. I'm just gonna quote Rammstein here. We all live in America.
And by the way, we would call that Ein Balken.
Dude, this song is actually pretty good, man. Like I'm not a Rammstein fan at all or anything, but this song is like brings it to the point, of the brainwashing that the US has done. Like, it's quite insane, actually. Like,
we learned it from you guys. We learned it from you guys.
Right. I mean, it was not the US alone, right? Yeah. I mean, you we gave the tools. You guys just refined it, whatever.
I wouldn't say refined it. I think they just mass produced it.
No, we gave the wickedness of mass deception. You guys just wear the perfect mask to keep it hidden, from the normal eye.
They supersized it and added cheese.
Exactly. Yeah.
You guys with a Diet Coke
and heart attacks.
Would you like a large with that?
Supersize the
America.
Yeah.
So back to reality. If indeed they found those 6 galaxies, my buddy Nate.
Sorry, I see.
What would you say if they did find those galaxies in a place and time, where they shouldn't be? Would you admit then that your Big Bang cosmology is finished? Any baller?
I don't know if you're still here, but is that what Witsit's going to show now? I think he's live streaming. Not screen sharing or something.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, Witsit, is this what you're doing now? You're going to show that citation you mentioned?
I think you already posted the citation.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Looks like you're streaming
to answer that
dark
one,
matter.
right?
You're streaming dark matter and dark energy right now.
Yeah.
Goodness. If only it was that easy, huh?
i.e., a blank screen.
No, I can't hear you, man. It might be your internet, but your stream is also not loading for me.
He just needs to retry it. Sometimes there's a glitch where when you do screen share, the audio bugs out.
Okay.
No doubt in their recent updates, they messed it up.
Coca-Cola sometimes war. Imagine thinking.
What?
Imagine
That's
thinking
peak.
you're living on a spinning ball right now.
Look what Lightwater posted.
Yeah.
You're not safe.
They can't be that freaking strong, can they? Holy shit, man.
Florida man made a big mistake.
They can bite you in your arm and twist you around like as if you're nothing.
This is a metal post, bro. Unless it's made out of that, hollow tubing shit.
No,
It's
they
probably
are
an
that
American.
strong.
Probably an American metal post.
Because they're armored creatures, right? The problem we would have is maybe if you're strong enough, you might be able to pry him apart with your arms. But he's just forcing his body through that. We couldn't do that. Our body's not strong enough. We'd puncture
That
ourselves or
looks like
something.
a cheap French Louisiana metal to me.
Looks like American Border Patrol.
Nah, that's scary.
Yeah, that's like a good metaphor for you guys as borders. I mean, at least you have a fence, In Germany, you just get invited.
Hey,
Forget
Jeremy, you there?
Rottweilers. You need to walk around with crocodiles on a leash.
You there, Jeremy?
I'm here. What's up? What's up?
Zanuck was asking for an unmute.
No!
No.
All those in favor, say
I mean,
no.
we can do a poll, That would be like fair.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
No.
No need to be little snidey kids. Come on.
Witsit, just disconnect, reconnect. Or maybe you need to update your app. Who knows?
We were talking about gravity. We were talking about theories. Everyone got a little bit heated.
Who do we hold responsible for this unmute?
Yeah, see, can you really focus on yourself rather than other people?
I'm just messing with you.
I know.
Probably Jeremy anyway.
Hey, Essie, since this thing quite a bit about cameras, do you think it's the fact that we understand the temperature on the moon to be really high, and that would melt the film in the camera? That's a problem you have with the film, and the vacuum would basically vaporize or make the emulsifiers evaporate on the surface of the film. Is
basically, yeah, the vacuum would render the film useless. Basically, yeah.
Why?
Not perfect. You heard me say it 100 times because of the outgassing of the emulsion.
The film's sealed up, isn't it? In the film, isn't that the gel? Didn't they use a special agar type gel, and it was sealed where it wasn't exposed to the vacuum?
No, it wasn't sealed. No. Where was it sealed? Where do you see that?
Well, that gel, even on the regular film, is under a film. It's under a clear film where it's on the negative.
Yeah, the film is made out of plastics, right? And the emulsion itself is mixed. It's a mixture of chemicals, silver, which has been placed in acid. I won't go too geeky on you. And emulsion, gelatin. Yeah.
If I pull out, I have a brand new package of sealed film. If I pull it out, there'll be nothing I can see or touch that comes off of the film. if you could see that, would that render your conclusion kind of a little moot at this point, or do you need to see some kind of gel that I can wipe off with a paper towel that would come off on the paper?
Are you just talking to talk, or have you done or seen anything?
Well, I have done seen that. I've been playing with film my whole life, right before you were
So
born.
you put a film. Hold on. You put a film canister.
Not a vacuum.
So then, why are you saying anything, Janik?
Because things that evaporate, chemicals that evaporate in vacuum, usually aren't stable. Not like they're in liquid form. Things on film is fairly stable. Fairly, I mean, you can smudge it, you can move things around, but I don't believe, and this is my belief, that if you put a film in a vacuum, that anything would happen to it. And you're making the assertion that it will. I get that. I understand your objection there. But why do you think? Here's the biggest point. Why do you think that the film would have a problem with the temperature? Because you understand why the they talk about.
Well,
the
we're talking
temperature on the
about
surface of the moon
vacuum
being
now.
very,
We're talking.
very hot.
We're talking. Why are
Hold
you
on.
changing the
I
subject?
was finished.
See, this is
Hold
why
on.
nobody wants
Okay,
to talk with you, man.
well,
This is
okay,
why.
I'm fine. I thought you wanted to talk about both of those two things. Simple. Go ahead.
You were talking about vacuum, right? You asked me a question
Right.
and I told you outgassing. So instead of addressing that, you went to temperature.
No. I thought because there are two simple objections that you have that I would address them to at the same time because they're very simple. You think that this film's going to outcast. You're sure that it's going to do that. That's fine.
Absolutely,
You have no real.
Yeah.
Hold on. You have no real description of any of the chemicals and at what temperature, what pressures these would actually vaporize. So you don't know. And number two, then I brought in the temperature because that's the easier discussion actually.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Look, I got an important transmission from an astronaut. You guys got to check it out. I got a couple of them. You should check it out on my share screen. Just prepare yourself. It's epic. All right.
So SC, on the temperature side of things, you know that the temperature is just this value they put where something left in the sun would eventually be excited to the point where the temperature would rise.
Zanuck, we're about to play a video.
We'll pick this up after, Zanuck. Not that it's going to do anything. It's going to be a waste of time, but we'll do it after.
I mean, it's a simple thing about you think it's 180 degrees.
Shut the fuck up, Zanuck.
And we're saying that it's not going to be 100
Shut
degrees
up.
on the
Shut
camera.
up. You don't pay attention. You don't read
And
the
there's
room.
reasons
Just
for
shut
that.
up.
But okay, we can talk about it later.
Okay, cool. All right, so I got two. I've played this one before. Someone might have seen it, but I'm going to play this one and then play the new one I made. It's pretty funny. All right, there's a minute long. And action. Why is it frozen?
Yes.
Yeah, it's frozen.
Oh, it's working. It's working.
Frozen.
Well, it was.
Yeah, sorry. My computer's like, I don't even know what's going on. Just a sec.
It looks like.
Well, that's part of the video. That's actually. Okay, here we go.
What are you trying to show us? What's it?
Well, you'll just have to watch and find out. Huh?
Well, we were in the middle of something and you just jumped in and you don't have anything to show us. So
Actually, you were on mute and that was amazing. So, all right, here we go. I got it back up and maybe it'll work this time.
what's the topic?
Why not just post it? Because I want to play it. That's probably why. Okay, here we go. And action.
That's cool.
Too bad she's not real. She's hot.
Isn't that funny?
Good job, man.
All right, I got one more.
Oh boy.
Sorry, man.
I
I'm
like
sorry.
I like the logo, man. Pretty nice.
Someone made it for me. All right, here we go. This one is the one I just made. No one's seen this one before. You guys are getting exclusive access.
Oh, we
All
can't.
right, here we go. And
Please.
action.
That's a little creepy having a hot chick when knowing that Witset's voice is really behind it.
It'd be nice if we could see what her chest looks like.
Yikes!
I know, right?
I want to see. I want to see what the rest looks like.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
But then it's even more creepy because it's still inside of there is Witset. It's Witset in some hot chick uniform.
Can you guys control yourselves? Jesus, it's a cartoon.
It's freaking AI generated cartoon.
Why do you think they picked the hot?
It all feels the same in the dark, Zanny.
No, it doesn't. Not to me.
I didn't just pick girls. Like, here's one with a dude.
This guy's tweaking, dude.
Kosha's gonna love this one.
He's excited right now. He's in the bathroom.
Look at the string and holding them up.
I know, right? Why is it all white people? This is kind of a racist little thing.
No, I actually have a black dude and an Asian girl. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, but you can't really see them in the background, Zanuck.
What's that?
Oh, you can only see the white in his eyes. That's the problem.
No, I have two more. One's an Asian girl and one's a black dude, literally to avoid that statement.
We don't want everyone to think they're all. We don't want everyone to be classified
I'm still
as
trying
stupid.
to.
Not
I'm
just
still
the white
trying.
people are
Hey,
stupid.
Zane, can you explain to me what a black person is? I'm still trying to figure that out. I don't know any black person.
What a black person is? Is that what you said?
Yeah, yeah. What is that?
Dude, this is what's so goofy, right? That was
What
like
is a
3
white
minutes.
person?
I just wanted to show people something for 3 minutes, and you guys are just whining and crying about it. But you can conversation rape us for 5 consecutive hours every single day for 4 years, and that's cool.
How ironic! No, we're not. I like the video. You did a good job on it. It's just funny.
Hey, Zenek, what is a black person, man? I really want to learn that. I just don't
I
know.
don't think we need to talk about that.
I mean, we shouldn't get into that.
Yeah.
No.
I just
Don't
want to
be-
know
yeah,
why.
Don't be stupid, Clay. Come on.
I just want to know why Witsit used a less attractive looking version of me for the white guy. Why did you do that?
I don't know.
know,
You
right?
weren't available
What
for a
is the
cameo.
white guy? These terms are very weird, you know.
Why
I
are
don't
you
get
even?
people
Why are
using
you
One
these
just
asking?
want to
terms.
make an attainable level of handsome.
Very strange terms.
Also have like a really cool video that's gonna it's like a short 30-second commercial that uses the astronauts that premieres in the summit. It's pretty fun. Pretty cool. Like I'm using AI against the beast. You gotta admit that it's like even the ballers should be in agreement. Like, yeah, what goes on in that pool? There's like I think 30 to 40 cameras in the pool, like literally built into the pool. So can we not? It should be very easy for me to ask for the uncut footage of the training, right? I should be able to get all training footage whenever you're hanging on wires because they admit they hang on wires to train and stuff. So I should be able to get all that footage. How come we've never seen it? Why is it not available? I want the
Why are you so obsessed with this pool? Yes, they train. You're saying they use that footage for proof that we're in space, or the acting in space. I mean,
what I'm
things they
saying
do
is
in
what I
space.
just said.
I know, but why are you so concerned about the?
Why
they
are
use
you?
pools.
Why do you think I need your approval as to what I want to
No,
focus
no.
my
I'm just
attention on?
asking why you think it's so important that we have more information for you.
I want the uncut footage of them in the pool and hanging on wires because they admit they do both of those things, but we never see the actual footage uncut.
Okay, but I'm just wondering.
Okay.
Do you think that the footage that we do show in space is them underwater?
I think it's them, maybe underwater and in front of CGI screens.
But there's things, the motion and things that you see of the spacewalks do not resemble in any way, shape, or form someone underwater.
Why not?
Because certain movements of certain items that they are moving are not moving through a viscous fluid. Those things would have distinct characteristics of their motion.
No, you don't know anything about it. They actually pump the pool full of certain things to manipulate the density. You never know what you're talking about.
What do they pump in the pool to manipulate the density? That's funny.
Salt. Wouldn't salt do that? Salinity has an effect on the density of the water. Would you
Makes
agree
it
or
denser.
disagree?
Makes it denser. So that's not the wrong way.
If you were planning a combat mission, in the mountains of Afghanistan, right? And you're the SEAL team commander, would you train your team on top of a mountain or in a pool?
Oh my! I don't even know. I'm not going to answer that because it's so stupid.
I got a question for you, Zach.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
The things they do in space are. Let me respond to Essie real quick. The things they do in space resemble things that are done in the pool.
Oh yeah, we don't care about your opinion though. That's why it's so much better with
It's
you
not
on
an
mute.
opinion. We know we're way.
Dude, if we wanted to hear you be an apologist, we could just go read NASA's website.
I'm not being an apologist. I'm talking to I'm talking to SC about his comparison of my Afghani experiences versus in a pool, which are not related.
Also, like we never see the footage of them testing the spacesuits in a vacuum, and according to an astronaut that I spoke with, they have to do that. They all have to individually go into a vacuum and test the suits. Yeah, we
That's
don't
my
have
whole
footage of
point.
any of it.
That's my whole point, exactly.
Yeah,
Why
it
would you
looks like
train
an egg.
underwater when you know you're going to be in a vacuum condition? It makes no sense whatsoever. They don't test the equipment. They don't test for cold welding. They don't test for other like friction expansion of the metals. If their gloves would work. I mean, it's just totally ridiculous.
The astronaut claimed that they test the suits in vacuums.
Yeah, it looks like an egg. The vessel that they train in.
No, that's just what the
I've
astronaut
seen
said when I talked to her in
a couple
person.
of videos of them. Yeah.
You haven't seen anyone testing spacesuits in a vacuum.
I've never seen except the guy that
That's what
fell
they were
over.
doing.
No, the guy his tongue boiled, and then the other people didn't even get remotely close to the space vacuum, and it's super sketchy footage. And we've already shown that it's sketchy and cut and edited, and someone walks in, and there's another person inside the thing, and yeah, they didn't even like decrease the pressure much.
Every piece of equipment, every antenna, everything that they laid out on the moon should have been tested. How the knees would bend, how your elbows, your gloves, the wrists with the pressure effect, all that. None of it. There's none of that. Nowhere. Just underwater. Come on, guys.
I wanted to
This is
ask
what's
Xanax
telling. They don't
something
even
when you
want.
guys are done with that.
Just real fast, I'm gonna say this one thing. What's so telling and exposes some of these people is they don't even want it. They want to talk us out of trying to get it. They don't. They're like afraid to even look into it. They want to literally convince us we shouldn't look for it. Instead of being like a normal person and being like, yeah, I'd want to see that. Like, I want to see where they're hanging on wires when they supposedly train for spacewalks and when they're in the water and when they test them in vacuums. I'd love to see that. Sure, I want to see it. They actually try to ridicule us, mock us, gaslight us into thinking that we're crazy for wanting it and try to convince us not to go find it. How weird is that?
It's religious.
Yeah, exactly. It's a cult. Like, how dare you question the cult?
Yeah, question the cult leader, you get slapped.
Hey, Xanax, you still there, dude?
I am here.
I wanted to ask you something about what you said yesterday and the day before regarding infinity. I'm just curious, is there any way that you can validate or substantiate infinity being something more than just a concept?
It is a concept, and it's an obvious concept.
Okay. And are concepts something that are naturally existing?
Yes, they exist.
Concepts naturally exist?
Yes.
Concepts naturally exist in your brain or in your mind, not in reality.
In reality, they exist.
No,
If
concepts
something-
are meant.
if something-
Concepts are a mental.
let's-
No, concepts are a mental object. They exist
I
within.
agree, Noah. I agree, but let's keep it on point. Let's keep it on point because we're talking about infinity. I want a way that I can validate or substantiate that claim from you, Xanax.
That the concept is something that goes out forever, never ends. Infinity is a circle. That's a concept that can be manifested in something physical. A circle is a form of infinity.
Form of infinity? How so?
Well, if you start traveling along a circular path, it will never end. You will never get to the end. That's a very concise description of infinity.
Except when you stop traveling.
No, that's not the definition we just used. The concept we're actually describing.
You just said if you're on a circle and you start traveling, it'll
Well,
never end.
okay,
Except when you stop
then
traveling.
forget about traveling. This is where you get pedantic. This is something that has no end. That is the definition of infinity. So a circle is infinity. It's a form of infinity.
Circle ends at the
No, it
radius.
never ends. Never
Yeah, it
ends.
ends at the radius.
Never ends.
It's about its shape.
It has no beginning and no end. That's
it ends at the radius.
No,
It's not bigger. It has a radius and it ends at a certain radius.
Oh, it has no beginning and no end. That's the concept.
Well, let's talk about something in reality because circles
definitely does have a beginning and end. That's how
where's the beginning of a circle?
That's how you can create functions that map out circles in mathematics. Is because you can precisely limit the circle to certain things. Now when you say something doesn't end or begin, you're talking about traveling along a circle.
No,
but of
I'm
course,
not.
the traveling along a circle would definitely end if you discontinued the traveling.
Noah, don't take the bait because real quick, Xanax, circles actually don't exist in reality, only conceptually. So let's talk about something that actually exists that we can point at and say this is infinite.
Circles exist in reality.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Approximations
A circle,
of water is
a circle is two-dimensional, and we live in a three-dimensional reality, Xanax.
A sphere, a water droplet. All are examples of infinity.
All right, so a ball is infinite.
Path on a ball is infinite. It has no beginning, no end.
Path on a ball. We're not talking about concepts. We're talking. We're trying to separate.
I'm trying to give you a way to wrap your brain around infinity. I know you know what it means, but you're trying to just be a pedantic knucklehead and just make an argument out of this. We know that infinity is a concept, and it means it's something that does not end. And if you're going towards zero, it means you never get to zero. It means you're going away from zero. It means you never get to the end. I mean, the number continues on forever. It has no ending.
Just to clarify,
he has no. Hold on. He has
so a square could also be infinite, right?
He has no ending part. Is what you have. I get that.
Is it
just to clarify, really
infinite?
quick, just to clarify, Xanax, I do understand the concept of infinity. I'm trying to substantiate the validity behind the claim because you're saying infinity actually exists in reality. And I'm trying to show you that it's nothing more than a mere concept which actually does not exist in reality. That's the whole point of this conversation, Zanuck, because you made claims that energies, we have different types of energies. I asked you how many. You said there's infinite amounts of types of energies. I asked you about forces. You says there's an infinitesimal amount of forces. So I'm just trying to show you that you're basing your assertions on mere concepts that can never be substantiated. And that's not how we deem things to be real in science, Zanuck.
Yes. So as far as energies, every type of energy, like a frictional force or something caused by something else, you can keep on making a new class for energies and keep on making that class. It doesn't end. It's infinite.
Zanuck, is this square infinite?
And that would be the example I would use. No.
No. What is a square? Is a square
triangle,
infinite? Like
number 8.
No, because each square has a corner.
Where's this?
Has
Where's
so,
that?
so if I went, if I traveled, if I,
You're a
That's the number 8.
Zanuck,
yeah,
you're a fucking idiot. Holy shit.
Really, Zanuck,
Exactly.
square is
It's
not
calling
infinite
names,
by the same example of the circle being infinite. The square is not.
No, because in a circle, because circles have a constant rate of change of direction. Constant. That means there's no point where you're actually having the same direction as another point on it. So it's,
so if I laid out
the path,
so if I
the shape itself has no beginning and no end, whereas the shape itself for a square has a corner. You're going to keep on talking over me. Go ahead. You're going to say it's more important, so you go ahead.
What about the infinity symbol?
I could paint a circle on the ground, and I could paint a square on the ground, and I could walk on those lines infinitely, right?
You could follow the path of the square.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, right? You said.
I think it's more conceptually acceptable and understandable if you think of a circle. In fact, there's an infinity sign.
Any two-dimensional shape.
What is okay? I don't want to interrupt with you.
Zanuck, you're not really going to bring up my example that I was bringing up to prove you wrong to now use on your side, right?
What, the infinity example? The infinity symbol?
Yeah.
I didn't hear you say that. That's
okay.
Why would I use something that everybody acknowledges is infinity?
Yeah, he did say it. He said the infinity symbol is the number 8.
The number 8 and the infinity symbol, like 4 different times.
I didn't hear that because everyone was talking over you. But yes,
there's no beginning, there's no end.
No, the only person talking was you.
Okay, that's why I don't want to go into this conversation because it's silly. And I don't want to talk over anybody.
Yeah,
so
you just came in here and said that a circle is infinite, and then you said because it's a constant rate of change, and a square isn't infinite because it has fucking corners. Are you? This is not even. What the fuck is, bro? It's fucking crazy. What the fuck are you saying, dude? It's not the definition of infinity. Infinity is definitely a concept. What's wrong with you?
Even the symbol that they use is ridiculous because it loops in on itself. So how could something be infinite and start all over? I mean, they have no sense of thinking properly. Like anything they're told,
it's just a symbol, and it was used in the treaty about conic sections. It's got nothing to do with the quantity. It was used in a treatise on conic sections.
It has no beginning and no end, and that's why they use.
It doesn't matter what the symbol is. It doesn't matter.
Okay. So I have to back out because every time I talk, okay.
Yeah, but Zanuck, if it really had no beginning and no end, then we wouldn't be able to say how many degrees are in a circle. There'd be a ton of things that we wouldn't be able to say about them.
Yeah, we could perfectly mathematically define a circle, given the fact that it's a finite amount.
There's formulas for circumference. Yeah. There's a ton of stuff we can describe them with. So it's not really that great of an example.
Altogether. It has
I understand your point. I just think it's a little
you seem like you don't because you keep on bringing up non-related objections.
We clearly get the point.
It seems like whenever I'm answering someone questions like Regis,
you do the same thing, dude.
And
you're not answering any questions. You're spewing out
fine.
garbage.
Let someone else take it. I'm out. I'm out on
this. It's not even mathematically sound. That's what you're doing.
It's not meaningful to say a circle is infinite. You can talk about a property of some aspect being infinite. You don't say that a thing is infinite.
It's a symbol for the property of infinity. If infinity
No, it's
property
not.
of a circle,
No.
I'm telling you it is. So you can
Well,
just
it's
use
not.
that all
Sorry.
you want.
You're wrong.
Okay. I don't want you keep on saying I'm going to go away, but you keep on luring me back in. Talk about something else. I mean, figure 8 or a circle is a representation of infinity. That's why they use those two.
No, it's not. The symbol was born of a treatise on conic sections. It's got nothing to do with circles. It wasn't even 2 circles to start with. It was 2.
I just really, Zanuck, are you for real that going around a square is not an example of infinity? And any 2-dimensional object could be what you're talking about by that definition, correct?
It's a stupid definition. A circle doesn't have an infinite circumference. It doesn't have an infinite radius. If it's got either of those, it's not a circle.
I never said it did. The path that you take has no beginning nor end. So if you were to travel on a circle,
Now, what do you mean by that? If you're on a
the end of the circle.
If you're on a circle and you're on the circumference, it's not an infinite line. It comes back and it meets itself.
That's not the representation I'm talking about.
A path on the square over and over again is not the same.
That's all we're talking about.
So
No beginning.
basically,
All I'm saying.
conceptually, you can travel on the path of the circle forever, but the fact of the matter is you can't actually travel along the path of the circle forever because in reality, there's limitations and infinity doesn't actually exist. It's just a concept.
They're attributing it to an on-running number. Right? And we already know that numbers don't exist in nature. We already know that dualities and concepts don't inherently exist within nature. Like these are all just fantasies that we use to try and perceive and understand things. But they have to be based on logic. And when you make an illogical statement, Zanuck, such as the fact that there's an infinitesimal amount of forces and types of energy, it sounds highly ludicrous.
I didn't say infinitesimal. I said infinite.
Okay, that's the same thing.
If there would have to be a finite number, there'd have to be a finite number of them.
Infinitesimally small is not the same thing as infinity.
Yeah, well,
okay,
a huge amount.
It's just
a huge amount, Zanuck, isn't the same as infinity.
Wouldn't infinitesimal just be 1 over infinity, therefore directly relating to infinity?
Right, correct.
No matter how many forces there are, there's still a finite amount of them. To say it's infinite is silly.
It is silly.
That's not what it means.
I can travel around the circle forever. Well, that's a claim. That's a conceptual claim. That's a conceptual claim. That's a conceptual claim that you could never execute in reality. Therefore, just a concept.
Yes, it's a concept. We agree.
Okay.
You didn't say that earlier.
You literally started out saying it's not a concept, and now it is. So
It's
at least
a
we got
concept
you
that
to
is represented by
admit. At least we
reality.
got you to double speak and admit.
You see the conundrum when you're trying to define reality, which doesn't have to do anything with concepts, with a concept. Like, how about using a concise explanation to explain things, Zanuck, instead of your like vague descriptions and concepts that have no weight and bearing in nature?
For some reason, confusing a large amount with infinity.
You can characterize certain properties of a circle and aspects of a circle as being infinite. For example, you can describe a circle as a regular polygon of infinite size. You're butting in.
You can with a square as well. You could do that with a square, a triangle, hexagon.
Show me a circle in nature.
Power of light.
Show me a square in nature. These are 2-dimensional shapes which do not exist in nature, only conceptually.
Well, they agree. They exist to a low degree of approximation, granted, but conceptually, in terms of equations, they don't exist in reality.
The closest thing in reality would be the golden
spiral. Can you hand me a circle?
It would be the flower of life, and it still ends.
If I asked you to hand me a circle, could you do that?
Of course not, because a circle is a conceptual idea of what it looks like. Yeah, it's a description.
Perfect.
No.
No one's ever suggested.
Zanuck said that it was physical. Zanuck said just now that a circle is physical.
A circle exists within geometry, not physicality.
Yes,
not according to
Zanuck.
Zanuck.
Negative infinity. Does that happen?
Who cares what Zanuck says, though?
Like, yeah, real talk. Real talk. I'm with
I know.
on that.
I agree. I'm just saying. I just want to point out how Zanuck is incorrect.
I want to play fucking poke the Zanuck all day.
Sorry. Poke the Xanax.
When you describe anything
I
as
heard like 5 people in the last 10 minutes say Xanax, Xanax, Xanax.
I
Answer me
know,
this.
it's crazy. It's like I can't keep him muted because it's like you guys are masochists.
when we describe things as curved or flat, we're talking about some degree of approximation, always.
This whole conversation just reminds me of the stars being at infinite distance on a celestial sphere.
No one says they are.
Yeah, well, they say it's so far that it's basically infinite, and that's why the light
No, they
rays.
don't. No, they don't say that. No one says that at all.
It's
No one
quite
says that.
hilarious.
No one says the light rays come in parallel.
Near parallel, not parallel. No astronomer says that light rays come in parallel from distant stars and constellations. No one says that. I don't know where you're getting that. Where are you getting that from?
I've read that before, but maybe what I was reading was incorrect.
I don't
Near parallel.
I've
Near
literally read that
parallel.
before, yeah. No, they don't have accurate enough tools to demonstrate that it's anything more or less than parallel. They can't measure a difference in angle between the two light rays.
Depends which
Therefore,
star
they
it
can
is.
assume it's parallel. Yeah.
So Paza, I have a question for you. What's the radius of the celestial sphere?
It's what do you mean a celestial sphere? Well, the radius. It's you map it to a scale you want to. It's angular.
So
it's an angular map. It's a map. It's a map of angles.
So when utilizing a celestial sphere, is
Yeah.
there a shape to that celestial sphere?
It's angles into it's a three-dimensional map, polar vector map. So there's no surface as such out there. It's conceptual. There isn't a sphere out there at some point. If you're asking a boundary, in the sense that everything is mapped equidistant to us in that context.
So when trying to utilize something like celestial navigation,
yeah,
is the concept of a celestial sphere utilized within that?
It only becomes a sphere when you try and map it into a planar context. It's when you're mapping with stars, you're looking at angles in 3 dimensions. That's all. You're not concerned at how far away they are. You don't work on the proposition that they're all equidistant to your position. It doesn't. It's irrelevant to the concept. Absolutely irrelevant.
So distance doesn't matter.
In the context in which you're using a sextant or a theodolite or some other piece of equipment to use stars as a reference, the distance of any individual star from you in that context and in that context alone is irrelevant.
Okay, so they could be 6 inches away.
Anything which referentially you know is topologically coherent to use in that sense, you can use. Doesn't matter what the distance is.
Topologically coherent to use,
Yeah,
you can use.
Within the time frame in which you do repeated measurements of the stars to navigate, the constellations of stars don't keep topologically consistent. They don't move around at all, as far as you're concerned. They don't change their in relationship to each other inside that celestial map.
Right.
So if you measure the angular distance between, say, Polaris and one of the stars in Ursa Major, it will be consistent, and it has been consistent in a useful context over all of mankind's measurement of it.
I agree.
But the problem is you time lapse and that those angles change. Why is that?
What do you mean you time lapse it? You don't. If you measure the distance between Polaris and one of the stars in another constellation, the actual direct distance between them, it doesn't change in any time lapse.
You're absolutely correct, and I have no argument with that at all. The point they're going to try to make is a time lapse. You'll see that they'll get a spherical shape of all the stars pass, and then yet that'll determine an angular change between those stars, which we don't measure in reality. And they have a problem.
Sorry, I apologize. I didn't. I'm on a phone. I didn't catch any of that. Sorry, say it again. Sorry.
I said I completely agree with you without any doubt and question whatsoever that the angular change, angular size change, angular distance change between all stars never changes from perspective. These over the human history that we could have measured it. The problem that they have with you in that assertion is that when you do a time lapse of the stars in the sky, it'll scribe out a spherical path, and all those stars' angular distances one another will change. And they have a problem understanding why that happens versus what we do measure in reality.
The angular distances between the stars change. Are you saying that the star's topology changes, or you talk about time lapse overnight when the whole thing rotates around you?
The whole thing rotates. Yeah.
Yeah. That's true. The whole thing rotates around you.
Because they don't understand why that happens. They don't understand about the perspective of how a camera and the lens work, which they talked about.
Oh, hold on. So it's a matter of perspective?
Yeah.
Oh, so how is perspective taken into account?
It's clearly a matter of perspective, because if you're in the northern regions, you can see Polaris at the angle equivalent to your latitude rotating in the sky. If you're in the southern regions, you can see a different rotational pattern. And if you're at the equator and you look directly up, you get different topology. So it clearly has to be a manifestive perspective, because just by the only independent variable there is your location on the Earth.
I agree. So the deviation of the stars is a matter of perspective. It's not a matter of the shape of what you're standing on, right?
You could, well, that's a jump, but that's a jump. That's a big jump, because what you're saying there is that there's no correlation between what you're standing on and the way that the perspective changes. I'm not saying you can't say why the perspective is changing unless you evaluate it against in multiple locations.
Why isn't perspective taken into account with the latitude, like the 1 degree per 69 miles?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Why isn't perspective taken into an account with the 69 nautical miles per 1 degree?
It is anywhere on the Earth. If you look at if you get the azimuth of a celestial body, particularly a star, and then you travel in the great circle in the direction of that star, you'll move 69 nautical miles and just equivalent to the angular change.
Perspective.
It's contextual to your own perspective, and everybody shares that same experience in that sense.
I thought it was Earth curve.
Well, it is. It's a manifest of the Earth curve, because it can't be on a flat Earth. Because if you're on a flat Earth and you move towards a star,
Wait a minute.
If you let me finish my sentence, I'm not going to engage.
Yeah, but it's not applying to what I'm asking. If you want to babble on about something that doesn't apply to what I'm asking, feel free when I'm done. But I'd like to maximize my time here. How much is perspective and how much is Earth curve? Because you said it was both.
No. I'm not talking about perspective in the context of geometrical perspective of things reducing with distance. I'm talking about perspective in the dictionary definition as your position, your contextual of observation of something.
No, so it's not a degree change due to perspective. It's the degree change due to Earth curve.
Yes. When I said
bet that it can happen on a flat Earth, you want to bet money on it?
Well, if you draw a line and you get a point above it, and you draw the angles as you move towards it, yeah, the function that you use is a sine function to work out the height of something, or the cosine, the distance from you from its GP. Yeah, the linear proportional equivalence between nautical miles and the angle of the bearing can only work if you're traversing a curve, or the lines of sight that you're using are distorted in some perfectly geometrical way, or the thing is moving in a referential context just for you. And the third one being
What would you imagine distorts your line of sight to Polaris? Like, what kind of distortion could you think of?
I posted it in the chat. You can look at the angles not changing as we
what could it be distorting a line of sight to something that's how many light years away again?
The azimuthal grid of vision, dude. We have an azimuthal grid of vision. You can laugh, but anyone who thinks you don't is retarded. So that's the ironic part. You can laugh, but it doesn't somehow make you intellectually superior. Objectively, we can only see so far. We have an arc of vision. It's just a fact.
You're stuck in the past. I mean, we have new technologies, new way of visioning things, new way of measuring things, new way of thinking about things. You need to catch up.
I can see the moon.
So you can explain all the positions of the stars. You can explain all the positions of the sun and the moon and the eclipses, even on the equinox, the directions in which the sun comes from and leaves. All of that can be explained on a plane with the azimuthal grid of vision.
That's why
perfectly
we say Zanuck isn't coming here to teach us. We're teaching here the new way of seeing and
when I
measuring.
show the star
Yeah,
location.
I was almost done. See, Zanuck
Okay,
wants
sorry.
to butt in and try and teach us. We don't need Zanuck anymore unless he wants to come here and learn the new way, right? The 50 years ago, 100 years ago is what he's trying to teach us. No, it's 2023.
Yeah, but we have
Time to
things
step
like
up to the plate and realize, be a man and say, shit, science does change.
Well, how do you describe this limited vision if we can see the
We just
moon and the
did.
sun?
We've described it
Oh
many times to you.
my!
You just deny it. Your individual
It
dome
just,
type perspective. Like you
I
can
would
only
think it's
see
just
so
a matter
far.
of
You
how
don't
big
see
the
forever.
object is and how much light it's
Yeah,
putting off.
yeah, that
because
applies
if
too.
we have
But
an
in the
azimuthal grid of vision,
celestial model, I don't think it applies as much. You seem to know
hey,
that.
Racky.
if we have an azimuthal grid of vision, all of a sudden you can't account for light and sizes. It's like so weird how you guys compartmentalize to build straw mans and act like it
Left
somehow
lane's
is
gotten good
irrelevant.
at it.
It's just weird. It's weird, but you
Well,
guys
where's
can
the
just.
limit? What is the limit? The value of the limit? Is it
Oh,
distance?
do you
Is
think
what
that we
is
can
it?
see forever, left lane?
Yeah, as long as it's a big enough object and putting off light. Yeah.
Oh my God! See, you need to wake up, move into the 2023 way of thinking. You're stuck 100 or 1,000 years ago.
Dude, no one
And
ever.
you've been here for
Okay.
5 years. You've heard the arguments, and you act like you haven't heard them.
Yeah, I
This is
don't
what's
agree
so
with them
weird.
though.
Is no one
No,
ever said you.
but you just asked the same question. Not that you are going to agree now.
All right, here's the
See you
facts of the matter, though. We have a azimuthal grid of
later if
vision.
you don't agree. That's fine. We're passing you up, bud. It's over with.
So how we perceive things in the distance is relative to the convergence of our limit, which is in an arc. And that's just objective. So yeah, we can explain all phenomena on a plane. It can be perfectly mapped out. And you guys will come back tomorrow and say it wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Until you die, you'll say it. Doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. I want you to map out draw it out the sunset on flat Earth. Draw it for me.
Okay, go to Walter Bislin's Flat Earth Domed Model. Thanks, Walter.
Okay, we're gonna put in what value do I put in for the
Thanks,
elevation of the
Walter.
sun?
Check out Walter Bislin, bro. Fuck, thanks, Walter.
Just keep
Walter
adjusting the
fucking put in
values.
some work for us. That guy
Nice to
really
hear,
did
boys.
more for
What's
the
up?
FE than most fucking FEs.
Yeah, thanks, Walter.
Somebody in this
Thanks,
room is
Walter is my
echoing.
hero, honestly.
You don't even have to go to that. You can do it yourself at home. Just get an object, put it above a wall, and then walk away. Go as far as you can away from that and watch that object above it just blend in. Appear to disappear.
It's just weird
Take a
that,
light
like,
above your head. Take a light above your head and move it across a pond that's the same distance above your head. And watch that light appear to get lower in the distance.
This is
And
how easy
tell
it
me
is.
you don't understand that as a grown man, as a pilot.
This is how easy it is to make the globe earthers concede on this. It's super easy, okay? So, how do you guys explain anti-corpuscular rays? How do anti-corpuscular rays work?
Perspective.
Oh, so describe it. How does it work?
Just like railroad tracks.
Just like railroad tracks.
Yeah.
So, what is causing the sun in the other direction to be showing us anti-corpuscular rays?
Well, they're moving all the way across from your front to back, horizon to horizon. Those beams are traveling. And if you notice, if you look straight overhead, when you have anti-corpuscular rays, you can look straight up and you can probably see those rays running parallel across the sky. But as they go off into the distance behind you towards the opposite horizon, they appear to converge, just as railroad tracks.
All right, now let's lay this out for the room. First, the anti-flat earthers for years were saying anti-corpuscular rays proves the globe and pretended that it's because the sun is going down underneath the earth and the anti-corpuscular rays are from that. For years, you guys said that. Made memes. It's on the debunk flat earth for years. Repeat. Parrot. Anti-corpuscular rays debunk flat earth. For years, you people said that. Now, we'll just pretend that the 4 years that you said it didn't happen. Okay, we'll just pretend it didn't happen. And now we can just say it's perspective. And what you didn't understand is, what you're basically saying on the globe, if it's because of perspective, is that there is a circle drawn around you that limits what you can see, and the light bends optically relative to that limit, causing the illusion of anti-crepuscular rays even on the globe. That's the official globe Earth explanation. Thanks for playing.
Fucking
so now
crazy.
you've conceded. Now you've conceded an arc of vision. You've conceded
No,
azimuth and grid of vision. Yeah, yes.
No, I've never heard a globe earther say that crepuscular rays prove a globe Earth. I've never heard that.
What? Dude, you've never... Dude, okay, whatever.
Wait,
And you just
is that a lie? Like, that has to be a lie. I've
You
been
being
here.
serious?
I've
That's
been
like
here
that.
for a
That's
short
the
amount of-
claim.
I've been here for a
That,
short
No, I'm
amount
being
of time with
serious.
you.
All that I've
that's
ever heard.
kind of the
Yeah,
claim.
no,
Of,
it doesn't mean
that's
the
the
sun is
claim of
close.
Aristophanes. That's the claim of Aristophanes, isn't it?
Guys,
Though
come on.
the rate.
Come on, let me respond to that. Let me respond, please.
Try and take breaths, people.
I've heard it. I've heard crepuscular
shadows.
rays referred to
Well,
by flat earthers as proof of a local sun, but I've never heard a globe earther say that they're proof of a globe Earth.
Anti-crepuscular rays. I've had many
Anti.
globe earthers and Jim Pandas. They
Either
all were
way.
so excited about it. They showed the pictures of anti-crepuscular rays. Like, how could this work on a flat Earth? This proves the Earth's a globe. Ha ha ha. Anti-crepuscular rays. Because they say that the sun's going down below the horizon and then shining up anti-crepuscular. But what's so funny, right? What's so funny is that they don't seem to ever do research anytime they talk about anything. So they don't find out that anti-crepuscular rays actually happen in all directions, even directly 180 degrees away from the sun. So 180 degrees away from the sun, we have anti-crepuscular rays. So if I'm looking at the sun directly ahead of me, directly behind me is anti-crepuscular rays. So it's obviously not the sun going down below the curve of the earth and then shining up, right? So what is causing it? Well, even the globe Earth's explanation, which you skated right past, is that we have a circle of vision around us, and the light bends optically due to that limit of perspective, causing the illusion of anti-crepuscular rays. So the globe Earth's official explanation is invoking an arc of vision, causing the optical illusion of anti-crepuscular rays. So in your own paradigm, you must concede an azimuthal grid of vision and an arc of vision, which now explains all celestial phenomena on the plane.
Thanks, Witsit. That was great.
Yeah, it's tough. It's kind of like a death blow to all your claims about how the sky debunks flat Earth. I'm sorry.
Don't try to explain perspective to them, man.
No, I was listening to it, bro. Well, at least let me hear it.
I'm just saying, never try to explain perspective to globals. It's just you will never get to a reasonable point.
They'll like mock you about the arc of vision. They'll be like, "Oh, you're so stupid," and then they don't know that their own model is required to invoke it to explain anti-crepuscular rays. This is why you heard nothing. No
You
response.
literally got him, bro. You literally had them say, "No, there's no." Bro, you got him, bro. Literally in real time.
Yep.
Nuh-uh.
Crickets.
Their
It's always like this.
Their beliefs are in shambles right now. They're like picking up the pieces and trying to glue it back together. You got to give them some time.
Yeah, they're doing the walk of shame right now.
Well, see, from what I understand, perspective is simply things get smaller with distance. Period. That's all I understand about perspective. This thing that you went on for about 3 minutes on.
Smaller. Things don't get
lost
smaller
me
with
with
distance. Things don't get smaller with distance. They appear to get smaller as you get further away.
Well,
Things
I mean,
that
in your
actually
angular
get smaller.
vision.
Physically,
Well,
I know that.
You know, he's not saying that they actually get small. The point is that the fact that perspective causes things.
You gotta be careful.
The fact that perspective causes things to get optically smaller doesn't explain anti-crepuscular rays, my guy.
At all. It's non-analogous in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, Raggy.
You understand that it's not analogous, right, Skyline?
What was that? They said no azimuthal grid, and then now they need an azimuthal grid for their anti-crepuscular rays.
There's an azimuthal grid. Literally every single phenomena in the sky can be explained on the plane. The eclipses, the position of the sun, the moon, the sunset, the sunrise, the moon sets, everything. Literally everything. The day and night distribution, the position of the stars, southern star trails, all of it.
On what?
Wait a minute. Witsit, are
On
you
what?
saying we don't need the globe?
Again? What's it?
Dude, Walter Bislin. Thanks, Walter.
Thanks, Walter. I gotta go grab
Thanks, Walter.
Thanks, Walter.
Who would have thunk it, man? A guy called Walter again, like coming in doing some mad shit, Breaking Bad.
all the stuff they bring us backfires on them. LIGO, the bridge, gyro compasses, pendulums, plumb bobs, everything. Everything they bring backfires on them.
Does anyone have the link for this Walter guy's website? I'm trying to find it right now.
If you type in Walter Bislin Flat Earth, it'll pop
I
up.
got
Flat
it.
Earth
Flat Earth Dome Model. What? The website is literally called Flat Earth Dome Model. I remember this, and you can vary all the stuffs. This is great, bro.
Yeah, and they all just repeat what it says, that, it would cause light would have to bend how it physically can, all this nonsense. But then again, you just bring up anti-corpuscular rays, and then they just, all of a sudden, their mic doesn't work anymore.
Bro, and it even shows the light of the sun on the Earth. This is fucking... Yo! I just realized it shows which parts of the Earth get lit up and shit, too.
Yeah, dude, it explains the eclipses, the equinoxes, and everything.
Dude, you can move the guy around. You can literally move it. I'm going to move my guy to California right now. Watch this.
You can change latitude, longitude. You can put the little azimuthal grid dome over you to see the visualization. You can go to the southern parts to see the southern star trails and the convergence and all that.
Or you can even rotate the map to get a better angle of looking at your guy.
Yeah, you can zoom in, zoom out. You can lower and heighten the dome.
This app is fucking... Yo! Thanks, Walter. Walter's my boy.
Yeah, thanks, Walter. Dude, it's so
Walter's
funny
my
because the
boy.
muscular rays just sneaks in on him and just like decapitates him, bro.
Fatality.
Fatality.
Is Pazza still in here?
Bro, this...
Can't tell. I'm just wondering if they got anything else. I mean, seems like everything they bring just gets fucking destroyed. Like, do they have anything?
I know what they have. They have a massive bag of assumptions. But when you put it on the scale, it doesn't weigh much.
I mean, it's just crazy how much you have to have like this incredible faith to still go along with the narrative they're providing. It's ridiculous, dude. Like,
and they're the a-religious ones, right?
Crazy, dude.
They have
no
more
logic.
Faith. They have more faith than Christians.
I've said that yesterday. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They've
got
no logic.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
So would you say that the crepuscular ray pictures that you see that we show all the time, does that prove a close and local sun? Let me just get this straight.
So in order for it to be close, those rays would have to be converging. If they maintain being parallel, then I mean that's out of the bag, bro.
No, but Zanik, like you say, like you guys say,
that's not the question. Wait,
it's evidence for.
Evidence for question, Dicelo, really super quick. Does the crepuscular ray picture we show, and I went in the chat right now, does that show that the sun is close and local by the angles of those crepuscular rays to you? And it's a simple yes or no question.
It's
does
evidence
that show
for.
that the sun is close and local?
Let me look. So this is in live stream text 1.
I hope so. Fuck, if I'm screwing that up.
Well, I mean, so you kind of got a problem. You kind of got a problem
because you can't do it. I just be real clear. Yes or no, and you can't do it.
It is evidence for. It is evidence for. Like you guys always say, not proof of, evidence for.
Is that evidence for a close and local sun? Yes or no?
Yeah, but it's
yeah, but no. Come on, guys.
But there's a problem.
What's the problem?
Zanik, can you acknowledge what I said, or just not talk about?
No. I want this question answered by you and Dicelo, if possible.
Okay, I'm not talking to you.
Okay, that's fine.
I just buried your entire religion.
You didn't bury it.
I did. Your little talking point about how the stuff in the sky doesn't work on a flat Earth. I just completely buried it, and you just waited a few minutes without responding, and then wanted to just shift the conversation and act like it never happened.
Well, I wasn't involved with that.
That's
Witsit,
exactly
I
what
will.
happened. Zanuck was
Witsit,
completely silent after
can I
you
respond to
started.
Witsit? He was
Zanuck
talking to
was
me.
completely silent for like fucking.
I was
4
making my
minutes,
freaking
Brian.
breakfast. Hold on, I
That
was
was 4
cooking.
minutes of silence from
I was
Zanuck. No
cooking.
response, no rebuttal to what Witsit
I was
said.
listening and
And now
cooking.
you're changing the
Witsit,
subject.
I will talk to you
Zanuck,
after.
do you not
this.
appreciate the
I will
audio
address
abuse
this,
that you're
Witsit.
receiving
You know,
right
I
now?
will address it. Bislin's
Are you
model,
not a
I will
fan of
address
getting
you.
interrupted?
Promise. Witsit, I will address you. I did not run away. I would absolutely love to talk about Bislin's model and the anti-competitor rays. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I didn't run away.
How about you just concede I was right?
You're not right.
Yes, I am. Why am I not right?
Bro, on this this Walter Bislin model, you can even like change it from observer to sun and see how the sun's rays and stuff. This is crazy, bro. This
Yeah,
fucking
bro.
thing is crazy.
You can change all the angles that are perceived, and it's all just coming through, filtered through the azimuthal grid of vision. If you drag the longitude all the way to the south, you can see that you get the southern star trails converging around a point. It's the southern star trails is the same perspective effect that happens with anti-crepuscular rays.
Which I wonder, can you make a segue between corpuscular rays and the ether?
Not really, no. Like light is the ether excited, but this is just about how we perceive it once it's excited or visible. So I wouldn't say there's a huge connection.
I was just having a bit of fun. But
Technically, you can connect everything to the ether, right?
right. The foundation.
Sure, in the sense that like every material manifestation of the ether is a double torus, which you can draw a sphere around. For the spatial extensions, of course, 3D, and thus spherical in the sense that you could create a sphere around the double torus. And then there's the vortex through the middle. And we see that same way. We see through like the top half of that. It's just incredible that from like the small to the big, including our vision, including where we live, including what's in the sky, including what they call these subatomic particles, it's all the same geometric expression, all of it. And it all boils down to magnetism. Centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence, the hyperboloid, the toroid fit within each other. That geometric expression is everywhere. It's what everything is comprised of, including our vision.
I knew you could do it. I appreciate it.
That's all the way down to the atom itself.
That's right. Yeah, the atom is nothing more than that. Yep. And below the atom, what they call the electron, what they call these subatomic particles, gluons, quarks, all of it. They admit that they all have like vortices that they manifest as. So what a coincidence. This is why I covered the cult of scientism on my stream last night, because it is people having these conversations that are thinking outside the box, that are the only ones that are going to make any progression. The people that just regurgitate the remedial, misunderstood consensus for decades are literally useless when it comes to progression. Like, they are completely useless. History will reflect that they didn't even exist. They didn't even exist, basically. They're just like not really there. They're like fill-in characters. That's it. They're like the people that were in the crowd during the Catholic Reformation that were cheering on, like, then burning people at the stake.
I like comparison.
Yeah, you kind of have to know the previous model though to I guess disprove it, subsume it, and create a new and better one almost.
Yeah, for sure. But like they don't. The point is they don't even actually understand it, right? They just repeat what like popular mechanics says.
Oh my God, Wixit! You should have seen what FTFE was doing yesterday. So you know those tidal nodes and shit.
Yeah.
Anthropomorphous points or whatever they call them. So like, literally, we're talking to FT, and then someone asks him about it, right? And he's like, what is that? The amphimorphic node or whatever point. Someone asked him, like, so what? How do you explain that? Because it doesn't have anything to do with the moon, right? He doesn't even know what the word means. He doesn't know how to spell it. He literally asks, how is it spelled? You can hear him typing it in. You're like, I don't know what that is. And then, bro, literally like less than 30 seconds later, you just hear him coming in and just like, yeah, so like this proves that the moon is what causes the tides, because if you measure up all the vectors and where they're pointing, they all sum up and point towards the moon and stuff. And it's like, dude, you couldn't have possibly known that in 30 seconds. What you did is you just looked up the first fucking Google article. Like, bro, it was honestly like, I get kind of angry nowadays, bro, like with the dishonesty. Like, this guy's supposed to be a big globe earther, and he's just straight up lies directly to people's face. Crazy.
Well, then people come in here and defend it. So, like, yeah, that's what I was covering all that last night. It's like, it's the intellectually lazy, frankly incompetent, and safe position. It's safe. Like, I was in here talking to them earlier, and they're just like, all the predictions do match the time dilation and atomic clock. All they can just say it.
Did they ever
all
concede
the
that one?
predictions match. All the redshift predictions match. All that they can just say things with this like illusory confidence because they're like, well, I have science on my side. I have all the scientists on my side. So it's just like this intellectual laziness, right? Where at half the time it doesn't even have like intentional dishonesty. It's just naivety and ignorance. Now, like when it comes to FDFE, I mean, he's intentionally dishonest.
What about all the evidence that goes along
like,
with all that?
Listen, it's like taking someone else's homework, taking their answers, and then when you get an A on the homework, you're like, yo, bro, look, I'm an A student. Like, I'm an A. I got an A, bro. Look at me. I got an A. It's like, no, bro, you literally just copied the answers. You didn't figure that out.
And then you read question 10 to them and they can't answer it because they don't know what's on the test. They just know how to repeat what they've been told to say. When you say all the evidence that supports it, dude, are you like, what does that mean? If you claim a theory based on physics, then that's a physical theory, which means it has to always be the case in physics, in physical reality. You guys make claims about physics and it doesn't work. So when you have repetitive anomalies going against that with the same conditions that the physics theory predicts will have a certain effect, and it doesn't have that effect, your entire theory of physics is wrong. You guys, it's basically like a religion. You want to pick and choose and ignore all the like decimating, anomalous refutation. Okay? I know I'm being a bit vocabulary dense, but you know what I'm saying. Like that is the problem. You guys leave it out. You guys leave out the parts that refute it, pretend it doesn't exist, deny that it exists, claim that it doesn't exist, say it as if they don't exist. It's brought to your attention. The people that are more researched know about it. They give you the papers, and then tomorrow you'll come back pretend that they don't exist. And it's just weird. It's this weird vicious cycle of intellectual laziness. And like I said, history will reflect on the people of this time that were challenging the status quo. They're the ones that are going to make changes for the better. The people that just like tried to get them to stop and shut them down and mock them and make sure they don't get their ideas out and promote the censorship and just repeat the remedial consensus over and over, history won't even recognize them as people that existed. So it's like, just kind of, I was just saying in my stream, just kind of treat them like children. Like, yeah, like, you know, they know not what they do type thing, because it's never going to change. It's been like that throughout all of history.
Right, and the whole system itself, because you mentioned something earlier about they just don't actually understand what they're talking about. The system is not meant to be understood. It's a dualistic system of professing one thing and secretly doing another. But they don't realize that they're only one aspect of that dualistic system. So they're just the outside crew who have been given the outside perspective. So like we were saying about earlier, they paint the fabric of what we're like with the ether. They paint that with this idea of atoms and electrons and whatever. But the whole purpose of all that is it's just a theology to hide what they really, really believe behind the scenes. But these people don't even realize that.
Exactly.
They're just there with the megaphones shouting what they've been told to shout, and at no point realizing the purpose of what they've been told to shout. And here's another shout out. This is another shout out to Bill Cooper, because go and watch what he said, because this is the core of their system. It's an ideology. It's a theology. It's nothing but nonsense.
But the people that repeat it in here, they have no idea. Like when you say it's a religion, they get like this visceral reaction. Like, I'm not into religion, because they really aren't, in a way, right? Like, they haven't intellectualized it. They don't know that all of their understanding of science is built upon the need to deny design and a need to conform to materialism, right? They don't know that. They genuinely don't know it. In a way, I'm saying you have to kind of treat them like children and not trying to be like overly derogatory, but it's like they don't really know. That's the truth.
It's more like a cult member not realizing they're in a cult.
That's correct. Yeah. So it's like when you look at so they don't know the motivation of the cult leader, right? Like that he wants a bunch of women and wants to just brainwash them into submission and have power and get money. They don't know the true motivation of the cult ideology. They just know what the ideology is, and they fell for the trick, so they believe it.
Can I say something though? I think they do know on some subconscious level. They have some sort of agreement with it, and they can't let go of that agreement. So they're kind of stuck there, and that's why we see them being so nasty. Like, if you actually believe the Earth was a ball and you knew it all, and people were in the ISS, why would you be so angry at people who didn't believe what you believe?
Exactly.
Yeah,
you'd only be that, like, they're vehemently like it's another level, bro. Nobody
it's a dogma.
Nobody acts like this. Nobody fucking acts like this in real life. They act in extreme toxic ways because I think on some sort of level they subconsciously know the truth, but they have an agreement with some part of the ball, if not it be their job or their friends, something that they just can't let go of. And so they're stuck and they're angry and they just decide to release their anger on us.
Yeah, they would get like knocked out. And where I'm from, dude, like the atomic model is like a perfect example of all of this. It summarizes everything perfectly. That's why I brought up my stream. So if you go look up the progression of the atomic model, it'll show you like the 5 most prominent atomic models that progress throughout time. The second one is J.J. Thomson, who was attributed to discovering the electron, right? And if you go read the description of the atomic models, each new one, it's always just trying to explain the electron. It's trying to explain what the electron is and what it does inside of the assumed atom. And they've changed the structure over and over, and they've made it like a solar system model, and they've made it like a nuclear model, right? They keep changing it. And the most recent one, the one that's currently understood, is like the quantum atom model, right? Which is that the electron, you can never detect it, never know where it is. You can only create an equation for a cloud probability distribution, as in, oh, well, these are the chances that it would be in this area of the cloud, and that's good enough. You can never find
this
it.
is what's it.
Exactly.
It's always learning, never coming to the truth.
Yeah, it's just crazy because
it's the never-ending circle. It's the snake eating its tail. It's the never-ending story. It's just
look.
Just
in other words,
documentary they have.
in other words, something like a cult. But hey, your daily affirmations are great.
Their main thing is we just need more further research. Well, we just don't know until more research is done, and they just keep stringing it along, which is the whole point.
Yeah, almost done.
They're lost in a maze of delusion.
Almost done. So you can't actually see the atom, right? But they claim that the electron is roughly 100 million times smaller than the atom. Okay, and throughout time they've claimed it all kind of different things, and now they just say you can never detect it, never find it, and it's a particle of matter. It has mass, but it's a point particle, meaning it has no shape or size. So it's matter, but it has no size and it has no shape, but it's roughly 100 million times smaller. But it doesn't have a size though. And here's just an equation about where we think it possibly could be, and here's the percentages of it being in this area based on our model. And if you say
distribution.
So you think we can't accelerate electrons? We cannot move them?
Stop! I'm not done yet. So then, if you say
TVs did not exist,
Could someone silence Zanuck? That was ridiculous.
No, your daily affirmation has been going on for about half an hour now, and it's enough for your.
Yeah, it is.
So
do you want to have a conversation, or do you just?
3 cult members are speaking up and said nothing of specific value. Okay, so
no cult here. It's the opposite of a cult. That's why I changed it.
You're just chanting. You're just chanting. Yeah, that's all that the cult members do is they chant. They're like, burn them at
They
the
say
stake.
this. They think this, says Whitsitt for the 100th time.
No value contributed again.
So real
Only
fast,
straw man in it.
Are you saying we
No,
don't know?
no.
what
You
happened to
believe
that?
this?
Full
You
combo, and
believe
now
this?
all the value has been sucked out by these guys.
I'm
Constantly
almost done.
shown to be wrong.
There you go. More chanting. More chanting. So
Well, just
the
pose
point
them a
is,
question, Whitsitt. Pose them this question: Do they know that the origins of what they claim to know but actually believe comes from these religious systems that we were just talking about, Mystery Babylon, etc.?
they'll just deny it. And so we're like almost done.
No,
Though.
but
My
just
point
leave
is,
it open ended. Do they actually know? Because we can point
okay,
to
but
it.
real fast. My point. If you say that, did you know that the atom is just a concept that doesn't exist? Did you know electrons don't exist? They'll mock you. They'll literally pretend that you're like retarded. They'll talk down to you like you're beneath them, like you're dirt under their feet. They'll gaslight you and claim that you're stupid. Your IQ can be twice theirs. You can know 500 times more than they do.
No,
You can have a better grasp on all of it. I can literally have 40 points higher IQ than Chucky, and he can call me stupid because I deny the electron, because he can read a 7th grade textbook and repeat it, okay?
No,
And
because we can do chemistry.
I also don't think you can have an IQ
Whitsitt's point? Isn't it Whitsitt's point that nobody actually has tested the size of an atom and an electron? So why are we even arguing about it? Has anybody actually held that in their hand, or does anybody have a $60,000 electron microscope or whatever they say is the evidence? I think
No,
that's
there's a whole industrial machine called chemistry.
In their own fucking narrative,
Fucking
there
hell.
is no position.
Nobody's gonna let us talk.
There is no position
right?
in their narrative. There is no position actually. Of
They're gonna suck each other's dick for at least 20 minutes
Talk
more.
about this IQ comparison.
Probability distribution. There's no.
this is the unfortunate part for them, is that we don't actually need them because
had a conversation going, and Witless showed up
We don't
and
need
needed to talk about himself.
Bro.
Just go to Jim Pandas, because I did in my stream. I know what you're gonna say. What you're gonna do is invoke technologies and different studies as if it proves your presuppositions that are at the foundation of it. That is less than 100 IQ. Literally, it's so stupid.
You have not proven to us, Whitsitt, that you have an IQ that it's any stronger than anybody here, because you've actually shown the opposite. When I've asked you
Good
questions, to see if you had hold on. I'm telling you something. I know something about you. I know something about you. And I was in the middle of a sentence. I was literally in the middle of a sentence.
And you're literally about to not be talking for the rest of the day. Literally. Because I gave you a warning and you're doing the very thing. See, this is the point, right? Like, we're trying to have a specific, productive, intellectual conversation. You guys want to come in and chant, and all you're going to do is say, well, then how do computers work? Well, what's an electron gun? Well, how does chemistry work? We have chemistry.
Aren't those valid points?
No, only if you're dumb. So whenever we have certain types of technology, that doesn't prove your assumption of the interpretation of the smallest portions of the technology. And if you think it does, you should go to Jim Pandas and circle jerk with your pseudoscience, because it has no value in any intellectual conversation. Thanks for playing. It's stupid. It's like, oh, how does a computer work?
I don't want to interrupt you, and I don't want to argue. I'm just telling you, you quote yourself as being so intellectually superior, and you have an IQ that probably greater than Chucky and everybody else. But we've talked about many things where it didn't seem like your ability to discern from concepts, different ideas, was that outstanding at all. In fact, it was actually lacking in some areas.
I didn't even. I don't know.
Like, hold on, real quick. Last sentence. We've done things like rockets working in space, or the Foucault pendulum, and this independent frame of reference gimbal at the top of the North Pole. These things you didn't seem to be able to. No, I'm just telling. I don't want to argue about it. I'm just saying you've said things and done things to show me that you're not
I don't
having.
care what you think.
Okay, well, then
subjective perspective on an individual thing is fruitless and meaningless.
Hey, everybody, chill for a second. Zanuck, if you're gonna try to refute Witsitt's claim, right, about the electrons or the atoms, why don't you go ahead and do that, as opposed to just trying to come at his intellect, right?
I agree. I agree with you. And the easy,
You've got
the
a
easy answer
cathode
to that
ray
is,
tubes. How can that be explained?
the easy
How
answer
can
to that
cathode ray tubes be explained?
how did the cathode ray tube? How did they develop the cathode ray tube?
Switching the burden of proof to everyone but themselves.
Bro, like, I'm just gonna mute the whole room. Like, you can't hear anybody. 6 people are talking at the same time. Zanuck, go ahead and respond. Then Chucky, if you have something to say.
Something as simple as the cathode ray tube. How we know about electrons? How could we use an electron gun and point that at a surface that actually illuminates and it's phosphorescence, and it allows us to see images. We have an understanding of how electrons work. We accelerate electrons at near light speed at SLAC all the the every day. Just because you don't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't
That was
exist
the
or
point
that
he's
we
making.
don't have knowledge about
You're
it.
just saying conjecture. This is all conjecture, pointing a gun that you plug into a wall, and the images you see.
No.
That's
They're going to do nothing but they're going to do this for the next 5 hours because this is all they can do. So I just specifically refuted that. I just specifically refuted that if you just invoke technology and then think that somehow you can conflate that to your interpretation of the electron being true, it's stupid, and you're going to do it anyway. The cathode ray tube was actually discovered by someone who said that the electron was an etheric corpuscle. So I guess it's the cathode ray tube, since it works, it proves whatever the person thinks about the electron, then it's actually an etheric corpuscle because the person that invented the cathode ray tube, that's what he said.
Well, if you
it's just
actually
corpuscle. You don't have muscles. It's just corpuscle.
So you don't even know anything about it. You don't even know.
Just fucking crushed them again, and they're just trying to make jokes instead of responding.
He doesn't even know how to say corpuscle, and he crushed us.
He's fucking making jokes. He can't even respond intellectually. That's fucking ridiculous.
Okay, so how do they control the electron stream?
And instead of the next,
how do they control the
saying something intellectual rebuttal, it's just mocking and scoffing.
Guys, somebody take care of him. Somebody get him and shut him up.
Well, no,
Yeah.
why are
You shut up.
you
All I'm hearing is scoffing and mocking, no actual intellectual debate.
Yeah,
how do they control the cathode ray stream?
Always just responding with gaslighting. How are you cool with me making hyper-specific points about the topic, and every single response is gaslighting, and you're just perfectly fine with it? You think that that's a normal intellectual exchange or something?
There's no exchange. There's
Listen,
no exchange going on at all.
Guys, let's get back to an intellectual exchange, right? So the proposition was made that a cathode ray tube in some way, shape, or form proves what the electron is or is not. Does somebody want to elaborate on why the cathode ray tube
provides evidence for? It doesn't prove.
No, it's not evidence for, because the
How
person
is it
that
evidence
invented
for?
it had a different interpretation of the electron.
It's the same thing as saying Galileo's telescope proves the ball. I mean, you guys are literally saying that Galileo's telescope. Yeah, it's the same thing. Oh, Galileo had a telescope. Oh,
Go
now
up
we're
to
on a ball.
Mr. 300 IQ. Answer that question, please.
So, Chucky, what was your question? Can you elaborate on how the cathode ray tube is a evidence for an electron? And if you say it's evidence for an electron, what is your definition of an electron? What is it? What is the physical makeup of it, its basis? Can you elaborate?
Yes, please. Yes.
Well, the theory is that it releases negatively charged particles that can excite a phosphorus screen and can be controlled using magnetism.
Here we go.
Okay, see, and so for the negatively charged particle is what's in contention, but you guys will just basically say 7th grade science terms over and over. So yeah, everything's electric and magnetic. We can concentrate the electric phenomena, and you guys claim that since we can accurately concentrate and replicate the phenomena, that somehow proves your interpretation of little physical balls called electrons that are 100 million times smaller than the atom that cannot be detected. We can never find them. We never know where they are, and we don't know how big they are or what shape they are. We don't know how big they are or what shape they are. That proves it because we can use a computer.
Or which direction they're moving in.
We do know which direction they're moving in, and we know roughly how much energy they have.
No, you do not. You do not know the precise. You do not know the
Yes,
precise.
we do. Yes, we do.
You do not know the precise location or momentum of the fucking particle. That's the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
How does your TV
Either maximize one or maximize the other. And all three of you fucks are talking through me, and we're talking through Witsit. Fuck you guys.
How does your TV do?
It's just a joke. They're just going to keep doing the very thing that I predicted they would do. It's just funny. It's almost funny.
Was that not 2 sentences
To be
that I
fair,
had to
they
get through, and all
couldn't
3
get
of
a
them
word
tried
in
to
it
talk
right.
through me? Fucking crazy.
They're addicted to their idols, and
You
it's the telescope, and then it's the electron. Yeah. They're just addicted to their idols.
Look, I'm going to share screen just a second.
Go ahead, Mr. 300 IQ.
Don't worry. See, I never said that. I said that even if hypothetically I had a 40-point higher IQ than you, you could still just call me stupid, and you think that somehow proves something.
You said double.
I'm not going to compare my dick with you. But
hey guys,
you keep on bringing that up is kind of very tough.
To be honest, Brandy doesn't say anything of value.
Well, Brad said.
Who's Brandy?
Brad just keeps trying to pull it back to that. Let's not take the bait. Leave IQ, intellect, or any of that out of this, both sides, and let's just talk about the facts of the matter, right? So, Chucky, Brad, the claim on the table.
Dude, he can't even stop talking.
I know.
It's fucking crazy.
I'm waiting. Go ahead.
So the claim on the table is an electron. Do you know what an electron is, and do you have evidence for it?
Yes. No, not exactly know what it is, but we have evidence.
It's just a theory.
We don't know what it is, but we have evidence for it. So if you look at the share screen right here, we'll just put it in this. Here's a history.
We don't know exactly what it is. No.
No, yeah, I know you don't know what it is.
You can't measure it. You can't tell me.
You don't know what it is, but you know what it is. Gotcha.
What's it?
We know how much
has it not been updated since 1926? Really? Wow, that's a
yeah. Here, exactly. So here's the actual progression. Here's the progression of the model right here. You have 1803, 1904, 1911, 1913, 1926. It's the progression of the atomic model. You had the solid sphere model, and then you had what's called the plum pudding model, which is J.J. Thomson, who discovered the electron, which he called corpuscles and atoms in 1897. He actually said that it was the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction, then slightly changed it to get his Nobel Prize. Then you have the nuclear model, then the planetary model, the idea that these electrons move around the center like a solar system. And now you have the current model, which is the quantum model. And here you go. It states that electrons do not move in set paths around the nucleus, but in waves. It's impossible to know the exact location of the electrons. Instead, we have clouds of probability called orbitals, in which we are more likely to find an electron. But we can never actually find it, though.
Can you link that? Can you put that link in the mainstream real quick, Witsit, please?
Yeah.
It's the Higgs boson particle. They found it by not finding it. They found everything else.
Dude, can someone put this guy on mute?
No,
you're roboting. You're roboting, Chucky.
Well, what's wrong with improving your knowledge over time?
Chucky, you're
okay, so that's the point, right? I covered all this in my stream. Honestly, all these people should have to watch my stream, dude. I'm like, seriously, because I covered all they're gonna say. So it's not like we need, okay, because I covered it. What they're gonna say is science gets better over time. That's how we da-da-da-da. But no, actually, science doesn't just always progress and get more accurate over time. That's incorrect. Many times what we find out is that a previous understanding is more correct, and we have to go backwards. Okay, but we discovered that all the time.
Which one is the most correct?
Yeah, I have an example. All of quantum mechanics is showing us that all of our current understanding leading up to that, as it progresses, is showing us more and more paradoxes and more of a need for an etheric substance. We now have now all of a sudden the vacuum isn't Newtonian emptiness. It isn't just space and time. There's other stuff there. There's vacuum energy, 0-point energy, the Casimir effect, the dielectric and magnetic constants, free space impedance, quantum foam. We have all these different names that show there's actually something else there. But of course, supposedly there was a progression away from something else being there. And now even more precise quantum mechanic experiments are showing us that we need to go back to an etheric type substance being there. So that's a perfect example of how science doesn't just always get narrower and narrower and more accurate.
So the ether model or idea is more accurate than quantum mechanics, really?
Quantum mechanics is showing that we have to have an ether. First of all, quantum mechanics is all built upon the understanding of light, and it's built upon the idea of a wave-particle duality. All of it is built upon that assumption. Now, we know that can't be correct because there are no dualities in nature. You don't have a paradox being accurate. Something can't simultaneously be two contradictory things. So it's just the best understanding we have right now to make the math work. Everyone knows this except for anti-flat earthers on Discord. Okay, and that's the actual point here is that
But
you
how
guys
does that
think
lead
you
you
know
to now
stuff you don't.
say? Yeah, but how does that
And
lead you to say that ether is a more accurate and better theory than quantum mechanics, and we should go back to it? Just because
What do you
quantum
mean?
mechanics has
First of
questions
all,
that
quantum
can't be
mechanics
answered.
isn't a theory.
It is
What are
a
you
theory.
talking about? No, it's not.
Quantum mechanics,
Cite the
quantum
quantum
field
mechanics
theory.
theory.
These are theories in physics.
Cite the quantum mechanics theory.
What do you mean
Doesn't
cite the
exist.
quantum mechanics theory? It's a theoretical framework. It's not to say that it's something
Actually,
that's
it's a
just explained in one
postulation.
line. It's a
It's
whole
actually a
framework.
postulation as to what the cosmos are predicated from. That's the whole point to coming up with this this model that they're using. It's there's only two models in the history of science, and one of them won, and the other one has just been shoved under the rug. That's the
Which
only
one
reason
won?
why you know. Well, obviously quantum, and it didn't
And which one got
necessarily
shoved
win.
under the rug?
Ether. Yeah.
How?
So
And you see, this is the point too. They want to avoid this, right? Which is that they first claim that electrons were certain things, and they keep changing it. And now the claim is you can never actually find it. You can never actually isolate it. You can never truly
Speaking
detect
of
it.
avoiding, you didn't
guys
answer
are
the
avoiding
question yet.
No, you're
Explain
avoiding.
how cathode ray
there.
tubes
It's
and how we
It's right there. You guys
use
all
our
avoid
knowledge
it.
of the negatively charged particle and magnets to make it appear, to make it create a picture.
Okay, I already explained it to you once, which is that the person that actually invented the cathode ray tube understood that it was an etheric concentration that manifests as what we call charge. It's a process.
He was wrong. He was wrong.
Oh, frankly, you're not equipped for this conversation. That's the actual truth, right? And you're only here to interrupt. You're only here to interrupt like you are right now. See what I'm saying? All right, I'm muting you. Like, is no one else gonna do it?
No,
Like, is he gonna
you're
just
reducing him to
incessantly
ad
interrupt?
hom. You're ad homing with it.
He hasn't said one thing of value all day.
Really?
Like incessant interrupt. It's like
Can I
whole
can I
point.
read something? What's it real quick? So, can I real quick? It says unlike this is a textbook that I'm holding in my hand on quantum mechanics. This is just the preface. I just thought it was interesting. Unlike Newton's mechanics, Maxwell's electrodynamics, or Einstein's relativity, quantum theory was not created or even definitively packaged by one individual, and it remains to this day to this day of the scars of its exhilarating but traumatic youth. There is no general consensus as to what its fundamental principles are, how it should be taught, or what it really means, quote unquote. Every competent physicist can, quote unquote, do quantum mechanics, but the stories we tell ourselves about what we are doing are as various as the tales of Gutsengrad. I don't know what the fuck that is. Sounds like some Russian shit. And almost as implausible. Niels Bohr said, if you are not confused by quantum physics, then you haven't really understood it. Richard Feynman remarked, I think I can safely say that nobody understands quantum mechanics. So these guys are, that's just the first.
Yeah, but these guys said these things in the 1960s.
They can never
and
explain it. They'll keep changing it. They'll just keep changing it. It's a perfect
but
argument.
these guys said these things in 1950s and 1960s. I mean, I would say that today we don't have a 100% full understanding of quantum mechanics, but we definitely understand it better than we did, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
So, and I just have to keep repeating it over and over, and you guys will never address it. So, if you claim to know what an electron is, how could you possibly know that if your current understanding is that you can never isolate it, never detect it, never know what it is, where it is, never know what size it is, what shape it is? How could you possibly know what it is? You don't. But if you
There are
say
certain properties of it we know it's it. We can't know everything
we have
about
electromagnetic
it, but we can
phenomena.
know some things about it.
No, you guys there's a concept and a construct made up to quantify the phenomena. Okay, that's it. We came up with the concept to quantify the phenomena. That same concept.
Ether is a concept, bro. Like we all use concepts to help convey ideas. The ether is a concept to explain some sort of background material that permeates all of space and time. It's a concept, bro. You can't touch ether. You can't detect it, but you believe it's
good
there.
thing I
You can
didn't say
conceptualize
that.
it.
About that.
Come on, man.
First of all, I never said ether.
Don't sit here and act like you ain't doing what we do. Get off your
No,
high horse, bro.
No, buddy, you need to listen carefully. Why are they allowed to incessantly interrupt?
Because you guys interrupt as well. I was talking and Flag kept over talking me. None of you told him to stop. What the fuck, man?
I was actually about to tell him to stop interrupting. And he only said a couple words. You interrupted and then just kept going.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah,
So
sure. Go ahead, man.
okay. So first of all, I acknowledge that ether is a philosophical framework. Not that ether itself is a philosophy, but it's an interpretation framework, right? The difference is that you guys claim that the current construct is definitive reality, and you go as far
Hello?
typically as you not hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear with it.
You typically go as far as to mock, gaslight, and ridicule people that challenge it as if it is that definitive. That's the actual problem. And I keep pointing it out. And what do you guys do? You jump in and you start doing that very thing. You talk about computers and cathode ray tubes. I completely refute the point of the cathode ray tube, saying that the person that first discovered it showed us how to utilize it, did experiments with it. He had a completely different interpretation of the electron, which proves that you can think the electron is something different than what's currently thought of and still accurately use a cathode ray tube. That's how the person invented it. That completely refutes your entire premise that the use of cathode ray tubes actually verifies your interpretation of the right? It's like you just skate past all the refutations and then gaslight.
Real quick, so like I gotta respond to Nate. He was saying basically like these things were said like back like what 50, 60, 70 years ago. But the thing is, the preface, this first paragraph that I read out of this textbook right here, the preface about quantum mechanics not actually having defined fundamental principles or being definitely packaged and stuff like that. That quote is
One
written
day.
in a textbook that was looks like, what am I looking at? 2013 or something. So seems up to date to me. I don't know. No, wait. 2018. This was published in 2018, buddy. So what your whole refutation against me about like, oh, this is what people said 70 years ago. Well, no, it's incorrect. This is by David J. Griffiths. He's a current professor right now as we speak. So no, what I said is not out of date. Thank you, Witsit, for giving me some time.
No, yeah, but I'm saying like that's the kind of the point, right? That's the whole point. It's like it's so easy for their position to just pretend that they have it all figured out and to gaslight people and just say catchphrases like science gets better over time. But it's actually it's boring. It's low. I don't want to sound ugly, but it's like low IQ incompetence. Frankly, like not that they have low IQs, but it's just a low level conversation. Like it's like stupid. It's without value. Okay, in reality, like you can't claim you know what the electron is if what you claim it is something that can never be detected. You never know where it is. You just came up with an equation where you think it's the most probable. You'll see the phenomena referred to as the electron. You don't know what size or shape it is. In fact, you claim it doesn't have a size or but that it's matter. If that's your interpretation, you cannot claim that you know what the electron.
That doesn't mean it's not something.
I never said it's not something. I said that the current definition of the electron doesn't exist. I specifically have never denied the phenomenon. Okay?
Exactly.
It's what you guys think it is.
That you guys have presented to show that it exists, and by definition, you guys are the ones saying that it can't be measured. Okay, all right.
No, we didn't say that.
No, somebody tried to compare the size to an atom, and that's what sparked this whole conversation. And then
I did that.
actual documentation that even you guys can't say that you know the size of it.
It doesn't matter. We still know that it exists, and we still know what we can do with it.
Oh,
how do you know it exists if you don't know if it supposedly matter, but you say it doesn't have a size or a shape, and you can never detect?
Exactly.
Because we can make it do things.
No, you're not making it do things. You're concentrating electric phenomena.
Yeah, sorry. What's it saying that you guys aren't getting is that he knows that. What he's saying is that someone who can utilize technology, who believes the electron is something completely different, can still think of something as a way, and because there's evidence for it, therefore, is the current definition wrong? Because he believed it was something and utilized it to produce technology. Why are you guys not addressing with this? You just keep
Because it
repeating
refutes their position.
I can address it. It can be whatever it is. It is whatever it is. But we still know what we can do with it. We can knock it loose, quote unquote, in a selenium or silicon panel to create electricity.
Okay,
How do you know
so
you're
you're not
knocking something loose?
To create an image.
exactly.
Yeah,
How do you know you're knocking
Like
something?
when you're doing chemistry, they have all that.
Chucky, how do you know you're knocking something loose? When you say you knock it loose, what are you knocking loose, and how do you define it? What are its parameters?
We're knocking an electron with a certain amount of charge, and we knock.
What is an electron?
Go ahead and finish my sentence.
What is an
even
electron?
He said he asked a question.
A certain amount of negative charge, is it not?
A certain
Is it
amount of
different?
negative charge. What do you mean by negative charge? If you're just saying a negative charge, a charge
Your mic
is
check.
what?
Yeah, you're coming through.
All right, cool.
So first of all, he doesn't understand any. Let me explain this real fast, okay? He said he said electrons have different amounts of charge. He has no idea what he's talking about. No idea whatsoever. You literally
I never said they have a different amount of charge. No, I
You just did.
Oh,
You literally
sorry.
just-
When I repeated your dumbass comment, yes, I said it.
There you go. See, his incompetence is actually me being stupid. It's hilarious.
No, I never said an electron has different charges.
Hey, buddy,
I said
can
it
I
has a
finish?
negative
Can I
charge.
finish, please? Okay,
No,
so
you can't if you're going to gaslight
the way
Jack.
that the electron was even come up with was the smallest amount of measurable charge. We just got the smallest amount we could measure, and we called that idea an electron. It's just about the smallest amount of charge. They all have the same magnitude. Okay, it isn't varying amounts of charge. That's ridiculous. What an electron. Yes, you did. And what an electron is literally they just got the smallest amount of charge they could find, and they called that an electron. They just tried to get the smallest amount and call it something.
How much an electron has because they all.
No, dude, it's so ridiculous to say we know how much an electron has when the way that electron was come up with was an amount. Do you not know how dumb that is?
Exactly. Right. It's that simple. Like, you can't present your metrics of how you came to what you're trying to present to us as the facts. You can't even stand by it, and then it goes into this argument about, oh, it's this and this and that, and then it's
Dude, the way we came up with the electron was the smallest amount of charge that we could isolate. And then you respond with, and we know how much the electron has. That is what the electron is.
Wait, so one second, but something about your setup of your noise suppression or whatever is clipping certain bits of your sentence.
That's just
So
anyway, and Chucky, you're just completely roboting right then.
Yeah, this is the point, right? So there's electromagnetic phenomena. There's electric phenomena. And we just tried to isolate the smallest amount we could, and we call that an electron, which means it's just part of a bigger amount of energy. There isn't some physical particle of matter flying around that we picked out with some tweezers and we found it and isolated. That never happened. It was just, what's the smallest amount we can measure? And we called it something so that way we could have a construct to quantify different types of technologies and experiments. That's it. That's all it is.
Yeah, do the same thing with the Higgs boson. It's exactly what you're saying.
Yo, guys, do me a favor. My Discord's fucked up. Post an invite link to this server in the text chat, please, someone.
You could have texted that, bro.
So yeah, that's all subatomic particles are just various like quanta of energy. Just the parameters of certain quanta of energy. They're not actually like what people would typically think of like a particle as some sort of like physical like balls colliding or something like that, like a bunch of small marbles hitting each other. That's not what takes place at all. Like there's nothing
they
like
specifically claim that.
Can you show me?
There's
Can you
nothing
show
like
me
a
what
little-
takes place? What can you show us? What takes place?
Wait, Napalm, sorry.
But they can be detected.
What do you mean they can be detected? What can be detected?
You just keep saying it.
Neutrinos are subatomic particles. They can.
How are these?
Sorry,
how are these particles? how are these particles defined? What is the parameter when you say they?
He doesn't.
Is it like
This is
like a marble?
digital scope out.
I don't know.
Your
Your mic.
robot.
Yo, your connection sucks, dude.
Yo, like, look, like, just make them answer this. Is the electron a particle of matter? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So if something is a particle of matter, how does it not have a shape or size?
Because it has mass.
Because it doesn't matter.
Dude said because it has
Good one.
mass.
How does it
Something
have mass with no shape? How does
Who
that work?
says something with mass needs to have shape?
We just
Where-
don't
where did
know
that
the shape.
rule come
Doesn't mean it doesn't have a shape.
What's the
No,
volume
actually,
of an
you
electron?
say things like you know what you're talking about, but you never do. So a point particle has no size or shape.
Yeah, what's the volume of a?
It has no measured size or shape. Yo, Chucky, you my
Chucky,
guy,
you're
but
roboting.
the mic, bro. Jeez.
Are you guys
it's
talking
bad.
about electrons? Chucky, you're roboting.
Yo, Chucky, it's really bad,
Jeremy
bro.
with the
Hold on, I
connection.
got it.
Jeremy,
I
the
got him.
connection might be messed up by the server host.
Bro, I ain't
for
worried
this
about
voice
what
room.
his connection's messed up by. Yo, are you guys talking about electrons or?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, so how much? What's the volume? Hold on. What? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
So what's the volume of an electron?
We haven't measured it.
You don't know what you're talking
But,
about.
but how do you know they're physical?
Exactly.
How do you know they're
measured
material?
something that's not physical?
Because
Material.
it has.
I don't. On a Google search, it says it has 0 volume. Apparently, I guess somebody did measure it.
No, we haven't measured it.
Why they? Why
No, they
say
can't
it's
measure it,
0?
Jeremy. They claim they can't even find it.
But they say it
can't
has
measure it.
mass.
Yeah, it has mass.
Where was the
We
edge
can
of the
we
mass?
can we
the
can
same
measure
nonsense they do
we can
with
It
measure
has
its
mass, but we
mass,
can't find
its
it.
charge, its hyperspin, its weak hyperspin. You know, we can measure its flavor charge. You know, lots of things about it.
We know its
But not its
waist
volume.
size, what
Its
shirt
waist
size
size,
it
its eye
wears, its favorite
color,
color.
its shoe size, all of
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
We
Yep.
got you,
See,
bro.
he's
Yeah.
acknowledging the absurdity to their claims. But Napalm,
No,
this
I
is
mean,
exactly
if you
what
guys
we
want
were
to
talking.
troll,
Hold
I'm
on,
a
one second.
troll as well. I don't know if we're
Yeah.
having a serious conversation or you guys are gonna throw out jokes. So I'm just gonna match
No,
your
it's
energy, you know.
Well, it's hard
No,
when it's
dude,
the,
this
it's
is
the
the point. You guys
consequence
will
of
never
having an
respond. You
absurd
guys claim
claim
that
is
you.
that it's gonna be.
Everybody's responded to it.
No, literally, you
Everybody's.
haven't. You guys, if you claim it's a particle of matter, but that it has no size or shape, or that you just don't know the size or shape, or it has no measurable
Right.
size or shape, or you can't isolate it, you can't detect it, you can't find
You
it,
can
and you have nothing. You have no claim.
You can detect it. How many times do we say that? It's just saying, changing our words doesn't mean we didn't
When
say
you
it.
say you're detecting it, what are you detecting?
An electron.
What is an electron?
What are we talking about?
Wait.
How many times do you get asked this
I
question?
just left this room for I don't know, a couple minutes, and I just heard the same question and still no answer. That's crazy.
Exactly.
That's a
Right.
lie.
You heard
We
the
literally
same question.
answering.
Around the
Like
This
you're
circle.
same
such a
answer.
liar, Noah. You are such
Hold
a
on.
liar.
There's
We
a
literally
question on the
answering.
table. Hold on. There's a question on the table. I'm about to start hosting this or something. I don't know because you guys need to relax. There's a question on the table. What's it? Say the question again.
Yeah, if you claim it's a particle of matter, but you don't know the size or the shape, or it doesn't have a measurable size or shape, and you don't know how to isolate it or to find it, then how do you know what it is?
That's not true. We know how to isolate electrons and find them.
Yeah.
Really? Well,
Here we go.
because it's called a probability distribution. Yeah, you don't know
All
how.
right,
You can
I'm
only.
gonna cite it. Here's one paper. And I'm
It's
gonna
just a
throw so many
cloud
at you, Noah.
probability distribution.
I'm gonna throw so many papers at you, bro. There's one. I'm gonna
Nate,
find
is
a
it
few more.
just a cloud
Sit still.
probability distribution?
Yo, I'm doing what you asked me to do. I'm citing it. So don't worry.
Okay, then cite
Yeah,
it.
I'm giving you a lot of citations of how electrons are
Then cite it.
isolated.
So
and detected.
by your
I
definition,
hope you read it
would
because I read all of your
Nate,
papers with it. Some
Nate,
of them I
chill.
couldn't even access, but I try to read them.
So if your citations claim that an isolation of an electron deals with a cloud probability, would you consider a cloud probability and isolation?
I don't see what the links are between the two. I never brought up cloud probability distributions of electrons.
It literally says right here, to isolate the electrons, they proposed using nanostructured devices, small machines built one atom at a time that trap the electrons in small wells. The particles are only provided limited isolation in the wells, and so eventually become entangled with the cloud of surrounding electrons in the device.
Yeah.
It's a cloud of probability distribution.
And Whitsitt.
No,
with
it
the
is
well,
isolated
and
for.
Whitsitt with a well.
Jesus.
Quantum tunneling. So you can't
Hey,
actually
Whitsitt
trap it
only
in
read
there.
what Dick
It's
was
actually
saying.
there's actually a probability that the particle will pop outside of the machine, according to their own mainstream
Their
quantum mechanics.
definition is
Yeah, whatever. So it is isolated. It's not isolated indefinitely because it will interact with the other particles around it and become entangled. But they can
This is a
isolate it
proposed
for
idea.
a
Where's
period
them
of
actually?
time.
This is a proposed idea. Where are they actually doing?
No, this has been done with. Read the whole
That's
thing.
not what it says in this article.
Read
So
read the other two. It's been done,
Bro,
bro.
putting something in a well is not finding its location.
Really?
It even says
can't
there.
locate a
Go
well,
all the way to the end. The key theoretical results in a proposal for testing the ideas experimentally were published March 11th in a journal. It's been published. It's been done. This is the old thing, bro. What I'm sharing with you. This is from 2011, Whitsitt. This shit's been done, bro.
No, they never actually isolate a specific electron other than their math. No, they didn't.
How
It's
would
math.
they even know if they had
What is
isolated?
isolation to you?
Oh, so now we're admitting it is just math, and that's
No
isolated.
one admitted any of that.
Thanks
No
for
one
getting
admitted
somewhere.
any of that. Read the whole thing, Whitsitt. They isolated it. Read the other two as well. It's
I
been
think
done.
they used the Clark method. They used the
With
Clark method to isolate it.
And the Clark method is?
I don't know.
Is this the
just
same
saw
What are
Clark
you
method they
talking
use
about then?
for
Stop talking about stuff you
surveying?
don't actually have any knowledge on. What's the point?
Oh,
Just
you
to
didn't
make
get the
himself
joke? You didn't get the joke?
It wasn't fun.
It went over his head. Don't
It
worry.
wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. It wasn't funny, Chucky. This is not the joke time. All right, let's let Nate and Whitsitt go back and
Are we
forth
being
with this
serious
for a
now?
little bit.
All time is joke time.
It's time to get fucking maybe for you because you know if you want to live in a circus.
Yeah, but I mean, Jeremy, when Napalm was throwing out his jokes, I didn't hear it's not time for jokes. Let's be serious. Like, come on, why is it so one-sided today?
Every year.
Like, there's such a strong bice in you today. You know,
I want you to
Napalm
be
could
able
throw
to
out
get your shit
jokes,
off, Nate.
and
Nate, I want you
when
to be
Chucky
able.
does. Yeah,
Nate,
but
I wanna
Jeremy,
be-
I don't want it to be so serious. You know, they should be a relaxed environment around you, shouldn't they? Well, we're
Yeah,
just
but
going
it's
to be
not.
at each other's throats, trying to kill each other right now.
We don't have to be at each other's throats, but it's getting a little crazy. Like, I want to slow it down a little bit. There's a lot of over talking and shit.
Okay.
So everyone relax.
Jeremy, we can be serious on February 5th. I'll have them.
I mean, I didn't hear a word of that. Did anyone else?
Yeah, even your connection
No.
didn't
Yeah,
agree with you.
Chucky, your mic's real bad, bro.
Yeah, maybe talk to us one time when you're not driving through the country roads or hillbilly heaven or wherever you're at.
Dude, this literally says that they're using a magnetic field and they're trying to isolate the electron in the midplane of the magnetic field, and that if there was no detectable axial oscillation, they assumed that an electron was just sitting there still momentarily.
Yo, it's a fantasy world.
So
it took me 2 minutes.
This is why I asked my question earlier. How would they even know? By what metric would they know that they've isolated it in the first place? They would have to know what it is first.
Exactly.
But they do know what it is.
Oh,
I just
how
read
do
what
you
they
know?
said they
How
did.
do you know what it is? And here we go again, the circular.
Math. It's all about math. That's how they know. It's math.
The total strength of the interaction between the electron and the stored magnetic field depends on the energy of the cyclotron orbit and on the spin orientation. The influence of the field is greater when the orbit is larger or when the spin is up, for the reason of the magnitude of axial frequency shift changes with each change in the cyclotron orbit size or in the spin state. The distortion or the magnetic field must be kept small, or the energy levels under examination will be too greatly modified, but only a small shift in the axial frequency is needed in order to make the changes in quantum state observable. So they're literally seeing the states change and trying to minimize the amount of precession or axial oscillation. That's what they're doing. That's what it says.
Am I alone in
Yeah, but
seeing
what's
the
wrong with
comparison?
that? Measuring an isolated electron. What's it? I don't see
No,
what the
just because you say that, but no, what they're doing is
That is
just
what's
going
going
to
on.
null point
This is
in the magnetic.
exactly what we were having the conversation about earlier, Witsit. They're saying they're manipulating time.
Like, dude, there was already two people talking. Why would you start talking in that, Elijah? Come on, man.
Well, I had already started. He jumped
Nate
over me.
and Witsit were both talking at the time when you started. Relax, bro.
No, that's your
No,
lag.
but I
But
mean,
it's fine.
let him talk, Chair. It's okay, isn't it?
It's fine. We can
It
take
literally
time.
says it's based on a graph mapping out the distribution cloud and then trying to find the minimal amount of axial precession within the magnetic plane. And whenever they get it to an acceptably low amount of oscillation within the magnetic plane, they assume, based on their graph and their cloud distribution, that there's an isolated electron there. That's literally what it
Wait, there's their cloud distribution, so not a specific location. Again, still the cloud distribution, like I said hours ago, and people call me a loud
Well, just to
liar.
clarify, they're claiming to have a specific location by using the cloud distribution and
Yeah.
applying that to the magnetic plane. And when they observe a minimum amount of oscillation, they claim that based on their graph built upon their distribution equation, that there would be a single electron.
Yeah, no, you just heard cloud distribution and go horny as hell. But they
Still,
do
what I
isolate
said though
it.
is it
There
just
is
shows
a lot of math involved. Definitely, I agree with you. But it is isolated. They know where it is.
So it's
as the measurement is made by
wait,
carefully
what you're
searching for
saying,
the.
what you're saying for wait, real quick. So what you're saying,
Oh,
Chirality,
Whitson
is
was
that
talking, man.
yeah, I'm trying to get a question in, bro, and he just went
But
silent for me to
Whitson
ask
was
the question.
talking.
He just literally
All
let
right,
me
cool.
get the
Go ahead,
question
man.
in, and
Go ahead.
you're interrupting me, and then he was gonna talk. But
Go
real
ahead.
quick,
Yeah, lots.
so you're saying that they got a definite three-point coordinate system, definite place where it's actually located. So now they're going to be able to tell where a particle's exact momentum and exact subatomic particle's exact momentum and exact position at the same time. Is that what you're saying? Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is now null and void.
Once it's observed, yes. The uncertainty principle only applies when you are not observing or interacting with the particle. Remember, quantum mechanics speaks to, a lack of information on things when you are not interacting or trying to measure or detect or observe the particle. Once you observe it and see it and touch it and hold it, the uncertainty principle goes out the window. I mean, these things don't apply anymore.
No, dude, they're not holding anything, dude. Okay, it specifically
Exactly. I was
says that
like, wait, when did
they
they
have a
hold the
ladder.
electron then? How did that happen?
Whitson was talking.
They have a ladder equation. Okay, so they're trying to minimize the noise. They're using a magnetic plane because you have an inertial plane. They're trying to get to the magnetic plane so that they can limit the noise around it and trying to isolate an area with the least amount of oscillation. It admits right here you can never actually attain zero oscillation, but for intents and purposes, they classify it as no axial oscillation. And then they claim, based on their graph with the cloud distribution applied and their ladder equation, that when there's that small amount of oscillation, that there should be a singular electron there momentarily. Right? It says this measurement is made by carefully searching for the frequencies that work the largest change on the rapidly fluctuating pattern. First, to signal what the frequency near the cyclotron transition frequency is supplied, and the average height of the grass is monitored. The average height. The applied signal is then turned slowly through a narrow range of frequencies. When the frequency corresponds exactly to the interval between rungs on the ladder, the electron absorbs energy strongly and climbs at least several rungs. Thus, the cyclotron transition frequency is the frequency that gives the tallest. So they're literally taking an average of oscillation and then trying to theoretically claim where the isolated electron would be in that moment based on looking at the data afterward. They're not like the way you're painting is like, oh, they're doing an experiment and showing an electron just sitting there. They're able to make the electron just sit there and know there's one electron there.
I
That's not what
never
they're
said that. I don't know how I painted that picture. That's just stuff you decided I said. You asked if they've isolated it. I provided you citations where it's been isolated. If it's not isolated to your specifications or to what you was expecting, I don't know. But the words that they held it in their hand and they separated it from the rest of the other cloud electrons and whatnot. Those words never left my mouth.
So,
I never.
all right, were they able to do physics
lying,
on
man.
the electron? Were they able to apply
physics? Yes, they were able to do physics.
Can I respond to
So
what
it was a
Chirality?
physical
Can I
thing?
respond to what Chirality said to me earlier, real quick?
about the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So what you're saying is that I don't know what you said something, but how I understand it is that you can't know the exact position and the exact momentum. The more precisely you know, say the momentum, the less precise you have the position. And that's just a quality of trying to measure one of those two attributes. And then there's another where you could know the time or the energy, but not both at the same time. You said that you could now know both at the exact same time. I think you're wrong about that. Would you care to explain yourself? Because I mean, yeah, or maybe cite yourself on that, because I think you're actually wrong about that.
I'll cite something, but we definitely do have the ability to know a bit about a particle's position, and then still be able to measure
You're trying to tell us
and still be able to measure its momentum. And it's the same with its time and energy relationship. It can be done, especially after the particle has been observed.
But okay, bro, but it's not its exact position, and it's not its exact momentum. It's a probability distribution of its position and a probability distribution of its momentum, and they're both related through the wave function. No, it's not. That's not how it works.
I'm telling you, once it's observed, we can know certain things about its position, and then go on
Yeah,
to
but
measure.
you can't know exactly. You can't know exactly where. You can't know its exact position. You can't know its exact momentum at the exact same time. That's what everyone go look up what the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is.
I know what the Heisenberg uncertainty
it.
principle is. I think you just don't understand what it is I'm trying to say, Noah. So it's cool. I'll just
Okay, I'm
find
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense.
You're trying to say
Hey,
you've
can I
observed
show?
it, you can't
Look, if
prove
you
you
look at the you look at the graph there, right? So you have changes in spin orientation. It never stops. Okay, they literally take an average of when the axial oscillation is the lowest, and of course they actually use cesium atoms and atomic clocks to try to measure the oscillation, which is. And so it says right here, recording of the frequency shift in the axial oscillation yields a graph that resembles a crop of grass. In response to thermal fluctuation, the size of the cyclotron orbit changes continually, causing rapid and random excursions in the axial frequency. These are the blades of grass. Reversals of spin orientation are much rarer, and they are observed as a change in the root level of the grass. The G factor is determined by radiating the electron with the electromagnetic energy and measuring two frequencies. The frequency that induces changes in the orbit size and thereby yields the tallest grass, and the frequency that flips the spin and hence gives the highest rate of changes in the level. So they actually sitting here admitting that the idea of isolating the electron is to attain inside the magnetic plane zero axial oscillation. But they're saying, well, you never can actually get no axial oscillation. We can just average it out and get the minimum because there's always electromagnetic noise.
So they're doing the corrections, which the same way they were doing with the planar stuff we were talking about the other day from that document.
Are you talking about wave function?
They have the baked in assumptions at every turn. So
are you talking about wave function collapse chirality? Is that what you're talking about?
I posted what it is I'm talking about. I hope are you Noah 808 or Noah Pure Blood?
I got it.
Okay. I hope I tagged the right one.
Particle measure sidesteps the uncertainty. Oh, so yeah, it is claiming to sidestep the uncertainty. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
so it's not. Yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah, but listen. I'll qualify by saying it's not to say now we have its position and momentum 100%. There will still be a bit of quantum noise involved, but it's a very accurate measurement of both. It's not to say
it's
that
trying to get its master chart
undefinable. Is that what you're saying? Quantum noise. You don't know what it is, and it's undefinable. So stop throwing it in my face.
No. It specifically says it's electromagnetic. It specifically says that it's electromagnetic noise. So, well, what is an electron in the first place?
Like quantum noise, and I'm like, oh, okay, here we go.
I'm just saying that the paper says electromagnetic.
Yeah, it's true.
I think
it sounds better to say quantum, though. Quantum makes everything sound scientific.
It does.
At no point does it actually achieve anything.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm reading through this, it's literally just kind of saying this is the best that we can do. It also goes on to say the logical sequel to the measurement of the electron G factor is a measurement of the corresponding number for the positron, which is the positively charged antiparticle of the electron. And this is because in reality, just like Gleam posted, when you actually look at any program that tries to show the geometry of the quote unquote electron, you get a double torus. So you're going to have the antiparticle, what they call the positron, and that is nothing more than the flip side of the geometry. You have the double torus with the hyperbola and the toroid with the vortex in the middle. The double torus is the geometry of all things from the small to the big. And so, yeah, of course, you have a quote unquote antiparticle, and because you have the positive aspect to the negative, you have the hyperbola and the toroid. So anyway, it's saying right here that the corresponding number for the positron, the positively charged antiparticle electron, earlier investigations of the positron carried out by Rich and his colleagues at Michigan have been hampered by the fact that positrons are much less plentiful than electrons. With the methods devised at the University of Washington, the measurement could be made, at least in principle, with a single positron, which would be trapped to form a single atom of, I don't even know how to say that, anti-geonine, I don't care. The experiment is certainly not without challenge. The positrons are emitted with high energy in the radioactive decay of certain nuclei, and they must be slowed down and installed in a trap without ever encountering an ordinary electron, since the positron and the electron would then annihilate each other. These problems have been solved, however, by using the G factor of the positron as expected to be exactly equal to that of the electron. So the problem is solved with mathematical assumption and application. It is not any physical isolation of a physical particle of matter called the electron. It is taking the axial frequencies, the oscillations of the electromagnetic phenomena, trying to eliminate the electromagnetic noise the best that's possible, then map out the actual precession and oscillation that's observed, put it into a graph, apply a factor, and then determine where you think that it would be the smallest amount of oscillation and claim that would be a singular electron underneath all that.
And it turns out
This kind of supports, this actually just this strengthens what I think the electron is.
That's
yeah, it's
cool.
just
That's cool that it does that with it. But at the end of the day, it's been isolated, man. I don't know what more to tell you. But I've answered everything you guys have asked.
Doesn't make it any less false.
I gotta go somewhere, man.
Okay,
you guys
Don't
have any more
say like
questions?
the theories of isolation are based on knowing what everything else is, and then what's left out, what you can't know, is supposed to be the proof of this thing existing. That just kind of seems a little weird.
He's gone. But Witzer,
Well,
everything you just said, although important and relevant, can be summarized in what you were talking about earlier, is that everything they're talking about is ultimately just a indirect observation. And
you got to empathize with
they're inferring and drawing their conclusions from the assumptions that they already hold.
I actually don't have a problem with the methods because I'm not able to offer an alternative, meaning without some type of assumptive construct that applies physicality to reoccurring phenomena, you can't quantify it. If you can't quantify it, then you can't precisely replicate things. So the construct is seemingly needed. Okay, the problem lies where people take that construct that was formed out of necessity of quantification and then conflate it to physical reality.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so that's the problem is people can't get past that. They're like, well, we know this works. We use this for technology, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we came up with a construct that we've refined over time, right, for purposes of quantification and replication. That doesn't actually mean that what you think the numbers represent is actual physical reality. It quite literally is not. And that's why quantum is drowning in paradoxes, because it cannot be the case. And that's why the current atomic model says it travels in quote unquote waves. It can never be found. It has no size or shape. Well, it's just an etheric, energetic manifestation. There is no little physical particle of matter. That is actually psychosis of the mind, just as Oliver Heaviside said. To think that there's a little physical particle there of matter called the electron is psychosis of the mind. It's like if I took two lines of spaghetti and laid them over each other, and then you walked up and said, hey, did you know where those two strings of spaghetti intersect? There's something called a spaghetti ton there. I'd be like, no, there's not. Like they're just intersecting. It's an event. It's a process. It's an intersection of two lines of spaghetti. There isn't some little ball there that I can't ever find called the spaghetti ton. Well, how can we count where they intersect if we don't come up with something called a spaghetti ton? Like, okay, fine, call it the spaghetti ton and count how many times they intersect, but don't pretend that there's actually a little ball there in reality, because there isn't. There's just two strings of spaghetti, right? And that's actually direct analogy of what they call the. right? You have the magnetic field and the electric field oscillating and intersecting, and where it intersects, they call it a photon, so they can count the intersection.
Am I
So
the only one who's hearing you clip then?
I don't hear him clip at all.
Wow, that's strange.
Yeah, I'm hearing him loud and clear.
I just got back. What are we still on the electron? Whether or not electrons under a false pretense or not?
yeah, pretty
Well,
much. Yeah, how it's
what you
psychosis
guys
of the
are
mind.
saying is basically some people have proved it exists by proving that everything else exists. And I'm just like, okay, so you're going to say that you know everything, and that your proof that this thing that you've never been able to measure and that you really don't know what it is because you've measured everything else that there is, and you have admitted that there's something left out, that there's something missing. You're going to claim that that is your measurement of what you claim has been missed out just because you're saying you know everything else?
Too bad Jace.
Weird, dude.
Too bad Jace isn't walking his dog through poker chips right now because he's he's the expert on this whole electron thing, isn't he?
What's an electron microscope?
It's a gadget you plug in the
It's
wall.
a misnomer. That's what it is.
It doesn't show you electrons.
It's very expensive. It's very
How
expensive.
dare you? How dare you question electrons?
How can
It doesn't say
how can it
electrons.
show something
Does it show
that
electrons by
isn't?
the bunch, by the bundle?
How can you show something you can't define?
If you're going to give me something that costs like 150 grand and then tell me something exists because of that cost, and then I can't even touch it or see it or measure it, and then I got to trust you, I'm just going to have some questions. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm not going to go either way, but I'm going to be like, well, first of all, I'm broke and you're rich and you have this gadget and it proves what you're saying, but I can't actually touch it or verify it myself unless I have this gadget that's super expensive. And then I have to change my life based on what you're saying exists, based on this gadget that's super expensive, and based on your proclamations of knowing everything. And this
Sounds
gadget
like a
shows
priesthood.
the missing link of everything, which supposedly is the electron or the quantum particle or the Higgs boson, whatever you want to call it. So I'm supposed to believe that you know everything, and your gadget here that's super expensive is the justification for you claiming that actually you don't know everything and there's something left out and you can't actually ever measure it.
Does that not sound
You
like
see,
like
is
in
that
the
Flack
old
talking?
days? Does that not sound like the old days where they had like a fucking druid or like a wizard or like a cleric or
Yeah,
whatever, and he would just
absolutely,
hold
dude.
up
Like,
some extremely like
sure,
some
dude.
nice golden object, some like really nice
Yes,
like
yeah,
piece
nice
of
ice.
intricately built gold, whatever the fuck it is, and then just spout out some bullshit, and everyone would be like,
They
"Yeah,
beat you in
bro,
the
I
head
believe
with
it."
it
Like,
along
"Yeah,
with it.
bro, I believe
Yeah,
it."
You
yeah,
see,
totally.
Flack, what you were saying, I hear you, but it's not just that, because the tool itself isn't the problem. It's the conflation they do with the tool, because the tool can do stuff and it can be used and it can be applied correctly and etc etc. But it's that they draw out something from that, a conclusion based on an assumption, blah 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 blah, and they conflate the two, and they just because they have this equipment, because they have these technologies, like Witzer was saying, they use that to justify their conclusions and their assumptions of how the world works.
Well, what Elijah? What if it was like? Is this not an analogy? If I had a manual and no one had power tools, let's say we're in the 1800s, I create a power tool, I create the first drill, and I say, well, yeah, here's the drill. You push the trigger and you push it against the wall, and it'll just make a hole through the wall. And then someone raises their hand. They're like, how does that drill work? And then I say, well, the drill actually warps space and time, and that's how it causes a hole in the wall to appear. And so, yeah, we can warp space and time with this tool. And none of you guys have power drills, but trust me, like, look, I can drill holes in the wall, so you can see me warping space and time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, perfect analogy.
Power tools in the 1800s, baby.
But because you can't see whatever's coming through the wall that it's plugged into, that means that you got to follow me, and I'll tell you how it works. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't actually come into the inner tent and see the Holy of Holies. But trust us, we have a picture and an explanation of what's in here.
I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of places that say It's all like physics forms and shit. But they're saying a particle has zero, or sorry, an electron has zero volume.
Yeah, it depends who
Yeah,
you're
it has
talking
no
to, how
position.
much they know of the law. But
Yeah, but you
I
can't
find
have zero volume and mass, though.
exactly that's one of the many
Nope,
contradictions.
you can't have zero volume and still have material. And they claim an electron is physically existent, i.e., material.
And that's what we were doing. We're holding those contradictory
Because they
ideas
say it has
to
mass.
the fire.
My bad.
So this always goes back to how we define physical. Like they just come up with whatever fairy tale they want and just attribute physical to it and get away with it. But we all know physical has some sort of a Cartesian presence that we can quantify or perceive somehow. And to claim that physical doesn't always have to be something materially existent just seems like counterintuitive unless someone can provide an explanation to that. Kosho, you there?
They say they calculate
Yeah,
the
hold
volume.
on, Jeremy.
Hold on. All right, go ahead.
I mean, it's a simple answer, dude. I hate what he just fucking asked. He just asked if points have Cartesian presence, and yes, they do. So,
Yo, is ResearchGate a reputable place, or what? What do you think, Kosho?
no, anybody can publish on ResearchGate. So
Okay.
that's just a place to find papers. But I mean, it depends on the. You got to look at the veracity of the paper.
I find funny, given the topic.
How
of
would
the
you describe
electron.
an electron, like in its geometric expression?
The terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction.
That's not
One
what he
unit
asked.
line.
That's
But
that's
yeah,
not
I'm
what he-
asking for the. I'm essentially asking for the shape of an electron, and it was more like directed at Kosho.
Yeah,
I mean,
Elijah.
But anyone feel
Oxford's
free.
saying they're guessing, basically,
I'm gonna let
about the
Elijah
volume.
continue.
Efficient initial volume determination from electron microscopy.
That's not what he asked. He asked for a shape.
Listen to what they're saying. This is from Oxford. So these reduced sets are then
If
used
you're
to
going to
generate
define
volume.
something, then you should be able to know what the shape is. That's all he's asking.
You know the shape of it, Kojo? Who is that for, Kojo?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I know Elijah was speaking though, so I'm just gonna let him finish.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say, given the topic of the electron microscope, it's funny because.
Is he speaking right now? Do I have him muted or something?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you might have him
You
muted.
might have to reconnect. Tell him to reconnect.
You might have him muted or something.
I got you.
Now we
loud
were
and clear.
talking earlier. I think people are just having these issues every now and then. But given the topic of the electron microscope, what's funny is, and I'm not sure if everyone's obviously.
I don't know, bro. I don't have him muted. I can't hear him though.
Disconnect and reconnect.
I would presume that perhaps Kosha would have a different idea to this and etc. But I've heard people in here say that we knew, so that they had the knowledge of the electron.
Not working. Let me know when I can say something.
Prior to having the electron microscope, to which they pointed to for the confirmation of what they said they already knew. So when I heard that, it's just too funny not to bring it up again.
Agreed.
Because that's the way they operate. They already operate as if they know
Is it Elijah
these things
Savvy?
already.
Is that who you guys? Is that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
Just
just
boot him, man. Anyway, I finished. It's funny. I wonder what Kosha has to say about it. But they knew about it before they confirmed that they knew about it. It's funny.
Exactly. It's interesting, isn't it?
What did he say?
So look, this one's from Oxford. It says these reduced sets are then used to generate volumes from random orientation assignments. The best volume is determined from these guesses. I don't know. I went on to say something else. This is from draftlessegg.org. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but The electron is a point particle, has zero volume.
Maybe the error was on my side because I just got force reconnected. Dicelo, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, man.
Yeah, I think I must have had some inbuilt lag or whatever that just got force fixed by Discord.
Okay.
Hey ho, carry on.
I don't know. You need some volume to have mass, though, right, Gojo?
Well, he said a point.
If you have mass, you're definitely. Go ahead, Dicelo. Go ahead.
He said a point has a Cartesianal value, and if a point has Cartesianal value, it has volume. So if we're going to analogize an electron as being a point, then there should be some sort of a volume. No?
There should also be a shape.
Incorrect.
There should also be a shape. If you're going to measure volume and mass, like where's the shape?
No, they can't.
Incorrect.
Kosho, can you have mass without volume?
Yes, you can.
Get the fuck out of here. What?
Right, please.
All the subatomic
There's only one
particles that
example
have.
you can provide.
I can provide 3. I can provide 10.
No.
If you give me time. Yeah.
No.
All the subatomic particles.
Give us your
All the
top 10 list.
subatomic particles
Subatomic
that have
particles
mass.
you can't even validate.
All the
He's saying that
subatomic
you
particles.
substantiate those.
Okay, you guys have fun.
Settle down.
Guys, relax. Just hit us with your top 10 list whenever. That's dope. Go ahead, Kosho. Relax, Dicelo.
All the subatomic particles. All the subatomic particles. None of them have volumes. Some of them have volumes of their energy densities and stuff like that, but none of them have actual volumes, and a lot of them have mass. So those would be your examples.
How can you have volume without mass?
What is mass?
So, are they holding the mass in trust or something?
Yeah, I'm just curious. How's that work?
I mean, I'm curious as to what you think.
Why do you guys
mass
think
is,
it's
if it's
necessary?
Because volume is based on mass. The measurements of volume is based on the metrics of what mass and all that is. So
Not true.
I mean, I'm all ears.
That just isn't true. Those are two separate, isolated properties.
Yeah, but explain what mass is.
Bring them
If you
when
can
you bring
have
them
it with
when
no
you bring
volume.
them.
Hold on. If you can have it with no volume, like, what do you think the mass is?
What does it have to do with anything? The volume doesn't have
You're
anything
saying
to
you
do with
can have.
mass.
One, you're saying you can have mass with no volume. So now I'm asking you, what do you think the mass means?
And why would it have anything to do with the volume? Like, why would you think it was necessary to have volume?
Because from
you can
what I
describe
know of
anything as
mass,
without describing as volume.
But why are you
from what I know of
Just
mass,
answer the
hold
mass
on,
question.
Elijah, hold on. Because from what I know of mass, it's always been heavily implied that you need a volume for it.
No.
Any
It's not
amount of
implied that-
matter, resistance to inertia. I mean, anything you can describe, it's always needed a volume for.
Why would you need a volume for resistance? Not a resistance to inertia. Inertia is the resistance from acceleration. But why would you need a volume for that?
Resistance, you know. If you have a particle flying through the air, you're going to calculate resistance based on the mass, not the volume.
What does volume have? Yeah, right. So what does volume have to do with that?
We're just saying
resistance. What's resisting? Hold on, man. What's resisting? What's the resistance from if it's not something? It has to be something, right?
What's the resistance? Yeah, sure. That particle or entity or whatever it is you're describing, that's where the resistance. I don't understand. No, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. Yeah, the particle.
Yeah, the particle's got to take up space.
It doesn't have to take up space. It can have a certain amount of it. It can have energy that can be described at a certain region, but the particle itself is a point particle, or the energy emanates from that point.
That has mass, no volume.
Yep.
Right. I mean, if you say so.
Energy adds mass. Energy doesn't have volume. So
Well, you're trying to tell us that you're measuring energy without using the metrics that have been presented to us as what that would be, and that's mass and volume and speed and coherence and restrict, what you said, resistance and all that. So you can't just decide to leave mass out when you're throwing out all these equations of what your basis is, when the basis of your even proclamation it has to include mass.
Yeah, just hit us with your top 10.
I can only try to make sense of what was just said, but those properties you named, some of them are not present in most things. Like coherence it's not a property of most things. However, mass, volume, these things can be described. Volume is not a property of subatomic particles, though. They have a
but what do you
set
think
of
mass
properties.
means? Kosho, what do you think in this volumeless mass that you have? What do you think mass means now?
I mean, it can be, it has many different definitions.
Okay, in this definition, what is this?
Which definition? What definition are you referring
in the
to?
scenario of this volumeless mass? We know the definition is not going to be any amount of matter or resistance to
So you want to know about the mass of an electron?
Yeah, when you say mass with this electron, what do you think that is? That it has no volume?
Well, it can be described in a certain amount of energy. Again, it's
energy isn't mass, though.
Yeah, but they're convertible. You can convert one to the other. And
but it's not mass. You don't have any mass there.
Yeah, but it accounts for most of the mass in most collections of particles. Most of the mass is actually created because of the energy that binds them together.
So you're telling us mass is created by the energy which can't be measured with what we're asking, what is the mass?
Dude, do you have energy or do you have matter?
Wait, hold on, dude. Listen, if you start saying something and after he says something crazy, I can't address the crazy thing he just said, okay? So you can measure energy, other guy, and you can measure mass. And you can measure both of those independent of measuring volume. So nothing's being, I don't know, ignored or whatever.
I thought energy made up everything, so how can you separate it?
Listen, you either have energy or you have matter. You're saying there's no matter in this electron thing, right? So it's all energy.
No. What I said was subatomic particles. Subatomic particles aren't considered matter because matter is emergent
so you don't have any matter.
subatomic particles.
All right, so you don't have any matter.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, you have no. You said you have no
I don't
matter.
think you heard. You didn't hear what I said.
Say it again.
I said subatomic particles are not matter, okay? Because matter is an emergent property made up of subatomic particles. So, for instance, if you have a plasma of a bunch of electrons, like an electron plasma, that plasma is matter, and it's made up of electrons. But a single electron is not matter in itself.
So we can't measure what you're saying exists. That's what you're saying.
No, you can measure it.
But if it doesn't have mass or shape, then how am I going to measure it? I got to use your $150,000 microscope.
Well, you can start by trying. It does have mass, by the way. But you can try to measure one of the properties it does have. Yeah.
Well, that's the basis of this whole discussion. Is nobody's ever been able to actually present that. Like we're discussing, it's kind of like the Earth curve and how it's, whether is it curved or is it flat. It's kind of like this exact discussion: is the electron, does it exist or doesn't it? And we all have our own experiences. We know something's there, but to claim that we know what it is and how it works based on our ignorance of everything, which is quantum mechanics, I just think that's kind of weird.
You're breaking up for me a lot, but regardless, all the properties of the electron that we know of can and have been measured. So.
Can you hear me, Kosho?
I hear you now, Allie.
It's because nobody was talking then.
Well, still, I need to fix my connection anyway.
No, I heard the same. There was no one talking there. That was all. There's nothing wrong with your connection.
Yeah, Ali, I was responding in the chat, talking about particles being here, there at the same time, and all that. No, that's all confusing to me. But I think particle physics always takes us off into the weeds. But I take the neutral position on it. But it seems like that some flat earthers pretend like they know better than particle physics and claim that it's absolutely absurd. But I don't ever see any evidence or any refutation other than nah about it, you know.
Well, see, the thing is, Left Lane, right? So you admittedly only studied it or know sort of cursory, a certain level of it. Just go in and read it. Just read about it. It's quite simple. You know, it's not. It really isn't complicated, right? Even though they use it. You know, I think you're intelligent enough to read. It's just you're maybe unaware of what you're actually meant to believe. So you're unaware of just exactly. Can you comprehend that a thing can be in can be here, there, and nowhere at the same time?
See, I don't understand it to be that way, though. I don't. That part of it, we talk about it, but I don't. I mean, it's just, that just confuses me, you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if forget about what I say, forget about what everybody says. Go and just look into it. You know, honestly, that these things are not very complicated. If you've got any logic within you, you don't need to come back and agree and say, "Oh yeah, you were right, Ali," and all that kind of thing. But in order to actually, you know, you have to know what you're meant to believe in. And I've looked into it probably deeper than you have. I would say that I have looked. I've probably watched hundreds of hours of lectures by these theoretical physicists and quantum electrodynamics and all that kind of stuff. And I do understand what they're telling me, right? And they do tell you it doesn't make sense. Well, I'm sorry. It doesn't make sense, but they tell you, like, I know it's unintuitive and it doesn't seem to make sense, but that's how it is. And then you go, okay, let's have a look. How have they proved it? And then when you go and look at it deeper, it's just mathematics. That's all it is. Even that double slit experiment. Go and have a look at that. Read exactly what it says.
Hear, hear. Cheers.
It's where the detector, they can detect it from the outside, right? Say they have a detector on the outside where they're firing the proton. If they don't detect it at the first slit, they automatically suggest.
That's my first red flag. I'm like, well, if you can't actually show me what I'm supposed to follow you based on all your math and la la la, if you can't actually show me the logistics of this, you know, I'm probably gonna, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that the wave function collapse, or whatever, that's just mathematical. That's just a mathematical equation. All it is, what that collapses, right? This proton or electron's in a certain state, and when it hits a detector, that's the collapse. Because that's basically now you can read it. So whatever was happening before, right, has now collapsed, and the actual collapse of it is when you actually detect it, when it comes on the detector or whatever. That's the collapse of the wave function, right? So it's just a mathematical equation. It's not really based on reality or anything like that. Go and have a look. All you have to do is actually just go and have a look. Just with an open mind. It doesn't mean you're a flat earther. If you think, right, that's a load of bollocks, it's got fuck all, it's got nothing to do with that at all. It's the point of, I don't think you really understand or you might not understand what you're actually meant to believe, what they talk about. Because I think if you looked at it properly and took it with a logical and a rational look, take away all your emotions that, as I say, just because you don't believe in quantum electrodynamics or quantum mechanics or whatever, it doesn't mean the Earth's flat and you're denying all science. All it is say, well, I don't buy into that. But that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Yeah, I don't know. This electron thing is fishy because you can't. You got to have mass with no volume now, and if you only have energy without the matter, then if there's no matter, I mean, you're in a world that hurt if you try to define mass now.
Yeah, it's like the glow ball, It's the glow ball. It's literally almost the same thing as the glow ball. Like, you can't prove it. Nobody has ever seen it, but you got to go along with it.
Kosho responded to me earlier with that. I did miss his response. He might have said something good that I missed. I don't know.
You guys watching something right now?
No, what's up? What do you got? Are we
fucking-
watching something? What's it streaming?
I don't know.
I don't
He's
know.
just
What do you got?
chilling now. Was streaming something good earlier, but he's just chilling right now.
What do you got, Dice Law?
Hold on, turn on my Bluetooth here. Can you hear me?
Yep. We hear you.
Nah, it's nothing too important. I mean, it's important to me, maybe not to you, but we had a hummingbird nest over here with some babies in it that we've been keeping an eye on, and fucking last night something got a hold of it, dude. Everything's gone. Only like a little tiny portion of the nest is left, dude. Fucking my wife's all bent out of shape and shit. I just found out. I'm like looking outside for anything. Nothing, dude. Sucks.
That sucks. Probably snakes, man. Snakes get that shit pretty quick.
Really have snakes here, like crows, possums, shit like that. And it's like, I like the crows, but dude, those things are freaking savages when it comes to just attacking other things' nests, dude. So it's like, I don't know whether to be upset at the crows or just fucking chalk it up to the circle of life. It sucks. So it is what it is, man. But life's full of trauma, dude. It's fucked up.
Well, at least that was just a bird's nest you guys are trying to keep safe, Hopefully your family and you and everybody else is safe.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we're all good.
I mean, good on you for trying to protect the birds and give them a safe place, but you got raccoons out there and all these thieves, and it's
well,
we're trying to save the birds here. In the meantime, Australians are losing wars to them. They're burning their country down.
Totally. I mean, they started with the frogs.
Wait, what happened with the birds in Australia?
Well, they lost the war to them a long time ago, and I think recently they were like starting fires. They would like carry sticks that were on fire to other places and start like forest fires.
Hold on, the birds were doing this?
That was their story, anyways. I think, yeah.
They busted over 200 people fucking starting fires over there, dude. They got a bunch of fucking weirdo fucking occultists over there.
Right. You ever seen the movie Wolf Creek?
No.
Communist. Wait, I can't say that. I shouldn't say that.
That's crazy. They were blaming the fires on the birds, huh?
I know, right? Isn't that crazy? It's like they got like this crew of 250 paid provocateurs go out there and destroy the freaking community, and then they blame it on birds. Yeah,
what the fuck? Like I remember bats being a thing with fires, like back in the what was it, like the fucking 50s or something. They were like trying to use bats to fucking as a weapon to like essentially fucking start fires and shit in other countries or whatever. I don't know if you guys remember that. And then the bats ended up fucking burning down a bunch of shit around the military base or something. And they thought that was obviously a bad idea after that. The idea was that the bats would go up under the eaves of the structures of all the buildings and stuff and start burning down their infrastructure. And yeah.
What year was this?
Dude, that's
Fuck, this was
psycho.
back in the day.
When you think something like that's going to creep in and burn down your house, I mean, dude, don't you have a 12 gauge? I mean, I can take out quite a few bats with a few rounds with a 12 gauge.
Well,
Yeah,
they'll
but
just
that's
fly
like
around the
bumblebee
buckshot
drones.
because they're sonar, dude.
That's not how it works. They're the most dangerous shit is like bumblebee drones or something.
Well, you
Like
got to
they
use
wanted. I
micro.
mean, they might not have had drone technology back then, but you could have like airdropped some fucking killer bees or some shit on them.
Yeah, dude, they could just have nano shit on them, right? You got to
Would they
use
survive
Wu-Tang
a
ain't nothing
fall
to
from a
fuck with.
plane? Dude, ain't nothing to fuck with, right? And you better protect your neck.
microwave energy, dude. Tesla tech. You set up a little grid on your property. They don't get close to that shit. They're little freaking DARPA bats and bees and killer bees and shit. You know how to just break apart everybody's got a microwave. You can defend like 1,000 meters with it against these freaks.
Yeah, Kosho said he was gonna stop a bumblebee drone attack with an EMP, but he needed like a VCR or some shit to make the
Really, we all have that shit. They don't want people to know the best
No.
defense of this drone shit is your freaking microwave oven, man.
No, chill. You know what he said he needed for the components to make an EMP real quick was one of those disposable cameras. Remember those disposable cameras from the 90s? I mean, I don't know who's got those.
The tech is simple. It's just most people don't know how to do it. Like the microwave is what I say is like the most. It's super cheap. You can go to freaking Walmart and buy one for like $50. And you got a magnetron in there. You just pull it out, and you can just plug it into. It's like Ghostbusters, literally, dude. And you can literally rig up a gadget like that. It's not. It doesn't really take too much electricity, but those little 5G drones and whatever the shit they got going on, dude, they'll just
You're gonna
drop.
get ectoplasm all over your face, son.
Well, now they'll drop like 100 meters out, dude. I just kick it on and doink.
What's a 5G drone?
So it's the same
I
thing
haven't
as a
heard of
1G,
that.
2G, 3G, 4G. You know, it's just radio operated machine that can. It's here. This is the best way for me to let you. Maybe
Basically,
remember
your mom with a skeeter hat.
Well, remember the old Star Wars where that little bot flew into Princess Leia's jail cell with Vader and it had needles and shit sticking out of it? You know, I don't know how old you guys are, but if you can
Are you
remember
talking
that,
about
yeah,
the
same
King
thing, dude.
Koopa's castle?
Yeah, well, whatever. You just hook up this shit and you doink, and it's toast.
All right, what's the topic, Eric? What are we doing, Dice Law?
I don't fucking know, bro. We're bringing it back to the back in the old days. Bro.
Apparently, electrons are dead. Apparently, that is run away.
Yeah, that's tough. Massless. Does anyone remember what Kosho's response was to that?
He wants to get physical.
If you don't have the matter, or how do you define mass with no matter now?
Right. And then how do you have an electron
I think
if
that's
it's not
what
physical?
put it to bed. That's what put it to bed. He's like, oh shit, I'm using equations.
There's a huge. Oh my bad. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Hey, yesterday, you guys were talking about, or Daiso was talking about magnetism. I was wondering if you guys could, since you guys already crushed the electron, was wondering if you guys could touch on magnetism again.
I don't know.
That was
According
an
to these
awesome
guys,
conversation yesterday, dude.
when? I must have missed it.
You were
You
there,
late?
bro. What are you talking about?
When? What time was it?
I
The
don't remember, bro.
worms, bro. The worms. They
Oh
cut
no,
up.
that was about
Oh, the
that was
worms,
about water.
dude. DM me that worm thing. No one ever DM me that, you sons of bitches.
I told you
Nah,
how to
dude. But
Google it.
Daiso went
Dude,
off on
don't you
some
always be
fucking
telling people
magnetic
how to
shit.
Google crazy shit you don't even know how to spell, man. Come on.
I thought you said the funky worms.
Daiso, go on a rant, bro. Do a DMOC.
My bad.
Oh, I'm good
My
right
bad.
now,
Go
bro.
ahead. Go ahead, Flat D. What you got for us?
I don't got nothing on magnetism, bro. I'm not Magneto. I don't consult with Uncle Fester every day.
Tell us the worm story again.
I don't know, man. I just heard it from you guys.
Dice Low. It was Dice Low. Tell us the worm story again. Tell us what they do with these worms.
All
1, 2,
right.
3, go.
So basically, a university performed a study where they took a batch of worms and they trained them upon receiving an electrical shock, or upon having direct contact to light, they received an electrical shock. So basically, every time they were showing light, they got shocked. So to the point where, without even being shocked, they can show them the light and they would react as if they were being shocked. So they were trained. And then they took that trained batch of worms, put them in a blender, ground them up, and they fed them to an untrained batch of worms. And the untrained batch of worms mimicked the same responses when showing light that the trained batch of worms did, which indicates that
Yo,
memory
that's
is
fucking
stored within.
crazy.
Which indicates that memory is stored within the water of the body, not necessarily within a central nervous system, being that these worms have no central nervous system.
Bro,
So
that shit is straight up bonkers right there. What's the name of that? What do we Google for this?
all right, just Google. Let's see here. University worm study. Let me see what pulls up here. Universe. Oh, fuck, come on.
Hey, you got this one, but half the time you be telling us to Google shit you can't even spell.
That is true. I'm not the best at spelling. What do we got here?
Yo, that is sick. And they checked these worms. They didn't do the electrical shock thing when they were exposed to light before they ate the worms that were. Like, that's
Right.
something you got to check. I mean, that's not a natural thing for a worm to do anyways, right? Like, worms just don't just do that. Bro,
No,
how
I
much
mean,
do
if
you
you
even
go
know
into
about worms,
focus,
dude?
like, come on, bro. I'm not a worm fucking guy. I'm just saying.
We need an entomologist. What are they called? What are the worm people called?
Not sure. That's a good one. Wasn't the dude in Dumb and Dumber a fucking worm guy? Remember, he wanted to have like a worm colony and shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of money in worms with worm poop. It's one of the best fertilizers.
Yeah, worm castings.
Yeah. But yo, that's sick.
Um,
If that actually happens, like if
all
this
right,
is
so
a
I'm
real
gonna post
thing,
this
there's
link.
no way you can explain that in the modern model of how anything works. Right?
All right,
How
I'm
can
gonna
you
post this
explain
link
that?
here. I don't know if it's
How,
the same exact one, but
like, I'd love to
there's
hear a
that.
global explanation for this.
I wouldn't claim it to be in the water, for sure.
Well,
I can come up with a physical mechanism that would cause water to store anything that it could convey memory.
What would convey this memory to the worms then?
I
Something's
don't know.
conveying the memory, right?
Maybe.
Well, they're
Yeah,
claiming
there's some.
Well,
they're
how do they
claiming in what
know?
I posted, it's the swapping of RNA. That's what they're claiming. At least in that one link I posted.
So you change
Here's another
RNA when
one.
you do that to someone. When you do that to a worm, you change its RNA. That whole electrical thing, like they have RNA before, and then we do the electrical thing with the light, and then they have different RNA after. Because that would have to
I
happen
don't
if
know.
it's an RNA thing.
Yeah, some
Yeah,
sort of
right.
a genetic adaptation.
I think the last one might be it, but I'm not sure.
Either way, that's crazy though. If you can, I mean, that's a mem. Is that a memory now?
It's called the cannibalism experiment. That's what they call it.
It's called what? Your mic's
Okay, there we
full.
go. There we go. Cannibalism experiment.
Okay.
Look up McConnell and the cannibalism experiment. That should get you. But yeah,
I want to know.
they're saying there's some memory RNA. There's a few other ones where they would like chop the head off of the worm, and they're like, if the worm like exhibited the learned behavior, it's like, well, the memory exists outside of the brain or whatever.
Hold on, where's the brain of the worm? Is this all in the cannibalism experiment, or is this a
Yeah,
different worm head chopping off of the worms experiment?
I
want to
might
know
be
all the
wrong, but I
information.
don't. Yeah, I don't think a worm's a cephalopod. I don't think they have a organ called a brain.
They don't have a brain and they don't have a head.
So
who needs a brain? You don't need a brain.
Where does it? How do
Just
they?
go by
They have no brain.
They're
so
literally
not
just like a squirming penis on the ground.
I mean, do you need a brain to get a boner?
It's a good question. Let's ask D-Mock.
just gonna get right to D.
That's my bad.
LOL. Some random shit, man.
You were hosting a show, and like it was the news. Now I want to know about all the mouse, insect, animal experiments they've done, because we should be doing crazy shit. Remember the frequency thing, where if you just like play different frequencies at shit, it might cause some to die at an earlier age or some to live longer. Like I'd love to see. I want to see those fucking tests.
Well, it does actually say here that it says flatworms' bodies are bilaterally symmetrical, and they have a defined head and tail region. They have a central nervous system containing a brain and a nerve cord. So the flatworms do have.
Check that out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's not an earthworm though, right?
Yeah, they're using flatworms in the study.
Oh, okay.
So
So
Earthworm Jim from Sega. Okay,
What the
so the
fuck
worms
do you
had a
always-
brain. The worms had a brain, and then they cut the worm in half, and then the other half without the brain knows the same shit.
I think you guys are getting confused on two different studies.
Yeah, no, this is two different things. Yeah.
Yeah, two different things.
Yours is the cannibalism one.
Okay.
This is some other unnamed one.
We're talking about flatworms and ballworms. Like ballworms and flatworms.
Well, earthworms aren't flatworms. They're different worms.
Oh, I know. There's a lot of.
I breed stick insects for my kids, and they lay eggs, and the eggs just turn into more stick insects, and they chew each other's legs off for survival. Weird, isn't it?
Weird. That's weird, bro. Yeah. Yeah, there's the mouse utopia experiments was a good one. If you're into shit like this, the Hope experiment with the mice, where they threw the mice in the water, was another good one.
So another one about the memory thing.
Okay.
Supposedly, there's people that have large portions of their brain removed, like I think even as close as to like 90%, and still have full memory. Like even Ken Wheeler's wife was one of them. She had like a softball size lump of cancer on her brain. That was like they ended up removing like I think like over half her brain, and she still had full memory. So I'm just saying, like, there's even ones with like there's like a certain disease that people get. It's like a cirrhosis of the brain and shit, and they got to go in and like remove a shit ton of it, and they still have memory. And then there's even another one where people get blood transfusions or amputees receive like a donor limb or digit or whatever, and all of a sudden have like new change in taste and like different things that they prefer that they once didn't, and then they come to find out that the person they received that donor transplant from actually had those same characteristics. So I mean, there's just a lot of weird shit that goes to show that memories aren't necessarily stored in the brain, rather than within the blood and the fluid of the water or fluid of the body.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this worm one's very interesting as far as that goes. Some of these worm things we're talking about. The other thing with the humans is neat too, yeah.
It's the same with what that guy was talking about there with heart transplants as well. There's been a few cases where the person's taken over, attributes of the person who got the heart off.
Yeah, I think memories are stored in the balls, guys.
Yeah.
The organ donor thing. I'm like, nah.
Is that why you can't remember shit, Rick?
Yeah, because he's always emptying them.
You can remember these nuts.
See, he's always emptying the ones.
You got electron-sized nuts that got mass but no physical makeup.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's what they got. Yeah.
Well, there's the other thing where you guys were talking about. There's some guy where he does the thing where he teach monkeys on one island and then other monkeys know it. Remember that guy?
Yeah, man. That guy's a freak, dude.
What's his name?
Mangala,
Hold on,
I think. Wasn't it Mangala?
No, not the Isle of Dr. Moreau or whatever. Or what'd you say? Yeah, does anyone remember the name of that dude?
What's the dude from what?
He does the thing where he was teaching monkeys or some shit on one island, and the other island, monkeys on the other island would like automatically know the shit or something. He was doing a lot of shit with memory. You remember his name?
Yeah. No, but I heard about it.
Someone just said it.
The 100th monkey effect. I heard it. Yeah, your mic's low.
Yep.
And what is your name?
You sound
What's your
low,
screen
bro.
name?
Sound like you sound
Who
shy
are
or
you?
something, bro.
And turn your mic up. Say it with your chest.
It's called the 100th monkey effect.
No doubt.
Okay, so what's the gist again? I forgot.
He did a bunch of stuff, but I think one of the things was he was teaching monkeys to use a stick to break open a coconut. I don't know, some shit. I'm probably butchering it, but he was teaching something to monkeys, and then just all of a sudden the monkeys on the other islands would know it. I don't even know if I'm getting this all right.
Yo, I know what happened, bro.
Like
they sent over a balloon to the other island, bro, and they were spying.
I don't think that's what happened.
Could be
I
wrong.
heard the Russians. They're saying in the news that Russians shot down a drone or something with a fighter pilot, an American drone in the Black Sea or some shit.
The guy's name was Makaka. M-A-C-A-C-A, macaca, 1952-ish.
The 100th monkey effect, or
Yeah, that's the guy who's doing it down in. He's using Japanese monkeys and shit. Not that that matters, but that's the geographic location of where the experiment.
When is something like he taught a monkey to use a tool of some sort, and then he put that monkey on the isolated monkeys with him, and they all learned from that monkey how to do what he was doing.
Yeah, and now they're all truck drivers, bro.
Now they drive trucks.
Is that what happened, or?
Oi,
I thought they were not connected. I thought the monkeys weren't connected at all.
Oh, sorry, Jeremy. I posted a link in the channel. And whoever said that about truck drivers, I'm a truck driver.
There was a few different experiments. Like that guy was the first one who was like, "Hey guys, look at this," and a bunch of other people were like, "Oh yeah." And, that's probably the other guys we're talking about here.
Like, I'd love to see what happens if you were to teach a rat or a little lab mouse a maze, right? You teach a whole bunch of lab mice this maze,
that's how they look
and then
at it.
you ground them up, and feed them to other lab mice if they will just know the maze.
I don't know what you'd be doing with gerbils in your side time, Jeremy, but
that's what they're doing, dude. And we're the mice.
Did you guys hear about that one experiment with the monkey, the gorilla, and they put this like fucking arm thing on it so it could like talk, and then they took it to the Congo and it like found all these diamonds and shit, and there was these other gorillas there.
Of course it did, because it's like, when you can do that brain chip shit, it's the richest shit ever. They'll find
that was somewhere in the Congo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard of that one.
Surprised Xanix's not a fucking expert on that.
It's always in some place in Africa you've never been to, like Nigeria, Congo. No offense, if anybody in here is actually connected and having this conversation with us in Congo, that'd be awesome. But, I just find the pattern is pretty obvious that that's pretty much rarely the case.
I think Jen might be out there.
I heard they found like a mountain full of gold. And I think it was Congo, like it was a couple months ago. They're like, "Oh, hey, look, here's all the gold in the world. There's like 50 trillion, whatever, blah, 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 tons."
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about
then
that.
Then they showed these pictures of these like people walking around with sticks and tattered clothes and no shelter. And, like, hell, they just found
fucking horrible, dude.
Gold. Yeah,
it's crazy. Like wherever you see like the most expensive, like richest people, like you just see like the most despaired, like impoverished people surrounding it, like
on the
I
ground.
don't know. They're making big fucking moves in the Middle East, though. You see some of them places they can just set like expensive watches and laptops and cell phones. You just leave them wherever, no one will fucking touch it, dude.
That's where they chop your hands off for stealing.
UAE is super nice. They have all kinds of business going there. So they're run by I think they're a monarchy.
Well, you'd think some place that just found this huge mountain of gold would have like some infrastructure around.
Well, you think that there would be a price in flux.
No shelter.
Like why aren't we seeing a dip in the price of gold due to that fact alone?
I know.
It just goes to show how manipulated this shit is, bro.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, the mice thing. What are they doing with that 100th monkey effect with the mice? Is anyone really familiar with this or what?
You seen the 12 monkeys?
They're doing that shit to us. That's what they're doing. That's like their shit that they're like, "Oh yeah, here, look, we can do mice. Look what we can make monkeys and mice do." And we're supposed to think these rich ass bastards with all this tech or whatever, they're not going to try to do that to us. No, because they're trustworthy, right?
No, hell no.
Yeah, you think of how much money goes into.
Yeah, they're rich. That's why they're trustworthy.
You think about how much money they put into to technology behind the scenes in laboratories, and like most of it's all just like weaponology at the end of the day. It's like it's got nothing to do for the average common person's life expectancy or quality of living. Like, think about how much money goes into cancer research and for how long. And I mean, how far have we really come with that? We're still fucking.
You want to do,
especially if you can just buy a juicer. I mean, that's what. If you buy a juicer and just eat alkaline diet, that's huge.
Well, it's about the water, really. It's about your water. Like if all you're taking in is bad reclaimed water, which most of us are unknowingly, even when you think you're buying the top of the line fucking bottled water, you're still getting fucking.
I've been filtering shit
you're still getting pure water from a quantitative quantitative perspective. Like there's no particulates like poop and pee within it, and still, but qualitatively, it's it's a wreck, dude, and it's just killing you, dude. What were you gonna say, Jeremy?
You guys don't care. Or I was gonna say, the first thing you want to do is get your people living to as long as possible, right? Because you want to get those Teslas and those, the guys that actually made shit. You want to get them guys living to 100, 125, 150 or something. What's up, babe? Dinner's done.
What if I told you people outside the 60th parallel live over 1,000 years? But you guys, we're all scrambling about for 85, maybe 100 if we're lucky. And there's plenty of people out there with the same access to what we have, and they live over 1,000 of the same years.
I do think the elite are getting better medical treatment than we are. I don't know about 1,000 years, but
who's talking? Is this good, White?
This is like the petri dish. We're in the petri dish.
Well, that's one of my scenarios of where Earth is actually. We're in a petri dish on a shelf in a laboratory or something, a warehouse with other petri dishes.
I'm saying, dude, there's we don't know. We can't go out there, right? How do we know?
As
we're
a little,
just all this bullshit.
As a little kid, I always had a dream. I still can remember. It's the only dream I can remember from being, a very small child. I always had a dream of, these snow globes that you can shake and you get snow in it. So as a kid, I always used to dream of a dark room. In the middle, you would have like a brownish wooden table you would see at your grandma's house or whatever. And right in the center of it, you would have the Earth inside a snow globe. That's literally the vision I had as a small child. And I was, at that time I was obviously not into flat Earth or anything. Actually that dream came back to me once I came to the conclusion of what the true shape of the Earth is, right? And I was like, dude, I've seen this before,
It looks like I'm in a snow globe right now. I'll post a picture in my backyard.
Kind of crazy, Not saying that it is that way, but still,
you ain't got a lie to kick it, Clay.
Huh?
So you ain't got a lie to kick it, man. It's all good, bro.
I don't understand. What are you saying?
I'm just fucking with you, dude. It's not even important.
Okay. Hey, that looks like a snow globe. The word snow
Someone
globe
check
is so...
it up. Someone check it up right now.
Yeah. But the word snow globe is so weird, doesn't make sense.
What part of Germany are you from, Clay?
Western Germany.
Is that Kentucky, Jeremy?
No. Whereabouts? Where?
Close to Luxembourg. I live in the plain state of Rhineland.
All right, okay. Okay, I drive a lot in Germany. Down, all over basically. Down to Berlin, Munich, Kassel. Dusseldorf, places like that. I'm just wondering what part you were in.
Yeah, Rhineland. Palatinate, or however you say it, man. I don't know how
was it proletariat? Proletariat, I think you might
Palatinate. Rhineland Palatinate or something. I don't know, man.
Oh, right. I don't. Is that down by the Swiss? I'll be the Swiss border. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of my map now. I've been in Luxembourg a couple of times.
It is actually like next to Luxembourg.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It's nice down there. I like the Germans, actually. I've got a lot, and I like the German police as well, believe it or not.
Yeah, I like the German police too, man. Many great people. I actually know.
Respect to them.
Huh?
Respect to them. I've always had good dealings with them.
Yeah.
Always.
I in general like police. You know, there's a lot of like police is important. Even
I know
American police. No, everyone know it.
Yeah,
Huh?
but no, not Italian police.
Or even the Italian police is cool, man. I like
you
they're
joke.
pretty chill, you know. Like I think the craziest thing was when I seen Italian police when we were driving to Italy, and it was like already like I think 10 p.m. or something on the highway, and we stopped at on the outskirts of Milan. We stopped at the resting place where you can buy something for eat, whatever. And there's a gas station like 100 meters away from this food area or whatnot. And the police in Italy, for some reason, they always have their blue lights like shining, like without like blinking, but constantly on. So I don't know why they do it, but it's actually pretty cool. So you can actually see the cops on the highway from far away. I don't know. It is like if you're doing some bad stuff, just get away. Kind of like. But the funny thing was they ended up fueling up their car, in the gas station, and one of the cops just jumped out of the car, just lighting up his cigarette instantly, while the other one is refilling the car. I was like, wow, yeah, I'm in Italy.
Yeah, I like the country Italy. I've been down to Rome. Yeah, Milan as well. I've been in Milan. That's in the north of Italy, isn't it? Milan, kinda.
Another funny instance was when my dad was refilling his car in this gas station and close to the sea. The tank ward, or however you call the guy, right? There was like a guy who would put it into your car and do it for you, right? He was like smoking a big ass cigar while he was refueling the car. And I was sitting, I was just sitting, right next to the thing where puts the fuel in, right in the back of the car.
Yeah.
I was like, nice, man. Like if you do that in Germany, someone calls the cops immediately, man. Like if you smoke at the gas station in Germany, dude, people will get very mad.
Yeah, it's strange. How you guys getting on with your energy? Are you guys keeping warm enough down there? Is there a fuel crisis down in Germany?
I think it's not as bad as in the UK right now. Like it's still stable, but electricity is pretty high.
Dear? Huh? It's quite high. Dear for electricity, yeah.
Yeah, but it's because of the retarded politics, right? Especially with Russia and so forth, And like our country just, made no effort to find out who was responsible for the pipelines to be blown up right after the president of the US actually said that they're going to blow it up. So, it's just what it is, man.
Well, we kind of know that. We kind of know that. I mean, Sweden, they done an actual investigate. Well, Sweden, Denmark. I actually stay in Denmark. I'm in Scotland now, but I actually live in Denmark. But I think it was the Swedish, the Norwegians done an investigation into it, and they actually, after the investigation, they just wouldn't release the information. So it's basically, so you could basically say that it was the American government or the people that control the American government that actually did it. actually.
Here in Germany, the news just told us that the Russians had destroyed their own pipeline, so they're not like the logic behind this. The Russians would destroy their own pipeline that they would use to make money because reasons. That's so stupid. Like they would blame Russia.
No, go on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
they would like blame Russia, even though they're the ones who would contribute or earn money through that pipeline. Like the essential meaning of the pipeline is to get gas from Russia to Germany. Why would the Russians blow up the pipeline then? Like it makes no sense. But people bought this. Germans buy everything when it's in the news, man. Crazy.
Do you know one thing that kind of shocked me? That it was a few years ago when Merkel, she was giving a speech. It was quite that kind of opened my eyes. Angela Merkel or whatever her name, Merkel was giving a kind of speech, and everybody's cheering. And someone came on. Well, one of the, do you know the little German flags you can get? You can wave little tiny things. A guy came up. He gave her it, right? I couldn't believe this, man. It just it told me everything that I needed to know. So the guy handed this little German flag. You should have seen it. The look she gave it, walked off the stage, flung it away, and came back on stage again. I thought, holy shit, man.
Yes.
That was the flinging the national flag. That told me a lot about whether. Because I'm not into, it's like I'm a nationalist, right? I believe in my country, but a nationalist doesn't necessarily mean that I want to invade every other country and it's a horrible. You should be proud of where you came from. You should be proud of your roots and stuff like that. Whatever happened, it wasn't. There's been some bad history. I find it kind of hypocritical, the record that Britain have in basically wiping out so many indigenous peoples and bombing the shit out of places and all that kind of stuff, and then actually pointing at Germany about a certain thing that kind of happened, kind of thing, and I think Germans are actually they play on that. Are you proud to be German, Clay? Just a question. Are you proud actually to be German?
I would say proud is the wrong word. I'm just saying I'm happy to be a German. I liked it. I really like Germany. I like the certain standards we have still. Still there are some standards that other countries don't have. How the infrastructure, the organization, at least in some parts, not every part of Germany is perfect, but there's a lot of good stuff. Like I'll try to see the good stuff, and yeah, it's good to be a German, of course, man. But I'm not like this. There's nothing in my life where like I'm proud of. I don't like this word proud. Like pride is always like. Maybe that's just because of my belief, Like,
yeah, I get you actually. Right, okay, yeah, but maybe proud. There's maybe another. I can't really think. Yeah, I get what you mean. No, I get what you mean. Actually, maybe proud is a wrong word
I
there.
highly respect and appreciate the historical value of Germany.
Right. That's got quite actually got. If you look at history, right? If you look at the history, it's been actually attacked quite a lot. Even like it was just funny how like before, like the Weimar, before the First World War, right? Germany was it's the best industrial city. It had the best economy. It was rising, and then all of a sudden, the First World War happens. Boom, it goes, and then you've got it just fell to fuck after 1917, 1918, 1919, all the way through. Then you had that recession during the 20s. And then just after that, maybe in about 1928 or 30, 32, the economy started growing again. But, before the war, 8 years before the war, and next thing, you're at war again, you're getting attacked again kind of thing. So, and as I say, if you look back in the history, and it's usually the people that suffer. But if you look at the history, like the Merovingian Empire and all that, it was it's got some fantastic, beautiful scenery, and I like the people. The people are, for me, they're really friendly. I had a great time down there. I worked when I was like 19-year-old. I got a job out in a place. I don't know if you'll notice. You know where Solingen is, the Ruhr Valley. They make the steel. It was like the industrial area of Germany, Wuppertal, down where the British bombed it. Actually, basically the dam busters. That was, I don't know if you know that. It was where they destroyed all the dams, and it's where all the steel, Solingen steel and all that. It's where the steel come from. I went there, couldn't speak a word of German, just try my best saying a few words. And the amount of respect, as I say, I was only 19-year-old, and I was there for about 6 months working in construction. And couldn't have met nicer people. It was because you got to understand, in Britain, right? In Britain, we are basically bombarded to hate the Germans. We call them Krauts, Nazis, everything. And the newspapers actually encouraged people when they went on holiday to Spain and stuff like that. They actually encouraged us to cause havoc amongst the Germans. We were basically brainwashed into hating the Germans, the same as the French. In Britain, I was brought up to hate the French. I never bought into it. Same as the Germans, I never bought into it, not even as a child. For some reason, I had not a problem with Germany. But in the newspapers, all the mainstream newspapers,
started in the 40s. That only started what you're talking about. That only started like early 30s, when the newspapers and all that started coming up.
Yeah, but I'm saying me as a child growing up in the 60s and the 70s, my gran, right? If you even mentioned Germany, my gran, she was like she was in during the war and stuff like that. See the amount of hate that you couldn't even talk about Germany, the amount of hate, and this is way after the war, this is in the 70s, and she held it till her death. She hated Germans, Germans, hated them. With the way she talked about it, she'd swear about them and all this kind of stuff. We've in Britain, we got, it's amazing, the population got brainwashed into hating the Germans, hating the French as well. Allegedly, the French are arrogant bastards and that. I travel to Paris, I travel all over Europe, and I have to say, the French, I love the French. If you even try it, it's like any of these countries that you go into, if you at least learn to say hello or thank you or sorry, I don't speak, ich nicht sprechen Deutsch or whatever, or je ne pas parler français or something like that. If you can even say that, they'll start speaking English to you, and they'll start helping you. Yeah, you get this. But as I was educated as a child, to hate all these, which I never did, I never fell into it. But to hate all these European countries, man, it's quite funny. It's quite funny. But as I say, I love the Germans. I love the French. The Dutch police, I do not like. They're wankers. The Dutch police, actually. The Swiss, Jesus, man, they're hardcore. They're hard. The Swiss police are quite hardcore. But as I say, it's just quite funny how easily people's brains get manipulated, but just by the propaganda, the state propaganda from the newspapers. I've experienced that. But there you go. That's it.
Yeah, Germans are always quite quite respectful when it comes also to strangers. Like, I mean, as long as you're respectful, we have no problem with multi-language. Like English is like no problem. If you can speak English, you have no problems in Germany.
Yeah, and this is a thing that upset me as well. I really do. My heart goes out to the German people, really. It really does, because I've read a lot of history. I've met them, and I'm like, wait a minute. What happened there in the 80s, the late 90s, when you guys got dumped on with these immigrants, man, that they actually flooded. And the same as Sweden as well. It happened to Sweden as well. And it was done. It was like, even, what was his name? Donald Trump even said it. Great video. He said, I can't believe it. He says, I can't believe Angela Merkel's letting all these asylum seekers, shall we call them, because they walked, these asylum seekers, and he was like, look at them. He says they're young men, 18, 25-year-olds. It's like, and
Yes.
now the problems that you get in that country because of that policy, that was done on purpose. They're doing it in Britain as well now. I haven't got a problem, but it's like they're coming across from France, and there's people coming from Bosnia, Serbia, young 18, 25-year. You never see the old granny. I never seen any old grannies and mothers and kids actually coming into Germany. If you look at all the trains and all the walks, it was all these young guys, man. And when they landed in Sweden, they landed in Germany, landed in Norway. I mean,
But
like,
I would go into detail about who finances this high migration movement. But unfortunately, I can't talk about it.
in your country, yeah. That's what I'm saying. You can actually, I know. You have. What about that old woman? There was an old woman there. She was 93. I'm not going to say the subject. You'll know this. I mean, I think most Germans, or a lot of Germans, will know that. She was like an old woman, 83, and she talked about a certain subject. She got jailed. She kept getting jailed up just for saying she was proud to be German and like actually pointing out some truths, kind of thing. It's quite strict over in Germany for.
Oh yeah, she
Yeah.
She refused to believe the thing happened, and
Yeah.
then with 80 years old, like she actually comes from the time and was imprisoned. Yeah, I think she's still in prison. I'm not even sure, man.
I mean, just that there, that sort of also, that also made me realise, I don't know. The Germans are the Germans are lovely people, and it's like so are the Scottish, so are the English, so are the French, the Germans, and the Italians. Maybe not. I'm not talking about the police, but all these people. Nobody wants to go to war. Nobody wants to do this kind of shit. But it seems to be this group of people that seems to land up in power in every fucking country. Every country, and just.
So guess what? Just a few days ago, I think 3 days ago in Hamburg, some guy killed I think 7 people. He did a amok attack, or whatever it's called in English, on a Church of Jehovah Witnesses. He is also ex-Jehovah Witness. And guess what? What book? Like, he wrote a book, and guess what? The first main thing was they mentioned that was in his book. It was anti-Semitism. It's literally like most of all the times, like someone kills a lot of people or kills people in Germany, it's like they find something anti-Semitic or whatnot about it. It's just kind of weird. And then they say he had like it was over 100 shots, 130 shots or something, and the gun he used, it would they said it would be he would have been carrying 32 magazines with him. So he through his whole running through the church, killing 7 people, he changed 32 magazines on his handgun. I'm just thinking, isn't there like a overheating limit to a handgun? Can you literally like shoot 32 magazines with a handgun in a short period of time? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Any American here knows something about guns?
Here's another quick thing as well. See, in Britain and also in Denmark, right? Because I live in Denmark. Also in Sweden and Norway, right? See if there's a crime committed, right? This is what you'll get the headlines in the newspapers now. If it's like a Swedish national, right? It'll be white male, 18-year-old black, right? See, that's how you can always tell which race they are, right? Is because they never ever mention, and they do this by law, they never ever mention, they say Syrian immigrant age 35, or mentioning that it was an immigrant or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's a white dude, and this isn't, I'm not being racist at all. I'm just pointing this out, and it's a fucking fact. You can actually, and so when I see a newspaper headline, I'm like, oh, right, okay, I know that guy was immigrant or whatever, because they always mention if it's a white guy, right? But if it's anybody of another race, it's because it's like them admitting that their policy has failed. They've actually destroyed Sweden. They've actually destroyed. There's 12, at least 12 areas inside Stockholm the police do not go. I work in, as I say, I travel all over. I go up to Stockholm, when I'm working, when I'm driving. I go up. I've been up to Stockholm. I fuck knows about 50, 60 times into Stockholm or around that kind of place. And as I say, it's they actually, it was as if it was done on purpose. To be quite honest with you, yeah. But there you go.
Yeah.
I've got nothing wrong with people. Carry on.
It is kind of fishy, like how when it's like some conspiracy nut or some people with weird ideologies that also has written some books or whatnot that they find about him, that this kind of stuff is being put out there so big. But if there's like some migrant stabbing people to death in a train, no one's talking about it.
No, they just say 28-year-old ran amok.
Yeah, they don't even mention him that he's a migration background or something.
Yeah. And as I say, with Muslims, right, and I ain't got a problem with Muslims, I used to go, and my mate, I used to be in business with my mate Haji. He was from Morocco, and he was like he was a Muslim. I used to go and eat in these little Muslim cafes down in Finsbury Park in London. It's kind of yeah. There's a mosque. There's a big mosque down there, and all that kind of stuff. And I had nothing but great. They're very respectful, but it always seems to be the minority that kind of fucks it up for the rest, the rest of people. And they were saying when this was happening, normal Muslim people, they weren't condemning these terrorist attacks or whatever. Well, look, there's a difference. They can't condemn their terrorist attacks because they will suddenly become a target. It's simple as that. And these people just come, they just want a little life, a nice life, have work. My mates were working, all his mates were working. There wasn't, and go in and have dinners, had loads of dinners with the families and all that kind of stuff. And I was welcomed. I wasn't looked at, whitey or anything like that. Normal, nice people, but they kind of portray them in a certain kind of way in the newspapers. It's like a mix, isn't it? 1 minute they're saying this about them, then you're not allowed to say anything. It's quite a strange world we're living in at the moment, actually. So there you are. But anyway, that was it. That was good talking to you. Thanks, Clay. That was good. Enjoyed that.
Man. And don't get me wrong, man. I have nothing against immigrants or anything like that. I actually think that some kind of multicultural is like no problem. What is the problem if someone comes to a different country and then he doesn't want to respect and the very morals and ethnic doctrine in that specific country, right? If I go to, let's say I would go to the US, right? For example, I mean, okay, maybe that's a bad example, but no matter, like the thing is, when if I come to a new country, I just try to be as polite and like trying my best to actually get integrated, right? Instead of going against the very ethnic morals of that country, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah. You try it. That's what I'm saying. It's like what I try to do any country that I go into. I like to learn a little bit of the language. You know, at least just to show a bit of respect, just to show. And the way you get treated is just like night and day, man. If you just make an effort and stop expecting. You know, I know I've got mates that go, "Oh, they bloody French, they should have to speak English, or they Spanish, they should have to speak English, you know, can't you speak English?" And all that kind of stuff. I'm like, I always say to them, I said, look, you're going into a country, you shouldn't expect anything. You should be the one that's trying to fit in there. You know, as I say, I went to Denmark, and the first thing I did was go to school to learn the language. Same as Sweden. I lived in Sweden as well. First thing I done was sign up for school to learn the language straight away. That was it. I didn't force anybody to go and wear a kilt or believe in haggis or anything like that, or worship haggis or anything like that. It's like, for me, it's normal, don't you? If you go to another country, you have to respect their customs, not try to change them and take over, kind of thing. You know, but I think most people are like that. You know, like most normal working, or even people that don't work, but you know, normal thinking people. You know, think that way. You know, I don't go to another country and expect them to bow down before me and have to speak English.
Right.
You know,
exactly.
Yeah, that's it. I don't care. I'll struggle on through, you know, and always learn all the swear words first. When you learn a new language, it's teach me the swear words.
See, and the thing is, the reason why I would come to a different country when I would, like, for example, for people also that flee, right? It would be the appreciation of the good morals that specific country has that I fled into, right? And Germany is very, very social when it comes to, you know, supporting people like migrants. But you know, many people just milk this system, you know, and that's the sad thing.
It was like, you know, after the Bolshevik revolution, or when they tried to take over Russia and they didn't quite succeed, and all the Jewish race. Do you know the only country? Do you know the British wanted to send them? They didn't want them in. You should have, if you're talking about anti-Semitism, you should have seen what was going on in Britain after that. Do you know Germany? Germany was the only country that took them in. They welcomed them with open arms. All the Bolsheviks that during that revolution in Russia. Germany actually brought all the, shall we say, the Jewish race, or whatever you want to call them. They were actually welcomed into, into Germany, kind of thing. When I lived in London, I lived in a place called Stamford Hill. I was surrounded by Orthodox Hasidic Jews. You know, the ones with the curly hair.
Yes.
Never felt so safe in my life, because I tell you what, my neighbours, they were great. I mean, it was literally, all my neighbours, you know, the 90% of the area that I lived in was Hasidic Jews, and I tell you, I never felt so safe in my life, because if there's any shit, there was never any robberies, muggings, or anything in that area, because what I liked about that is that if anything did happen on the street, like about 100, in about 2 minutes, there'd be 100 of these Hasidic Jews standing there stopping it. You know what I mean? They were, you know, I liked it. Even one time when the guy, I got a knock off my neighbour. I lived in a flat. I got a knock off of my neighbour across the road that wanted me to come in and turn on his urn, because it was Friday. It was the beginning of the Sabbath or whatever. Yeah, so they're not allowed to use electrical devices. Blah blah. On that certain day, I had to go and a big urn. The big metal tubs that you boil water in. The big metal thing is, you plug it in and you basically use it for hot water. Basically.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
He knocked my door and says, "Can you come across and switch this on for us?" Because it hadn't been switched on the day. So I said, "Sure." I worked with him. I done a couple of their gardens, and they're quite pleasant. I had some great conversations, kind of thing. But they get a bad rap. These people get a bad rap, kind of thing. But they're not. See, there's two types. There was two types. There was ones from the East End of London. They were the ones that wore normal clothes, right? And then they moved off to Golders Green, up to Edmonton and places. They used to run the clothes. They were all tailors and that. But when they made their money, they moved out. But they would wear normal clothes, basically. Not the regalia, the black jackets and the big hats and them. So there was actually two different types, and I found dealing with the Hasidic Jews was a lot more pleasant. I didn't have to watch my back, rather than I dealt with the money making, not the money making, the ones that dress just like normal, like how you dress, we dress, kind of thing. They had a different kind of attitude. It was like chalk and cheese, but they still followed the same. Well, these guys, the ones I lived with, they were Talmudic. They followed Talmudic. They were like rules and regulations, like everything. Their whole lives were mapped out. If you were going to pick up a cup, you had to pick it up this certain way. If you were boiling water, or if you were eating, or seating arrangements and all that kind of stuff. Very interesting. They were like staunch, like that. But I would trust them more than I would trust the ones that kind of dressed like normal, like civilian normal kind of. As I say, that's what Germany did. They invited all these people. It kind of went tits up from there. Anyway, all that subject, I don't want to talk because I know you'll get in trouble. I had a mate there I used to talk with, and he was like, he said, I can't really talk about that. Well, that was about 10 years ago, or something like that, 12 years ago. It was
You're
maybe.
roboting a bit.
Say again?
You're roboting a bit.
No. Okay, anyway, I'm finished. Anyways, it's probably a bonus. But I like talking about. It's just interesting about Germany. So anyway,
Yeah, I can't hear what you're saying. You're just roboting at this point.
Okay, no worries. Thanks for the chat. Anyway, nice one. Cheers for that.
Oh, maybe it was me, man. My internet just had a. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It was mine the same. Mine actually cut off there as well. It's just reconnected there. So.
Okay, so maybe it was Discord.
All right, have a good night, and I'll speak to you again. That was interesting. I'll probably hear you over at Bev's at some point because you go across there, don't you?
Which one?
Bev, on the level. No.
No, I don't know that one.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought it was you. Oh right. Okay. Oops.
All
that's
good, man.
horrible. You all sound the same.
All
There's
good.
a guy. I think there's a guy from Germany. He goes into Bev's on the level. Quite a bit.
Okay.
My mistake. My apologies.
No problem, man.
All right,
Wish you
buddy.
good
Cheers.
night, man.
Yeah, and you have a good one. Have a good one.
Thank
Cheers.
you. Cheers.
Yeah, you're welcome. And you.
Yeah, it's interesting about Stamford Hill. I've done quite a bit of work in Stoke Newington over the sort of last 5 or so years, which is, I think, it's more or less the same place, isn't it?
Yeah, you're just Stoke Newington was just south You've got the Dalton Road, you know, the big crossroads at the top. If you head up the, what's it called, Main Road. Main Road, it takes you up to Tottenham. Yeah, I was on the upper half of Stoke Newington. It was like on the cusp of Stoke Newington. Yeah, but it was the same area. Good kebab shops down there, actually, down in Stoke Newington.
Yeah, it's funny. I was driving through that area with my sister in the car once, and I just said to her, just look out the window, and she was just like, what am I looking at? And I said, oh, well, you know, everyone just looks like normal clothes, right? And I said, when we turn that corner, everything's going to change. She was like, oh, really? So as soon as we turned the corner, it was exactly as you described. Just everyone in traditional dress and like literally no one in non-traditional dress. And it was really as stark as you turn a corner and it changes, you know. It's fun, you know, it adds character to the area, I think.
Well, here's a funny thing, right? If you go up to that crossroads, because you've got the road that takes you down to Hackney, you've got the main road that goes Stoke Newington up to Tottenham, but there's a road that goes across perpendicular. Well, just along next to there's a big Tesco's there on the corner. But it's so funny, the first road that you meet heading towards like down towards Finsbury Park, right? That road, bus. The first road on the left hand side's called, believe it or not, West Bank.
Oh, brilliant!
As we know what that is. But here's another thing, right? And this is a fact, and I didn't know, it was just my mate was telling us. Up there in that area, right? There's prostitutes there, and all those Jews use them. You know, the Hasidic Jews. They're allowed to do that.
Oh, really?
They're allowed to do that. Yeah. You pass by them, they're all standing there, all the prostitutes were standing up there. And in that area, they were right in the middle of that Hasidic Jewish area. And it was just my mate. He said, yeah, that's, they actually use them. Them.
Wouldn't expect that.
It's not, what do you call it? It's not regarded as cheating, actually.
Oh, what's the word? I know the Muslim word is haram, isn't it? I don't know what the non-kosher, I think that'd be.
Oh, is that what
I don't know what the opposite of kosher is. I can't remember. But I just don't know if it applies to food or everything else. I'm not sure.
Oh, anyway, halal. It's halal you're thinking of. Oh, no, kosher. No, halal's Muslim. Yeah, sorry.
Halal's in Islam.
Yeah. And there was loads of them as well, just up towards Tottenham. That's where up towards Seven Sisters, up that way. As you got up there, it was all like a Muslim area, and what should we call people from the Caribbean, shall we say? It's not African British, can you say? Like African American, although they're not from Africa.
You know, yeah, I mean, I think if there's like second generation, third generation Jamaicans, I think they would call themselves like Afro-Caribbean. I think that's what they would say.
Right, okay, right. There's a lot of them up in Willesden Green, actually. That's where up in Easton area, that's where the Yardies actually used to operate from. Up, not Willesden Green. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, Willesden Junction, up in that end. Yeah, it was like up towards Willesden Junction. And down in Stonebridge, just down at Neas near Wembley, that's where the Yardies actually they used to operate out from Stonebridge. That was crazy. That was a crazy, and it was like a little estate of tower blocks, man. Didn't want to go in there unless you knew someone.
Yeah, no, I'm alright, thanks. I haven't lived in North London for quite a while, but I did have some fun memories when I lived there. You know?
Well, I was in Neasden when I first came to
right
say again.
Oh, sorry, just saying the temple's right there, isn't it? The Hindu temple.
Aye, that's it, down in Wembley. Yep, it's beautiful building. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, down near. Yep. Yeah. You actually you can walk. I lived right in the North Circular, up the top end, just outside Neasden. But it was like a 10-minute walk What a place, man! What a building! Fucking unreal.
Yeah, enormous. And there was a really nice like Indian restaurant. Well, there's quite a few in the area, obviously, but absolutely beautiful vegetarian Indian restaurant. And I'm not vegetarian, but that was some of the best Indian food I've ever had.
Yeah.
Just opposite the temple.
All right, okay. A lot of Irish pubs in Neasden as well, though. That was the Neasden was basically the capital of Ireland, man. The town centre was just Irish. That's where I got all my work.
Right. There's a lot of Irish in Fulham as well, and a lot of Irish in there's a couple of other places where they just seem to enjoy just being. But Northwest London, there's kind of a lot of little areas where you'd find a lot of Irish pubs. You know, I'm trying to think of one that used to.
Willesden. In Willesden, the Three Barrels. You had the Three Barrels. You had loads down Kilburn as well.
Kilburn, yeah.
Yeah, that was bad. That's some awesome nights there, man. Telling you. But I enjoyed London. I actually, this one crypto. My mate, right, he phones me. I was working at the time. I was working with the forestry. And my mate phones me up. He says, Alan, I've got a job for you. I said, oh, yeah. Down in London, I was looking for a change. And I said, he says, come down. He said, you can stay with me. And all right, went down. You know what the job was? It was working with the gypsies, the gyppos.
Oh, wow.
I ended up, and I don't know if you know the place. It's up by the Hanger Lane. You know Hanger Lane up there. There's a place called Gypsy Corner. I stayed on a campsite in there for a year, living with the gypsies in the stupid caravan. That was funny, man. That was funny. I actually learned my trade, landscape garden, paving, lane paving and stuff like that. Working for them. And that's where I learned that it's amazing what you can get away with saying to people. Right? I learned so many from the gypsies. They're the best con men. I mean, literally, they're better than the Nigerians. So they are. It takes them. I swear that it takes them about 1 minute to suss you out, to know whether they can get money off you without bullying. If you don't pay, they obviously do some crazy things. But honestly, it was fascinating. That's where I learned, because that's how I used that to. But I was honest when I done my business. Started up my own business. But I actually learned so much.
Guys, hey Ali, real quick, is there a topic we could get on that's kind of related more to the live stream?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Sorry.
I thought it was just Earth Awakenings, but there you go. I'm finished. I was just
it is. Yeah, there's the whole.
Yeah, but nobody else was talking, Gio. Nobody else, and I'll mute now.
Because you've killed the room. If you talk about a bunch of off-topic stuff, then no one else is going to talk, because basically you're talking about a bunch of off-topic stuff.
Oh, I just thought it was a free-for-all Earth Awakenings kind of thing. That's all.
Well, I mean, we talk about a lot of different topics, but I mean, ultimately, usually not, yeah, we usually kind of talk about topics that are related to what the server is related to.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, my apologies. I actually started that conversation, so it's my fault.
No, I've been going on for a while though, so it's probably my fault.
We can move on. Stop. So, Gio, do you want to introduce a topic, or does anyone else want to introduce a topic? See Dice Low's in here. Hello, Dice Low.
Hey, what up?
Yeah, not like yourself.
What's that?
Yeah, just seeing how you are. I just saw you.
Oh yeah, for sure. You've been you've been following any crypto related topics lately?
Yeah, people are talking about that. I haven't actually traded crypto for about 2 years. So yeah, I
Oh,
don't
yeah,
really
that's
follow.
right.
I just kind of yeah, the name kind of stuck, and I was just like, yeah, whatever. Can't be bothered to change it. So
Yeah, my bad.
that's all good. I just lost faith in it, really. Like the potential to trade it was still there, but I realised that the system has become corrupted, let's say. So I just kind of decided I wasn't really going to be involved anymore.
Gotcha.
It's like as soon as a bank starts to insert itself into a currency, it's over. You know.
You said what?
As soon as the banks try to insert themselves into currency, it's over.
He said that XRP rocket ain't going to no moon nowhere.
It's the only rocket going to the moon, bro.
That XRP rocket ain't going nowhere.
It's that Ripley rocket.
Mm.
The Ripple engine.
I used to feel a lot more warm and fuzzy about cryptos than I do now. I feel like it's going to be used as a tool for control now.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely see that, panning out to be a possibility. But I don't know. I'm gonna ride the wave and see what I can get out of it. It's inevitable. So I'm just gonna see what I can get.
It's like Skynet, Judgment Day,
Yeah,
Terminator.
Right.
I mean, if you can
get
program
John Connor out of the picture.
Listen, man, if you can program money to expire, then you have a serious problem, because, and I'm talking about the population of the world has a serious problem, because now you can have rich people can accumulate wealth, and everyone else can't, and we're fucked. Pardon my French. At that point, we are fucked, because there is no way you can replace them if you have expiring money. Like at the moment, the way they do that is they just erode the value of your money with interest rates. But they can actually just set your money to expire, so you have to spend it, but then you can't accumulate it, right? So what you can do about that?
You're saying the banks or the crypto?
Well, no, the banks and the governments will be in charge of the crypto that expires.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, yeah. I mean, the whole point it was really to try to decouple from the current system through decentralization, but I mean, it seems like everything's just kind of leaning towards centralization. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yep.
But see what happens.
Yeah, I think they'll never actually ban cryptocurrencies. I think it'll be like it is now, except instead of a pound and a dollar, you'll have a digital pound and a digital dollar. And if a digital dollar or a pound is given to you by the government in some way, then they'll force you to spend it in a certain way. So,
Well,
for instance,
they already have that.
Exactly, but it will become that the normal dollar doesn't exist, is what I mean, and the only thing that will exist is this programmable dollar.
Yeah, I don't know if that'll ever happen. I think we'll still have dollars floating around and stuff, but I think all this is wrapped around like bigger money, like larger transactions and stuff, and all these governments already have their own coin per se, but I think where Ripple fits in is it's the bridge currency between those government's coins and assets and potentially debt and all sorts of other stuff. So, and that's where the value starts coming from.
Yeah, for now that's the case, but I think give it 20 years and the governments of the world will have this on there's no way you're going to give them a tool that can control this absolutely and they won't take it. It's just not going to happen. That's not what governments do. they're going to come up with some excuse. They're going to say, "Oh, money laundering," or "Oh, criminal activity." "Oh, you don't want another war in Ukraine, do you? You know, give us control over how your money behaves."
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, but it just doesn't work that way. It's its own ledger. It's the XRP ledger, and it's all transparent. And they were the ones that should have came up with the technology, but they didn't. So they're a day late and many dollars short now. And there's no putting the genie back in the bottle and relabeling it. Like, the cat's already out of the bag, dude. So they either got to roll with it, or they're gonna get left behind because all the other governments are already rolling with it. So it's just they see that they've got no choice but to get on board now.
Well, I hope you're right.
Well, that's what's happening.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, I mean, they've already tried taking it to court and lost. So, I mean, it's pretty much game over, dude. Now all they're doing is showing how corrupt they are by not allowing innovation, you know, to lead the country into prosperity. Like, it's showing their hand the more they stifle it. So
Yeah, I agree with all of that, but I don't think the people who want to control the UK whether they reveal themselves to be that, you know.
Oh yeah, well they do because perception's everything in the scheme of the masses. But what will they do to keep that going or to stop it from happening is a whole nother question, because they've got a lot of things they can start amping up, whether it be a war or all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Is like if you start saying to people, "Oh yeah, well, you know, we need to implement a digital currency that's," and it will just start with a digital currency. It'll be sold on convenience, and it'll be sold on getting rid of a bunch of nastiness from society, right? And then they'll bring the change later. It'll be, "Oh yeah, now it expires," or it'll be, "Oh yeah, now you can only spend 20% of it on this way," and then it'll be like, "Oh, if you earn a certain amount, then the tax will actually, it won't even be taken via like your company anymore. It will actually program itself to remove itself from your bank account if you've not paid enough tax," stuff like that, you know, and that's when it really becomes an issue.
Yeah, they all want their taxes.
Well, I mean, tax is just a control mechanism, as we know. Like, money isn't really about value anymore; it's about control of or it's, you know, the people who have the money are in control of what they get to do with their lives, and so the more money you have, the more control you have, right? But they say that we need taxes to pay for roads and stuff. Yet they borrow hundreds of billions to fund wars that no one wants. So I mean, so obviously they could just do that instead of taxing everyone. But the taxation is a control mechanism and not a fundraiser.
Yeah, I know, but at the end of the day, man, let's get this XRP rocket fired up.
Well, I hope you're right. That's all I have to say.
Well, it's like,
Dicelo, if XRP is such like a big banker coin, like, you know, all the big banks, like, why would you support that one so much? You know, like, just because you think you'll be able to make money on it, or like, are you supporting those dudes, the big bankers, or is it just that you think that one will go up a lot?
well, I definitely think it's going to go up a lot. I think that the groundwork has already been laid, like the infrastructure's set. It's just it's all about flipping a switch at this point. I think there's a great opportunity to make a lot of money, and this isn't financial advice, but that's my opinion, and I'm not an expert, but nonetheless, it's a great buying opportunity. And with all that being said, I think that it has a lot of practical use case scenarios, and it's actually proven to work.
and flawlessly and like multitudes faster than what we have currently, and for fractions of a penny, where doing the same type of transaction today could take anywhere from days, if not weeks and months. And then you run into the issues of error with large sums of money. You run into high fees. So where this is like within 3 seconds for fractions of a penny, and I'm talking like anywhere from like 50 million, on up. So from here to Japan. So anywhere in the world. But yeah, so we haven't had that. Swift can't do that, and what ODL has to offer is on-demand liquidity, and that's what the whole issue's about currently with the world economic system is it's a liquidity crisis, and this resolves that issue. It frees up the Nostra Vostra accounts, which has got tons of money locked up in that. So I mean, there's just a lot of good stuff that comes from it. Yeah, that's my opinion, though. Hopefully, that answers your question.
Yeah. So you think there's still good components, even though it's run by those dudes?
Well, I don't think Brad Garlinghouse and David Schwartz are bad dudes. I mean, yeah, I mean they're kind of in that whole banking industry, but they don't really have like a bad track record of doing anything corrupt that I've come across. Because I think had they have a bad history on them, they would have all that would have been exposed already. To like demonize their character, like the system loves to do. And these guys are squeaky clean, and what they have to offer is what crypto should be about. And unfortunately, we're seeing like all these Silvergates and FTXs and SVB, all these major heists taking place, and all of this is really the government's fault for not having some formal clarity on how to perceive it to begin with. Like their own doing is what's creating a lot of the corruption within crypto. And I think that's intentional, because I don't think they want crypto to prevail. But again, that's just my opinion.
Yeah. So you don't think like the roots of XRP are necessarily problematic? It just might be the fact that all the like other bankers and banks and things have sort of gotten on board with it, or kind of want to utilize the technology, but that it's not actually necessarily created or run by them.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've always thought there's kind of a strange like split thing with XRP. Like in a way it seems like it's kind of part of the whole beast system, but then in another way it does seem like it's like an authentic technology, like an authentic novel thing, that. So yeah, I've always kind of felt like it's like a partial 50-50 or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can never be too certain on anything, right? But at the end of the day, it's transparent technology, and the use case scenario is there. It's practical. It's functional, and it's it's just expediting the way we do transactions and bringing it up to speed. But at the same rate, it also holds governments accountable too for being transparent with sending and receiving money. So a lot of that funneling is going to go away when everything's ran on the system. So I mean, there's some good features to it. Whether or not there's bad players within it, there's still good intention.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if any government actually does use a system like XRP. If what you're saying is true about the transparency of funds, because that would give them absolutely nowhere to hide. So I don't think they'd implement it in the first place.
Yeah, you could quickly see why they wouldn't, but I don't think they have a choice. Like when it's already being used, it's already in play. You know, you either get on board or you get left behind, and that's just kind of where we're at right now.
Oh yeah.
So we're probably going to start seeing a lot more major banking institutions going upside down and belly up, and a lot more bank runs taking place. Probably going to see a major collapse of the current system to usher in this new adoption, so that they can make as much
people
off
been
it as they
saying
can.
that for a long time now. I don't believe it until I see it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But look at the who was the guy, the Big Short? You know, he was 5 years early too, and everyone called him crazy. He was even questioning himself until it all panned out. So
Well,
I
listen,
mean,
I'm just
sometimes
saying.
things come a little too early.
Well, okay, and I get that. You know, the whole Madoff thing for most people came overnight. I'm sure there was a big group of people who saw it coming, but the point is, I just don't. I mean, everybody's been talking so vehemently about what's coming, and this is the deal, and here's what's happening. It's such a popular idea that I just think that it's not going to go any of the way that the public thinks it's going to. I think there's going to be a curveball, but that's just me.
Well, I think we've kind of all been set up to think that way. Like, just with the way movies and stories go, there's always a twist of the plot somewhere, right? Like, it's anticipating that, and I think that's a fair assumption. Like, I can't say definitively that's not going to happen.
Yeah, neither.
So I do agree.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can neither
agree.
confirm or deny. I'm just saying personally, my my bullshit meter's going off. Like, yeah, guys, you talk about this happening, that might happen. Yeah, that might happen, but I think there's some other shit about to roll down the hill for us. Who knows?
There's always shit rolling down the hill.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it always rolls downhill, don't it?
Yeah. So make sure you're on top of the hill.
So we call that refundable relative density or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Sorry, revenue relative density or something like that. That's more like it. Because it wouldn't be gravity pulling. It doesn't matter what's going down, what's going up. Gravity has nothing to do with it, even if it's poop or it's money or it's poop on money. Anyway, I don't know. Who knows what's coming? My father-in-law is really into the whole deal, crypto and all that, and he put some money down and he's doing his thing, and he's really excited about it. So my hope is that it all goes that way, and we see everybody make at least some of the bank that people have been hoping for.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, the potential gains are there. Like, there's not too many other asset classes where you're going to get a 10x return in a snap of a finger, and this has like the potential to do like 1,000, 2,000x, with everything I just gave you. So I'm just saying, like, there's opportunity there to be had, and a small amount of money could be the difference for a lot of people, and getting that down payment on something or whatever it is.
I mean, if you're already in, stay in. That's my opinion. But if you're trying to get in now, I don't know. But that's, again, just my opinion only. And it's a bad. I'm not educated on the subject at all. I'm just from afar looking at the ship sail.
Right now is a good opportunity. I mean, we've had a lot of consistent bear markets and sideways trading for a while, and so especially with XRP is a great opportunity to get in, man.
That's what I hear anyway from through the grapevine. So I'm hoping it works, guys.
People who are interested in getting in and don't really care too much about like trading out early or whatever, you can. I know you can do it on Binance, but probably on other exchanges or whatever. If you don't mind having your currency on an exchange, you can put your currency on the exchange, and then you can actually set it to generate interest in that currency. So, for instance, you buy 1,000 Rose coins, or you buy 1,000 XRP or whatever, and you just leave it on the exchange, and it will just generate interest on itself, daily interest. And it's a tiny amount, but if you're not going to trade it out for a year or two anyway, it doesn't really matter, and that will just compound over time. And
yeah,
then
it's not a safe.
obviously you wait for the upside. So
yeah, that's what you call hot storage, man. When you look at like all these exchanges, like Celsius and FTX, and I think there might be a couple others, like just all of a sudden coming up with no money and stealing all their investors' monies, like it's not really a good idea, bro. Like, you know what I mean? To have your money on exchange.
I mean, I would only do it on Binance. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't even trust Binance, bro. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I'm not saying
I
that
was
little
just gonna say, yeah,
Chinese
it's definitely
rich,
not.
but
bro,
he's probably not.
It's definitely not the safest place to have your money, but I do have some shit where I'm getting interest on it. Yeah, a little bit, not much.
Yeah, but if you don't plan on trading for a year or two, who cares?
Well, what I was going to say before is that, yeah, I mean, when it comes to trading, there's all kinds of opportunities and all kinds of markets to do trading that can be done. So cryptocurrency doesn't really offer that much different when it comes to that, although they are unique markets and they certainly move uniquely and all of that. But the one thing that does set crypto aside, like the way that Dyslow was kind of alluding to, I think, is that, like in my viewpoint, like, okay, if you have this new asset class, as it were, these cryptocurrencies, and let's just say they're all worth, I'm just going to make up a number. Let's say out of 10, like 2 out of 10. Let's just say compared to the US dollars, 2 out of 10. So if you take your US dollars and you go and you buy it, it's at a 2. Well, if it goes up to a 4 or it goes up to a 5 or 6, 7, 8, 9, that's just an arbitrary number, the 0 to 10 thing. I'm just sort of pointing that out to say that, like, you know, if you were to buy, you know, like British pound right now, it's not very likely the British pound is going to just go up hundreds of percent. You know, I mean, it moves around. It moves around compared to the other currencies. Now, if you're doing like short-term trading, then yeah, you could have a gain like that. But in terms of just the overall, like if you're not going to be doing short-term trading, if you're just going to be holding it, it's unlikely that you're going to become rich on the British pound, you know, obviously. And that goes with a lot of other assets too. Of course, you get stocks that do that, you know, but then there's the whole game of stocks and trying to do that. Whereas with cryptocurrencies, you kind of have like Bitcoin, and then you have thousands of these other coins that are basically all following Bitcoin in a way. I mean, they vary a little bit. So it's like now you have this whole like potential tidal wave of all these cryptocurrencies that if Bitcoin goes up to 30,000, 50, 80, 100, 150, 200, whoever's along for the ride, because if all those other coins are going to be increasing in value too, then you could have hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of percent gain, you know, over a couple of years, which that's kind of what Dyslow is saying. Like there's no other real asset class other than maybe some stocks that you could catch some big some waves on. But there's not very many other asset classes that you could just buy and hold on to. And just because of what it is and just sort of the evolution of things in terms of where we're at, that, you know, a lot of people could become wealthy without really doing much more other than just investing into them. But I also understand that people are, you know, weary and skeptical as well as to whether that'll happen or not. But it is possible. Like just the thing that's, let's say someone has $10,000 in savings and they want to retire early and become a millionaire. Is it possible that they could put that 10,000 into some cryptocurrencies and within however many years, boom, they have the millions?
Yeah, you're gonna make far more money off crypto investment than you would anything else. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you could lose more too. Like it's highly volatile, but with volatility comes, you know, great reward. So it all depends on your risk to reward ratio at the end of the day, I guess, you know.
Well, it's like if you said to someone when Bitcoin was only worth $1, when Bitcoin is only worth $1, if you'd said to someone, dude, you got to put your life savings into this, 99.99 repeating of people would have said, no way. You know,
you didn't have to. I knew about Bitcoin, like I said, when it was 12 cents. And at that time, I personally had $2,000, which would have got me 24,000 tokens at that time. But to anyone else, $100, you know, what's $100, dude? Like, I mean, you spend that on food, never to be seen again. Like, at the end of the day, I mean, $100 can go a long way on a small little gamble like this. And it, like I said, it's the risk to reward ratio that people are willing to play with. But if you perceive it a different way, which is dollar cost averaging, and you took like maybe $5 a paycheck towards crypto over the next, you know, course of a year or a decade, could be significant rewards to that. And what's $5 a paycheck? So, I mean, some people just are stuck in their ways, I think, you know, and they're not really willing to venture out into a new territory, and they're too doubtful of themselves. I think they're just like, oh, like I could never be that person. Like they've got negative attitudes, and like I've always heard, you know, being poor isn't a dollar amount. It's a mental perception, and most people are just in that poor mentality and never really allowing themselves to do something different to potentially have those rewards that they.
Dude, if you had everyone in America buying $1 worth of crypto a day, do you know how fast crypto would go up? Like, it'd be crazy.
Well, at its peak, it was like almost a $3 trillion market cap, and right now it's down to like, I think it's 1.5. I haven't looked in a long time, but
It'd be back up at $1 trillion in a week if everyone spent $1 a day on it. You got 400 million people in America. Everyone does $1 a day. Within 10 days, that's four what?
I don't know, bro.
400 billion.
That's
This is
bacon,
what,
dude.
unfortunately, it's what these controllers kind of bank on, is that we don't really come together and do anything. I mean, I've always thought, like when I was a kid, I remember thinking, well, like, what if everyone just woke up in the morning, was like, that's it, we're not doing the system anymore. We're not doing your jobs. We're not paying your taxes. We're just not doing any of it. So let's get together in our communities. Let's set up some tables in the street and let's sit down and figure this all out. I know that sounds completely like, you know, one would say, oh, it's impractical, it's ridiculous. It'll, you know, you'd have people raping and pillaging. I mean, I know there's a lot of different ideas, but it's more just the spirit of it, that if we all just came together and decided on something different,
I think Kosha would definitely turn back to prostitution. But anyways, yeah.
And listen,
I mean,
$5 a paycheck.
Kosha would be looking for more dudes to do blow with.
Yo, $5 a paycheck is a lot. All right, I don't even spend that much on your mom, Dice Low, you know, a week.
Hey man, hay's not too expensive around these parts.
But yeah, if we all get together, we could definitely do something. Because look what they did with GameStop and that other one. A bunch of people got together, and you know they did good.
What do you think Dogecoin was? Dogecoin was a fucking total pump and dump, dude. You had Elon Musk fucking at the fucking height of it, dude, just fucking ringing the bell, dude. Acting like he's gonna do something with Dogecoin, playing stupid, fooling the fucking masses, bro. Now he's on the XRP bandwagon, bro. He's trying to get that Ripley rocket going.
But yeah, to comment to what you had said before, yeah, like I was saying about how if the whole thing goes up, then everyone's going to make money, kind of thing. So yeah, but that is interesting, like what you said too. Like you don't necessarily have to put your life savings into it. You know, maybe if you had, you know, $100 here, $100 there. I mean, that's the question of how much these things are going to multiply by. You know, I know a lot of people think they may never do that. You know, because there's been enough of these bear markets and sort of all the, you know, so some people think it'll never happen. So why even put 100 or 500 or whatever into it? Because you might end up losing that. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think some people view it that way. But but yeah, the way you were saying,
like I said, man, it's the bridge currency between assets. So like if you wanted to exchange, like if you had milk and I had copper and we wanted to trade, I'm probably not gonna want as much milk as you have to offer as I do copper, because that shit's gonna fucking expire and go bad. It's, you know, it's got a shelf life. Like there's all these variables, and so the exchange would be the bridge currency, which would be that Ripple. You would exchange X amount of milk for X amount of copper through Ripple, and that Ripple's value would be based on the value of those commodities or assets, and it would either have to match or exceed the values between those two things to have a proper exchange. So once you start adding all these different commodities and assets onto the Ripple ledger or the XRP ledger, you can quickly see how that's going to increase the price. And
I mean, some countries made their currency Bitcoin recently. Like one or two countries, I think, did it.
Yeah, that was dumb.
They should have done something with a cheaper exchange rate or something. Yeah. Well, they're using that Lightning Bitcoin chain, I think. So I don't know how much the fees are and shit, but it might not be that bad. I don't know. So
yeah, maybe things have gotten better, but last I looked, I don't think the common people were too thrilled about it. But
well, they probably got hammered because they got in it when it was like 50 G's. They did this when it was like 40, 50, 60 G's just now. So yeah, they're probably not happy about it.
Well, these guys are just pawns, dude. You know what I mean? They do what they're told, dude, at the end of the day. But
you should have got into that debate. Your country into a coin like Stellar Lumens or XRP or something where your people got a chance to bubble. You could have been the richest country in the fucking world. You get all your whole population using XRP and it does 100x or 10x or something. Your country has 10 times the amount of money it did before. That's fire, bro.
Yeah. I think Bill Gates made a tweet about XRP like yesterday or the day before. Like all these like anti-crypto people are just coming out of the woodworks, like tweeting weird shit about XRP. I don't know.
Well, Billy Boy's on board. Uh-oh. I don't know. There was supposed to be a joke in there, but I didn't really have one. I don't know whether that's good or bad news or what, but yeah, it's funny if he's I mean, that's what they're going to do is sort of have their Elon and Bill Gates or whatever pump up whatever ones they want to get pumped up. As probably Dogecoin is probably a test run for that, of how much they could do that.
Oh, dude, a couple tweets from Elon. He had the whole fucking world buying that shit. And he could have done something good with that. He could have had everyone he could have had a lot of people making a lot of money if he just fucking, I don't know, did something different.
Well, if you look at like any really popular figure saying anything about crypto, it's like majority of it's been horrible advice and shit. Like, look at all the people that were talking about FTX, dude. You had like Shaquille O'Neal,
the quarterback,
that quarterback, dude. All these fucking really famous people, dude. Just over here, just fooling everybody, bro. They fucking knew. I know they knew, dude. Well, I mean, not definitively. It's just my assumption, but still, dude. And the craziest part about it at all, dude, is that dude, fucking Sam Bankman-Fried, was having meetings with Gary Gensler, formal and informal, dude. When everyone else for like almost 10 years now was fucking banging on the door to have a sit down and like get some sort of like understanding so that they can move forward with the banks. And they're just getting fucking denied and turned away, dude. Or given like cold shoulders, or even sometimes like false illusions, like I forget, I don't have like a good example off the top of my head, but they were given like a lot of like false illusions to like have like a green light to go. And in all reality, bro, like they get fucking dragged into court on a lawsuit. And you got Gary Gensler over here, bro, meeting with fucking Sam Bankman-Fried, bro. Like, how in the fuck is this guy not in jail, bro? It just makes no sense, dude. I'm dumbfounded at how many people are just like unaware or uninterested in the topic, even though like your fucking wages right on this shit.
The whole reason why fucking grandma and grandpa's poor and you're not fucking doing well and your wife's not happy is because the fucking living conditions based on the fucking currency and the value perception. And all this is playing at the hands of these fucking corrupt politicians and weirdos. And no one gives a shit. It's just, whatever, man. I'm just, enough said. Just saying, we don't all have to be poor, dude. I can ask fucking Zanuck or Kosho about Gary Gensler or any of these fucking Jay Clayton or any of these guys, and they wouldn't know. Wouldn't know the fuck I'm talking about. Way more prominent figures than fucking all your little nasty guys. We were talking about how much land's out there. I think everyone in America could be given a large portion of land, like a decent chunk, even an acre at birth. And we'd still have plenty of land to go. We'd still have our probably national preserves and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. And
An acre of land, free energy. Imagine what you can do with that. And your own right to build on your property without having to like abide by some sort of like a code or of I don't know, what do they call it, commercial or building code. And I mean, safety is always good, but when you got to build your house to like fit within the community and type shit, you know what I'm talking about? Anyways, just saying, a little bit more leniency on certain things. Like if you had an acre of land and free power and the right to build or tap a well, like what the fuck would you really need from the system at that point?
Yeah, without the restrictions. You know, it's funny they call it like on an engine. You know how they call it the governor, which is what like you can put it on there, so like it'll only go like 3/4 RPM or something, like on an outboard engine, like in a boat or something. It'll only go like 3/4 of to full speed. They call it a governor. So yeah, it's like if you take the governor off, all of a sudden the boat goes way faster. It's like blocking the carburetor. So it reminds me of that. It's like, yeah, if we take some of this like toxic governance out, then we could start ripping. We could start actually having a lot more enjoyable lives. And it's like the opposite direction of whatever NWO type thing they might want to take it down. So what would we need to do to rediscover free energy, Dyslow? What needs to happen? Like, what would even be possible first steps?
Oh, that would require somebody going back and relearning what they think they already know.
They have these giant batteries where they're just making sand warm and then getting energy off of that. Like, I don't know why you can't just put some Fresnel lenses on that shit. You could have fucking boiling sand, you know? That's fucking dumb, cheap, renewable. They said it's not as efficient. You know, you gotta have a giant fucking battery. It's like 100 tons of sand they use to get, and they get it hot. I think magnets. I have a semi-perpetual device in mind. I could probably do with magnets if I had to engineer and some shit. I got to build it.
I need to focus on that perpetual motion magnetic V block idea you had.
V-gate. You're a V-gate keeper, Zanuck.
That's right. I am a V-gate keeper.
Coming out swinging.
Get that thing designed, just a little bit of a pop.
Well, aren't you like this mechanical engineer genius?
Makes
well, I mean,
that's comes around and moves in it.
I mean, coming up with the archetype on how to create the design is to make that even function is only a small portion of the battle. Like, even if we had that right now, good luck putting that into production to where it's actually going to go into some sort of a use case for the common good of, or the common benefit of the common people. That ain't going to happen, dude. Military takes all these technologies and that shit just goes and gets cataloged and stuffed in an archive, dude, until further usage.
I'm sure they've suppressed so much fucking energy and battery technology and shit over the years.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. So
big oil. I would pin a lot of that on big oil.
Well, yeah.
I mean, they would stop at no expense because they make like $10 trillion a year selling oil. So it's like, what the fuck? How much money would you spend to stop something like that? $2 trillion?
Yeah. So it's all this corruption, dude, that would never let this kind of technology come out and be applicable for us.
Yeah, like if you invented some crazy shit, the normal man would would get an offer and be like, "Oh, okay, you're gonna give me $5 billion for this? Sweet. Here you go. Here's the fucking patent, everything. Good luck." And then it just never comes out.
Yeah, it just gets swept away, dude.
That's why I laugh when people are waiting for patents on free energy devices. It's like, dude, you better just, if you really got something that works, you need to just put it out there, the blueprints and shit.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
You're waiting for your
I think that would probably be like the only way is to like mass spread the blueprints like rapidly and quickly. Something like that, huh?
Yo, okay, first of all, I don't know what Kosha was talking about, but the energy production would be easy. The energy generating would be easy if you're just all you have to do is heat sand up. You get a couple Fresnel lenses, I heat a couple tons of sand up easy.
Was Kosho saying something?
Talking shit in chat.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, fuck.
I wasn't sure on the difference between those two, Kosho. Thanks. I mean, yeah, if all we got to do is make something, how you ever see a Fresnel lens, dude? A little teeny tiny one TV screen. I'll melt a fucking rock or some shit under that. I got a little mini credit card size one I keep in my wallet in case I got to start a fire on a sunny day in an emergency situation. All right, you're not prepared for what I'm prepared to do, Kosho.
But I think once this, what's fixing to happen, or at least what I think is going to take place, is this whole crypto boom, and I honestly think that's gonna take the power away from the 1% that's currently holding the wealth.
They probably got into. I mean, when this came about, this whole crypto thing, I'm like, yo, the Federal Reserve and all the central banking systems, like, I have ideas on what they've done in the past. I'm like, there's no way they're gonna let this shit fly. They've had a monopoly on the fucking monetary system for a long time now. So I mean, there's a lot of money at stake.
Yeah, and when you increase that gap from 99% to 1%, and the 1% of being the most wealthy, to like a larger, more evenly dispersed portion, like, I don't know, maybe 15-20% to 80, it leaves less room for corruption to reign rampant.
Dude, I never
You know
said
what I
the
mean?
battery. I never said the battery was the energy generation. Obviously, I know that. I'm just saying that the energy you need to generate them is like to generate it is like nothing, because you could heat it up with a couple Fresnel ends. And if you're in the market to buy an atmospheric water generator, I mean, you're going to buy a dehumidifier. Is that what you're buying, or
The fuck you talking to, bro?
what's an atmospheric water generator? I mean, I'm thinking a dehumidifier. I don't know. How much water does it produce? Dude, get in chat. Did your handler say you can't VC right now, or what's good?
Coach, Jeremy, are you talking to someone?
Kosho in the
That's what I'm
text chat.
tripping on. Is he hot micing?
Kosho in the text.
All right. You're like having an invisible conversation with Kosho.
Yeah, my bad. He's talking shit in the text chat. Right, that sand battery's neat though, because we have unlimited sand, right? As far as like energy storage, I feel like that's a good way to do it. It's just sand. We have like unlimited amounts of sand. Even though I did hear there are sand pirates now, because there's a certain type of sand that they need for something. I think it's glass. I don't know. There's a certain type of sand they need for. You guys hear about the sand pirates?
I don't know. Is this like another black joke or something?
Nah, what? No, it's like the ice pirates from the 80s, that movie, but it's with sand now. There's a certain type of sand they need in some kind of manufacturing process, and they're like legit stealing it from like places. There's the big problem, these sand pirates.
I was just gonna comment what you guys were saying before. I mean, Daiso, dude, I'm totally with you on what you were saying about crypto being the huge shifting point. Isn't it interesting how many people like shut that down though? Like, there's so many people that are like, no, crypto's terrible and it's all a dead dream and there's going to be no revolution. Like, there's a lot of people that really want to shut that down and just say that that's not where it's at. But
yeah, I think a lot of people are just automatically fearful of what they don't understand. And I think the current fiat system is already complex and overcomplicated for a lot of people to understand. And then this just takes it to like a whole nother level. And so now they can't like make heads or tails of like why anyone would want to overcomplicate what's already been overcomplicated. But they're not like realizing the shift that needs to happen due to the corruption that's already at play. Like, they're not looking at the timeline of what's happened over the last 100 years. They're just looking at their little small, interaction. And most of these people are like either really old or really young. And I think majority of them are just like 40 and on up, like kind of missed the whole computer wave. And yeah, like they're not into anything that involves some sort of like computation electronical device, you know what I mean? Like, they want to stay away from that as far as possible. Like, they're good with writing checks, you know what I mean? So
I think he said the key word, Dicelo. He said the correction, because that's exactly what this movement, if you will, is. Because if you look at when your government is writing into laws and creating these systems and foundations for a certain, form of currency that is obviously even they themselves are now investing into, and they're shaping this entire system to almost be like to fix what's going on, I guess you can say, which makes sense why they need to phase out the old system. That's almost like going from analog to digital. Like literally, it's fiat paper to digital chips, and your the evidence is in itself. So like anyone that looks at this and says, there's no way this is going to happen. Dude, they're writing laws about this and they're setting up perimeters. And all they wanted to do, like when it first started, like I know you're talking about way back when it first started, all they want to do is just, oh, okay, it actually is working. Okay. And then now they just need to set up their, they need to get their hands on it so they can control it. You don't think the richest, wealthiest people in this world aren't buying up when they, when the market's being manipulated? You don't think they're buying it up like when it's like hitting low and then like letting it climb, and then pulling that rug just so it could drop again so they could buy more and letting it climb. Like they manipulate the fuck out of the stocks all the time. Now they're just doing it with crypto.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No. I talked enough. I think I got most of it out. It's just a correction, and it's going to happen. It's going to change. It's changing already. It's not going to just stop. And then, oh, that was fun, guys. Remember 2020s and when everyone thought it was going to be all digital? No, that's exactly where it's going, and you can't stop that. It's happening, especially with the collapse of the dollar as we're speaking. Look what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of different perspectives on it. Like, I think on the more like meta part of it in terms of cryptocurrencies, like, I mean, some people think it was like straight up from the CIA, like, oh, it's all CIA and they planted it all and it's all a plan to bring about this new digital world. I mean, that is one perspective, and I understand some people see it that way. But then there's another perspective, which is that maybe this came in as like an authentic technology that, let's say it came from the angels or it came from the good side, and that it came in and actually is authentically potentially able to disrupt the current fiat system. Because, I mean, after they got control over the Federal Reserve after the sinking of the Titanic, it's just been a lockdown ever since then. I mean, they've had complete control over the finances, and then they've used those finances to get more control over countries and all the rest of it.
Right.
So now with cryptocurrency coming in, could it actually be an authentic technology that has the potential to do this, although they're co-opting it? And well, go ahead, Diesel. I was going to go on a longer rant, but you wanted to jump in, so go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, bro.
No, it's good. It's good.
I just wanted to point out Abraham Lincoln and his greenback, and the fact he got assassinated for trying to come up with a new currency. Anyone who who's ever tried to come up with like a new system that impedes on the present system has always been done away with. And I just wanted to make that point.
Oh yeah,
but I mean, with this, it's like, is this the creator dropping in something that actually could be something that could authentically, like, let's say it did come from the angels, it came from the good side. Now maybe they're trying to co-opt it, and God knows what they're trying to do with it, but maybe that's why they're trying to co-opt it so much. And because the thing is, like, if they have control over the Federal Reserve ever since the sinking of the Titanic, they've had that complete. Like, it was a couple months after the sinking of the Titanic that they established the Federal Reserve, because John Jacob Astor and a couple of those guys that were on the Titanic died on the Titanic. So then they were able to usher in the Federal Reserve. So, and then obviously World War II, World War I and World War II. I mean, the whole history of this whole thing, these guys have just been going crazy with it, like with all the money, and just they bought up all the major news media, the big pharma, the big oil. I mean, they've just been going crazy. It's like they've won like 1 million lotteries or whatever. It's like they have so much money, they're able just to get in, with all the corporations and the media, with all this stuff. So we're kind of in this whole era. But what's going to break out of that? Like, what would it take to actually break us out of that? Now, yeah, you could have some kind of violent revolution thing, but I don't think anyone wants that, and that's crazy anyways and hard to do. There's a lot of ideas of how we could gain back power, I suppose, or get our sovereignty back. But with the cryptocurrency part of it, could it be that the creator like dropped this technology and it's just sort of been like doing its thing for all these years and it hasn't really, changed the world yet, kind of thing. But is this the pivot point? Could this potentially be the pivot point?
It's kind of like what we said about the free energy, and even if we had the idea, like, good luck, like, actually putting that into practical use. And we came up with, like, dropping the blueprints to the masses, and that's basically what happened. It was like a blueprint that got dropped anonymously, and from that, like, everything just evolved from that. And so, I mean, who's to say, like, it's, it wasn't some good person with good intent that saw what was happening and saw, the light at the tunnel, at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, and knew what to do. And this was the right way. Like, I don't know. I mean, that's how I like to perceive it.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting in a way that there could be some kind of big shift because something would have to happen with the money, because obviously the money is where the control is centered in a way. I mean, there's the military and there's some of these other big structures too, but the currency is such a huge factor.
Yeah, you can't do anything when you're on your knees. So I think if people had generational wealth behind them, I don't think you would have people just dancing to the beat that the government's fucking providing. I think you'd have a lot more free thinkers and a lot more people blowing whistles because they could provide, their own protection at that point.
Yesterday, getting the solar batteries put in, and the guy who does it, he's the owner. He started his own solar company, right? And he's the one. He actually came and was installing it, and he's from Nigeria. He was telling me like a long story about how he put in money in Tesla stock, and it was a small amount because it was back when it was like kind of small. And he said that it's interesting that I put money in for Tesla, coin or stock, and then it grew to where I was able to then buy a Tesla with the profits. And he said that he goes back to Nigeria once a year, and he said, when he went to this one place, and he was tripping out how different it is now to have that much money to go back to his country, because like he said, like for a whole night of partying, like at the strip club with dancers and like 14 bottles of Hennessy and like all this stuff, he said that it cost him like way cheap, like $3,000, I think he said, for the entire night. I'm like, he's all, if that was here in like in California, like at an LA, so that would have been like a $30,000 bill. So it's like to pay that much less, it's like crazy. Like that's amazing of what our money here is in America. You can live like a king. He said that people make $100 a month over there in his home country. And he's like, over here you make that in 1 hour. Imagine working for a whole month and all you have is $100. So now when he goes back, he says like he always like he's trying to give back to his people by making money here doing solar. And it's just amazing, dude, how money is, the differences between from country to country, how big, vast difference. We use this money, and honestly, it made me realize, man, we're greedy pieces of shit. If you could spend the whole fucking month, and live off of $100 that you get, that's just amazing. Equivalence of it. That just trips me out, dude.
I stepped away for a sec. You still there, Diesel? You're at your mic, or? Well, just I was gonna say what I was gonna say before, because you were talking about, yeah, like could there be a shifting point? I guess like my thoughts. I was curious if you felt this as well, but like if they do some kind of financial reset, like let's say they have an event planned, sort of like one of these 9/11 pandemic, whatever, these events that in my mind clearly seem to have an organization to it. Like they're rolled out. There's the whole media scripts that they're running in the media. There's like they come in like a package with all of these components, the psyop component, the fear mongering, whatever it is. So if there is a financial one that they're going to do, what is that going to look like, and what's that going to be?
That's going to look like what we've been seeing with all these QE bailouts, like all these crisis scenarios, which is causing the federal government and reserve and just the government at large to print more money. You know what I mean? Like they're creating the issue so that when the financial system collapses, they've got all the excuses and reasons to point to say, well, look, we had to do this because of this and that because of this, and you know what I mean? And no one's suspecting them at all because it was all justified in the event thereof. And that's my opinion on why we're seeing a lot of these scenarios playing out, to just kind of pave the way for the reason why the system collapsed. Not because they were lining their pockets the whole time, but because of all these, scenarios.
Yeah, the problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah.
Component, which I could never underestimate their kind of thrust in doing that kind of stuff. Yeah. Well, that's what would be crazy. And I guess in my mind, like, this is just speculation to a degree, because obviously it's hard to know what, exactly would happen. But like, I feel like the scamdemic thing backfired on them, at least to some degree, in my view. Just in terms of, I think, a lot more people questioning things. And because like I've said before, like, not to get into that whole topic, but it's like the way that it was so coordinated and like the whole world shut down and, everyone was on board, quote unquote, it kind of forced people to be like, all right, well, either this is all real and it's exactly what they're telling us in the news, or something's up, because something's up more
or
than
nothing happened.
Before. What's that?
Or nothing happened.
Okay, well, certainly something happened.
Together.
I mean, it was so obvious BS that people didn't took the mandate.
Well, I guess my point in relating it was not, well, we could get into that whole thing. All I'm saying is that to me, in my mind, it kind of created this split in people where it's like, all right, either it's all real, or there's something going on because there was so much coordination. And my only point to say, I just wanted to link that to, if they do a financial reset type thing, will it backfire on them? Meaning maybe their plan is like, all right, we're going to do this. We're going to pull the rug out from these financial sectors. We're going to do this, this, and that, and try to do that. But what if that ends up shooting themselves in the foot? Like, what if they end up doing that and it kind of backfires on what they want, and then actually gives us, as it were, the rest of the people, some kind of a leg up or some kind of an ability to gain traction that we didn't have beforehand?
Well, the mandate was real, but not the virus. That's why it backfired on them.
Anyways, I don't think we can get into that discussion specifically here, but I know it's been a while since you've probably been on the server, Shadow, but how you been, by the way?
I've been good. Surviving. What about you?
Yeah, hanging in there, man. Same stuff.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, Shadow? Yo, dude, I have a quote from you.
You have a quote from me?
Yeah, here it is. I'm going to pull it out. I saved it. This is your okay. All right, this is what it is. The moment we start to respect flat earthers, that's the moment science will progress.
I hold true to that quote.
Yeah.
No, it's true. No, think about it. Think about it. Because there's too much, quarrel between society, too much division going on in there, and too much more of the need to make fun of the flat earthers. And I just stay away from the subject. But yeah, no, it's true.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean that could be viewed in a lot of ways. Like it's got that term flat earther in it, which has its own kind of whole history and whole thing to it. But I mean, I think we all kind of have the general sense of what that means, obviously. And yeah, I think any time that like there's a whole like science is just denouncing something, erratically and prematurely and so severely, there's a problem there, because if they were really confident in their position, they would be able to be, calm and sort of just debunk it or whatever it may need, but they obviously have some kind of severe reaction to it, as it were.
Yeah, I think based on your actions, within this small window of opportunity, could define the legacy that you leave behind and creating generational wealth for your lineage. And I don't think we've seen this possibility for a long time. And I think the names that are branded from what turns out of this event is what's going to go on to carry the future and leading whatever's to come. Hopefully in a good way. But we're going to see a birthing of an entire new system from this fourth industrial revolution that's taking place. It's yeah, I don't think the world's going to look anything similar to what we have today within the next few decades here after all this takes place. Like, I think once you start getting like a lot of suppressed people that are now like wealthier than they could have ever imagined, I think I don't know. I don't know what to expect, to be honest, but I'm just hoping for the best. Like, imagine taking a fucking prisoner that's been locked up for 10 years or 20 years, however long, and giving them an unlimited credit card to go do whatever they want. Like, what's going to happen from that? This person's either had time to reform themselves, or they're so fucking institutionalized that they're going to blow it all on absurd, crazy things and probably wind up in a worse situation. So I don't know. Be interesting. What do you think, Gio? What do you think the world would look like if we had 1 million new billionaires running around all of a sudden? And remember, it only takes a small amount of that 1 million people to do something good with the money. I don't know. I think we could see some good things coming from it. Well, conversation's dead. That's all she wrote.
My mic fucked up, or did I just put everyone to sleep? What the fuck's going on?
Matrix unstable. What? Run code. Die slow.
What's up, dude?
Yes.
Am I roboting?
No, no.
Okay.
It broke.
What broke?
Matrix.
Oh shit.
Need to eliminate error. I have no clue. It's quiet, man.
You're kind of roboting a little bit. What do we got here? Leo, Paza. What's going on? You guys got something to say?
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Something is broken with my Discord. My connection just broke.
I don't know. I hear you now. Something just
Okay.
happened. I heard something happen on my end too. It was weird.
Okay.
So I
Yeah,
guess
it's
I must
it's very
broke.
quiet in here.
Yeah. Don't talk about wealth, man. People get weird.
Well, which wealth, right?
Yeah, any of it. Spiritual, financial, wisdom. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I forgot what I wanted to say.
I think sometimes people just want to remain comfortably numb and asleep with their eyes open.
That's true, man. I'll be honest, man. Sometimes a good sleep is very comfortable.
It is. It is.
But at some point it can get annoying. Like when I'm sick, for example, I've been laying in the bed for like one full day, and then the next day I'm still laying in bed. I get very annoyed, you know. Like I find it so boring when you're sick and you need to lay in your bed. It's just so boring for me. That's the only
Yeah.
time when I feel lonely, man. Like when I don't have like something happening and I'm just in bed all the time because I'm sick. It's the only time where I actually like, you know, wanna have people around me or anything like that. Otherwise, I really don't mind. Like I have no problem with being alone. But when I'm sick, it's a different story.
Huh.
Yeah. It's just so boring, you know.
You talking about being asleep, like in terms of the truth and knowing things, or you're talking about more like in terms of actual sleeping?
Well, I was, yeah, he was talking about. Actually, I was talking about just, yeah, in terms of truth and knowing, and yeah. But it's all good.
Does anything you discuss on here keep you awake at night then?
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, people only really want to be awake momentarily, even if it's like in terms of the truth and knowing. It's too uncomfortable not to have all the answers.
Is it really? How many things do you think you don't know the answer to aside from this subject?
Well, in terms of
Limitless.
all the answers
Countless
to
things.
what? Like just anything there is to know? Well, obviously very, very little.
There's lots of profound things we don't know the answer to, and we never will do.
Right. But
shouldn't let any of this keep you awake at night. It's just not worth it.
Spinning balls are really profound. You can never answer anything about a spinning ball. You don't live on a generator with no globe person able to make free energy from the spinning ball they live on. No power produced from the 14 psi, from gravity, from a spin, from rotation, from any of it.
Blah, blah.
Now, I know what great technique.
So what did you mean, Pazza?
For what statement?
I guess just the last thing you said. I just want if you want to expand on a little bit what you meant.
I don't think anybody should lose any sleep over worrying about what shape the Earth is, frankly, or who's in control, or who's not in control, or who's taking the piss out of us, who represents us and who doesn't.
Quick question: would you think that actually, to all questions that they're out there in the world, so to say, would you think that for every question there is actually an answer?
No.
Okay.
A tiny amount of material questions have answers, let alone immaterial ones.
So you'd rather sweep it under the rug? Because I mean, I understand different perspectives, and it's certainly valid to have different focuses or interests or perspectives. But I mean, there also could be a perspective that it's the most important thing to think about, meaning not only like philosophically and spiritually what this earth is and what the components of it are, but also the actual predicament we find ourselves in terms of who is in control and all of those factors. And I could go as far as to say on the opposite side that if we all just put our head in the sand, then these criminals or whoever they are just will continue ravaging humanity and making life suffering for a lot of people. If we at least give ourselves a chance to think about it, to consider it, and to bring more awareness in those ways, then we at least would have a chance to potentially get out from under this situation. You know, if we view it as like a group of criminals that are doing this, you know.
How are you going to get out from under it?
Sometimes I wonder how much I am in control of myself.
What's the question? Yeah, what could we do? Yeah, I mean, we talk about that a lot in this live stream in different ways. So yeah,
that's where it starts, though. I mean, a solution doesn't begin before the problem. So I mean, what are we specifically talking about?
If any position is a genuinely coherent position, then it can be communicated to people very, very, very clearly.
It's like the old idea, like the truth sets you free. At its core, and what that represents doesn't mean the instant you know truth, it just sets everyone free necessarily. But is there something to that? Meaning that either being aware of the truth, or exploring, or discussing, or having the courage and willingness to look at that, even though it may seem like small steps, but is there actually a larger process underway?
I don't think that knowing most truths don't set you free. Some truths are just a burden.
Quick question.
Maybe until it's set you free, or until you're. Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Clay.
Do you guys think that control, in a sense, the control that some families and structures the elite or whatever, the control that they have, do you think that control can ever be vanished or like changed in a way that we wouldn't call it control out of the hand of a few people anymore? Or would it just always end up being transferred into the hands of different human beings?
Yeah, I think it's just inherited. I don't think we've ever been out of it. When do you think we've ever been out of a hierarchical authoritarian mechanism of one sort or the other?
Yeah, no, that's my it's not like that's my hypothetical or philosophical question, the control that we criticize, which indeed there's many bad things with it, but there's also some good things of it, right? Every bad thing that can also be found positive, but in the end, the essence of my question is like this: even if this control is given over to the people or changed, do you guys think it can be actually like completely deleted, or will it always just end up falling into the hands of a few kind of human beings, and it's just at the end of the day just a placeholder to whom the very specific person or group is that holds a certain specific kind of control?
Well, there's definitely a lot of perspectives on that, different viewpoints. I mean, in my ultimate viewpoint, I think there is one creator and it's creating everything. So the creator is the evil and the good and the deception and the truth. It ultimately, everything is within it. And I think that, I mean, there's deeper reasons as to why it's doing all this, all those questions, but I just bring it up to kind of just say that in that perspective. And so I think we're in like a cycle right now is how I see it. I don't think it's necessarily always been this way. I also don't necessarily believe the history we're told. I think the history we're told goes along with this kind of cycle we're in, this idea that there's the few in power and the kind of the kings and the queens and the peasants and this whole system, which clearly these people in control have that. They call themselves the queen and the king and their whole royalty, this whole European bloodline thing, whatever's going on with all that. So they're in placing that upon us in a certain sense, but I don't think it's been the way things always have been. I also don't think it's like humans' natural ways to be either. So I think we're in a cycle, and I think the creator revels in having these different cycles, these different modes that it wants to play out for different purposes. And yeah, whether this is meant to just be this cycle that just goes on forever and we just keep having just wars and sort of enslavement, all this terrible stuff, or whether we break out of it, that's a whole nother question as well. But I think it's all part of the larger design within this cycle.
If the creator, as we know, is all knowing, right? I mean, you probably also believe that, right? That he knows everything. Why is it that he actually right now in this very time we live in, right? We compared to everything that has happened on this plane, right? We are just a dust in the wind, so to say. Like this is just this very speech that we're having right now. It will be in a few decades will be just gone. No one will think about it anymore. But anyways, why do you think that right now on this current time the creator has his family in the positions that they are? Like, why is he using them? Why is these specific people being used, whether if it's for good or for evil?
Yeah, that's a big question.
That's what I just can't find this to completely have an answer to. But on the other hand, what I always realize is, would I want to be a Rothschild? Would I want to be the one that goes the way these people go? To be like for me, these people are like an example, right? When I look at the eyes of a Rothschild, I look at the things some of these people have done or whatnot. Not even specifically Rothschild. For me, it's like in this example, right? We see what greed, money, power, and control can make with a man, and I can also put it in perspective to what is written in the Bible, right, about these kind of things, and I can make a conclusion. And for me, for example, the only simplistic conclusion I came to is, I'm happy that I was actually not born a Rothschild and that I'm not Jacob Rothschild, for example.
You're repeating yourself over and over. Can you get to the point?
And pass the mic too, yeah, at some point, so we can keep
Like,
it going.
I have a simple question for you, Gio. You said history isn't what they told us. Let's take a specific point in history. Do you believe the Civil War in the United States occurred? and it is as they said it was.
Well, that was a response to what I was saying. I think it's also fair to respond to Clay, though, because he did say a lot of things as well. But, okay, well, I don't know. I don't need to be the one who answers the things that were brought up either. But, I mean, someone else can as well.
You
But
specifically
hold on. Well,
stated-
all right, I'll just answer. Just hold on. Because
You're not answering. You're running from the question. The question was very
nobody's
simple.
running from anything. Relax for a second. All right, so I had said something, and then Clay responded to me, and then you had asked something too. Since they were both somewhat
I
directed
was
to
going
me,
to ask a simple
all right,
question.
well, I'm going to
His
mute you
phone-
since you're interrupting me. I'm just going to temporarily mute you since you're interrupting me. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to now. I'll step back, but I'll just respond to Clay real quick, and then respond to what you said, Lael, from my perspective. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Clay, it is a big question as to like why these families are in power right now. I guess my quick answer to that would be that I think the creator is sort of like in a game, you know, the creator like puts players into the game, you know, like even in like a movie, you know, Darth Vader, you know, is the evil dude in the Star Wars, or, you know, in Lord of the Rings, you have that, you know, Sauron and the whole, you know, so I do think that the creator kind of puts characters into the play, if you will, in order to play things out, you know, to have some kind of an engagement, whatever it may be. And there's certain challenges that it puts other beings through. So I would just kind of quickly say that I think there is like like why it is the purpose, that's a deeper thing. And then what Lael had said, well, this is the problem when you get multiple streams going and there's not a following the conversation. But what was, now I'm forgetting a little bit what Lael said. Lael, what did you ask?
My question was very simple, to the point, unlike Clay, where he spouted off a bunch of different things that almost have no relation to each other. I said that you stated that
the history thing
isn't as they told us. I'm going to pick a specific point in history, the American Civil War. Is that what they told us, and did it happen?
Okay. Yeah, no, that's a huge topic. Yeah. I mean,
no, it's a simple question. It's a yes/no question.
It's not a yes or no question, because I was not alive during that time, and neither were you. So we only have, dude, if you're going to interrupt me, I don't really want to have a conversation with you. Did you want to speak again?
I just want you to answer yes or no. Did the Civil War occur, and did it occur for the reasons that history teaches us that it occurred?
Okay, well, I wasn't alive during that time, so did you want me to speculate? Like, where would you like me to get that answer from?
Well, it either occurred or it didn't occur.
Yeah, were you alive?
No, but it either
okay,
occurred
neither was I.
Or it did not occur.
Right. Do you know for sure whether it did or didn't?
Well, I can take the sources that I have of 30 different sources of people who lived during the Civil War, writing that they lived during the Civil War and talking about the Civil War. So yes, I can accept those as facts.
Okay, so you're going off what other people are saying, and you're going with it, basically.
Yeah, 30 sources from people who lived during that time, stating that they were either serving or lived in the American Civil War. I have no reason to distrust them.
Okay. Well, there's kind of two strings of conversation, because Clay, we were talking about like the families in control right now kind of thing, and then now you're talking about history, which is its own entire topic. I mean,
way to run from the question.
He's not running from the question. He clarified that he personally will not be able to answer it with a yes or no. Isn't that so hard to comprehend?
It either happened or didn't happen. There's no other ways about it. There's no in between.
Well, there is in between, because you and I were not alive, so there's no way that you and I could concretely say whether that happened or not. You're saying you're going off of
the day before I was born either. So what are you talking about?
Right. So you're going off of like, okay, what are the sources that you have? You said people were alive during that time. What are these years? Who are the people alive? And what are the sources? Obviously, you didn't talk to them. So what is the nature of your source to say that happened?
You want me to list the sources in your chat?
We're talking about the Civil War, right? Is that the one you brought up?
Yeah.
Okay. So 1861 to 1865, is that the time period you're thinking of?
Yeah, the American Civil War.
Okay, then let's go through it. Do you know anyone alive that was in it or involved in it.
No, but I don't know anyone that was alive that is alive today that was the builders of the pyramids, but the pyramids still exist and they are a fact. What's your point?
Well, that's why I was saying, like, you were trying to talk about someone running from something. It's not about running. It's just a big topic in terms of history and what needs to be gone through. I can't just answer yes or no because personally, I wasn't involved in that time. So
Neither
I could
was I involved in the Great Wall of China or any other building of the pyramids, but I can state that they exist.
Those are physical things that exist, though. Those
People
are not
are
the same as
things that exist also.
Bro, you're interrupting every time I'm speaking, man. Can you wait until someone's finished? It's just not a way to have a conversation. Even if you disagree or you want to fight or you feel frustrated, just wait. Just wait. Go back and forth, man. So, what were you gonna say?
People existed back then. They are physical things that existed back in the Civil War time. This message that I just posted is 30 sources from people who were physical people who lived during the Civil War talking about the Civil War.
Okay, so this is like a diary?
I mean, there's multiple different sources. Of each of those sources are different people talking about them living during the Civil War. And I could get more too. So, I mean, this isn't an exhaustive list. So obviously there were more than 30 people living during the Civil War.
Right.
So my question is, did the Civil War occur or not?
Lil, how much have you had to drink today? I just want to know real quick.
0.
Make sure that. Are you sure, man?
Yeah. Did it occur or not? It's a
Speaking
yes,
of the
no
drinking,
question.
we've been talking. We might have to moderate more for that because, yeah, sometimes people come in here so wasted and it's really, I don't know, it can be rough sometimes.
I hope you're not talking about me or nothing.
No, I usually feel bad to try to mod for that because it's like let people be who they are and they're having fun or whatever. But I think we've all had certain cases because when someone's drunk, it's like a different vibe. They're like belligerent and it's just like it's a whole different energy. It's hard to have like a bunch of sober people with a drunk.
Now you're running from the topic, talking about whether I'm drunk or not. I'm not drunk. I am specifically stating I just listed 30 sources of 30 different people who lived during the Civil War and talk about it in their diaries or whatever source they use to write it down with.
Okay.
How many sources?
So yeah, nobody's running from anything. That's not a valuable way to have a conversation.
They are physical people who lived during the Civil War, writing about the Civil War. Did the Civil War occur? Or how many sources do you need before you can accept that the Civil War actually occurred?
So those are essentially tertiary sources, right? Meaning
no, these are sources of each person is a source of themselves, first-hand source.
But it's tertiary to you.
A primary source. It's not a tertiary source.
To you.
It's not tertiary. It's a first-hand source of people who lived during the Civil War.
Well, the reason I'm calling it tertiary would be to say this, like, in my understanding, like primary knowledge would be something that you directly either experienced or discovered or you have directly. Secondary knowledge would be something that someone else told you. Tertiary would be that someone else had something someone else had. So in this case, somebody is posting this diary, these words, whatever it may be. They got it claimed the third person. So it's tertiary to you. It's a third-party source.
Well, no, the source actually exists in reality. The person who found the source, which was not me, obviously found the source, and now we have that source.
On that subject, how many levels are there between me and you and the Sermon on the Mount?
What does that have to do with this? Primary sources of people who lived during the Civil War talking about the Civil War.
I'm saying we don't necessarily value we don't necessarily gauge the validity of evidence based upon how many levels of witness or corroborative recording abstraction there is between you and the thing itself. That's the point I was making.
And I'm stating very clearly, these sources are primary sources, and they date to the time the Civil War occurred. Physical people who were living, writing down their experience being in the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
It is a primary source, whether I went out and got that source myself or someone else, it is still a primary source.
if it's in the original if original scripture or handwritten notes and books, then yes.
If I go grab the diary,
if it's
if I
printed,
go read the diary and I have it physically in my hand, is that a primary source or not?
No, it's tertiary.
How is it tertiary?
Okay,
I'm holding the physical diary of that person in my hand.
secondary. A diary is secondary. A personal
No, it's
diary.
primary. If I'm holding the diary of my dad and my dad's still alive in my hand, it is a primary source that documents my dad's life.
Well, it's a primary source of the information is anything your dad tells you. A secondary one is the diary. A tertiary would be an. Okay, I'm not going to argue.
The primary source is.
Yeah, Leo, you're still interrupting every time people speak,
experience.
man. You can't interrupt, okay? You got to let people finish their words, dude. Otherwise, it's very challenging to have a conversation. You've interrupted, I think, every time someone spoke. Could you please stop doing that? We can go through this stuff, man. We can go through it slowly. We can break it all down. It's all good. There's no reason to just interrupt. It doesn't have to be some kind of food fight kind of vibe. So where people are just throwing stuff around. All right, so yeah, what I said before, in my viewpoint, the way I categorize primary, secondary, and tertiary, primary would be something that you have directly yourself. Either you tested something, you wrote the diary, you were in the experience, etc. Secondary is maybe someone told you, or it's coming from one step outside of yourself, one phase outside. Then the third one would be through a third person, basically. So in this case, somebody brought this diary to you, the internet, whatever it may be, and they're saying it was written by another dude. So I would categorize that as tertiary. It's a third party from you.
All right, I'm categorizing it how historians categorize, and they say a primary source is our first-hand accounts of that topic. So,
yeah,
my dad writes in his journal. I grab his journal. That is a first-hand source of an event in his life.
Yeah, I hear you. I understand that definition of it as well. That's
and
like
so
that's
a person who lived during the era of the Civil War, writing about the Civil War would be a primary source because it is them talking about their personal experience. It is a primary source.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Categorizing it that way. It's not quite how I categorize it, but maybe I'm referring to it in a slightly different, like more in a scientific term in terms of like evidence, primary, secondary, and tertiary. Whereas you're talking about more the way that they categorize it in historical. And yeah, you're right. They do use those types of terminology. So what is your larger point? Like if someone's questioning history, you're saying, hey guys, do you not believe in this diary as being legit?
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, you specifically stated earlier that we can't rely on history as we're being told. So I took a specific event in history and I have provided 30 sources of people who lived during that time and talk about it in their diaries, which is a primary source because it is in their own hand. They wrote it themselves. And so how many sources do I need to provide before you can say that particular event actually occurred?
Yeah, I guess it depends on the person if they choose to believe it or not.
I asked you yourself, how many sources do you need before you can accept that the Civil War, as we are taught, occurred? How many sources do you, Geo, need?
There's not a number of sources that would make any difference in whether my position on it. The answer is that there's not a number. There's not like 42 diaries or 86 diaries or 152. There's not just a number that would change anything in my viewpoint for myself.
Did it occur or not then? Yes or no? It's a yes/no question. Did the Civil War happen?
Are you asking me to speculate or give you a concrete answer? Because I was not alive during that time, so I can't give you a concrete answer. I wasn't alive during that time, so I cannot give you a concrete answer.
I was not alive during the building of the Great Wall of China, but I can specifically and know that those people existed or we wouldn't have the Great Wall of China. Or the pyramids, the people who built the pyramids. I can emphatically state that those people existed or we would not have the pyramids. I don't need to live there to know that.
Yeah, man. Well, it sounds like you have your own kind of standard of how you go about believing things or going with history. That's cool. Are you challenging someone else's, or are you just wanting to get someone else to come on your
Yes, I'm
side, or what's?
challenging your claim that the histories are not as we have been told.
Did Christopher Columbus discover America?
Actually, he landed in South America. In
Did
the
Christopher
United States
Columbus
of
discover
America
America?
was named after Amerigo Vespucci.
Did Amerigo Vespucci discover
Yes.
America?
No. It is named after Amerigo Vespucci. I never said he discovered it.
I was
By the
taught
way,
that
when we say
Christopher
they
Columbus
discover something, they discovered it to their world they lived in back then. Did the continent of the United States always exist before they discovered it for their country? Yes, it existed prior to that point.
its existence is not reliant upon somebody's discovery of it. That's just kind of a ridiculous statement. But there was already
That's what I
human
just said.
beings here, right? So to be told that the United States was, or the Americas were discovered is kind of a misnomer, misleading, and probably not the correct historical documentation. Would you agree?
No, incorrect. It
Well,
is discovered for those people who didn't know it existed prior to that point in time. Did it exist prior to that? Yes.
well, it's kind of like going out into the woods and finding a cave. You discovered a cave. You know, it's kind of like that. You didn't know it was there, and you discovered it that way.
That would be a little different. It would be like going out into the woods and discovering a fort and then claiming that you discovered the fort.
Well, you did. If you didn't know it was there and you found it, you discovered it for yourself.
So, what is the historical significance of Christopher Columbus, quote unquote, discovering America if there was already human beings and prior civilizations that were here for a very, very long time?
Well, the rest of the world didn't know that.
Yeah, the taking of the land was a whole different story.
How do you know that the rest of the world did not know that? You were told a story that the rest of the world didn't know that this landmass was here.
Okay, the world that
They seem to
where
share
Christopher
the same architecture as other parts of the world, which would lead to the possibility of communication, right? Pyramid building, a lot of
No.
that throughout the Americas. Pyramid
There are
building.
pyramids in South America. You're right, and
That is interesting. The Incas and Egypt and all that. That's interesting stuff.
they're still running from the subject of the Civil War. I don't think they think the Civil War actually occurred.
Oh, is that what you're talking about? Sorry, I just
I think
stepped into the room
everybody,
to hear that
yeah.
history is exactly how we're told, and I don't know if that's necessarily the case.
If I were to guess at Gio's opinion of the Civil War, he's going to be skeptical of it. Absolutely. I don't want to put words in Gio's mouth, but I would bet that Gio is skeptical of the Civil War.
Well, Left Lane, you probably heard the discussion. I just posted a little above where the chat is at. 30 primary sources from the Civil War era, people who talk about living during that war and talk about that war. My question is, how many sources would it take for him to accept that it actually occurred? He doesn't need to live there. He also didn't live during the time of his great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, but he can believe that he existed. Am I incorrect, Gio?
Well, what?
Did your grandfather, who lived during the 1830s, live?
Source as well.
What?
Well, in a sense, it could be said that history happened a certain way, and if we were not alive or don't have a complete direct experience of it, then it's, in a way, it's left to believe.
Awesome. I didn't have a direct experience with my grandfather who lived in the 1830s, but I can guarantee you he lived, or I wouldn't be here.
I would say if Geo had a great granddaddy that left a written account of activities back then, that might influence his opinion on it. But I feel like I know what Geo's position would be on it, and I wouldn't be so stringent about digging an answer out of him, and I'd rather have a conversation with him about it, maybe. But I would say that you're probably not going to get the answer that you're looking for, no matter how hard you try.
Well, the original thing that was brought up, I think Lael's reacting to the idea of like, is history as we're told? Now, if there is a huge deception, like along with these kind of globalist dudes that are deceiving us about the globe, have they deceived us about our real history? That is a huge question. A lot of people get very upset when you say that, and they get very angry, and they say, no, the history as we're told is exactly what it was. And then they get, and I'm not saying Lael's necessarily in that position. And then somebody questioning history, sometimes people get very upset and are like, oh, but this happened and that happened. Why don't you believe it? Kind of a thing. And it is a huge topic. I mean, I can share part of how I go about it. I don't know if Lael was trying to understand my particular philosophy or how I go about it. Because there's a lot of different perspectives on how to go about, looking at that, a time that we weren't alive. I certainly agree things have happened in the past. I mean, there's like a wild philosophy, like, what is it called? Like last Thursdayism or something, where the entire universe was started last Thursday and we just have memories of it existing before. I mean, I'm not going to that kind of extreme idea. I mean, I do think there is a real history of what happened 100 years ago, 200, 300, but is it as we're told? Yeah. Like, is the Civil War exactly the way we're told it is? Or was that more, was it something slightly different? I mean, I would even say like, not to get into this topic because I guess it can be YouTube sensitive or whatever, but the whole Holocaust, like, did that happen, et cetera, the way that we're told it did or whatever. So I'm just saying there's these questions.
I'm just really stating, did it occur? Not exactly how we're taught in history class, because obviously they can't teach exactly day by day, 24 hours a day of what occurred in the Civil War because there's not enough time.
Yeah.
But if we find primary sources from that time, documented sources that you can look at and verify that they actually came from that era, you don't need to live there to know that that existed, that happened. Just like I gave the example of the people who built the Great Wall of China. I don't need to go to that era or time to know those people existed because we have the Great Wall of China. I don't need to live in the 1830s to know my grandfather from the 1830s existed because I am here.
I hear you. Yeah, I think those are slightly different things. I mean, the what they say in terms of the Civil War, that was obviously more recent than something like ancient Rome, type of thing. So there's that to consider too. Like in terms of questioning history, I agree with you. That is more recent. I mean, would there be someone alive? I mean, there could be a second generation. Like if someone was born, let's say they were a teenager during the Civil War and then they lived and died and then they told their children and then that person might, pretty tight for them to still be alive, maybe, or it could be a third generation. So that is much more recent than if you talk about history that happened, hundreds or thousands of years ago. Now I know what you're saying about there's something physically existing. Like, yeah, the pyramids are there. Do we even have proof that humans built those? Not necessarily. It could have been another entity other than human, but it does seem like some entity like that. That's not necessarily like nature didn't just make those pyramids, et cetera, or the Great Wall of China clearly looks like it's built by some entity beyond just what the earth would do. So I can get with you on that. Now, if you're relating something like the Great Wall of China that you and I can go and look at and walk on, is a little different than a diary, because a diary technically could be fabricated and it's sort of like claimed to be written at that time. So I do think those are different quality of sources as well.
You have to provide the evidence if you are holding the diary that it's not an actual diary of that person living during that time. You would have to physically provide the evidence that that's not true.
No.
Because then you can just also throw out every census record from the 1800s and say, well, we don't even know that this was actually taken in the 1800s.
That's right.
So therefore, no one in the 1800s lived, but we're here today living, which provides a great amount of certainty that there were people living in the 1800s.
Right.
What you're effectively describing is taking any claims that some ancient book or any ancient literature is absolutely true, just because someone said it is. Welcome to atheism.
Well, I don't think that encompasses atheism when you're talking about a physical event that happened in the United States in the 1800s.
Oh, I didn't say it did. Not believing in the Civil War is not atheism.
Is that your stance, Gio, that the Civil War didn't take place?
No, I never said that. No, he was just asking me he wanted me to tell him, like, did the Civil War take place, Gio? 100%, tell me yes or no. That's what he was originally.
Yeah.
Because I think originally I brought up, like, the questioning history, I think, basically, is where it started.
His question. His question is, did it occur or did it not? It's a yes-no question.
Right. And my answer to that was, I can't give you that because I wasn't alive during that time. And then the only thing we could do is have a discussion about, like we're having now, like quality of sources, history, how we come to our thoughts on things, our beliefs on things. Sounds like you're saying, hey, Gio, there are these diaries. That to me is sufficient to say 100% it happened. So it happened. I'm not willing to do that in the same way. And so I can't give a yes or no answer, but I could give you other avenues in which ways that I come to information and knowledge that would be separate from just those diaries. But I don't know if you wanted to go on a more philosophical discussion of it, because we were not alive. So you're saying, hey, these diaries proved it happened. And I'm saying I wasn't alive to give you some guaranteed answer.
What if I provide you papers that are authentic from that time, from the different states, saying that there is a civil war going on? Would you trust that?
It sounds like he's not in contention that the Civil War took place.
I think he is.
I literally just asked him,
why.
and he
When you
said
directly ask him, did the Civil War take place, which is a yes-no question, he won't answer with a yes-no answer.
Yeah, because I can't give you a yes, no. If I had to just do like a surface level thing, I would say that it's likely that something was happening, but was it exactly as we're told or as the history claims it? I would say likely not. But yeah,
right.
I mean,
Yeah, like I agree, right? So we could fast forward into the future and people could be like, yeah, the United States attacked Iraq because 9/11 took place, 19 hijackers with box cutters. Look, there's papers about it, blah, blah, blah. And people in the future could believe that that's all 100% factual information, when in this day and age, when people who were living through it, I would say 50% or more of the US population doesn't necessarily agree with the official story of 9/11 to begin with, let alone that's not even the reason why the eventual invasion of Iraq took place. That was a lie by the US government called weapons of mass destruction. But we all kind of forget that, and it all kind of blends together, right? So
Awesome. Stop there really quick. My point is whether I don't care why it occurred. I ask, did it occur? If someone reading something in the future in 200 years saying the United States went in and attacked Iraq, that's a fact. The reasons why that fact occurred can be a matter of interpretation. Who cares about that? I'm asking a simple, did the Iraq War exist and happen?
And just a point, there's no human record that's ever 100% accurate either, because it's not knowable.
Right.
I mean, disagree. If I write on a piece of paper and in 100 years someone reads it and it says, Chris Barker in this state existed and lived, that is 100% accurate.
Cool. So yeah, there was definitely a conflict in the mid 1800s that took place. I know through family documentation, relatives who participated in very high ranks. Everybody in here actually knows one of my relatives or has heard of one of my relatives who participated in the conflict. So yeah, I could say with as much confidence as you could, based on stories, that there was at least a conflict that took place in the mid 1800s.
You got to tell us. You got to tell us who it is.
Someone on the server is a relative of yours, you're saying?
What's that?
Someone on the server is a relative of yours, you're saying?
No. In within the Civil War, one of the, let's just say, the most prominent Southern general.
Nathan B.
Jeb Stewart.
No.
I guess I'm still not understanding. You're saying one of your ancestors was this.
Correct. I'm related to Robert E. Lee. Yeah.
Yeah, it's my next guess.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And somebody who fought in the Revolutionary War. And signed the Declaration of Independence. But I'm not a Mason. Don't worry.
Yes.
You're not an Illuminati agent?
Nope.
Trying to derail the truth into some...
That's exactly what an Illuminati agent would say.
Into some cacophony of chaos.
But would an Illuminati agent tell you that they're related to those people? That's the question.
That just makes your story that much better, though. Perfect cover, hiding in plain sight.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, though, that, like I was saying before, though, the Civil War is somewhat more recent. So, I mean,
and yet you still won't say yes to it occurred.
Mm-mm.
Correct.
No, he's not. He's not gonna.
I think my quickest, most simple answer is that I was not there, so I cannot verify the occurrence of said events. If you're asking for like a very just like scientific, rigorous kind of like a solid answer in that way, I would say I. But like I said, I mean, I there's other ways to consider whether it happened, which is you're talking about, the diaries. And yeah, if you take that on face value that, hey, there's these diaries, I was told that these diaries are from the Civil War, so I'm going with it. It sounds like more what you're doing, right?
Well, unless
let's ask the question to you. Let's ask the question to you. Did it happen, Lale? Did it happen?
Damon, please. You asked a question. I'm going to answer. If I can provide evidence that the people listed in those 30 sources actually lived during that time, would that be verifiable enough that those journals were accurately produced during that time?
That would be very good evidence, certainly, right? I mean, if it's the intersection of evidence here. If you have a journal from a person, you can show that person existed at that time. There's a census record of him. I think that's very strong, very, very strong evidence.
But then I could do back just like Gio said. How do I know that the census record wasn't doctored and produced later on?
It's starting to get complicated, but that I think when you have different sources that intersect historically, that's where you're really getting very strong evidence now.
Well, that's why I provided 30 separate sources from 30 different people who lived during that time.
And I agree that I'm not on Gio's side on this. I agree with you that is very, very strong evidence. You have all these independent people who wrote independent journals. It isn't like it was 30 people in the same boarding house.
Right, but Steel City, if someone asked you, but even with that, if they then said, did it happen, Steel City, the way Lale was being very like, did it happen, putting someone on the ropes to answering it. So even if you have that type of evidence, Steel City, and someone said, did it happen, what's your response?
I'd say that there's certainly the Civil War certainly happened. there was a civil war in the United States. There are battlefields you can go to. There's intersections of so many primary sources of information. It's incredible. I mean, you can't really deny it without denying that we were all created on Thursday, as you were saying earlier with an example.
But he was asking for a yes and no. Like, because I hear what you're saying. You're giving a response. It's like, well, the evidence points to it, et cetera. And that's why when I was giving him a response, I was sort of indicating that it's like tertiary knowledge and sort of that part of it. But he was asking it like yes or no, like 100% yes or no. So you would say yes?
I would say yes, but that's my opinion as somebody who likes history and and understands the importance of primary sources of information and the intersection of those primary sources.
Seeing the and what Jill is telling me is, if I have a diary from someone that lived in 1865, but that's not a primary source, that's a tertiary source because I was not there. No, that's a primary source because it's a diary of that person who wrote that experience. Now, their understanding of the experience is different, but did that person live, and did that person witness a war?
Yes, exactly. I mean, I think in history, they use the term primary source like the way you're describing, like a document or an artifact of someone that was, claimed to be a participant in the event. So I agree with you that primary source is used that way. I think the way I was breaking it down is perhaps more like in a scientific source, or more just in like a philosophy of knowledge way, which is that you have primary, secondary, tertiary. Primary is something that you yourself either experienced, you wrote the diary, you had the experience, you said the words, whatever it may be. Secondary would be you got it from someone, like you got this data from NASA or from the internet or whatever. Even if a bunch of people say they corroborate, it's still secondary to you. And then tertiary would be that they got the data from someone and then they're giving it to you. So in this case, that's why I was relating it to tertiary. It's a diary that somebody claims to have written, and then they put it on the internet, or it got, in theory, from their hands to someone, who's historically preserving it, and then that then came to you. So that's why I was referring it as to tertiary in terms of that, how it got to you.
I think at our worst, it's a secondary source. Because doing the definitions that you used, assuming that you can actually go and see the physical diary itself, I call it, seeing the physical diary would certainly be a primary source, because I don't see how, if it's written in 1860, you could test it.
Hey, I'm not sure exactly how you say your name. Stickley? Is that how you say that?
May Steel City?
Steel City.
Yeah. Okay, Steel City. If the diary from a diary of a person living in 1865 wrote about an experience they had, and to preserve that diary, we have photocopied that complete diary, and now we have a photocopy of that diary. Is that still a primary source, or is that a secondary source or tertiary source?
I consider it a primary source, using the definition
if they copied it today, it's still a primary source.
Yes, I agree. I would call it a primary source. Using the definition that Gio used, it would be, I think, a secondary source.
I don't think it's a secondary source is the problem.
No, I don't agree with his definitions. I'm just put it out there. I agree with you that it is a primary source.
Hey, Gio, let me put it to you this way. Are the books in the New Testament a primary source, secondary source, or tertiary source?
Well, again, I think we might be using different systems or different ideas or layouts of it.
From
Because
your
I
point of
understand
view,
the way,
is
like,
it?
You're interrupting again, man. Very hard to get an idea out when someone just starts. I don't
Well-
usually talk for long. I'm not trying to monologue. I'm just trying to respond. And when you do that, it totally breaks the train of thought. And so if needed, I'll stop and you can speak again, but I was trying to respond.
Can I speak more clearly then? From your personal perspective, is the book of, let's say, 1 Corinthians 15, or 1 Corinthians, is that book a primary source, a secondary source, or a tertiary source?
If I came upon that book, somebody gave it to me, it would be tertiary, because I didn't write the book. somebody else is the secondary one that gave the book to me, and then they're claiming someone else wrote it, so it'd be tertiary.
What if Paul himself appeared to you and gave you the book of 1 Corinthians? Would it be a tertiary? What type of source would it be then?
That he wrote?
Yeah.
If somebody wrote a book and came to me, and I mean, I would, I guess, have to believe that they wrote it. Let's say I watched them write it, then that would be secondary. Well, technically, if I watched them write it, would then be primary because I'm watching them write it. If they just wrote the book and handed it to me, then it's secondary.
I think with the Bible, it even gets more complicated because it's been translated. You're not seeing it in its native language.
That's quaternary source.
Yeah.
I'm not understanding. If it came from the primary author, why would it ever be anything but a primary source?
Okay, so if it's from the primary author and it's in a form that you can read and understand, then yes, it would be primary. If it was written in Hebrew and I had to use a translator to read it, then I would call it a secondary source because I'm working off somebody else's work now.
All right, so what if it was Paul appearing to you with 1 Corinthians 15, or the book of 1 Corinthians? He handed you that, but it was he put it in your language. Would that be a primary source or a secondary source?
That'd be a primary source.
Even though it's in your language when originally he didn't live during that time where English was spoken?
I assume that he translated it properly, since we're like in the mythical.
Right, I agree. I mean, obviously that's not going to occur.
Yeah. I mean, because that's how I'm taking this scenario, that it is a valid translation. If it has to pass through a translator, certainly, then that's no longer a primary source. Like a history book of the Civil War is not a primary source. A quotation from a history book on the Civil War is not a primary source. A book written during the Civil War is a primary source.
Or newspaper articles, or
yeah, exactly, or a diary, or absolutely. Now that person might still be, from a secondary view, a newspaper writer covering a story that is like covering a battle that he didn't witness. Let's say he's reporting on stuff from the field that's being translated to or being sent to him. He's compiling a story. That might be, that might be a valid source, but his reflection and impressions would not be a primary source. I don't think, because he didn't witness the events that he's speaking of.
I can agree with that. Like, he's right.
Yeah.
He's a firsthand source of that event occurring. His understanding of the event is his own.
Yeah. Like
I made up, but his own perspective.
I seriously have a book that says History of the Civil War in America. It was written in 1863. It was written during the Civil War. That book is not a primary source because everything written in it is a compilation that the author created, and it's his views on that information. I don't think he has any like photocopy. Obviously, no photocopies of like reports from the field. So everything in the book would be secondary, though it is actually from that period of time. There's a difference between a witness to an event who's putting down their memories, and also I think it matters how soon after the event are they putting down their memories or their vision, their interpretation.
I would say I would agree with that, but how they interpret the event doesn't make it so the event didn't occur.
No, not at all. But I'm saying, like, if a Civil War veteran is writing his memoirs in 1905, 40 years after the war, he's had 40 years of memories, 40 years of hearing other people's, conversations and reflections and written words. So his memory 40 years after the fact, well, he's talking about stuff that he witnessed. His testimony, let's say, wouldn't be as strong as somebody writing about the events the day after the Battle of Gettysburg.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, because a person who lived, let's say, I have an uncle that served in, I think he served in Vietnam, and he can remember events during his time he was there as if they were yesterday, meaning yesterday, the day that event occurred.
Yeah, but you always have the very human fading of memory. So I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that what this person writes 40 years after the event isn't true in his mind, but his natural recollection, his details, and maybe even his views of the battle have been tainted over time, and tainted by the feedback of other historical writings, of other events that have happened, or other people talking to him about the events. There's a very fine line between firsthand information that's taken at the time of the event, as opposed to firsthand information that's taken well after the event, and after other views maybe have even been expressed.
Or as a memory, yeah. Yeah, like
Gio,
if my father was a witness to the shooting of JFK, let's say, he was in Dallas at the time, but he wasn't a witness. But if he had witnessed it and he had written something at that next day about his views and what he saw and everything, that would be very powerful. If he wrote about it 50 years later, that's not quite as strong. That's not as, I wouldn't give it the same weight.
I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but I would add the caveat that why his recollections of the event may not be 100% accurate. What is 100% accurate is that he witnessed an event where JFK got shot.
Mm-hmm.
As far
It's
as
still
that
valuable.
accuracy, the event occurred.
Three things here. I'm not going to ask to speak anymore. I'm just going to talk. So 3 things. Happy Pi Day. Number 2, when Gio said he asked, is that guy still alive? I guess the sources that you had for your the Civil War sources, because you said you had 30. Gio asked, is he still alive? So what would being alive have to, I guess this question is directed to Gio. What would being alive have to do with if they were, I'm sure it has to do with if they were there, but it is still testimony. So even if it's there, they can still be lying, right? Like the only way to know if something has happened, and I think Gio's trying to get to this, and you guys are accepting like other person's testimonies and witness testimony, right? Gio's trying to say, I never experienced it. I wouldn't know. So he's not saying it didn't happen, but he's just taking another account from another human. And it doesn't matter if they're alive or not. That could, because they can still, even if they were okay, look, say the whole event was made up, that person lived at that time, and then came to your granddad and said, hey, let's conjure up a beautiful story about this event. It could still be conjured up, and you could say, hey, you asked if my grandfather was still alive, and he's still on his deathbed, and he's still telling me. That makes no difference. It can still be a lie.
Yeah, there's a lot of, this is why like court cases get so complicated, because the witnesses and eyewitnesses and, and there's been studies done where they have people who like they all witnessed something, like they've done actual studies. Like they all witness a car crash, or they witness someone robbing a woman's purse, or whatever it is, and they all were there and they all saw it. And then the reports they get back are like widely different. Oh, the guy had black hair. Oh, the guy was tall. He was short. You know, he screamed these words. He screamed different words, even though all the people literally witnessed it themselves. You know, they've done like a mock, like a fake thing where a man, you know, grabs a woman's purse and he yells and runs away, or whatever it is. So that's interesting too, is just the way that human memory even works and how reliable is it. So yeah, I mean, court cases have to deal with this all the time when it comes to crimes that were committed. And so yeah, it gets complicated.
So we got two things, right? If somebody's gonna lie, hold on. I just want to respond to Gio since he was kind of responding to me real quick. So it all comes down to, is somebody lying about an event, or number two, so are they either lying or did it happen? And how are you going to know that? Like, because people can make up sci-fi stories, whatever, fiction, right? Very easy. There's no way to prove unless you actually were there and witnessed it. That's why I have a problem believing in the Bible, because I wasn't there and I didn't witness it. So these are all secondary events that happen, and it's even tertiary because most of the people that told me read it from a book and they got it from somebody else who told them. It's who knows how far. It's like the telephone game, right? I mean, and how do we know these events even happen? And it so then it gets carried on to everything. Civil War, every event that you've never been to, you can chalk it up to the same thing as, okay, Bible is 2,000 years away. Well, hell, 9/11 happened 25 years ago. I wasn't there, but I seen it on TV, so that's a little different story. So
right, but then they're
in there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
No,
I mean, it kind of brings to like how...
finished.
Sorry, what?
No, I was finished. Go for it, man.
Well, yeah, no, it brings in the question of, yeah, like how we come to what is real, and yeah, it brings all those questions into it. Because yeah, I know what you mean. There's all those factors. Like if you wanted to be really, really strict on it and just be like, hey, I'm not going to really just believe anything that either I didn't experience myself and have any direct, knowledge of.
Yeah, we know how easy it is for somebody to lie, right? Anybody can make up any little story they want, and for whatever reason, I don't know what their motive is. Usually it's money, but this is always a possibility. Humans are not 100% saints that reach 10th level of enlightenment. It's possible for Les Lane's granddaddy to go and lie and tell a story that he was in the Revolutionary War. Possible.
I want to just state the example of the car wreck and being in a court case with the car wreck thing. Those witnesses saw the car wreck. The car wreck occurred. How they explain the car wreck and what occurred in the car wreck is maybe different, but the car wreck occurred. It didn't alleviate the car wreck from not occurring. Just because they understood what may have tell a different story about whose fault it was or what occurred, doesn't mean the car wreck didn't occur.
I guess one thing we could do is say, okay, let's look back on current events. Let's look at what they've told us happened, and maybe what if it didn't actually happen, and what if we have proof of that? And then we can start building a case against history. I guess that would be the way to go, because we're never going to know, but there could be events that have taken place where it's like, it didn't really happen like that. It went a little differently. This is how it really happened.
Well, I personally know someone who served in Desert Storm. So I'm pretty certain that he's not lying to me about it. He doesn't tell me great details besides, it's hot in Iraq and Iran. about what exactly he witnessed during that time he was there. But I have great certainty, probably 99.9%, that Desert Storm actually occurred.
Yeah, I think his the way he would tell you how it transpired would be a little different from the way it actually did, because is he educated on the way to describe something? Probably not.
Whether or not he's
So that's
educated,
the thing.
he can just say it occurred.
Huh?
I was there. I served. I was there.
Uh-huh.
I'm
But
gonna say
remember
very
that one. Hold on.
wait,
Remember.
Richard.
Let me
Richard,
respond
I
to
am
you.
saying very simple, and you guys are trying to make it complicated. He
No, this
says
isn't
he
complicated, because
served
remember that one
when
journalist.
in Desert Storm.
God, dude, you just talk over everybody.
I
Remember that
I
one
was
journalist that said that
talking,
he
and you
jumped out of
started
a
talking.
helicopter? Wow, dude. Okay, no, go ahead, man.
He says he
I think
served.
you already made your simple point, right?
It is
So
a
why do you
simple
need to
point.
talk
It
anymore if your point's
occurred.
simple?
It is a very simple point. You guys trying to complicate it. He served. He
Are you
didn't
finished?
describe exactly what occurred while he was serving, but he says he served during Desert Storm. I have 99.9% confidence that he's not lying to me, and that Desert Storm actually happened, and that it was a war the United States was involved in.
Are you finished? Because I don't want to talk over you, and I don't want you to talk over me anymore.
Well, I hear what you guys
done?
are saying. Yeah, I hear what Lael's saying though too. There's a difference between the idea of whether it happened, whatever the main kind of outline of the event, like there was a car crash, but what color the car was or what details could be different. I mean, like I said, there's been studies that have shown that
That's
even
when it
people
gets
that
screwy.
witnessed the event, yeah.
Yeah, because then we get into the telephone game and what somebody perceives as reality. Somebody could be high on drugs. Somebody could be looking forward to his legacy, and he wants to embellish a little bit more than what actually happened. And he could say he fucking took out 50 Hajis, Rambo style, and maybe that didn't actually happen. It's just like the guy that I forgot his name. He's some journalist, but he lied that he jumped out of a helicopter and saved some people. And right, do you guys know about that story? He's the nightly news guy. He got fired for a while and then came back when everybody forgot. So then you got to deal with that. Then you got to deal with the credibility of a source, and are they lying or not?
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
think what would
can you ever
help
even get an exact account anyways though? Like let's say you and 10 friends all went on vacation and you guys had all these different things that happened. Now, of course, if you're like drinking or, you get other things involved like that, where now there's, but let's just say there's not drinking. Let's just say you went scuba diving or whatever it may be. You guys may recount the story slightly differently, or, you know what I mean? So like what actually happened? I mean, it's like the only way to know what actually happened would be either experience it directly or somehow be in God mode or something where you can like rewind consciousness and, like the Akashic records kind of thing where you could go back and actually, but otherwise, I mean, we are seemingly separate units of consciousness, meaning it's very compelling that we're separate. And like, I don't know exactly what you're thinking right now, or, like good white, like I've never met you, so I don't know what you look like exactly, or, stuff like that. And so it's like, there's certain things that we just can't, we're like separate from, we're like, I think temporarily separate from it because I think we're all one. So I think it's all within us. But when we're talking about history, it's like, I would say that the creator knows, God knows exactly what's happened at every second to the absolute fine detail, because it had to manifest the physical world and the consciousness and the human bodies that were even involved in it. It had to, the blood, the brain, every part of it, the memory, how, it all had to be there. So, I mean, it knows everything at that level. which I think this is where the part of the conversation, I think we can tap into that. So that's what I think is interesting too, like a way to know history where you can actually tap into that directly. And so instead of having to be there to experience it in the body, could there be a way to tap into it? Then you get into like even having like a gut feeling or intuition, like can you know through other channels as well, is a whole interesting thing. But in terms of knowing something absolute exactly, yeah, it's kind of tough when you think about it. Like even like you said, even if you have firsthand accounts, like, you know, there's so many things that could come in the way. But I still think there's a way to like logically deduce that, yeah, that thing happened, you know, that certain things did happen.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you can have refraction. You could have obstruction. I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to trigger the Globers. But yeah, mirages, looming, all kinds of things that affect what you see. Like you could be driving down the road and, I thought there was an ocean there, but you know, I thought I was going to die, and I thought I was going to fall into a, pool of water, but comes to find out it was only it was only my mind playing tricks on me, right? I think what actually makes something more credible is the number of people that witnessed the same event. So like
there's
you
that
said,
too, yeah.
10 people. Yeah. So like 10 people, that's pretty good. But, a million, but see, there's another dynamic to this because there's two sides. Halil was saying, hey, my friend told me that he was in Desert Storm. I believed him that it happened. Well, you know what? It probably did happen, but there's going to be different accounts because the Iraqis are going to tell you something different than what actually happened, and then the Americans are going to tell you something different that actually happened too. Now, it probably did happen because there was a lot of people who witnessed it and were there. So that, Desert Storm probably did happen. Now, is it possible they could have conjured it just to, make a lot of money and say it was bigger than it was and send all these weapons, but there wasn't really that much fighting, but, they did blow up a few things and catch it on camera and put it on the news so everybody believes it. Could that have happened too? Yeah, that could have happened too. That's possible. So how do we know they actually, I guess you'd have, there's no way of knowing for sure. You have to be there and witness it. So.
Yeah, having a lot of people makes a difference. But I was even thinking, like, let's just say this. Like, if I told you what I had for lunch yesterday, and I told you exactly what it was, I could be recounting it correctly, but what way would you have to know that that is what I ate for lunch? Like, how could you verify that? Could send you a picture of it, but then it's like the picture could be doctored. Well, what if 1,000 people watch me eat lunch and they could all report it? So it is interesting, all these different components of like why we believe what we believe when it comes to history and something we haven't experienced. It's an interesting component, layers of different ways of going about it.
Yeah, I still wouldn't believe you what you ate. I mean, I'd have to see, okay, what's his motive? Why is he trying to make me believe this? Now, if you're not like, trying to get up on me or make money off of me, or if you're just being genuine, I'd probably believe you that, you ate a little turkey, ham and turkey Swiss sandwich or something, I don't know, with avocado. I don't know. You're explaining it to me, the textures and everything. I'd probably believe you. I'd say, wow, and then the stakes aren't that high for telling me about that, but then it could grow and say, hey, I'll get him to believe this one, and then later on, I'll get him to believe another one, and then I'll start getting him to believe, and then when he's not looking, boom, that's when the knife in the back happens, right? You got to look at it like that too. The more you believe from somebody, it's going to be easier for them to tell you something, and you believe it. Like with the news, like we just automatically believe the news. it's like ingrained, right? Do you think anything on that, Gio? Like how we just they've reported so many times, and we just take for granted, we just believe the news.
Yep. Yeah, that's a huge one. People just believe that. Yep.
And they have motives, right? They they want to keep you as a viewer. They and then their controllers, like we've all seen those 20 different news stations that reported on the same thing, and we know they're lies, and it's like, gosh, are they given a script to read and they read it verbatim? Like, what's going on here? That was kind of creepy, right? I didn't mean to kill the room. I know I'm right a lot, but come on, guys. I mean, me and Gio just killed the Globers, so.
No, you're good. I'm just kind of
right?
multitasking. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not able to like fully engage, but I did hear what you're saying. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, news is a huge one because essentially like they're trying to say, hey, this is what happened today, guys. This is the news, So yeah, it's a huge thing of whether we believe that or what they can sensationalize it. So yeah, it seems like especially in today's news systems, I mean, yeah, there's so many angles in terms of what they can do with that.
Back like a high, make any hope.
What's up, Damon?
Hey, good evening. Just trolling about anything interesting happening.
We were talking about history, like how we know history. Can we prove it? How do we believe things that happen? Primary sources, secondary sources, all of that whole discussion.
Yeah, I mean, history's an interesting thing. I mean, it's very subjective sometimes. I mean, you can have like certain facts that are pretty sure, like the year of this happened, what I mean, or the year this happened. I mean, there's enough sources a lot of the time, especially in modern history, that you can know that something took place that's similar to this event at this particular time involving these people and this thing. Specifics are lost. But a lot of people record stuff, so I mean, I don't know. History's interesting. It's a living thing.
Sound of silence.
Maybe we need a new topic.
So the new topic that I had would be: would anyone in here want to be in a position of any elite that is out there?
Any what? I'm sorry.
Any one of these hierarchy families regarding like Rothschilds, Rockefeller, or the royal family, would you wanting to be
No.
in their place and stuff? Okay. So what can we learn from these people for our own life as a positive result, even though many of them are evil, or if not all, in a certain way?
Nothing. We can learn nothing from them. They're useless.
Are you sure?
I mean, we can learn certain things, like what their names are, what they did. But if you mean like learn something, in a progressive fashion, then the only thing that we can learn is what not to do.
Right. So we can learn that by looking at these people and the position that they're in, the money that they have the wealth and whatnot, that might has a big influence on the human psyche. So just because you have control, money, or fame doesn't mean that you are a healthy person, regarding
Yeah,
your psyche.
only slightly to the side. Have you noticed how weak-minded most humans are? I mean, they're pretty like their minds are very.
I noticed that many people,
They
and
fail a lot.
I noticed that many people speak themselves low or down. Like when I go like many people don't want to recognize themselves and who they are. Like they wanna they make them lower as they actually are. I don't know how to explain it. Like if you know who you are and you know what you want, there's nothing really that can be in your way. So, for example, when I go to work, even though I have a boss above me, I see him as the same as everyone else that I work with. And if there's something I don't like, I'm just I'm just strictly saying that, I'm an honest person with a
Well,
very friendly and respectful tone. Yeah, if there's something I don't want to do, I'm just gonna say it. And
I
I've
mean,
never had any problems with this.
in all reality, yes, it's true. He's just like you, is in a human sense, right? Like, there's nothing special about people in power or celebrities or anybody really. Your bosses, you know, they're just humans, right? We do have some certain genetic advantages when we're born, or life advantages for how we're brought up and what situation, what country or state or city. But all things being equal, we're just fucking humans, right? We do all the same things. We have all the same flaws. So yeah, in that sense, your boss is just the same as you. He's nothing special, right? Just happened to be in a privileged position over you. So yeah, keep that in mind. I mean, you can tell your boss to go fuck off, but there's consequences to that.
But I don't do that. I will never do that to no one. I always give the same respect to which I would also want to have for me. So there's a certain line I will never cross as a human being. And the very reason for this is because I get what I want if I give what I want.
Yeah.
So if I give the person what I want myself, I get what I want. Does that make sense? So if I give respect and a good will for certain types of work, but on the other hand, I also show where my where my line is, or I'm